Chapter 271 Dealing with the Tail. Kyoto, in the study. The butler hurried into the room, walked to the middle-aged man, and said with difficulty, "Sir, the ghost fox failed." The middle-aged man immediately broke the pen in his hand, and the ink spilled all over his hand. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man clenched his fist, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice. The butler put the photos in his hand on the table. One was in front of Yinching Mall, the broken bodies of the ghost-faced tiger, and the thorny forest python. The other one was a photo taken from the sky of the square in front of the law enforcement team. 3 bodies can be clearly seen in the photo, and even their faces can be vaguely identified. This is a photo taken by Poison Ivy. After identification, they are Ghost Fox, Ghost Scorpion and Venom Fong. The housekeeper sighed. For every action within the organization, in addition to the executor, a supervisor will be sent. The supervisor's duty is to supervise the entire action, and even the executor does not know its identity. When the operation succeeds or fails, the supervisor will report the information in time, and even enforce the family rules when necessary. Assassinate the captured members to prevent them from exposing their identities. Poison Ivy is the supervisor of this operation. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. Every member of the organization is a talent he carefully selected from the country, and losing any one of them is a great loss, especially among the 3 people who died. There are gold-level masters such as Ghost Fox and Ghost Scorpion. Gold-level players are extremely valuable to the organization. Losing 2 of them at once made him feel so heartbroken that he almost bled. According to Poison Ivy, the failure of this operation was mainly due to the involvement of another platinum-level expert. The Ghost Scorpion was killed by this person. The housekeeper added, "Another platinum-level player?" The middle-aged man drooped his eyelids and said coldly, "Who is it? In addition to Xiao Li, who else in Yenching is a platinum-level player?" The housekeeper shook his head. "We don't know the identity of this person yet. He may be a helper that Xiao Li found. However, looking at Yenching alone, in addition to Xiao Li, there is only one platinum-level summoner? Who is he?" "He Yang, the city guard of Yenching." "City guard?" The middle-aged man looked grim. He was well aware of the existence of the city guards of Longhua. Each city guard was a master above the platinum level. However, the law enforcement team and the city guards belonged to 2 different systems. In particular, the city guards needed to guard the city borders and usually stayed next to the military base. But why did He Yang appear in the city and kill the Ghost Scorpion? He was well aware of the Ghost Scorpion's ability. It was a veteran who had carried out dozens of missions, and was particularly careful about his life. Before every action, he would ensure his own safety and leave a way out, even if the city guards appeared in Yenching for other reasons. How could it be such a coincidence that they encountered the Ghost Scorpion? There must be something wrong. And the Ghost Fox. This is the strongest gold-level combat power in the organization. How could it fail to kill a silver level? The numerous doubts made him frown, and he believed that there must be other reasons for the failure of the mission. "Sir, what should we do now?" the housekeeper asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, and opened them suddenly after more than 10 seconds, and made a gesture of cutting his hand. "Get rid of the tails of these people, and don't let Longhua find out their identities. The crime of assassinating Longhua's top genius is something their country cannot afford. This will make the motherland, which is already short of combat power, even worse. If the mission is successful, he is fully confident that he can handle the follow-up cleanly, leaving Longhua confused. But if the mission fails, no matter how painful it is, some people must be dealt with." "I understand." The housekeeper sighed in his heart and nodded. The tales that the gentleman mentioned were all important spies that they had spent a lot of money to plant in Longhua. But because of the failure of this mission, all these important spies had to be wiped out. It was impossible to say that I didn't feel sad. But there was no way. This was the price of mission failure. If they didn't deal with these people, they would lose even more. "Go." The middle-aged man waved his hand with a lack of interest. The housekeeper quietly withdrew. The middle-aged man tapped the table with his fingers, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. We are back." Ren Fong's voice came from the phone. "Uncle Ren, I will go to the base now." Xiao Yao didn't say much on the phone. He set off immediately after hanging up. 10 minutes later, he came to the Black Front base, and saw that everyone had returned safely. He couldn't help but sigh. In fact, in this operation, he didn't take the biggest risk. Instead, the most likely to be injured were the other team members except Ren Fong. They were only bronze or silver level, and they seemed very weak and powerless in the face of gold-level assassination. However, before taking action, he had also considered this problem, and had a solution in mind, which was to use the 5-dragon flame cover to protect everyone. The 5-dragon flame cover covered a wide range, enough to cover all 9 people and their war beasts. But in the battle not long ago, he estimated the combat power of both sides and believed that as long as he could lead the purple crystal lion away, the remaining people could hold on until Xiao Li arrived. In this way, he could save a precious use of the 5-dragon flame hood. Although he was confident in his judgment, he still worried about everyone's safety when he led the purple crystal lion away. Fortunately, the final outcome was perfect. Not only did he kill the purple crystal lion, but the rest of the team members were not injured. Fortunately, all the team members looked at each other, and then smiled in tacit understanding. This time it was really dangerous. Fong sighed. I blame you for getting everyone in trouble. Xiao Yao apologized. Don't say that. Fong patted his shoulder and said, it was my decision to invite you. Don't feel guilty. And you helped us get so many spoils. We have to thank you. Hearing this, everyone smiled happily. Fong was right. Although we didn't find the cold moon star fox this time, everyone could get at least 2 million just by dividing the spoils. The income from one time was equal to 5 or 6 times before. This was all Xiao Yao credit. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come in danger. If you want to get high returns, what's the point of taking a little risk? Besides, everyone is safe and sound. Naturally no one will blame Xiao Yao. Seeing that no one complained about him, Xiao Yao smiled faintly, then took out all the spoils in the broken sky ring. Uncle Ren, I leave these things to you. Fong nodded. Don't worry, when I'm done, I transfer your share directly to you. By the way, Blood Eagle, Hardwood Ancient Tree and Black Stone Giant were killed by Team Xiao. I will transfer this part of the proceeds to you also. You killed the Amethyst Lion independently. This part will also be transferred to you. Uncle Ren, forget about the Amethyst Lion. I am also a member of the team. Just follow the rules. Xiao Yao knew that the hunting team would not touch the monsters killed by his father, but the Amethyst Lion was different. Even if he killed it independently after all, he was still a member of the team at that time. He should follow the usual rules. Fong shook his head. Xiao Yao, without you to lead the purple crystal lion away, we would be in danger. Just listen to me this time. Seeing Fong from attitude, Xiao Yao didn't say anything more. Xiao Yao, go back and rest first. Fong saw the fatigue in Xiao Yao's eyes that was hard to hide, and then spoke. Okay. Then everyone. I want to go back. Xiao Yao waved his hand. After experiencing a big battle, and being attacked by the crazy lion's roar, his spirit was already exhausted, and he wanted to lie down on the bed and fall asleep immediately. Xiao Yao. Goodbye everyone. Chapter 272 Knowing the Identity. A few days later. Old Xiao, we have found out the origins of these people. They are not from our dragon country. Right? You guessed right. 2 of them are from Java, 1 is from Nanyang. They are all summoners who have naturalized in recent years. Humph, I guess the organization behind the scenes is most likely not from these 2 countries. I think so too, but unfortunately, we are still a step behind. The person who handled the naturalization procedures for these people suddenly died, and the clues were cut off all of a sudden. It's okay. Lunatic. It's enough to know the general origins of these people. I will let Xiao Yao be careful in the future. Okay, I will protect Xiao Yao in the school in the next few years, but I believe that when he graduates, he will not need our escort. Haha, you have more confidence in him than I do. There's nothing I can do. This kid is growing too fast. This is why we, Xiao, have to participate in the devil training during the new year. Xiao, what does this have to do with Xiao? Ahem. Nothing. I'm busy so I hang up first. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Xiao Li seemed to understand something, and a smile appeared on his lips. Brat, you're pretty quick. Really? Well done. He took a sip of tea and carefully considered the information Bai Chengfeng said. Naturalized summoners are very common in Dragon Country. As the most powerful country in the world with the most stable domestic situation, Dragon Country has attracted countless people and eager to join this country. But Dragon Country has very strict control over nationality. For ordinary people, either they have made great contributions to Dragon Country, or they are top scientists. Apart from that, Even if you are the most popular celebrity in the world, or the richest tycoon, you cannot join Dragon Country. However, Dragon Country is slightly more lenient in the naturalization review of summoners. As long as the summoner has no criminal record in other countries, is proficient in Dragon Country language, and has strength above silver level, he is qualified to join Dragon Country. Of course, naturalized summoners cannot join official organizations, but they can be hired by large companies or join other hunting teams. Because of this policy, Longwu absorbs a large number of summoners from neighboring countries every year. Although other countries complain and introduce strict transit restrictions, they still cannot stop some people from joining Longwu. Of course, everything has its benefits and disadvantages. Although Longwu has absorbed many foreign summoners and strengthened its national strength, it has also inevitably absorbed some sand. There are spies, secret agents, and some subversive people with bad intentions. However, in the face of the powerful strength of Dragon Country, these people have not caused much trouble. Since these people come from different countries and act so decisively, they are probably spies sent by a certain country. By arranging these people in other countries in advance and then applying to join Dragon Country, the risk of identity exposure can be greatly reduced. This method is used by all countries, and those countries with unstable domestic situations and chaotic household registration management are their first choice for fake nationality. But if it was really a foreign spy, Xiao Li would feel relieved, because the threshold for naturalized summoners is silver level, but the ceiling is gold level. These two levels of summoners account for the highest proportion and are the cornerstone of various organizations. However, once the strength exceeds the gold level and reaches the platinum level, it will not be possible to join the Dragon Country. After all, the destructive power of the platinum level is too strong, and it also has the ability to merge. Once a crime is committed, it is extremely difficult to arrest. So this regulation is also to protect domestic security. Judging from Xiao Yao's current strength, as long as he is more cautious in the near future and steadily trains his war beast to the gold level, he will no longer have to worry about attacks from foreign spies. This time may not even take a year. In comparison, the Shadow Society, a strange organization, makes Xiao Li more afraid. Thinking of this, Xiao Li still told Xiao Yao the results of the investigation. I understand, Dad. I will be careful. Xiao Yao hung up the phone, and his heart was slightly disturbed. It's really a foreign spy. Am I so good? He smiled helplessly in his heart. He originally thought that the Shadow Society was targeting him, but he didn't expect it to be a foreign spy. But to be honest, in his heart, foreign spies are much easier to deal with than the Shadow Society. After all, the resources that spies can mobilize in Longwu are limited, and their strength is only at the gold level at most, which is not a big threat to him. But the Shadow Society is different. This is an organization that the major official agencies of Longwu cannot completely eliminate. It is extremely mysterious and powerful, and they act like crazy, which makes people confused. Compared with this crazy organization, foreign spies seem much more cute. Xiao Yao smiled faintly, feeling quite relaxed. The life of a summoner is destined to be bumpy, and anything can happen. The road of a genius is more difficult than that of an ordinary person. He has been prepared for this. It's just an assassination. Is it more terrible than the beast tide? If you don't kill me this time, you won't have another chance in the future. Ding at this time. His text message rang. Xiao Yao opened it, and saw that Fong had transferred the proceeds from the last operation to his card. He received a total of 8.7 million, which was about the same as expected. However, Fong also made a special explanation. Of the 3 war beasts killed by Xiao Li, the blood eagle had been blown to pieces, and only its feathers and claws were worth collecting. As for the black stone giant and the hardwood ancient tree, there were very few materials that could be sold, and the price was not very high. However, the purple crystal lion he killed independently sold for a lot of money, and all the proceeds belonged to him. With the 8 million plus the remaining 3 million in the card, he is back in the ranks of multimillionaires. I wonder if I can meet another generous boss Wan again. When Xiao Yao thinks of Wan Jiabao, he feels happy. If it weren't for Wan Jiabao's help before, he wouldn't get the 10,000 poison fruit, and in this case, Tikki wouldn't be able to upgrade to silver 3, and at the same time, he wouldn't have the ability to kill gold level players. Thinking of this, Wan Jiabao is simply his noble man. Add lifesaver. I don't know how this noble man is doing now, and whether he has come out of the previous haze. After all All the students in the school already know Wen Jiaba's nickname Shit Eater. If it were him, he would definitely not be ashamed to learn it. Thinking back, after there were more than 10 million in the card, Xiao Yao also began to plan the use of this money. First, he could buy a few diamond fruits, and then spend some money to buy poison for Tikki. Of course, he also had to consider Xiaoka resources, and he couldn't spend all the money on Lan Yo and Tikki. Thinking about it this way, 10 million doesn't seem to be enough. Chapter 273 Back to School Bronze Level 3. After finishing all the things, Xiao Yao spent a warm spring festival at home peacefully. However, the holidays always pass quickly, and in a blink of an eye. It was the day for the second half of the semester to start. Mom, I'm leaving. In front of the high-speed railway station, Xiao Yao took the luggage and waved goodbye to his mother. Be careful at school, and call home often when you are okay. Mother Lu Hui reluctantly urged. Okay. Xiao Yao smiled, and walked into the high-speed railway station with his friend Su Xingliang. How was your new year? Sitting in his seat, Xiao Yao looked at Su Xingliang and asked. Su Xingliang took a sip of water and said, I was quite busy during the new year, but not much during the weekdays. Oh, by the way. He looked a little excited. Mikai is already bronze too. Really? Then the upgrade speed is quite fast. Xiao Yao pretended to be surprised. It's really fast. Su Xingliang was very happy. In less than 2 months, he was able to break through from Bronze 1 to Bronze 2. This speed already made him quite satisfied. Looking at Liang's excitement, Xiao Yao smiled slightly. In less than 2 months, he was able to break through from Bronze 1 to Bronze 2. This speed was already very slow for Mikai. However, considering that Liang could not directly participate in the hunting team like himself at that time, and quickly level up by killing monsters, this leveling speed was still quite satisfactory. By the way, how's your progress? Su Xingliang asked curiously. This best friend of his always gives people surprises every once in a while. After this holiday, I wonder how much his war beast has improved? Xiao Yao took a sip of water and said lightly, not much progress, only Twitch has been upgraded to Silver 3, Old Bull, and Xiaoka have not changed. Silver 3, level. Su Xingliang mouth twitched. Looking at the slightly raised arc at the corner of Xiao Yao mouth, he said he didn't want to talk to the show-off anymore. I worked so hard in the past 2 months, and only got promoted by 1 level. And it was still bronze level. While Xiao Yao got promoted by 2 levels in the silver level in the past 2 months. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Haha. Don't be discouraged. You didn't find the right method. Wait for me to take you to fly this semester. Xiao Yao patted Su Xingliang on the shoulder and said, Oh, thank you. Su Xingliang curled his lips. He just listened to Xiao Yao's words, but didn't take it to heart. After all, although Xiao Yao himself grew fast, it was the speed of a genius. Everyone has different talents and potentials of war beasts. It is unlikely that a nobody like me can lead a team to success. Su Xingliang has a deep understanding of himself. He is a lucky person. Not only did he get into Kyoto University, but his 2 war beasts are also very promising. However, compared with the top talents, there is still a big gap. His expectation for his future is platinum level. He dared not ask for anything higher. Seeing that Liang did not believe him, Xiao Yao did not care. He didn't want to expose the existence of the system yet. But he could secretly tell Liang Mikai the fastest way to upgrade by doing tasks together. 4 hours later, they arrived in Kyoto. The 2 took a taxi and headed straight to school. Bang! The door opened, and a figure rushed over. Liu hugged the 2 men's shoulders and said happily, Brothers, I miss you so much. Su Xingliang took his big hand away with disdain, saying, I miss you so much. You didn't even reply to my text message during the new year. Liu smiled awkwardly. My cell phone was not with me at the time, and I forgot about it later. TSK. Su Xingliang curled his lips, then looked around the clean room, nodded, but the room is well cleaned, Comrade Liu deserves praise. Xiao Yao smiled, you lazy guy. How can you clean the room? It's not your style. Liu straightened his chest, swearing, I have turned over a new leaf. From today on, I will be a hard-working person. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang looked at each other, shook their heads at the same time, and walked into their rooms. Hey, what do you 2 mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Just wait. I be the first one to get up tomorrow. No one in the room for a month. A layer of dust has accumulated on the table. Xiao Yao put his clothes into the closet first, and then clean the room carefully. At this time, the campus has begun to become lively, and even if you stay in the house, you can hear the roars of the war beasts one after another. After cleaning up the house, Xiao Yao thought for a moment and sent another message to Xiao Xiao. During the entire holiday, Bai Ling Xiao seemed to be in a closed area. Not only did he not reply to messages, but he also couldn't get through on the phone. Out of concern, he specifically asked Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai told him that Xiao Xiao was undergoing special training throughout the holiday and had no way to reply to messages. But the special training officially ended before school started. Xiao Xiao, are you back? Ding. There was a reply message soon. Just out of the special training base. See you tonight. Can we meet tonight? Xiao Yao put down his phone, with a strong expectation in his eyes. Walking out of the room, he saw the familiar war beasts in the yard. There were Zhong Tianho's fire lion, Night Blade leopard, Lonnie Feng blue-winged eagle, Pai Yin shadow cloud, and Liu dream beast and gargoyle. It seems that everyone is back. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, but at this moment, the information on the system made him pause. Bronze level 3? Xiao Yao's eyes showed surprise. Liu dream beast and gargoyle both reached bronze 3 within a month. This speed is really amazing. You know, Liu doesn't have a golden finger. He was promoted twice in a month. Is this the foundation of the king's family? What's wrong? Su Xingliang asked, standing behind him. Xiao Yao pointed at the dream beast and gargoyle. Liu 2 war beasts are already bronze 3. Fuck. Su Xingliang's eyes widened and shouted, Liu. What's wrong? Liu walked out of the room. Xiao Ming and Gui are already bronze 3. Liu glanced at Xiao Yao. He knew that Xiao Yao must have seen it. Xiao Yao's assessment of the strength of war beasts and monsters has always been wrong. Is this too much talent or some ability? Liu shrugged, said lightly, it's just bronze 3, don't make such a fuss. Su Xingliang couldn't help asking, what did you do during this holiday? Improve so fast? Liu raised his head slightly, with a complex and faintly fearful look in his eyes. My family arranged a closed training, plus I used some resources, so I made obvious progress. Okay. Su Xingliang knew that, as a former descendant of the king's family, Liu naturally had resources that ordinary people could not reach. However, seeing his friends around him grow rapidly one by one, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Although not as good as everyone else, he couldn't be left too far behind. Xiao Yao saw Su Xingliang's thoughts. He didn't say anything, but he made a plan in his heart. Chapter 274 Reunion. On the first day of school, friends, who haven't seen each other for a long time, naturally have to have a dinner together. Xiao Yao had booked a private room in a restaurant near the school long ago. In addition to him, Liu and Su Xingliang, he also called 3 friends from the opposite dormitory. Ding. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses together to celebrate today's reunion. Pai Yin said with emotion while picking up food, I didn't like going to school at all before, but since I went home this time, I look forward to the early start of school every night. Don't you think this is strange? Liu raised his eyebrows, showing a sly expression. Do you miss my supreme meal? Pai Yin chuckled. That's just one aspect. I mainly miss my brothers. Zhong Tianho said, I think it's because I can't train war beasts at home. I've been eating and drinking all month, and I haven't made any progress. Yeah. Me too. Lonnie Feng nodded in agreement. Xiao Yao. How about you? How have you progressed this month? Pai Yin asked curiously. He is like the poor student in the class. Although he can't compare with the top students, he always wants to know the top students' results. Xiao Yao pursed his lips and said, it's a small improvement. A small improvement? Zhong Tianho glared. Already silver level 2? They all witnessed Xiao Yao break through to silver level. And now it has only been a month and a half. Breaking through silver level 2 in a month and a half. How can he, a bronze student who broke through at the same time as Xiao Yao, feel? Xiao Yao shook his head. No. Huh? Everyone relaxed. I said it wouldn't be so exaggerated. In more than a month, they should consolidate their strength or get familiar with the fighting methods of the silver level. After all, with one more war beast, the tactical coordination will be completely different. At this time, Xiao Yao raised his mouth. It's not silver level 2, Tikki is already silver level 3. Kaka. Except for Su Xingliang, everyone's expression froze instantly. No, did I hear it right? Pai Yin swallowed his saliva and asked, is Tikki already at silver level 3? Xiao Yao nodded and said, yes, that's right. I go. Liu leaned back, raised his head, and said speechlessly, "You are a beast." He thought he could show off in front of his friends by leveling up twice in a month. But he didn't expect Xiao Yao to also level up twice. And his 2 levels were much more difficult than his 2 levels. Beast. Everyone sighed in unison. Everyone was in mixed emotions. Especially Pai Yin and Lanifeng. Xiao Yao was already moving towards the gold level. But the 2 of them were stuck in the black iron level. This was a huge blow to the 2 who were once proud and confident. Xiao Yao shrugged. If they knew that he had already reached the silver level 3 more than a month ago, they might have doubted their lives. Brother Xiao, let me hug your thighs this semester. Pai Yin was an optimistic person, and he quickly adjusted his mood, leaning his face over and laughing. No problem. Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and said, "Please add me." Lanifeng said seriously. Lanifeng, who was always introverted and silent, could say such words, which made everyone laugh. Ding. Xiao Yao mobile phone rang at this time. He opened it, and saw that it was a message from Bai Ling Xiao. "I'm at the school gate." Wow. Xiao Yao stood up instantly, and said excitedly, "Brothers, I have something to do. I'm leaving first." After that, he opened the door, and left in a hurry. "Is it the news about Bai Ling Xiao?" After Xiao Yao left, Zhong Tianho said with a teasing smile, "Hey, you all know it?" Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh my god." Pai Yin rolled his eyes. Who can't see the situation between them? And I saw them walking hand in hand on the street with my own eyes. Su Xingliang looked at Xiao Yao running figure outside the window, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You two didn't want others to know at first. It's really a secret." Xiao Yao ran through the dense crowd at his fastest speed and arrived at the school gate in a few minutes. Suddenly, he paused. Not far away, his girlfriend, whom he had been thinking about day and night, was looking at him with her watery eyes, full of joy. Xiao Xiao seemed to have just taken a bath, and there was still a trace of moisture on her body. Her fair face was slightly flushed, like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful and charming. Xiao Yao just took a step and was ready to speak. But at this time, Bai Ling Xiao opened her legs and ran straight over. Seeing this, Xiao Yao smiled slightly and opened his arms to welcome his girlfriend. Bai Ling Xiao rushed to him, her legs wrapped around his waist, her hands hooked around his neck, and she buried her head in his neck, greedily sniffing his scent. Xiao Yao's body stiffened, and his 2 empty hands slowly withdrew and placed on Bai Ling Xiao's back. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yao patted her back and said softly. Bai Ling Xiao rested her chin on his shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, "Nothing. I'm just very tired and miss you." Hearing this, Xiao Yao hugged the girl in his arms with some distress. He knew very well that Xiao Xiao had not passed the exam for many years, and had participated in the harsh special training, just to avoid a big gap between them and him. After not seeing each other for a month, the 2 young people in love hugged each other tightly, greedily sniffing each other's scent, enjoying the warmth of the moment. After a long time, Bai Ling Xiao put her legs down from Xiao Yao, and looking at the gazes of the people around her, her pretty face could not help but show 2 red clouds. Xiao Yao hugged her soft waist, lowered his head slightly, and said gently, "You have worked hard this month." Bai Ling Xiao hugged his waist, buried her head in his chest. "This month is indeed very tiring, but the gains are also great." After saying that, she raised her little face, with an expression like a child waiting for her parents to exaggerate, and said happily, "Xiao Kaihong and Qingyu are already bronze 3 level." Xiao Yao smiled, touched her head lovingly, and encouraged, "Great." Bai Ling Xiao raised her chin proudly, then put her hand into Xiao Yao's hand, and said happily, "Let's go." The 2 held hands and walked into the campus. "How have you been this month?" Bai Ling Xiao turned around and asked. "Very good." Xiao Yao concealed the fact that he was assassinated, and said, "It's quite comfortable to stay at home." Of course, he added, "The only drawback is that you are not here." "Well, not bad. A lot of progress." Bai Ling Xiao nodded with a smile on his face. "By the way, there has been no movement from the Shadow Club this month." "Right? No, I think they have forgotten about me." "Don't be careless. The Shadow Club is very difficult to deal with. You must always wear your fire necklace and don't take it off at any time." "Don't worry, I cherish my life too." "Yeah, you are so good. By the way, Xiao Xiao, I have made some progress this month." "Really? Who has upgraded?" "Xiaoke and Lao Niu are still silver 1, but Tikki is already silver 3. Bai Ling Xiao footsteps paused instantly. Chapter 275 Holy Spring Secret Realm. Silver Level 3? Bai Lingxiao took a deep breath and asked. Yeah. Xiao Yao had told his friends about Tikki's strength, so he naturally wouldn't hide anything from his girlfriend. Bai Lingxiao pouted, feeling a little discouraged. She hadn't rested for a single day in the past month, and had worked so hard to train Xiao Kaihong and Qingyu to bronze level 3. She thought the gap between her and her boyfriend would narrow a little, but it was getting bigger and bigger. In fact, Tikki growth is also accidental. Xiao Yao explained the effect of the 100 poison fruit on Tikki. Xiao knew that he had obtained the 100 poison fruit, and also knew the role of Wan Jiaobao in it. But she didn't know the specific effect of Tikki ability, the source of all poisons. Xiao Yao carefully explained all the abilities of the source of all poisons, but told a little lie in the middle, changing the time when Tikki completely absorbed the 100 poison fruit to this holiday. After listening to Xiao Yao's explanation, Bai Lingxiao finally realized how powerful Tikki ability was. Not only can he absorb and dissolve all the toxins in the world, he can also use toxins to strengthen himself, and simulate the corresponding toxins. It's really abnormal. Xiao Yao pinched Bai Lingxiao's little hand and said, So my growth is accidental, you don't care too much. I don't care. Bai Lingxiao said with her little face raised. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced at her decision. If I hadn't worked hard during this holiday, the gap between me and Xiao Yao would have widened again. What a proud little cat. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, let go of his hand, and directly put his arm around Bai Lingxiao's shoulders. Bai Lingxiao turned his head to look at him, then tilted his head and leaned on his shoulder. Just like that, the two of them enjoyed this warm time. The next day, Dong Liu. Get up quickly. Xiao Yao knocked on the door hard, and said speechlessly, Who said yesterday that he wanted to be a hard-working person? A weak voice came from the room. That's what the idiot said, not me. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes, and said loudly, Get up quickly, don't be late on the first day. Got it, I get dressed. On the first day of class, the campus was full of students in a hurry. Everyone seemed to have not yet come out of the leisure of the holiday, and they all looked nervous, for fear that they would be late on the first day. At the same time, the presidents of the top 100 universities in Longwa sat together, discussing an important matter. Kyoto University President Ouyang Xian sat at the first seat on the left, and said calmly, Everyone is here. Let's get started. Let's get started. Ji Jianqing, the president of Shuimu University sitting opposite him, nodded. Ouyang Xian stood up, looked at the hundreds of presidents below, and said, Everyone. The theme of today's meeting is the same as in previous years. That is, to reopen the annual Holy Spring Secret Realm. Below the stage, the hundreds of presidents nodded in unison. The only thing that could bring together the presidents of the top 100 universities in the country, in addition to discussing the National League, was the Holy Spring Secret Realm. Ouyang Xian continued, Everyone should know that this year is the big year for the Holy Spring Secret Realm, and the third level Holy Spring is about to erupt. So today's topic is whether to open the Holy Spring Secret Realm in advance. I agree to open it in advance. Ji Jianqing was the first to raise his hand to vote. I agree. I agree. Seeing that no one in the audience objected, Ouyang Xian nodded and said, Okay. Since everyone has no objection, the opening time of the Holy Spring Secret Realm will be set in 5 days. Agree. 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 No one had any objection. At this time, Ji Jianqing asked again, What about the strength standard? Ouyang Xian had already thought about it, and said, I think the lowest level should be bronze. Principal Ouyang. At this time, a man sitting in the back seat said, Isn't bronze a bit high? After all, the participants are all freshmen. There are not many who can be promoted to bronze now. Many principals sitting in the back row nodded in agreement. Ouyang Xian said calmly, The Holy Spring Secret Realm is for cultivating top talents, not for helping the poor and mediocre. In previous years, the energy of the Holy Spring was relatively low, so it was not a bad idea to let some black iron level students join in the fun. However, this year is the big year for the Holy Spring Secret Realm. I think only the best students are qualified to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm. I agree with Ouyang's point of view, Ji Jianqing said in a deep voice. I agree too. The president of the Magic City Military University seconded. I agree too. The president of Northwest Military University seconded the motion. Agree. Agree. After the presidents of the top universities agreed, the presidents in the back row, even if they were reluctant, no longer said anything. Yang Xian said calmly. Then it's decided. If there are no other objections, let's adjourn the meeting. Many presidents stood up and left directly, with indignation on their faces. They knew that the top-ranked universities would stand on the united front because these schools have good sources of students. There are not a lot of bronze-level students, but there are also quite a few. Unlike them, students who can be promoted to bronze level in their freshman year are definitely among the top 10 in their age group. But no matter how dissatisfied they are, they can only accept it helplessly. Because the key to open the Holy Spring Secret Realm is in the hands of the presidents of the top 10 universities in Longhua. A few minutes later, Yang Xian and Ji Jianqing were the only ones left in the conference room. Yang, I heard that your school's little genius Xiao Yao has already reached silver level 3. Ji Jianqing leaned back in his chair and said in a leisurely tone. Speaking of Xiao Yao, Yang Xian smiled. Yes. This kid is growing ridiculously fast. Ji Jianqing said with a hint of regret. If we had known this, we should have recruited this kid at all costs. Although they also recruited Master Yi Jr. Yi Xiaozhu at that time. And Yi Xiaozhu lived up to his reputation as a demon, breaking through to Bronze 5 in just half a year. But compared with Xiao Yao, Yi Xiaozhu was still far inferior. A monstrous genius has a great influence on the school. For example, Xiao Yao, with his growth rate, the National League Championship in the next 3 years is basically a foregone conclusion. And the League Championship is related to the school's resources. So losing Xiao Yao means that in the next 3 years, Shuemu University will be left behind by Kyoto University in terms of reputation and resources. This is difficult to accept for Ji Jianqing, who has coached Shuemu for many years. Yang Xian smiled slightly. Old Ji, Xiao Yao is born to belong to our Kyoto University, so don't think too much. Ji Jianqing shook his head and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. I hope this child can grow up soon. The overall situation has become more and more turbulent in recent years. I always have a bad feeling. Yang Xian also frowned. He thought of the Kuroki City case he investigated before, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Chapter 276 Locator. Brothers, I have good news for you too. As soon as Li Yu returned to the dormitory, he shouted loudly. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang, who were sitting on the sofa and eating snacks, turned their heads at the same time and asked curiously, What good news? Li Yu sat down between them, picked up some potato chips, and said, The Holy Spring Secret Realm is about to be opened. Holy Spring Secret Realm? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. What is this? Li Yu drank a mouthful of fat house water and explained. The Holy Spring Secret Realm is a secret resource shared by the top 100 universities in Longhua, and it will be opened once a year, for the use of freshmen of that year. The Holy Spring Secret Realm belongs to a small plane. There are many monsters in the Secret Realm, and there are also many resources that cannot be obtained from the outside world. The most famous one is the Holy Spring. Su Xingliang asked, What is the use of this Holy Spring? Li Yu explained enthusiastically, as the name suggests. The Holy Spring is a hot spring containing energy. Whether it is a war beast or a summoner, they can get a lot of benefits after soaking in the hot spring. Can summoners also use it? Xiao Yao was very surprised. Most of the treasures in the summoner world are only for war beasts. And this is the first time he has heard of a treasure that can be shared by summoners and war beasts. Li Yu said, This is the magic of the Holy Spring. The energy in the Holy Spring is extremely gentle, and even summoners can absorb it. Moreover, after the summoner soaks in the Holy Spring, not only can the physical fitness of the summoner be improved to a certain extent, but it can also play a role in beauty and skin care. TSK. What's the use of beauty and skin care? We are all men. Who needs this thing? Su Xingliang said indifferently. Who said men don't need it? I need it very much. Li Yu said confidently. Isn't it good to be handsome? If you have this mentality, you will become a rough man sooner or later, and you will definitely not find a girlfriend in the future. Get out of the way. Su Xingliang rolled his eyes. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Salted fish, what are the requirements for entering the secret realm? Li Yu smiled. I heard that, this time at the request of our principal Yang, only bronze-level students can enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm. So what you mean is that black iron level was enough before? Su Xingliang asked. That's right. Li Yu nodded and said. The previous few sessions were all black iron level 5. But this year is the big year of the Holy Spring Secret Realm. Not only are the ordinary first level and second level Holy Springs more abundant in energy than in previous years, But the most important thing is that the third level Holy Spring will also erupt this year. Are the first, second and third levels divided according to the level of energy contained? That's right. The higher the level, the more energy contained, and the stronger the feedback to the battle beast and summoner. I have a question. Su Xingliang was puzzled. Since the energy contained this year is strong, why not just let all students take turns to soak in it? Why do we need to set the strength level for entering the secret realm? How is that possible? Li Yu said. The number of holy springs in the Holy Spring secret realm is limited, and the energy contained in the holy springs is also limited. After the war beast absorbs it, it can only wait until the second year to accumulate enough energy before it can continue to use it. At the same time, the distribution of holy springs is random. If you are unlucky, you may not encounter a holy spring even if you stay in the secret realm for several days. So the principal proposed such a rule to provide more opportunities for bronze-level students. Su Xingliang suddenly realized. So that's it. After Li Yu finished explaining, Xiao Yao was very excited. He was not only very curious about the so-called holy springs, but also eager to move the monsters in the secret realm. If you are lucky enough to encounter a holy spring, you can experience the feeling of soaking in a hot spring, improve your strength, and beautify your skin. Even if he was unlucky and didn't encounter the holy spring, having a hunting ground where he could hunt monsters at will was enough for him. When will the holy spring secret realm be opened? Xiao Yao asked impatiently. There are still 2 months before the National League selection. But the strength of Xiao Ke, Lao Niu, and Tikki has not yet reached the goal he set. So he must seize this opportunity and strive to make the strength of the 3 beasts advance by leaps and bounds in the secret realm. Li Yu said, 5 days later. How do we enter the secret realm? The school will make arrangements for this. You don't have to worry. Okay. At night, Xiao Yao and Bai Lingxiao were walking hand in hand on campus. Xiao Yao, do you know about the Holy Spring secret realm? Bai Lingxiao turned around and asked. I know, Li Yu has already told me. That's good. I have prepared something. You can go back and bring it to Li Yu and Liang Liang later. After that, Bai Lingxiao took out 3 palm-sized devices from his pocket. Xiao Yao asked curiously. What is this? Bai Lingxiao explained. After entering the Holy Spring secret realm, we will be teleported to different locations, where there is no signal for mobile phones. These 3 are professional locators, which can tell the location of others even in the Holy Spring secret realm. Xiao Yao picked a device, pressed the power button, and soon 2 red dots lit up on the display. Because our locators overlap, therefore only 1 red dot is displayed, and this red dot is the locator that Xiao Yao holds. Bai Lingxiao explained. It's quite practical. Xiao Yao put the 3 machines back into the broken sky ring, and then asked, this practice should be allowed. Right? Bai Lingxiao smiled and said, this is a behavior that almost all schools tacitly approve. However, professional locators are not easy to obtain, so most students still work independently. Is that so? Xiao Yao smiled slightly. As long as the school does not prohibit it, it will be fine. With these locators, he can quickly lock the location of his teammates, and then assemble a team in the secret realm. This will not only protect his own safety, but also gain a huge advantage in the fight for the Holy Spring. Xiao Yao can already guess that in the secret realm, students will inevitably fight for the Holy Spring. He is confident that his silver level strength will definitely suppress all students of the same generation. But after all, the summoner himself is still fragile. If he has to deal with multiple enemies at once, and the enemy targets him as a summoner at the same time, it will be troublesome. But with teammates, the situation will be greatly different. His teammates are the best in the same level. As long as everyone gathers together, he is confident that he can defeat all enemies. By the way, Xiao, do you know how to judge the level of the Holy Spring from the appearance? Bai Lingxiao said, it's very simple. There will be a guardian beast near each Holy Spring. The first level Holy Spring is guarded by the Black Iron level. The second level Holy Spring is Bronze 1, 2, and the guardian beast of the third level Holy Spring can reach Bronze 5. Of course, this is not a threat to you, but for other students including me, if we want to obtain the third level Holy Spring, we can only kill those guardian beasts through cooperation. I see. Xiao Yao smiled confidently. With me here, the third level Holy Spring is destined to belong to us. Looking at Xiao Yao's high-spirited appearance, Bai Lingxiao smiled brightly, raised her little face, and her eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars. I believe it too. Chapter 277 The Secret Realm Opens. The next day, the news that the Holy Spring Secret Realm was about to open was completely detonated among the freshmen. When Kyoto University recruited students, the vast majority of students were Black Iron level 5, and after a semester of training, more than half of them broke through to the Bronze level. So these people were the most excited. Of course, those who did not reach the Bronze level could only watch their classmates compete for resources and improve themselves with disappointment. But then, the school's next move poured cold water on these excited children. All students who want to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm must sign a death waiver with the school. This is because the risk factor of the Holy Spring Secret Realm is not particularly high, and the level of monsters is generally in the Black Iron and Bronze levels. In view of this, the school does not need to equip all students with life-saving equipment. After all, as a summoner, if you have never experienced any storms, it will be difficult to achieve great things in the future. So if someone is killed by a monster in the secret realm, the school will not compensate, because this is the student's own choice and the price they pay for their growth. Of course, on the surface, all universities prohibit students from fighting each other. Once discovered or reported, the legal responsibility will be pursued after the facts are confirmed. But there are no cameras in the secret realm. If the fight between two people is not seen by others, who knows whether it was killed by a monster or a war beast? This is why students need to sign a death waiver. Once a death occurs, the school is not responsible. The existence of the death waiver made many people secretly back off. Until the last day of registration, there was indeed a group of bronze-level students who decided not to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm. The 5 members of Xiao Yao team naturally did not have such worries. Everyone was quite confident in their own strength. And with the locator, as long as everyone gathered as quickly as possible, there would be no problem. A few days later, the day that everyone had been looking forward to finally arrived. Early in the morning, Xiao Yao and others were taken to a secret base by the school's vehicle. There were troops stationed here, and students from different schools were sparsely standing in the empty square. Everyone was carrying large and small bags, and their eyes were full of expectations. As time went by, more and more people appeared in the square. Xiao Yao roughly counted and found that there were at least several thousand people. Under the command of the staff, the students stood together according to their respective schools. After all the students lined up, the gap between the schools was revealed. For example, Kyoto University, Mizuki University, Magic City Military University, and other old and strong schools. There were many students participating, and the lines were very long. In contrast, those universities with lower rankings only had a dozen or 20 people coming this time, compared with the strong schools next to them. The students of these weak schools naturally felt inferior to them, and they were directly emo. After a while, 10 principals walked to the front of the line. Ouyang Xian spoke first. Attention all students, the Holy Spring Secret Realm is about to open, but before it opens, there is a rule that I still want to remind everyone again. It is strictly forbidden for students to cause death in the secret realm. Once discovered or reported, not only will the perpetrator be deprived of his/her student status, but she will also be held legally responsible. The reporter will be rewarded. I know there will be fights in the process of fighting for the Holy Spring, but everyone please remember that everyone present is a pillar of the Dragon Country. Don't be cruel to your fellow countrymen just for a little bit of resources. Hearing this, many students in the audience had complicated expressions. They also participated in this action with an uneasy mood. In the secret realm, the monsters may be scary, but sometimes the human heart is more scary and ruthless than the monsters. With Principal Ouyang warning, I hope some people can restrain themselves a little. I would also like to remind you. Ji Jianqing stood up and said, the secret realm will be open for 10 days, I believe everyone already knows it. After 10 days, the secret realm will be closed, and everyone will be teleported directly out. Therefore, in these 10 days, students should protect themselves. If you get hurt or sick, no one will come to save you. Principal Ji's words were a bit cruel, but they also sounded a warning to many people. In addition to saving their lives, they must not get hurt or get sick. Otherwise it would be difficult to survive for 10 days. At this time, everyone in Xiao Yao team looked at Tao Yao Yao in unison. Tao Yao Yao Wood Elf has the skill Rejuvenation, which is a very strong healing skill. At the same time, her Sky Wing Unicorn also has Light of Purification, which can remove most negative states. With Tao Yao Yao, the super assistant, at least everyone doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. As expected, the assistant is the boss. Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he is fine after all. He inherited Xiao Ku Beast's mouth, and has a good blood-sucking ability. Even if he is injured, as long as Xiao Ku helps find a few weak monsters, he can recover quickly, but others don't have blood-sucking skills. If he is injured and not treated in time, there is a high probability that he will not be able to survive until the secret realm is closed. Seeing that the students couldn't wait, Ji Jianxing looked at Ouyang Xian. Ouyang, let's start. Ouyang Xian nodded. And with a flip of his hand, a stone shining with warm light appeared in his hand. At the same time, the other 9 principals also took out stones. And then they put all the stones together. Wow! As soon as the 10 stones touched, they instantly burst into colorful light. And then, the stones slowly melted and merged, and finally turned into a regular round stone. Ouyang Xian took the stone and poured the energy in his body into it. As it absorbed more and more energy, the stone glowed brighter and brighter. Finally, at a certain moment, the stone quickly floated up and was fixed in midair. Then, there was a bang, and the stone disappeared, replaced by a space gate 20 meters long and 20 meters wide. Number 1. Kyoto University leader enters. Ouyang Xian said in a deep voice. Xiao Yao, as the leader of Kyoto University, entered the space gate without hesitation after hearing the president's order. Behind him, hundreds of students followed his footsteps, marching in an orderly manner, and disappeared one by one in front of everyone. After Kyoto University entered, Ouyang Xian continued. Next, Shuemu University. Yi Xiuzhu, as the leader of Shuemu University, rushed into the space gate with a calm face. Then, all the students of Shuemu University rushed in one by one. Next, Magic City Military University. Next, Northwest Military University. Next, as the students of the top 100 universities entered one after another. After more than 10 minutes, the square became completely empty. Ouyang Xian clenched his hands, and the space door shrank rapidly, and finally turned into the dazzling round stone, which was held in his palm. Ouyang Xian looked at the principals around him, and smiled faintly. Let's go. Let's go to my place to have some tea. The principal of Mode Junhua smiled and said, Ouyang, I haven't had your treasure-chiefing ancient tree tea for a long time. That's right. This time you have to take it out for everyone to taste. Ji Jianxing joked. Ouyang Xian smiled helplessly. Forget it. I'm letting a wolf into the house. Ha ha! A hearty laugh rang out in the square. Chapter 278 Second Level Holy Spring. Paw. His feet stepped on the soft grass. Xiao Yao stood firm and looked around. This was a quiet and peaceful forest. The mottled sunlight shone through the leaves. Everything was full of vitality. The air had the fragrance of suol and the faint fragrance of flowers, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Staying in this environment for 10 days was not too difficult. He summoned 3 war beasts with a thought. A woo, moo, oh, roar. As soon as the 3 war beasts appeared, after seeing the surrounding environment, they all roared excitedly. Kill, kill, kill. Xiao Ku's eyes lit up, and he urged in his heart. Xiao Yao touched his soft hair and said, Don't panic, wait for me to determine the direction. He took out the locator from the broken sky ring and checked the positions of several teammates. On the monitor, the 5 red dots were separated far apart, and the teammate closest to him was 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, they had already discussed the countermeasures before. After entering the secret realm, everyone will head towards the center of the 5 people, and then gather together to find the 3rd level holy spring. Of course, because everyone will be separated after entering the secret realm. Everyone is equipped with enough food and equipment to last until the gathering. Xiao Yao roughly judged the location, pointed to the front and said, Let's go. In the quiet forest, the chirping of birds can be heard from time to time. Xiao Yao stood beside a big tree, watching the 3 beasts reap lives wantonly. After killing the last boiling blood wolf, Xiao Ku licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of satisfaction. Let's go! Xiao Yao pointed in a direction and continued to move forward. Although these black iron and bronze monsters are also valuable, he is now a multimillionaire and no longer cares about this little money. So he is too lazy to deal with them. The air in the Holy Spring secret realm is very fresh, and it has a refreshing floral fragrance, which makes Xiao Yao in a good mental state and makes him happy. There was a hurried sound of footsteps in front of him. Xiao Yao was not panicked, because he knew who was coming. Ah! Tikki came running over. gesturing with his two little hands excitedly. I found the holy spring. Really? Xiao Yao was very surprised. He found the holy spring as soon as he entered the secret realm. When did his luck get so good? It must be. Tikki patted his chest and promised. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Yao excitedly asked Tikki to lead the way. The holy spring is the biggest feature of this secret realm. He really wants to experience the feeling of soaking in the holy spring. It must be more comfortable than soaking in hot springs. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Xiao Yao finally arrived at the place Tikki mentioned. This was a very remote location, with overgrown weeds as tall as a person. It was impossible to see what was going on inside, and there was no sound of cicadas around. However, Xiao Yao could smell a slight dampness in the air, as well as some fishy smells. Tikki, you found them. Go and kill them, Xiao Yao said. The holy spring was protected by a guardian beast, but the guardian beast was not of high level, so it was enough to leave it to Tikki. Leave it to me. Tikki chuckled. Without even needing to turn invisible, he went straight into the weeds. After a dozen seconds, Xiao Yao heard a few angry roars, but soon, they became completely quiet. Tikki poked his head out, waved his hand, and motioned Xiao Yao to follow him. Xiao Yao pushed aside the weeds, moved forward little by little, and soon saw 3 corpses on the ground. Monster named Blue Crown Viper monster skills Poisonous Water Arrow, Poisonous Acid. 3 bronze level 2 Blue Crown Vipers. It looks like this should be a level 2 holy spring. Xiao Yao stepped over the body of the poisonous snake, and soon saw the true face of the holy spring. It was a pool about 10 meters long and 20 meters wide. The holy spring in the pool was light milky white, and the mist was hazy, just like a fairyland. Come on. Let's all soak in this holy spring and feel it. Xiao Yao took the lead, without taking off his clothes, and jumped directly into the holy spring. Anyway, there were more than a dozen sets of clothes in the shattered sky ring, enough for him to change. Moreover, if something happened while soaking in the holy spring, he could jump out to deal with it directly, without running naked or hurriedly putting on clothes. As soon as he entered the holy spring, Xiao Yao felt a warm energy entering his body through his skin, making him feel warm. At the same time, his body was extremely relaxed, and it was really as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Then, Xiao Fu, Lao and Tikki also jumped into the holy spring. Lao and Xiao Fu were relatively quiet. After entering, they leaned against the stone wall with Xiao Yao, and did not move. Tikki was very naughty. He swam around in the holy spring, and occasionally dived into the water, making a fuss like a child. Xiao Yao smiled, leaned against the stone wall, and stared at the system panel of the 3 beasts. As expected, the experience points of the 3 beasts were slowly increasing, but the speed was very slow, basically 3 or 4 points per minute. After about half an hour, the water in the holy spring became clear and transparent, and the experience points of the 3 beasts stopped increasing completely. Xiao Yao calculated that the experience points of the 3 of them increased by about 100 points, which was not a lot, but the experience of soaking in the hot spring was still very good, making him want to enjoy it for a while longer. But he still had work to do, and reluctantly walked out of the holy spring, first changed his clothes, and then carefully felt the changes in his body. First, he felt that his strength had not improved much, but the toughness of his tendons had improved to a certain extent, which increased his flexibility a little. Second, he could clearly feel that his skin had become smoother, and the calluses on his hands had been shaved off a lot. This shouldn't be called a holy spring. It should be called a beauty spring, Xiao Yao joked in his heart. If this holy spring could be put up for auction outside, it would definitely make those rich ladies fight for it. Of course, joking aside, the effect of the 2nd level holy spring is still very outstanding. But Xiao Fu, Lao and Tikki are all silver level, plus himself. The 4 of them share the energy of this holy spring equally, so the improvement seems not obvious. If it were 2 bronze 1, 2 level war beasts, they might be upgraded directly. In general, the 2nd level holy spring is better than nothing for him. He might as well kill a few more monsters with this time. The upgrade of the war beast can also feed him back, and the effect is much more obvious than this. As for the beauty effect, it has little impact on him. After all, he is very handsome. If he is more handsome, he will be sentenced, just like the online name he used in his previous life. The handsome one was sentenced to 10 years. Xiao Fu and Tikki frantically shook the water droplets on their hair, and soon their bodies became refreshed. How does it feel? Xiao Yao asked the three beasts about their experience. Xiao, comfortable. Such a simple answer, as expected of you. The boss Lao Niu, not bad. Well, it seems that Lao Niu is also quite satisfied. Tucci cried, one more time, one more time. He looked very excited. Seemingly, he was having a lot of fun, and he wanted to soak in the holy spring for a whole day. Xiao Yao smiled and said, if you want to do it again, it depends on you. Please pay more attention to it in normal times. Although the holy spring did not improve him much, but the experience of soaking in the holy spring was still very comfortable. It would not be a bad idea to do it a few more times. Go. Go, Tucci said impatiently. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Let's go. Chapter 279 Fong Qilin. It was not known whether he was lucky or unlucky. Xiao Yao walked in the designated direction for an hour, and did not encounter even a single monster. Xiao Ku, a battle maniac, was almost anxious. Xiao Yao combed his soft hair with his hands, and comforted him, don't worry, you will have a chance to perform. Before entering the Holy Spring Secret Realm, he specifically consulted some seniors, who had entered the Holy Spring Secret Realm. The levels of monsters in the Secret Realm ranged from Black Iron 5 to Bronze 5, and there were more low-level monsters. As for whether there were silver-level monsters, no one knew. Even if there are, it is estimated that those students who have seen silver-level monsters have long been dead. However, the density of monsters in the Secret Realm is still quite high, and they are also very rare species in the outside world. Therefore, even if it is a bronze-level student, if he is unlucky enough to encounter a group of monsters, it will be very dangerous. But more monsters are a good thing for Xiao Yao. The more monsters, the happier he is. A Xiao suddenly roared excitedly. There is a group of monsters ahead, and there is also a smell of humans. Humans and monsters? Xiao Yao couldn't help but mourn for this old man. You encountered a group of monsters not long after entering the Secret Realm. How bad is your luck? Let's go, see if we can save his life in time. They are all students of Longhua, and this person may even be a student of Jingda. Since he has met him, he will not stand by and watch him die. Peng, hold on. Fong Qilin grabbed the body of the flame tiger under his seat, and said anxiously. The flame tiger endured the pain, and ran forward with all his strength. There were several hideous wounds on its legs, and blood was constantly flowing out, which greatly affected its speed. Behind the flame tiger, a large group of monsters were chasing closely. The monsters were not big, and they looked like large ants, except that their shells were white and glowed. In the densely wooded forest, even though these ants were small, they were no slower than the injured flame tiger. The flowing blood left a trail on the ground. After smelling the blood, the ants behind them became more excited and sped up. Plop! The flame tiger's footsteps softened, and it was tripped by a tree root on the ground. Then Fong Qilin on its back flew out, and hit a tree heavily. Cough, Fong Qilin coughed twice. And seeing the enemy behind him getting closer and closer, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. A flash of white light appeared, and a cat-shaped war beast appeared beside him. Meow! As soon as it appeared, the cat-shaped war beast's back quickly arched, and its hair exploded, and it glared at the ants behind it. At the same time, the flame tiger also stood up. Although it was weak, it still guarded Fong Qilin to prevent its master from getting hurt. Come on! Fong Qilin drew the saber from his waist and murmured in a low voice as he watched the monsters approaching. He knew that he would definitely die with his own strength. But before he died, he would kill happily. Students of the Magic City Military University can only live standing up, not die kneeling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that the enemy in front of them no longer ran away, the ant shouted excitedly and rushed over like crazy. Fong Qilin clenched his saber and roared. Kill! He kicked his foot, and was about to charge into the herd. But at this moment, green rain suddenly fell from the sky. Green poison arrows fell into the ant colony, creating a vacuum zone in an instant. What happened? Fong Qilin was surprised and happy. Could it be that someone came to save me? Swish, swish, swish. Green poison arrows shot into the ant colony from the sky like a torrential rain, killing every one of them. At the same time, Fong Qilin only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and two figures, one black and one purple, rushed into the ant colony. 3 war beasts, whose team is coming to help me. Fong Qilin was certain in his heart, and said, Xiao Bai, you go and help them. They are here to save me. I can't just stand by and watch. Meow. The little white cat nodded, and was about to rush to help. At this time, Fong Qilin heard a gentle voice. You don't have to go with your war beast, just leave it to them. Fong Qilin was startled, and quickly turned around to look. At some point, a handsome boy was standing beside him, and neither he nor his war beast noticed it at all. When Xiao Yao saw the appearance of the rescue person, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, Wan Jiabao? Wan Jiabao. Are you talking about me? Fong Qilin glanced at the battlefield and found that the two war beasts were killing enthusiastically, and there was no need for him to intervene. Such a terrifying combat power. Could it be bronze 3 or 4? Fong Qilin suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Hello. My name is Fong Qilin. From the Magic City Military University. Fong Qilin? Looking at the face that was more than 90% similar to Wan Jiabao, Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel absurd. There are two people who look so similar in this world. But if you think about it carefully, this person is definitely not Wan Jiabao. First of all, the war beasts are different. Wan Jiabao's war beast is the lightning tiger, while the war beasts of this person named Fong Qilin are the bronze level 1 fire tiger and the bronze level 1 spirit claw cat. Secondly, the temperaments of the two people are also very different. Wan Jiabao has a big oily hair all day long, and he always looks arrogant, while this person has a refreshing short flat head, with clear eyes and a firm expression. This kind of temperament is something that Wan Jiabao can never imitate. Thinking of many celebrities who looked alike in his previous life, such as Lu Xing and Xiao Yu, Zhang Zi, and Xiao Zi, Xiao Yao was relieved. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. You look a lot like one of my classmates. Xiao Yao apologized. It doesn't matter, maybe I have a common face. Fong Qilin smiled. My name is Xiao Yao. I'm from Kyoto University. Xiao Yao stretched out his hand and said. Fong Qilin quickly held Xiao Yao's hand. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Fong Qilin. From the Magic City Military University. After releasing his hand, Fong Qilin asked Xiao Yao, Where are your companions? I want to thank them in person. Companions? Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I don't have any companions. I'm alone. Alone? Fong Qilin said puzzledly, but in addition to the two war beasts in front, there should be another war beast. He remembered that it was the dense green arrows that saved him at first, and it was obviously not caused by the two war beasts in front of him. Xiao Yao smiled and said, That is also my war beast. What? Fong Qilin exclaimed. That is also your war beast. So you are? Xiao Yao nodded and said, I am a silver level summoner. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Fong Qilin was stunned and said stupidly, Aren't only freshmen allowed to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm? Xiao Yao smiled faintly. I am a freshman at Kyoto University. No way. Looking at the handsome boy in front of him, Fong Qilin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Reaching the silver level in the freshman year. Is Kyoto University already so powerful? Chapter 280 Silver Level 2. Papa. Old Cow, the rise of Xiao Kesha, the sounds of explosions and screams continued to come. Xiao Yao turned his head. The information of this group of monsters appeared on the system panel. Monster name Holy Armor and Monster Skill Holy Light Armor, Giant Power Explosion. There are about 100 Holy Armor ants in this group, most of which are Black Iron 4, 5 levels, and a small part are Bronze level. If other students encounter this, unless they can outrun them, they will sooner or later become their meal. Unfortunately, the group of Holy Ants chose the wrong opponent today. Boom! Old Bull slammed the ground, and immediately knocked away a group of Holy Ants. Although the group of Holy Ants had a hard shell, their internal organs were still shattered by Old Bull's earth smash, and they fell to the ground without a sound. At the same time, Old Bull roared, and the emerald green light bloomed on him, Xiaoku, Fire Tiger and Spirit Claw Cat. Victory Roar. When Olistar controls the enemy, or the nearby units die, Olistar will gain victory levels, and when the level reaches 7, he will heal himself and nearby teammates. Fire Tiger was shocked, and the wound on his leg healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, although there were still a few scars on his leg, it no longer affected his movements. Seeing this, Fong Qilin hurriedly thanked, Thank you. Thank you. This healing light really saved his life. If the Flame Tiger had not been treated, given its current injuries, even with the medicine prepared in advance, it would be difficult to fully recover, and its combat power would definitely be greatly weakened, and it would be difficult for him to hold on until the secret realm was closed. But after being treated by Xiao Yao War Beast, The flame tiger basically recovered to its best condition, so it would not affect the next trip. Xiao Yao waved his hand and smiled. It's a small matter. For some reason, when he saw this face that looked very much like Wan Jiaobao sincerely thanking him, he always had an indescribable sense of wonder. It was the same face. How could there be such a big difference? The holy armor ants surrounded Xiaoke and Lan Yo like a tide, using all their strength to eat and attack the two. But unfortunately, Lan Yo's skin was too hard, their attacks were just tickling, and could not cause any harm at all. Although Xiaoke's defense is not as good as Lan Yo, he is fast and has enough lethality. The holy ants cannot effectively surround him. Even if a large number of holy ants surround him after paying a heavy price, they will be scared away by his ancestor howl. At this time, the leader of the holy ants tried to send his men to attack Xiao Yao and Fong Qilin not far away. However, before this group of holy ants took a few steps, they were blown up by poisonous arrows shot from the air and turned into pus. So terrifying, Fong Qilin's pupil shrank. Some of the holy armor ants were as powerful as the fire tigers, and even more powerful in terms of defense. But under the attack of the arrows, they couldn't even keep their bodies intact. What kind of war beast has such strong attack power? Silver level. Is it really that powerful? Xiaoke poked the holy armor ant's body with one claw, and then his body shook, and suddenly burst out with a strong and domineering momentum. A woolly, arrogant, and domineering wolf howl resounded through the forest. Hearing the wolf howl, all the holy ants froze instantly, and a strong fear emerged from their hearts. Silver level 2 Xiao Yao mouth curled up a smile. After experiencing the hunting in Blackwood City, hunting in the desolate plains, and the training in the Holy Spring Secret Realm, Xiaoke finally broke through to silver level 2. He felt a stream of water flowing in his body, which was constantly nourishing his muscles and bones. But soon the stream was completely integrated into his limbs. Xiao Yao clenched his fists and felt that his strength had increased slightly. Of course, his speed and endurance must have increased more. But these two items were easier to detect without the increase in strength. This is much more effective than soaking in the holy spring. Puff! Xiaoke's eyes turned blood red, and his wolf claws swung tightly, tearing all the holy ants around him into pieces. When Lan Yo saw Xiaoke break through, he also felt a sense of urgency. The land around him kept shaking and churning, causing the holy ants around him to shake violently, and after a few seconds, their eyes rolled back, and they lost all their vitality. Trampling, Alistar tramples the ground for 5 seconds, causing damage to nearby units every 0.5 seconds, each time the shock effect of trampling hits at least one enemy. Alistar will gain a trampling layer, up to 5 layers, and when it reaches 5 layers, Alistar's next attack will cause additional damage and stun the enemy. Trampling it is not the main damage skill of Lan Yo. It mainly provides the final damage and stun effect. But if the silver level Lan Yo wants to kill these black iron level shrimps, this move is enough. Bang! The last holy ant was smashed into a meat paste by Lan Yo. Lan Yo shook his head and retracted his iron fist with some regret. Xiao Yao took a look at Lan Yo's experience bar, and he was only a few hundred points away from upgrading. The small goal of this trip to the secret realm is to upgrade all 3 beasts by 1 level. Now Xiaoke has achieved his goal. It's up to Lan Yo and Tikki next. Under Lan Yo's continuous victory roar, the wounds on the flame tiger have completely disappeared, and his whole body is full of strength and vitality. At this time, the forest is silent, only the rustling of leaves can be heard. Xiaoke and Lan Yo walked toward Xiao Yao step by step. The violent and murderous intent that had not yet dissipated made the flame tiger and the spirit claw cat tremble in their hearts, and shiver slightly. Well done! Xiao Yao gave a thumbs up to encourage him. Snap! Snap! At this time, there was the sound of dead leaves and branches being trampled behind him. Fong Qilin's body tensed up, and he quickly turned around to fight the enemy. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, my war beast is back." Ah yes, he has another war beast. Fong Qilin breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, looked ahead with curiosity. He wanted to see what the war beast with terrifying killing power looked like. Tikki approached quickly. Fong Qilin's eyesight was not able to catch it at all. He only saw a green shadow flash by, and soon the green shadow stopped in front of Xiao Yao. Fong Qilin looked closely, and his mouth opened unconsciously. He saw a skinny little mouse, not only wearing a pair of purple crystal glasses, but also holding an exaggerated crossbow in his hand. What kind of war beast is this? A mouse that can shoot arrows? Could it be that those arrows were shot from this crossbow? But I didn't see any crossbow arrows. Tikki glanced at the flame tiger and spirit claw cat next to him, and his mouth grinned, revealing his creepy teeth. The flame tiger and spirit claw cat were so scared that their hair stood up, and they huddled together and trembled. Fong Qilin swallowed his saliva. A tiger and a cat were actually scared like this by a mouse. Can you believe it? But it's really not their fault. It's just that the mouse is too scary. Okay. Xiao Yao picked him up, put him on the back of the old cow, then looked at Fong Qilin and said, "Classmate Fong Qilin, I'm going to find my teammates next. Let's say goodbye here." Fong Qilin hurriedly said, "Okay. Okay, boss, if you come to the Magic City in the future, please be sure to notify me, so that I can repay you for saving my life." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Okay. I also have 2 good friends studying at Magic City Military Academy. I will go there if I have a chance." Fong Qilin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Boss, what are the names of your 2 friends?" "Li Ming and Lu Lei," Fong Qilin said excitedly. "I know Li Ming and Lu Lei. We have trained together before. I didn't expect them to be your friends." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "They are both my good brothers in high school. By the way, if they have any difficulties in school, I hope you can help them." Fong Qilin patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry. Boss, leave it to me." Seeing his expression, Xiao Yao nodded secretly in his heart. According to his judgment, Fong Qilin's expression did not seem to be fake, which showed that he really took this matter to heart. Knowing to repay kindness, behaving properly, and being resolute and unyielding. Compared with Wan Jiabao, Fong Qilin could simply turn him into ashes in a second. "It's really the same face but different fate," Xiao Yao said. "Then classmate Fong, we will say goodbye again." "Goodbye." Fong Qilin waved and said, "Goodbye, boss." Watching Xiao Yao figure disappear at the end of the woods, Fong Qilin looked at his war beast and said with high spirits, "Let's set off too." Chapter 281 Phototherapy Fruit. "Is it this direction?" Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Ku and asked. Xiao Ku nodded. Yes, after the battle just now, Xiao Ku communicated with him in his mind, saying that he smelled the scent of other holy armor ants not far away. Thinking that Lao Niu and Tikki are still waiting to upgrade, then let this group of holy armor ants contribute to them. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Ku paused and said, "Just in front." Xiao Yao commanded, "Tikki, go." Tikki chuckled, and soon his body disappeared into the air. Xiao Yao supported Xiao Ku with one hand, and his eyes gradually became blurred. War Beast Vision. From Tikki perspective, the surrounding scenery quickly passed by, and soon he found the group of holy armor ants that had gathered. At this time, the group of holy armor ants were circling around a tree. The tree was 10 meters thick, with a canopy like clouds. There were more than a dozen white fruits on the tree, emitting a bright white light, and these white lights shone on the holy armor ants, making their shells brighter. What is this? Xiao Yao thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember what it was. Anyway, there was no such thing in the books he had read or the school treasury. But after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. Many resources in the Holy Spring Secret Realm were unique, and the people who could enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm were students from the top 100 universities. When these students saw the holy armor ant colony, they couldn't even run away. So how could they touch this thing? So this is why there is no introduction to this thing in various materials. However, Xiao Yao was sure that the white fruit must be good stuff. So he ordered Old Cow, "Go!" The old cow couldn't wait any longer, and rushed forward with a thud. Bang bang bang, the ground shook, and the movements of the holy armor ants were instantly stagnant, and they all looked behind them. The old cow rushed straight towards the ant colony with a violent momentum, and it seemed that he was aiming at the giant tree. GG, seeing a big guy attacking, the holy armor ants screamed shrilly, and rushed towards the old cow like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. The old cow rushed into the crowd like a heavy truck, directly carrying a row of figures flying. But the holy armor ants were fearless, like soldiers attacking a city, trying every possible way to climb onto the old cow's body, and using their mouth parts and their razor-sharp feet to attack crazily. But in the eyes of the old cow, their attacks were not even worthy of tickling him. Bang! The old cow pounded the ground with his fists, and instantly carried away all the enemies within a radius of 10 meters, including those on his body and back. Paw! 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 The holy armor ants fell to the ground like raindrops. Their bodies under the shells had turned into pieces, and they had lost all their vitality. A green light flashed on the old cow. And the old cow roared. And his fierce temperament burst out. The holy armor ants panicked and looked at the old cow timidly. But when the old cow gradually walked towards the giant tree, extreme madness flashed in their eyes again. And they surrounded the old cow from all directions again without caring about their lives. But this time, the old cow had other helpers. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the poisonous arrows landed precisely on the carapace of the holy armor ants. The hard carapace was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the poisonous arrows. The holy armor ants were nailed to the ground by the poisonous arrows and turned into pus in an instant. Tikki stood on a tree, seemingly not satisfied with his killing speed. He raised his little hand, and a rich green light condensed in his palm, and then suddenly smashed into the holy armor ant colony. Puff! The green light fell to the ground, and immediately spread into a cage with a diameter of 20 meters, which was filled with poisonous fog. All the holy ants within the poisonous fog fell to the ground instantly, without any sign of struggle. Bang bang bang, the ground under the old cow's feet kept churning. As soon as the black iron-level holy ants approached, they were shaken to death. Those bronze-level leaders held on. But even if they could kill the old cow, they would eventually be beaten into meat paste by the iron fists. Snap! A holy ant was stepped on by the old cow. And then the old cow's body shook violently, and a deafening roar came out of its mouth. Moo! The old cow's muscles bulged like granite, full of the beauty and violence of power, and his body erupted with a tsunami-like momentum, which frightened all the holy ants. Silver level 2 success. At this time, Xiao Yao and Xiao Fu were standing not far away. When the old bull broke through, he immediately felt the power of the old bull's feeding back. Pinching the iron-hard arm, the explosive muscles made him very satisfied. He felt that with his current strength and the hardness of his skin and bones, even a 2-centimeter steel plate could be penetrated directly. If this hit a person, the picture would be too beautiful. Snap! The last holy armor ant was shot and killed by Tikki. Xiao Yao and Xiao Fu walked quickly to the giant tree, looking up at the white fruit on the tree. The light of the white fruit fell on his body, making Xiao Yao feel very comfortable. Before he spoke, Xiao Fu growled quickly. This is useful to me. I want it. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. A little surprised, Xiao Fu had never been so eager for a resource. Could it be that the fruit on the tree could promote his evolution? It was like the diamond fruit to the old cow. Xiao Yao did not stop him, and said directly, "Leave it to you." Xiao Fu jumped on his hind legs. His sharp wolf claws pierced the tree trunk, and climbed up step by step. After climbing onto the tree branch, Xiao Fu used his sharp claws to cut off the branches of the white fruit, and Xiao Yao was under the tree, steadily catching the white fruit and temporarily putting it into the broken sky ring. As the last white fruit was caught by Xiao Yao, Xiao Fu kicked his legs and jumped directly from the tree more than 10 meters high, landing steadily. At this time, Lan Yo and Tikki also came over, looking at the white fruit in Xiao Yao's hand with curiosity. Well, not fun. Tikki did not feel the beneficial ingredients from the white fruit, shook his head and stepped aside. Lan Yo also retreated directly. He already had the diamond fruit, so he would not steal the resources that Xiao Fu needed. Xiao Yao smiled and handed the white fruit to Xiao Fu's mouth. Xiao Fu rolled his tongue and swallowed the white fruit. Xiao Yao stared at Xiao Fu's system panel. After swallowing a white fruit, Xiao Fu's experience value instantly increased by more than 30. However, experience value was easily available in this forest, so he did not care. What he really wanted to see was whether this white fruit could bring new skills to Xiao Fu, just like Lan Yo's diamond body. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Fu's panel still had no new skills, which made him a little disappointed. Forget it. One should not be too greedy. It is good to gain experience. Xiao Yao comforted himself, then took out the white fruit from the broken sky ring and fed it to Xiao Fu one by one. After eating 13 white fruits, Xiao Fu's experience value increased by about 450 points. Not bad. It is good to gain such experience points without much effort. One should not be too greedy, Xiao Yao thought in his heart. But at this moment, when he accidentally glanced at Xiao Fu's other skills, the corner of his mouth slowly raised an arc. He found that the data of light self-healing had changed. Light self-healing. Under the irradiation of light, the healing effect, the self-healing ability increased by 354%. When he first acquired this skill, the healing effect was 300%, and as Xiao Fu's level increased, The improvement effect of light self-healing was also gradually increasing. But he remembered clearly that when Xiao Ke reached silver level 1, the healing effect was 312%, which means that these dozen white fruits directly increased the healing amount by about 40%. What an unexpected harvest. At this time, Xiao Yao wanted to search all the white fruits in this secret realm, and it would be best to directly make the light self-healing effect reach 1000%. Of course, this is just a thought. After all, no one knows whether there are still such white fruits in this secret realm. If you go to look for them specifically, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And he has to reunite with his teammates quickly. So it would be best if he could find the ginkgo. But if he can't, he won't force it. However, since this ginkgo is good for Xiao Ke, let's give it a name. Let's call it the light healing fruit. The one Xiao Ke ate before was called the light healing fruit. And this one is called the light healing fruit. Well, perfect. Chapter 282 Xiao Yao vs Bronze. After taking all the light therapy fruits, Xiao Ke seemed to emit a strange wave, but soon the wave disappeared. A whoosh. Xiao Ke let out a long howl in excitement. He felt warm all over, not only full of vitality, but also seemed to have a kind of energy growing in his body, waiting for the moment of breaking through the ground and being reborn. Xiao Yao touched Xiao Ke's hair. He could feel the joy in Xiao Ke's heart. Let's go on, Xiao Ke said impatiently. He felt that this forest was like a treasure house, waiting for him to discover it. Xiao Yao glanced at the red dot on the locator, and found that he was not far away from a teammate. He thought about it, and decided to continue along the agreed route. But he could appropriately lean towards another teammate to meet up earlier. After experiencing these battles, he found that although the secret place did not pose a threat to him, it was just like a back garden. But for other teammates, it was still extremely dangerous if they were not careful. He had to meet up with the other teammates as soon as possible to ensure everyone's safety. Let's go! Tikki, if the situation turns bad, provide me with support in time. Looking at the 2-meter-tall ape in front of him, Xiao Yao whispered to Tikki, leave it to me. Tikki patted his chest and promised. Xiao Yao's eyes were fixed, and he clenched the saber in his hand. Monster name Heart-Splitting Ape. Monster level Bronze level 2 monster skill Heart-Splitting Claw. That's right, there is a Bronze level 2 Heart-Splitting Ape in front. To deal with a monster of this level, it's just a matter of one arrow from Tikki. But this time, Xiao Yao wanted to do it himself, to test his own strength. And this time, he didn't plan to use the stealth skill Ambush, but to face the enemy head-on, to thoroughly test his frontal combat level. With a slap, Xiao Yao rushed forward like an arrow. Hearing the noise, Splitting Heart Ape turned around abruptly, and when he saw a thin creature approaching him quickly, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. Dong! The Split Heart Ape bent, and stretched its knees, and leaped high. Its sharp claws brought a fishy wind and swung at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao paused, and held the saber in reverse, blocking it in front of his head. Ding! The saber and the sharp claws collided, making a crisp sound. Chi-chi! The Split Heart Ape exerted all its strength, and the claws on the saber were approaching Xiao Yao's head little by little. Xiao Yao's expression did not change. He flipped his left hand, and a green poisonous mist burst out from his palm, spraying directly at the face of the Split Heart Ape. Ouch! This sudden attack made the heart-splitting ape let out a strange cry. He quickly retracted his claws, held his breath, and retreated several meters. Although he reacted in time, he still inevitably inhaled a trace of air, and his lungs were burning. At this time, Xiao Yao was unreasonable, and he stepped forward and quickly approached the heart-splitting ape. When the heart-splitting ape swung its claws, he lowered his body, slid to the side of the heart-splitting ape, and the saber he held in his reverse hand made 2 bloody holes on its body. Ayo! The heart-splitting ape howled in pain, his eyes bloodshot, filled with anger and brutality. His claws made a sharp sound, weaving a net of death, and madly grabbed Xiao Yao. But Xiao Yao was agile, like a clever fish, always able to find loopholes in his attack, thus quickly dodging and counterattacking. TSK. Tikki smacked his lips, as if he was admiring Xiao Yao's agility. At this time, Xiao Ke looked down at him and warned, be careful. If you hurt the master, I won't forgive you. Given the intensity of the battle between the master and the heart-splitting ape, if an accident really happened, it would be difficult for him and Lao Niu to provide quick support. The only one who could provide rescue was Tikki, the shooter. Although his level was 1 level higher than Xiao Ke, Tikki was inexplicably afraid of Xiao Ke. He popped out his chest and promised like a younger brother, leave it to me. I won't let the master get hurt. Seeing Tikki's upright attitude, Xiao Fu nodded with satisfaction and continued to watch the battlefield. Ayo! The heart-splitting ape was driven to desperation by Xiao Yao. He roared, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled up. Then he burst out with amazing speed and strength and went toward Xiao Yao's heart. The sharp claws glowed with a terrifying white light and made a sharp sound of breaking wind as they moved. If you were to be stabbed, you would inevitably have your heart gouged out. Heart-splitting claw, it was a good move. Xiao Yao exhaled a breath of foul air, and his 5 fingers became claws. With the help of an invisible force, he swung at the heart-splitting claw. Mouth of the beast puff. The heart-splitting ape left 4 deep wounds on Xiao Yao's forearm that were visible to the bone. And Xiao Yao also drew 5 hideous bloody marks on his palm. At this time, Xiao Yao raised his right foot and kicked the heart-splitting ape in the chest with a standard side kick, sending him flying 2 meters away. At the same time, the wound on his forearm was healing rapidly, and after a few seconds, there was no sign of injury at all. Ah! The heart-splitting ape quickly got up, its face twisted by rage, and its original rationality disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. It was like a crazy beast, attacking Xiao Yao without any rules. It pounced, bit, and hugged. It tried every way to catch Xiao Yao, but it always missed by a hair's breadth, and could never touch the corner of Xiao Yao's clothes. And as the blood continued to flow, its speed became slower and slower. Xiao Yao dodged the heart-splitting claw of the heart-splitting ape again, and at the same time, he had a general understanding of his own strength. At present, his strength is only 1 level lower than that of the heart-splitting ape, and his speed and agility are slightly worse. But these differences are enough to be made up by body movements and skills. Even if the heart-splitting ape used the heart-splitting claw, his beast mouth was not inferior. Not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also had the upper hand. In this way, his strength has been tested almost enough, and it is time to kill it. Huh? With a step back, Xiao Yao dodged the attack of the split heart ape again. He turned his right foot, raised his leg and turned his hips, and his left leg came out smoothly, and hit the split heart ape's head hard. A tiger swings its tail. Plop! The split heart ape staggered after being kicked, and his head was dazed, and his eyes went black. Xiao Yao took this opportunity, and with a leap, he inserted the saber into the split heart ape's head. Puff! The specially made saber pierced the split heart ape's head directly, making him unable to even scream, and he stood stiffly in place. Warwick's experience value +3, Alistair's experience value +3, Twitch's experience value +3. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly pulled out the saber. As the dagger was pulled out, the heartbreaking ape's body fell to the ground. Xiao Yao looked at the stain on the dagger with some disdain, and then rubbed it hard on the heartbreaking ape's hair, and took out a wet towel from the broken sky ring, and put it back into his waist after handling it. At this time, Twitch, Laonyo, and Xiao Fu also rushed over, without even looking at the heartbreaking ape on the ground, but urged in their hearts, "Let's go! It's not easy to come to a treasure land. They must make good use of this time." Xiao Yao smiled, looked at the locator, pointed in a direction and said, "Let's go." Chapter 283, Joining Xiao Xiao. After a day of hunting, Xiao Yao finally welcomed his first night in the Holy Spring Secret Realm. Leaning against the tree trunk, Xiao Yao took out the locator and checked the location of his teammates. As agreed, everyone was moving towards the center of the 5 people, and everyone walked a long distance. And through this, Xiao Yao could also know that at least everyone was safe. The night in the Holy Spring Secret Realm was extremely dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of you, and strangely, at night, even the sound of cicadas could not be heard. The whole forest was dark and quiet. Xiao Yao leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Fu and Laonyo lay on the ground, blocking him tightly behind them. Tikki climbed up the tree branch, with his ears erect, to prevent any enemy attack from above. After a while, the sound of even breathing could be heard in the forest. A few hours later, 2 green eyes floated in the air, slowly approaching Xiao Yao. It was a snake-like monster, except for the eyes, which were extremely black. Under the cover of the night, the whole body seemed to be covered with an invisible cloak, and there was a pair of small wings on both sides of its slender body, which could support its low-altitude flight and make it unable to make any sound. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to its prey, greed was revealed in its dark green eyes. Hissing, the monster opened its mouth, and suddenly accelerated, rushing toward Xiao Yao. aiming at his neck. It could feel that this prey had the sweetest blood, which must be very delicious to drink. Xiao Yao, who was sleeping soundly, had no reaction at all, and was unaware of the dangers outside, which made the monster even more excited. Just when he was only 3 meters away from Xiao Yao, and was about to drink the sweet blood, he suddenly felt a pain in his body, and then was nailed to the ground by a huge force. Xiao Yao opened his eyes, looking at the monster on the ground that was gradually stopping its struggle, with a look of worry in his eyes. Monster named Shadow Wing Snake. Monster level bronze, level 2. Monster skill sprint, mouth of blood. Although the Shadow Wing Snake was almost invisible in the dark, and did not make any sound, but with Xiao Ku's strong sense of smell, its every move was under surveillance. However, Xiao Yao wanted to see the strength of the Shadow Wing Snake, so he did not let Tikki get rid of it right away. But after testing the true ability of the Shadow Wing Snake, he couldn't help but feel worried. He was naturally not afraid of the Shadow Wing Snake, but the other teammates didn't have a war beast like Xiao Ku, so it was difficult for them to find the existence of the Shadow Wing Snake. If they were unlucky enough to encounter the Shadow Wing Snake, it would be really dangerous. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao couldn't sit still. This secret realm was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Not only were there social monsters, like the Holy Armor Ant Colony, but there were also night killers, like the Shadow Wing Snake. Although these did not pose any threat to him. For other students, it would be a dead end if they encountered them. Seeing that the nearest red dot on the locator was not too far away, Xiao Yao decided to set off at night, and meet up with his teammates as soon as possible. Xiao Ku, I trouble you then. Xiao Yao touched Xiao Ku back and said. He could not see clearly at night at present, but the other 3 beasts had this ability, and the night could not block their vision at all. Compared to the old bull, Xiao Ku is more comfortable to sit on, so he plans to let Xiao Ku carry him, and directly meet up with the teammate closest to him. Oh, let's go! Xiao Ku said excitedly. He has never tried night operations, and this is also a new experience and attempt for him, so he feels very novel. Squirrel Tucci slid down from the tree, and after the old bull's consent, he climbed directly onto his back and became a bull rider. Let's go! Let's go! Tucci screamed excitedly. They were all very energetic. The hunting action of the day did not satisfy them at all. Therefore, they were not afraid of traveling at night. Instead, they were full of excitement and expectation. Pray, just come to the door obediently. Xiao Yao looked at the direction on the locator and commanded, head this way, set off. Chirp. Squeak. Early in the morning, Bai Ling Xiao was awakened by the noisy cicadas and birdsong in her ears. She opened her eyes, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and slowly got up. After stretching her stiff neck, Bai Ling Xiao looked at the rainbow-horned deer beside her, touched her head and said with a smile, Little Rainbow, good morning. Little Rainbow blinked her watery eyes, and rubbed her head affectionately against her palm. Bai Ling Xiao smiled lovingly, then looked up at the Qingyu Fei One resting on the tree. The Qingyu Fei One chirped softly, then spread its wings and flew high, circling above her. Bai Ling Xiao stretched her body, and was in a good mood. Her trip yesterday was very smooth. She only encountered a bronze wild boar in the middle. But under the bombardment of Xiao Kaihong and Qingyu's skills, the wild boar didn't even last half a minute, and turned into a roasted suckling pig with a meaty aroma. Thinking that she was getting closer and closer to her teammates, she couldn't help but feel excited. Who would she meet up with first? At this time, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the distance. Bai Ling Xiao heart tightened, and she quickly asked Qingyu to check the situation in the air. It was just that the trees in the secret realm were too lush, and the leaves blocked her view, so Fei Yuqingwan couldn't see anything. Bai Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and notified the war beast to enter combat mode. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Bai Ling Xiao's heart was also tightly in her chest. After more than 10 seconds, she finally saw a figure running wildly in the distance. Bai Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a dimple appeared on her face. She waved happily and said, Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao sat on Xiao Ku's back, and smiled, and also waved his hand to signal. Soon, Xiao Ku brought Xiao Yao to Bai Ling Xiao. As soon as Xiao Yao got off, Bai Ling Xiao threw herself into his arms, looking up at her little face in surprise. How did you get here so quickly? Before going to bed last night, she had deliberately looked at the positions of other teammates on the locator, and the closest teammate was still quite far away from her. So how did Xiao Yao find her so quickly? Xiao Yao held her waist with one hand, and combed her smooth hair with the other hand, smiled and said, I encountered something last night. I was really worried about you, so I simply traveled at night, and met up with the closest teammate first, But I didn't expect that we were the closest. Traveling at night? Bai Lingxiao heart tightened. She didn't expect Xiao Yao to choose such a dangerous way to travel at night. Whether in the wild or in any dangerous and unknown area, traveling at night is a very risky choice, because you can't see the surrounding environment clearly, and your reaction speed will also be reduced. But Xiao Yao took such a risk for his teammates, which made her feel warm and scared. She gently hit Xiao Yao's chest and advised, "Don't do this again in the future, it's so dangerous." Xiao Yao explained, "Don't worry. I did this because this secret realm poses no threat to me. Then we can't travel at night." Bai Lingxiao wrinkled his nose and said fiercely, Okay. I won't do it again." Xiao Yao raised his hands in surrender. "Humph. This is better." Chapter 284 Dart Squirrel. "Have you had breakfast?" Xiao Yao asked. "Not yet." When Xiao Yao said that, Bai Lingxiao remembered that she seemed to have not eaten for a whole day. Xiao Yao smiled, took out her favorite snacks and milk from the broken sky ring, and handed them to her. "Here, eat it." Bai Lingxiao took the snacks and milk, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. So thoughtful. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, she would only be able to eat the energy bars in her backpack when she was hungry. Although that stuff is filling. She has been eating energy bars for a month. And now she feels like vomiting when she smells it. Xiao Yao helped Bai Lingxiao hold the snacks. And the two chatted while eating. "How were you yesterday?" Bai Lingxiao asked vaguely while eating a small cake. "Not bad." Xiao Yao smiled. After soaking in the second level holy spring, Xiaoke and Lao Niu have already reached the silver level 2. Bai Lingxiao paused and reluctantly swallowed the cake in his mouth, looking at him in disbelief. "You have found the second level holy spring. Found the level 2 holy spring on the first day of entering the secret realm. This luck is too good." As for Xiaoke and Lao Niu being promoted to silver level 2, she didn't find it strange at all. Xiao Yao war beasts are all monsters. It's normal for them to be promoted quickly. Xiao Yao gently wiped the cake crumbs from Bai Lingxiao's mouth, smiled. "This is all Tikki credit. He found the holy spring not long after entering the secret realm." "Tikki?" Bai Lingxiao glanced behind him, but didn't see Tikki figure. "Hey, why is Tikki missing?" Xiao Yao glanced at him and said, "He went to investigate the surroundings. Tikki is petite, fast, and has stealth capabilities. He is simply the most perfect scout. So whether in the wild or in the secret realm, Xiao Yao would send him out to investigate the surroundings, and use the war beast's vision to judge the situation when necessary. Tikki lived up to expectations, and always performed his tasks perfectly. For example, he accidentally discovered the holy spring yesterday. Tikki reconnaissance and Xiaoku's super sense of smell can greatly ensure his safety in the wild, and can be regarded as 2 amulets. Is that so?" Bai Lingxiao finished the cake in her hand, and took the milk from Xiao Yao, and asked while biting the straw, "What should we do next?" As soon as Xiao Yao arrived, she naturally gave up thinking, and just listened to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao took out the locator, and from the locator, his red dot and Xiao Xiao's red dot were completely overlapped. Of the remaining 3 red dots, 2 were not too far away, and the last one was almost hanging overseas, without a village in front and a shop behind, so they could only meet up at the end. However, the positions of the 3 red dots had changed compared to last night, which meant that everyone was safe, and was heading in the agreed direction. "Let's go in this direction." Xiao Yao pointed to a direction on the locator and said, "I do as you say." The two walked quickly in the forest. Xiaoke led the way in front. Old Cow, Little Rainbow stayed behind them. Fei Yuqing one shuttled through the woods, and investigated the situation ahead. "What did you encounter last night? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Bai Lingxiao held Xiao Yao's hand, and asked with some doubt. He knew that Xiao Yao was usually cautious and generally would not choose such a dangerous way. Xiao Yao talked about the holy armor ant colony, and the shadow-winged snake he encountered last night, and expressed his worries. So scary. After listening to Xiao Yao's experience, Bai Lingxiao broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Xiao Yao was so eager to meet up with his teammates. If he or others encountered the shadow-winged snake, it would be really dangerous. She hadn't met a decent opponent the whole day yesterday, and she thought the Holy Spring Secret Realm was much safer than she thought. It turned out that she was just lucky. "By the way," Xiao Yao said excitedly, "I encountered a strange thing yesterday. Yesterday I rescued a student from the Magic City Military University from the mouth of the Holy Armor Ant Colony. Guess what? He actually looks exactly like Wan Jiabao." "What?" Bai Lingxiao's eyes widened. "Looks like Wan Jiabao?" Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. "That's right. It's just that the hairstyle and temperament are obviously different. To be honest, I quite admire this person's personality. But he has the same face as Wan Jiabao, which makes me feel weird when talking to him. Bai Linxiao thought for a while and said, as far as I know, Wan Jiabao is an only child. There are no brothers or sisters. Maybe they really look alike. I think so too. Xiao Yao agreed and said, otherwise, it is impossible for a family to cultivate two people with such different personalities. But this guy actually looks like Wan Jiabao. What bad luck. Bai Linxiao curled his lips and said, that's hard to say. Xiao Yao joked, maybe one day when Wan Jiabao is gone, this Fong Qiling can take his place. How is that possible? Bai Linxiao rolled his eyes. How could the Wan family let someone, who is not related by blood, take over the Wan group? Xiao Yao laughed. Just kidding, it's said that evil will last for thousands of years. This annoying Wan Jiabao will probably live for a long time. Although he hated Wan Jiabao from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Yao had to admit that Wan Jiabao, the rich kid, might really live 100 years. First of all, with his timidity, he would naturally not go to dangerous places like the wild. Moreover, he was always protected in Kyoto. In addition, as a summoner, he had a strong physique, so it was almost impossible for him to have an accident. With better luck, it would be easy for him to live to more than 100 years. Don't mention him. It's unlucky. Bai Linxiao looked very disgusted. Wan Jiabao was like a fly in her heart. She couldn't be driven away, nor could she slap him to death. He was so annoying. If she hadn't taken into account the family backgrounds of both parties, she would have turned against Wan Jiabao long ago. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, that's right, let's not talk about him. The wind in the secret realm was strong today, making the leaves rustle. At this time, Xiao Ke suddenly growled, indicating that an enemy was approaching. Be careful, there are monsters coming. Xiao Yao spoke out. Swish, swish, swish. After a while, a series of petite black figures appeared on the branches, looking at Xiao Yao and Bai Linxiao unkindly. Monster named Dart Squirrel Monster Skill Chain Arrows, Armor-piercing arrows. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, letting Lao Niu stand in front of him and Xiao Xiao. Dart Squirrel is about the same size as Tikki, holding a wooden pipe-like weapon in his hand, carrying a small basket on his back, looking like a little squirrel carrying a school bag to school. But at this moment, these black iron and bronze squirrels are here with ill intentions. Go! Xiao Yao ordered without hesitation. The wings of Fei Yuqing fluttered, and a ball of hot and violent flames spit out of its mouth. Wanyan at the same time, several rainbow blades were fired from the horns of Little Rainbow. The flames and rainbow blades hit the enemy, and 7 or 8 dart squirrels were killed instantly. But this also directly angered the dart squirrels, and they quickly took out a handful of pine needle-like objects from the basket, and puffed their cheeks, and in an instant, they launched a rain of attacks. Puff puff puff. At this time, Xiao Yao and Bai Linxiao had already hidden behind Lao Niu. These blowed darts shot at Lao Niu's skin, making only a few muffled sounds, and then fell to the ground powerlessly. GG. Seeing that the enemy was intact, the remaining blowed dart squirrels were furious, climbing and jumping on the trees swiftly, trying to form an encirclement. Damn it! Xiao Yao cursed inwardly. Tikki was gone. This kind of enemy was the last thing he wanted to encounter. It really made it impossible for Xiao Ke and Lao Niu to display their martial arts. If they were allowed to form a circle, no matter how strong Lao Niu's body was, he would not be able to stop the attacks from all directions. A wish. Xiao Ke roared, and instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty werewolf, using his huge body to block Xiao Yao and Bai Linxiao. Puff puff puff. Another wave of arrows came, but they were all blocked by Lao Niu and Xiao Ke. Xiao Kaihong turned into a rainbow phantom, harvesting the lives of the dart squirrels with rainbow rays. But for some reason, although many dart squirrels died, they seemed to have issued some kind of gathering signal, and another large wave of dart squirrels came, attacking several people frantically. Puff puff puff. Xiao Ke was furious at the experience of being beaten, but not fighting back. He had never experienced such a frustrating moment. Puff. A piercing arrow pierced into Xiao Ke's flesh. The leader of the dart squirrels on the branch saw it, and laughed triumphantly. Although the pain was nothing to Xiao Ke, the enemy's contemptuous look deeply angered Xiao Ke. His eyes quickly turned blood red, revealing his ferocious fangs. Chirp. The dart squirrel smiled disdainfully, with a very mocking expression. Come and kill me if you dare. Swish. At this moment, a green poisonous arrow shot straight at his forehead, and the powerful force directly caused him to fall under the tree. Swish, swish, swish. Not far away, one by one, Poisonous arrows accurately shot at the forehead of the dart squirrel, killing more than half of the enemies in a few seconds. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao was relieved immediately. Tikki, you are finally here. Chapter 285 Encountering the Holy Spring Again. Swish. The last poisonous arrow shot through the head of the dart squirrel, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Xiao pulled out several spikes from his body. These spikes did not pierce deeply, and under the powerful blood recovery effect of the light self-healing, they were completely recovered soon. Swish. Tikki ran over, looking at the masterpieces all over the ground, nodded with satisfaction. Tikki, well done. Xiao Yao bent down, touched his head and praised him. Bai Lingxiao stood aside, looking at Tikki in astonishment. This was the second time she had seen Tikki's strength after Blackwood City. At such a long distance, Tikki could hit the vital point of the dart squirrel with every arrow. This miraculous archery skill was really amazing. Tikki put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. What's this? I found another holy spring. What? Xiao Yao blurted out. You found the holy spring again? Bai Lingxiao, ? Can you find the holy spring every day? Tikki, do you have a treasure map? Tikki pointed to the back excitedly. Follow me. After that, he ran forward quickly. Follow him. Xiao Yao grabbed Bai Lingxiao's hand, and the two followed Tikki together. After running for about 20 minutes, Tikki finally stopped and pointed to the front and said, There is a weak guy there. Is there only one? Yesterday's holy spring was guarded by 3 bronze level 2 blue crown venomous snakes, but this holy spring is guarded by only 1 guardian beast. Then the strength should be higher. What's wrong? Bai Lingxiao asked. Xiao Yao said, There is a guardian beast in front, let Tikki kill him. Wait a minute. Bai Lingxiao stretched out his hand to stop, said seriously, Leave this guardian beast to me. Although in the previous battle, Xiao Kaihong and Jingu also killed many enemies, but if it weren't for Xiao Yao's help, it would be difficult for her to survive alone. Although this battle made her realize her own shortcomings in strength, she was always protected by Xiao Yao, and she was also holding back in her heart. She wanted to show Xiao Yao that her special training for the past month was not in vain. Whether as a girlfriend or a teammate, she would never be a drag. Xiao Yao naturally knew Xiao Zhao's thoughts. So he said readily, Okay, I leave it to you. The location of this holy spring is not remote. According to Tikki, it is located behind a huge rock. After Xiao Yao agreed, Bai Lingxiao immediately ordered, Little Rainbow, Qingyu, attack. Fei Yuqingwan took the lead in spreading her wings and flew forward. She flew above the holy spring at a very fast speed, and saw the giant tiger lying next to the holy spring at a glance. Roar. The giant tiger sensed the movement, looked up, and let out a roar to repel. Fei Yuqingwan spit out a ball of fire from her mouth, and slammed it towards the giant tiger. Bang! The flame of the phoenix smashed a deep pit on the ground, and a faint black smoke rose. The giant tiger had dodged to the side without knowing when, with a strong anger in its eyes, and opened its mouth, and a series of wind blades quickly shot towards Fei Yuqingwan. Fei Yuqingwan's wings fluttered, and a gust of wind whistled, causing these wind blades to deviate from their original trajectory and pass by her. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, 4 rainbow blades attacked the giant tiger. The sharp sound of breaking wind made the giant tiger's body tense, and it quickly jumped up to avoid it. But when the rainbow blades passed by, they turned strangely, and did not make any sound when they came back. The giant tiger was not prepared at all. Bang! The giant tiger just dodged a ball of phoenix flames, and suddenly he felt a pain in his back, and let out a terrible roar. Monster name Hurricane Tiger. Monster level Bronze level 4 Monster skill Wind Blade, Speed of the Wind. This is a Bronze level 4 Hurricane Tiger. Xiao Yao reminded from the side. Bronze 4? Bai Lingxiao showed a confident smile. Leave it to me. The rainbow spinning blade cut a huge gap in the back of the Hurricane Tiger, and the blood could not stop flowing out. After special training, Little Rainbow can perfectly control the path of the rainbow flying blade when it spins, and accurately attack the target she is aiming at. These 4 rainbow flying blades are like this, each of them hits the same position, causing the greatest damage. Hurricane Tiger's brain was instantly filled with anger. He no longer cared about Fei Yuqingwan in the sky, but rushed out to find trouble with Little Rainbow. With the help of the speed of the wind, he burst out with amazing speed and fiercely pounced on Little Rainbow. Little Rainbow was not panicked or dissatisfied. Her 4 hooves were shining with rainbow light, and she easily avoided the attack of Hurricane Tiger. At the same time, Fei Yuqingwan also found the right opportunity and blew a phoenix flame at Hurricane Tiger again. Hurricane Tiger felt a heat on his back and jumped to the side without thinking. But this time, the Lunyan seemed to have eyes, and it directly hit Hurricane Tiger's wound. Boom! Hurricane Tiger was blown up, and thick black smoke came out of his body. Xiao Yao took a closer look and could not help but mourn for Hurricane Tiger. Hurricane Tiger's back had been blown into a bloody mess, just like a small hill hit by a bomb. And at first glance, a large piece was missing. The hair on his back was charred, and the flames continued to spread along the hair to his body. Roar! Hurricane Tiger roared miserably. He suddenly lay on the ground and rolled around madly, trying to let the mud cover the flames on his body. But the huge wound on his back made him unbearably painful, and he could only scream. Shua! At this moment, two rainbow flying blades cut his throat, completely ending his pain. Hurricane Tiger's eyelids slowly drooped, his body stiffened, and soon, he was dead. Well done! Xiao Yao praised. From this battle, it can be clearly seen that Little Rainbow and Jingu have made great progress. Both the power of skills and control have been greatly improved. And this is where excellent summoners are better than ordinary summoners. In the case of limited skills of low-level war beasts, whoever has strong skill control, whoever can combine his own skills to create a stronger combo, can become the king of the same level. Obviously, Xiao Xiao has such qualities. She used the wild wind to block the attack of the wind blade, and used the strange rotation of the rainbow flying blade and the positioning tracking of the Lunyan. All these factors combined made it easy for the two beasts to defeat the Hurricane Tiger. After hearing Xiao Yao praise and approval, Bai Lin Xiao's little face showed a proud smile, and her heart was sweeter than eating honey. Seeing her little expression, Xiao Yao couldn't help but scratch her nose, and said lovingly, "Your reaction is like a child." A wood at this time. Xiao Ku suddenly growled at an inappropriate time. There is a human smell coming over. Is someone coming? Xiao Yao frowned slightly. Seeing Xiao Yao's expression suddenly change, Bai Lin Xiao couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yao shook his head and said, "Nothing, it's just that someone is coming." Is someone coming? Bai Lin Xiao also frowned, looking in the direction Xiao Ku was looking at. Chapter 286, Repelling the Enemy with Reputation. The sound of the grass and trees rustling was heard, and two figures slowly appeared in the distance. That's it. Hui Yanlong followed the footsteps of the war beast in front, and said to the people around him, "Mao Xiao has showed a happy face. Your golden cicada is really amazing. You found the holy spring on the second day." Hui Yanlong showed a proud smile. "That's right, this is the only holy spring. Let me take you to soak in it a few more times in the next few days. Maybe the third level holy spring will also belong to us brothers." Mao Xiao has smiled and said, "Brother Long, I will definitely repay you after we get out." Hearing this, Hui Yanlong nodded with satisfaction. Mao Xiaohe is a native of Kyoto. His family has some power, and his connections are wide. They don't usually have much contact, and they can only be considered acquaintances. But they happened to meet as soon as they entered the secret realm. Thinking that they were from the same school, they simply teamed up to act together to improve safety. If he could form a deep friendship with Mao Xiaohe in the secret realm, he believed that with Mao Xiaohe's smooth and sophisticated personality, he would definitely not treat him badly after he got out. Suddenly, Hui Yanlong and Mao Xiaohe stopped at the same time. Damn it! Someone got there first. Seeing the figures of a man and a woman in the distance, Hui Yanlong gritted his teeth and said. Mao Xiaohe narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Long, it seems that they haven't started to soak in the holy spring yet. So it's hard to say who will get the holy spring." That's right. Hui Yanlong understood what Mao Xiaohe meant, and his face showed a fierce look. There is no such thing as first come first served here. Whoever is stronger will get it. After saying that, he walked forward aggressively. Xiao Yao looked at the two boys approaching, his face indifferent. Just two people, they were no threat to him. Hui Yanlong walked 10 meters away from Xiao Yao, and the other boy and stopped. This distance was a safe distance for both sides, and there was time to react if a fight broke out. Hui Yanlong straightened his back, and said in a cold tone, "Hey, my Jin Chan discovered this holy spring first, you." Before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not right. How can two people have 5 war beasts? Is there someone hiding around? He swallowed his saliva, secretly raised his guard, and said in a gentle tone, "You two? Look, we are here too. Can we share this holy spring together?" At this time, Mao Xiaohe also noticed something wrong. He set his eyes on Xiao Yao. and then seemed to think of something. His pupils shrank slightly. Xiao Yao said calmly, "I'm sorry, the second-level holy spring is only enough for 2 people at most. I think you two should find another place." "You?" Hui Yanlong was irritated by Xiao Yao's indifferent tone. "Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? I have to. Let me intimidate you first. There's no other way. This is 4 against 5. Maybe there's someone hiding something. I really have to be intimidated." At this time, Mao Xiao suddenly said, "Brother, are you Xiao Yao from Beijing University?" Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows and looked at the ordinary-looking boy in front of him with some surprise. "How do you know me? You are not from Kyoto University. Are you?" Xiao Yao. Hui Yanlong's eyes widened, and he immediately remembered the legend that had been circulating on campus. Hearing Xiao Yao's self-identification, Mao Xiao had showed a look of as expected. "We are not from Kyoto University, but we are both from Shuemu University next door." Mao Xiao has sighed in his heart, unexpectedly. He actually met the legendary god in the secret realm, Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. The name Xiao Yao was widely circulated in Shuemu University last semester, as Shuemu University is only separated from Kyoto University by a wall. Any movement in the 2 schools will be known to the neighbors very quickly. The fact that Kyoto University actually had a genius who could break through to the silver level in his freshman year was a sensation at the entire Shuemu University at that time. Shuemu University also has a demon-level genius, and his identity is Yi Xiaozhu, the junior of Master Yi Xuanya. Last semester, Yi Xiaozhu broke through to Bronze 4, and this speed has shocked all the students. Unexpectedly, Kyoto University has produced an even more abnormal genius. Breaking through the silver level in the first semester of freshman year, this sounds like a fairy tale, but after multiple confirmations, this news is indeed true, and the protagonist has an impressive name. Xiao Yao. Later, some people broke the news. It turned out that a year ago in Kyoto, during the joint entrance examination of Shuemu University, Xiao Yao had defeated Yi Xiaozhu personally, won the first place at that time, and successfully entered Kyoto University. Yi Xiaozhu chose Shuemu because Xiao Yao chose Kyoto University, thinking of defeating Xiao Yao in the future. After nearly a year, Yi Xiaozhu made rapid progress and reached Bronze for last semester. But Xiao Yao made even faster progress and broke through to silver. While many people felt sorry for Yi Xiaozhu, they were also deeply shocked by Xiao Yao's abnormal talent. At that time, Xiao Yao's photo was still posted on the forum of Shuemu University for a long time. But because of the time, when Mao Xiao saw Xiao Yao, he only felt familiar with him. But when he noticed that the number of war beasts was wrong, he confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. "So they are from Shuemu University." Xiao Yao nodded. He had no ill feelings toward Shuemu University. Although the 2 schools were often in a competitive relationship, they always maintained a united front in the face of major issues. For example, in the previous rescue operation in Kuroki City, almost all the students of Shuemu University participated and rescued countless people. For this reason, he would not embarrass these 2 people. Xiao Yao said, "You two, we found this holy spring first, so I'm sorry this time." "It's okay. We understand," Mao Xiao has said sincerely. As a child of a big family, he had been trained to know the current situation since he was a child, and he would naturally not choose to fight to the death with Xiao Yao. There was no village in front of him, and no shop behind him. If the other party had the intention to kill them, they would not be able to escape. Mao Xiao had pulled the corner of Hui Yanlong's clothes and said, "Then we will leave first." After that, he waved his hand, pulled Hui Yanlong and slowly retreated, and finally disappeared in front of the 2. "I didn't expect you to be so famous. You scared people away with just your name," Bai Lingxiao said with a smile. Xiao Yao shrugged. "Who knows how the people from Shuemu University knew me?" Bai Lingxiao said with a smile. "Jingda and Shuemu are next to each other, so all the information is shared." "Okay." Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. In fact, he really didn't want to be too famous. The scene of being pointed at by others was embarrassing when he thought about it now. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's go see the holy spring." Xiao Yao pulled Bai Lingxiao past the body of Hurricane Tiger and came to the holy spring. This holy spring is a little smaller than the one yesterday, about 10 by 10 meters. The water is hazy, the spring water is holy, and the spring surface reflects colorful light. Xiao Yao and Bai Lingxiao looked at each other. How should the 2 of them take a bath? Chapter 287. How about we go together? Ahem. Xiao Yao coughed twice and said, "I soaked in the holy spring yesterday, I leave it to you this time." Bai Lingxiao's face turned red, she lowered her head, and waved her clothes with her little hands, and whispered, "The holy spring was found by Tikki, or we go together." After saying this, her little face flushed with shame, one hand grasped the clothes hard, and her toes could already dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. How did I say that? Too unrestrained. Together? Xiao Yao heart was moved, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. If they were together, would they wear clothes or not? Ahem. Xiao Yao cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Forget it, I leave it to you this time." If this was just an ordinary hot spring, then he might really be tempted. But the holy spring in front of him has limited energy. If the two of them, and the 5 war beasts were to bathe in the holy spring together, then the benefits for each person would be too small. After bathing in the holy spring yesterday, the 3 war beasts only gained 100 experience points, and his own physical fitness did not improve significantly. It was really better than nothing. But for the bronze level rainbow horned deer and flying feathered blue luan, this second level holy spring can have a significant positive effect. Although this holy spring was found by Tikki, he knew Tikki mentality very well. Tikki just fell in love with the feeling of treasure hunting and found it fun. But bathing in the holy spring was not as interesting to him as hunting monsters. Well then, Bai Lingxiao said softly with a blushing face. Although she really wanted to bathe in the holy spring with Xiao Yao in her heart, she really couldn't do it if she was asked to propose it again. Then, "I wait for you next to me." Xiao Yao took a difficult step and walked away. He leaned against the tree trunk, and the image of a beautiful woman bathing appeared in his mind. Xiao should choose to soak in the holy spring with clothes on, just like I did yesterday. Luckily, I still have the clothes she prepared in advance in my broken sky ring, so I don't have to worry about getting wet and having nothing to wear. Li Xiaoyao just watched Xiao linger bathing, so he decided to spend his life with her otherwise. Ahem, never mind, it would be embarrassing if he was discovered. At this time, Tikki suddenly walked in front of him and laughed, "I can be invisible. And then you use the war beast vision. Hey, there is still this trick? When did this kid become so considerate?" Xiao Yao flicked Tikki head on the forehead and said with a smile, "Don't learn this crooked way." He believed that if Tikki succeeded in peeping this time, when he returned to school in the future, this kid would dare to go to the women's bathhouse to make trouble. This is a lawless man. If he doesn't take care of him, he will definitely bring trouble to himself in the future. Tikki rubbed his forehead, not angry, smiled and jumped out, probably to find trouble with other monsters. At this time, Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Ku, said viciously, "Xiao Ku, you should be careful, no matter who approaches, all will be killed without mercy." Damn, my girlfriend is bathing in the holy spring, no matter it is a human or a monster, as long as they dare to take a look. Not only will their eyes be dug out, but their lives will also be taken away. Xiao Ku showed a smile in his eyes, and nodded immediately. Time passed very slowly. He and the 3 beasts had only been soaking in the holy spring for half an hour, and now an hour had passed, and there was still no movement from Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yao held a dogtail grass in his mouth, his fingers tapped his knees lightly, and tilted his head back, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, he heard a splash, and then heard something flying out of the water. He knew Xiao Xiao's life was completely over. He stood up, patted the dirt off his butt, and waited for a while before walking behind him. When he saw Xiao Xiao again, his eyes could not help but flash with surprise. Xiao Xiao chose to soak in the holy spring, wearing her outer clothes. Just as he thought. After soaking, her clothes were all stuck to her body, outlining her curvy figure. Xiao Xiao's figure was not as hot as Tao Yao Yao, but it was definitely slender and well proportioned, with a protruding front and a curved back. You could feel it when you hugged her, and the pressure was not fake. Moreover, under the beauty effect of the holy spring, her face was white and rosy, full of water, and so tender that you could squeeze water out of it. Under Xiao Yao's naked eyes, Bai Lingxiao turned around shyly, and said softly, "Give me the clothes and the broken sky ring." Oh, Xiao Yao quickly took out a set of clothes that Bai Lingxiao had prepared in advance from the broken sky ring, and handed it to her. "You go over. I want to change clothes." Bai Lingxiao gently pushed Xiao Yao's body and said shyly. Okay. Xiao Yao turned around, walked away with difficulty, and stood in front of a big tree. He felt that if he looked for a while longer, he would become the same kind of pervert as Xiao Ku in broad daylight. No, my girlfriend is too attractive. I can't handle it. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Soon, he heard the rustling sound of changing clothes, followed by the sound of clothes being wrung out and water splashing on the ground. "Come here," Bai Lingxiao said shyly. Xiao Yao walked in front of Bai Lingxiao, and was amazed by Xiao Xiao's beauty again. After changing clothes, Xiao Xiao looked fresh. But there was still steam on her body. Her hair was wet. Her skin was like cream. And there was a blush. She had a beauty of lotus out of clear water. Bai Lingxiao saw the surprise in Xiao Yao's eyes, and felt a little proud in his heart. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yao stuffed her changed clothes into the broken sky ring, and took out a comb from it, standing behind her combing her tangled hair, and asked, "How do you feel after soaking in the holy spring?" He just glanced at Xiao Kaihong and Fei Yuqingwan, both of whom were still bronze level 3, and had not been upgraded. However, the level 2 holy spring could not have no effect at all, and he believed that he must have gained something in other aspects. Bai Lingxiao shook her head, letting her hair fall, and said, "It is worthy of being a second-level holy spring." Originally, Xiao Kaihong and Qingyu had just been promoted to bronze 3, and their foundation was still a little unstable. But after this time, they have completely consolidated their foundation. I think it won't be long before they can reach bronze 4. Of course, I have also gained something myself. My physical fitness has improved to a certain extent. Of course, the most important thing is that my skin has improved. Looking at her expression, it seems that she is more pleased with the improvement of her skin than the improvement of her body. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Your skin is already good enough. You don't need to make it better. Give others a chance to live." "How can that be possible?" Bai Lingxiao raised her head and said, "Women's need for skin care is endless. You boys don't understand." "Okay." Xiao Yao smiled. For him, strength is definitely the most important. Although appearance is also important, it must be ranked behind strength. But for girls, strength improvement is far less important than beauty. Even girls, like Xiao Xiao, who are already very beautiful, are no exception. This may be the biggest difference between men and women. After Xiao Xiao finished cleaning up, Xiao Yao glanced at the holy spring. At this time, the holy spring had become clear and transparent, just like an ordinary hot spring, bubbling with hot steam. He suddenly wanted to know where the energy in the holy spring came from, so he sent Shika to drill down and observe. But after a long time of investigation, he still couldn't find the source of the holy spring's energy. In the end, he had to give up, turned his head, and looked at Bai Lingxiao and said, "Shall we continue to set off?" Bai Lingxiao waved his little arm. "Let's go!" Chapter 288, Repaying Kindness with Revenge. The fourth day of entering the secret realm. The sound of dead leaves being trampled sounded in the forest. A holy unicorn was strolling leisurely in the forest, with a beautiful girl on her back. The girl had a pure face and a gentle temperament. On her shoulders stood a petite and delicate wood elf. From a distance, it was a tranquil and beautiful picture. Xiao Yao took out the locator, and saw that she was about to meet up with the other 3 teammates, and an expectant look appeared on her face. "Help, help." Suddenly, a faint cry for help came to her ears. Xiao Yao looked around, but did not see anyone. "Is it my hallucination?" She frowned slightly, and then did not think about it anymore, and continued to move forward. "Help, help." Xiao Yao got off the back of the sky-wing unicorn, and this time she really heard the cry for help. She walked carefully in the direction of the sound, and soon saw the person who was asking for help. It was a boy with a bloody face, untidy beard and messy hair. There was a half-meter-long cut on his abdomen, and blood coagulated on his clothes. He looked extremely miserable. There were 2 injured war beasts beside him. One was a 7 to 8 meter long poisonous snake, with silver scales rolling and bloody flesh. The other was a wild earth lion, with its iconic yellow-green pupils dimmed and scars all over its body. It looked like it was about to die. The boy heard someone approaching, opened his eyes with difficulty, and uttered a weak voice, "Help! Me!" Seeing this, Xiao Yao quickly asked the wood elf to cast rejuvenation on them. She was kind and helpful. She would never refuse anyone who asked her for help. She also often rescued injured stray cats and dogs. So when she saw someone injured, she would naturally lend a hand. Wow! Several balls of green light fell on the 3 of them. Their injuries slowly healed. But because the injuries were too severe, one rejuvenation did not completely heal them. "Moo, continue," Xiao Yao said. The wood elf nodded, and another ball of green light condensed on his little hand, and scattered it forward. This time, rejuvenation healed all the injuries of the man and the 2 beasts. The earth lion and the poison snake had both woken up, and looked at Xiao Yao and her war beast with burning eyes. Seeing that the boy was not fully awake, Xiao Yao said, "Moo moo, continue." Another ball of green light sprinkled down, and the man finally slowly opened his eyes. When Zhao Zhongjie opened his eyes, he saw a pure and flawless face. Under the scattered sunlight, this face was covered with a layer of holy light mist, just like an angel. Zhao Zhongjie subconsciously looked down at his stomach and found that all his injuries were healed. His face immediately showed ecstasy and gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." He stood up quickly, put his hands together, and kept thanking her. He knew that if it weren't for the girl in front of him, it wouldn't be long before he would turn into a lifeless corpse. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. "You're welcome." The girl's snow lotus-like smile made Zhao Zhongjie a little dazed, and his heartstrings were plucked. Seeing that the other party was looking straight at her, Xiao Yao lowered her head and whispered, "You're fine. I leave first." She usually stayed with Bai Xiao, and rarely had contact with other boys alone, so she felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable in this scene. "Wait a minute," Zhao Zhongjie said quickly. "Let me go with you. This secret realm is very dangerous, and we can help each other together." At this moment, he was deeply attracted by the pure temperament of the girl in front of him. And since she saved his life, he decided to be the girl's knight and guard her. Xiao Yao showed a refusal expression. "Sorry. I will meet up with my teammates soon, so I have to leave first." After saying that, she was ready to turn around and leave. Although Xiao Yao felt that her behavior was a bit impolite or heartless, she would feel more uncomfortable if she continued to stay with the boy. "Wait a minute." Zhao Zhongjie stretched out his bloody hand, trying to grab the girl in front of him. But Xiao Yao subconsciously took a step back, then showed an apologetic smile, and decisively turned and left. Zhao Zhongjie silently looked at his outstretched right hand, his eyes changing constantly. Is she disliking me? Is she looking down on me? Why? Why? He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Looking at the girl's back as she left, recalling her pure and beautiful face, her hot body that he caught a glimpse of, and her arms as white as porcelain, Zhao Zhongjie's eyes were unwilling, satisfied, angry, and entangled. The unsupervised environment magnified his evil thoughts, and finally his eyes became like the venomous snake under his feet, sinister and cunning. "You forced me to do it," Zhao Zhongjie muttered. "Wait a minute." There were hurried shouts and footsteps behind her. Xiao Yao stopped helplessly and turned to look. Zhao Zhongjie ran to her with the war beast. First raised his hands, and then said, "I'm not here to bother you. I just want to know the name of my savior." After hearing this, Xiao Yao felt relieved and said, "My name is Xiao Yao." Xiao Yao. A good name. Zhao Zhongjie smiled on his blood-stained face, which looked a bit ferocious. Bang! Suddenly, the poisonous snake under his feet spit out a yellow poisonous gas, which flew directly onto Xiao Yao's face. Xiao Yao was startled by this sudden attack, as she was completely unprepared. She inevitably inhaled a trace of poisonous gas, and her head felt dizzy. Fortunately, she was well trained and gave orders instantly when she was attacked. Boom! A beam of holy light fell on her, which made her brain clear again. Light of purification at the same time, the wood elf spread his hands angrily, and dense grass blades flew towards Zhao Zhongjie. Zhao Zhongjie did not expect Xiao Yao to react so quickly. He hurriedly took a few steps back. The earth lion beside him stomped his feet heavily, and a wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground. Puff, puff, puff. All the grass blades hit the wall of earth, and almost cut it into thin slices. Zhao Zhongjie, who was standing behind the wall of earth, was scared and broke into a cold sweat. He did not expect that the seemingly weak girl would make such a decisive decision. If it were not for the earth lion's wall of earth, he would have to experience the feeling of being on the verge of death again. But since it has been done, it must be done to the end. Poof! The venomous snake took a deep breath, and then spit out a large cloud of poisonous mist with a bang, which enveloped Xiao Yao and her war beast. But Xiao Yao was already alert at this time. She turned over and sat on the back of the sky-winged unicorn, and then the wood elf landed on her shoulder and left here quickly. Seeing that Xiao Yao actually chose to leave directly, Zhao Zhongjie was stunned at first, and then a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He turned over and sat on the body of the earth lion, and said angrily, "Chase!" Bang! The earth lion started instantly, and took him to chase forward. Chapter 289 Kill. Paw. 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 In the silent forest, two figures were chasing closely. Xiao Yao crouched slightly, lying on the back of the skywing unicorn, and heard the footsteps getting closer and closer behind her, and she felt anxious and angry. She really didn't understand. She had saved his life. Why did he repay his kindness with hatred and attack her? If Xiao didn't happen to have the skill light of purification, she would be in real danger. Xiao, speed up a little, Xiao Yao said anxiously. Because of her own personality, the first thing she thought about when she encountered something was how to dodge. And because the wood elf had used rejuvenation 3 times in a row, and dance of the grass blade once, more than half of the energy in her body was consumed. If a fight really broke out, it would probably be at a disadvantage. Under the influence of various factors, Xiao Yao decided to let the sky-winged unicorn carry her and leave the opponent behind. Unfortunately, because the road in the forest was really rugged, the many trees greatly affected the speed of the sky-winged unicorn, so the distance between the two never widened, and there was even a sign of gradually getting closer. Hu sitting on the back of the earth lion, Cha Xiao looked at the back of the girl in front of him, and a crazy smile appeared on his lips. Run? Let me see where you can run to. Earth thorns. As Cha Xiao gave the order, the earth lion condensed the earth element in the air, and then 2 rows of earth thorns suddenly appeared on the ground, which happened to be the soles of the sky-winged unicorn's feet. Be careful. Xiao Yao exclaimed immediately when she felt something was wrong. The sky-winged unicorn flapped its wings, and its body flew into the air. But since she was only a bronze 1-level war beast, it was very difficult for her to carry people at present, so she could not rise very high, and finally 2 earth thorns pierced her hind legs. For a moment, the sky-winged unicorn showed a painful expression. The wood elf saw this, and quickly used rejuvenation, and instantly healed her injury. But it was because of this that Xiao Zhongjie caught up with her. Sha, holy light cannon. Seeing the war beast was injured, Xiao Yao eyes also showed a rare anger. Tiani unicorn fell to the ground, and its horn shone with brilliant light. Boom! A beam of light half a meter thick shot out. Because of the lesson just now, Xiao Zhongjie did not dare to be careless at all, and directly asked the earth lion to raise 2 earth walls. Boom! The first earth wall was destroyed, but the second and thicker earth wall still stubbornly resisted the attack of the holy light cannon. At this time, the poisonous snake behind the earth wall suddenly came out, and the snake opened its mouth and spit out a black poisonous arrow. Seeing the poison arrow coming, the sky-winged unicorn reacted quickly, and jumped to the side with a kick. However, due to the extra peach on her back, her movements were slightly affected, resulting in a long wound caused by the poison arrow. The sky-winged unicorn felt a burning pain at the wound, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling of weakness rose from the soles of her feet, making her almost unable to stand steadily. At this time, she cast a purifying light on herself to relieve this weak state, and the wood elf also set rejuvenation again in time to make the wound heal quickly. But it was this delay that allowed the poisonous snake and the earth lion to get close. Cha Xiao stood in the back, with a sinister and proud expression. He could see that the 2 war beasts were proficient in long-range combat, but one was an elf and the other was a unicorn. Neither of them had the ability to fight at close range. As long as they could get close to fight, they would not be able to fight back. Just as Cha Xiao thought, the advance of the poisonous snake and the earth lion caught Xiao Yao off guard. She watched the wood elf being slapped away by the earth lion, and the poisonous snake opened its mouth and bit the sky-winged unicorn. Looking at the ferocious fangs and tongue in the snake mouth, Xiao Yao's face showed anxiety and regret. What should I do? Why should I save him? Just as the snake fangs were about to bite the Tiani unicorn, a black lightning suddenly flashed in the shadow on the ground. The sharp claws pierced through the venomous snake chin and directly pierced half of the venomous snake head. The sharp claws were pulled out quickly, and the black shadow jumped on the venomous snake head. And then the claws stabbed down again. Puff! The sharp claws easily penetrated the entire brain of the venomous snake. The venomous snake stiffened and fell to the ground. This scene happened so suddenly that neither Xiao Yao nor Cha Xiao reacted. But when the venomous snake was completely dead, Cha Xiao knelt on the ground with a bang, and rolled on the ground in pain, holding his head, howling. Pidden! Seeing the familiar figure on the venomous snake, Xiao Yao shouted in surprise. Pidden turned around, and a cute and proud smile appeared on his chubby face. Roar! Companions dead, the earth lion angrily swung his lion claws at Pai Dan. But at this time, Pai Dan did not move, looking at the enemy with disdain. Crack! The earth lion suddenly felt a chill on his back. A pair of thick tree arms wrapped around his body, and then a huge force came, making his bones keep cracking. Mackay hugged the earth lion tightly with his thick tree arms, and his mouth opened, and a gloomy green light emerged from his mouth. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of bone cracks, Mackay felt that the enemy in his arms was breathing out more than breathing in, and he threw him away, and the earth lion fell heavily to the ground. Soon, Su Xingliang ran over breathlessly, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiao Yao was fine. A ball of green light appeared, and the wood elf used the remaining energy to heal itself, then flew to Xiao Yao's shoulder, glaring at the earth lion on the ground. Yao Yao, are you okay? Su Xingliang walked to Xiao Yao and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Xiao Yao shook her head, and then said gratefully, Liang Liang, thank you. If it weren't for you, Xiao would. Hey, what's the big deal? Su Xingliang interrupted her, and said with a smile, we are teammates. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded heavily, looking at Zhao Zhongjia rolling on the ground, and the two war beasts. One dead and one injured, she couldn't help but show a complicated expression. What happened? Why did he attack you? Su Xingliang asked puzzledly. With Yao personality, it is impossible for her to argue with others. Even if two people find the holy spring at the same time, he believes that Yao will withdraw without hesitation. He really couldn't think of what would make someone be so cruel to a kind girl like Yao. Xiao Yao was silent for a while, and said, I don't know why either. After that, she told Su Xingliang what happened just now. After listening, Su Xingliang's face showed a strong anger, repaying kindness with enmity. A wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. At this time, Xiao Yao said worriedly, Liang, Pai Dan killed his war beast. Will he be punished later? She was worried that Liang would get into trouble for saving her, and that would be her fault. Don't worry, Su Xingliang said indifferently. The teacher only emphasized that we can't kill people, but didn't say that we can't kill the other party's war beast. Besides, I saw that he really wanted to kill Xiao just now, so we are not wrong. That's good. After Su Xingliang said that, Xiao Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Liang, how did you find me? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. She just ran in a panic, without even looking at the direction, so how did Liang find her? Su Xingliang explained, I just saw that you were heading in the wrong direction, so I guessed that you must have encountered trouble, so I turned around and came here. Is that so? Xiao Yao smiled faintly, thank you. Liang. At this time, Zhao Zhongjia struggled to get up, seeing that one of his war beasts was dead and the other was injured, and his eyes were full of unresolved hatred when he looked at Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang turned to look at him, and said calmly, I won't kill you. Take your war beast and get out. Get out? Zhao Zhongjia looked at the dying war beast, and smiled bitterly, my war beast is dying. Even if I get out, can I live to leave? After saying that, he drew the saber from his waist, and rushed towards Su Xingliang like crazy. Su Xingliang shook his head. At this time, Mackay stepped in front of Su Xingliang and slapped Zhao Zhongjia 2 meters away with a casual slap. This was because Su Xingliang specifically asked him to hold back. Otherwise Mackay's slap would at least seriously injure him. Cough cough. Zhao Zhongjia spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Xiao Yao with a miserable look. Xiao Yao felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and quietly hid behind Su Xingliang. Zhao Zhongjia smiled bitterly, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a frivolous voice came from not far away. Ajay, you were beaten too badly. Hearing this voice, Zhao Zhongjia's expression instantly turned into ecstasy. Chapter 290 Light Elf Fight. Papa. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the distance. Su Xingliang looked carefully, and frowned slightly. 3 boys were coming towards him. The leading boy was thin, wearing a leather jacket and earrings, looking sloppy. 2 companions stood on his left and right. One of them had dark skin and a strong body, and the other was short and fat, with eyes as small as green beans. Hu Yinting walked to a distance of more than 10 meters from Su Xingliang, and said lightly, Ajay, what's going on? Zhao Zhongjia stood up with difficulty, and ran behind Hu Yinting. Su Xingliang did not stop him when he saw this, but just gave Xiao Yao a look, telling her to be on guard. Brother Ting, that man killed my silver-scaled snake. Zhao Zhongjia pointed at Su Xingliang, and said with a face full of resentment. After that, he quickly looked at the green bean-eyed man. Photon healed my earth lion. The green bean-eyed man's name was Wu Shiguang. Coincidentally, one of his war beasts happened to be a light elf, which matched his name. Wu Shiguang nodded, and gave the light elf an order in his heart. The light elf stretched out one hand, and a beam of white light shot out from his palm. And in the blink of an eye it landed on the earth lion. Holy light, the light elf's holy light, and the wood elf's vitality are similar in nature. Both are healing skills. However, the holy light is more effective in healing injuries, while vitality can restore the vitality of the injured. The earth lion felt his body warm, and the broken bones automatically connected and healed quickly. Soon he regained his spirit and opened his mouth to roar angrily. Roar. Slap. Mackay slapped him hard, smacking him unconscious. Su Xingliang looked at the earth lion speechlessly. As if I didn't exist? The speed of the holy light was too fast, and he had no time to stop it, but seeing that the situation was not right, how could he let the earth lion recover its fighting power? Not killing him directly was already a mercy. After all, if both war beasts were killed, it would be no different from killing people. Considering the subsequent troubles, Su Xingliang didn't do it. You? Zhao Zhongjie clenched his fists, and his hatred scraped on Su Xingliang's face like a substance. Damn it, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Hui Enting's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Zhao Zhongjie was his younger brother. He, Wei Haihua, Wu Shiguang and Zhao Zhongjie were called the new generation of Nanhu 4 young masters in Nanhu University. Each of them was among the top students in the whole grade. In addition, he had a distinguished background, and no one dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Su Xingliang's actions were undoubtedly a slap in his face. Ajay, why did they bully you? Hui Enting said coldly. Zhao Zhongjie said without hesitation. They just saw that I was alone and wanted to kill me directly. You are talking nonsense. Xiao Yao walked out from behind Su Xingliang and said angrily, It was me who saved you, but you repay kindness with hatred. Hey, there is a beauty here. Seeing Xiao Yao's pure and beautiful appearance, and her hot and unusual figure, Hui Enting's eyes flashed with evil, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a lewd smile. Little beauty, I think the waist beside you can't protect you, or you can just follow us brothers. You? Xiao Yao pursed her lips in grievance, her body trembling slightly. Today's series of events brought a great shock to her heart. She has always been willing to help others, and good people will be rewarded since she was a child. She really doesn't understand why there are such unreasonable people who repay kindness with enmity. Su Xingliang pulled her close, asked her to stand behind him, took a deep breath and said, Tell me, what do you want? After that, he glanced at the war beasts of these people again. Thunder Tiger, Muck Crocodile, Bluestone Golem, Fire Dragonfly, Iron Claw Monkey, Light Elf. These 6 are all common war beasts. Considering the combat power of his side, Pidden, as an assassin, can at least fight on par with the Iron Claw Monkey, and with Mackay's strength, it is not a problem to fight 1 against 2. It's just that Xiao Yao Wood Elf seems to have exhausted its energy, and is temporarily unable to fight, while the Skywing Unicorn can provide long-range support, and can be considered a combat force. From this point of view, the other side has 2 more combat forces. If a fight really happens, we can only hope that Pai Dan or Maokai can find an opportunity. Hui Enting raised his head and said nonchalantly, What should we do? Killing a person means paying with his life. Whoever kills the silver-scaled snake will pay with his life. And in order to make up for my brother's mental loss, this beauty will follow us for the next few days. Hearing this, Su Xingliang's eyes were cold, and he uttered a few words. Go. You? Mother. Wow. Hui Enting clapped his hands, and a sneer appeared on his lips. You're quite arrogant, come on. Pa. At once, except for the light elf, the other 5 war beasts worked together and rushed towards Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang narrowed his eyes, glanced at the shadow under Hui Enting's feet, and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Pidden. Meow. Pidden instantly understood what Su Xingliang meant, and moved his body, and merged into the shadow under his feet. Flash technique. Hui Enting said in a deep voice. Wu Shiguang subconsciously commanded the light elf to use skills. The light elf opened its little hand, and a strong white light instantly burst out from its palm, just like a light bulb of hundreds of thousands of watts, instantly lighting up everything around it. Wow! Pai Dan came out from the tree behind Su Xingliang, and somewhat helplessly rushed forward to fight the enemy again. Seeing this, Hui Enting showed a proud expression. Although he was arrogant, he was not unlearned. He still recognized the Shadow Cat, and the most terrifying skill of the Shadow Cat, Shadow Flash, was what he had long thought of to guard against. Wu Shiguang's light elf currently has only 2 skills. One is Flash, and the other is Holy Light. All of them are auxiliary skills. But if these 2 skills are used well, they can play a huge role. Just like now. Completely curbing the sneak attack of Shadow Cat. Su Xingliang frowned. He didn't expect that he would be killed by the opponent before his decapitation operation was carried out. It was really unlucky. He just happened to meet the light elf who knew Flash, which killed Pai Dan. But the good news is that the light elves do not have the ability to attack. So the opponent's combat power is one less. It is not that we have no chance of winning. The flame dragonfly flapped its wings, and several fireballs as big as basins flew over first. The sky-wing unicorn lowered its head, and white light burst out from its horn. And then several holy light cannons were fired at the fireballs. After a long period of training, the sky-wing unicorn has mastered the skill of holy light cannon to perfection. Low energy, high frequency or low frequency, high energy, depending on the requirements of the battle. The sky-wing unicorn can easily switch between the two modes. Bang, the fireball and the holy light cannon collided in the air, making a shocking explosion. On the other side, Makai and Pai Dan also found their respective opponents. Chapter 291, Makai's Might. Ding ding ding. Piton and Iron Claw Monkey were the fastest. A cat and a monkey were fighting fiercely in the center of the battlefield. The Iron Claw Monkey's 20-centimeter long claws swept horizontally, grabbing Piton's head. Piton's body flashed, and his speed suddenly increased. Rapid explosion black shadows kept flashing around the Iron Claw Monkey, so fast that Enting and others could only see shadows. But the Iron Claw Monkey was not a pushover, although his speed was not as fast as Piton's, but his reaction was not slow at all. With light footsteps, the body twisted constantly in a small space, always able to block Pai Dan's attack just right, and occasionally using a move Rip Claw, which would also make Pai Dan cautious. No one else could intervene in the fight between the two assassins. The Flame Dragonfly was fighting with the Skywing Unicorn, so the Thunder Tiger, the Swamp Crocodile, the Bluestone Puppet, the three melee warriors, could only look for Makai. Bang! The Bluestone Puppet took the lead, and its huge stone fist was like a battering ram, slamming into Makai's chest. Makai's mouth opened, and a faint green light emerged from it. He clenched his palm tightly, and with a fist as big as a stone fist, he rushed forward. Thorn smash before the Bluestone Puppet's fist hit Makai. He was lifted up by a huge force and flew backwards. Thorn smash. Makai knocks away nearby enemy units. The closer the unit is to Makai, the farther it will be knocked away. It also causes damage to the enemies in the following straight line, and a 99% slowdown effect. The slowdown effect lasts for 0.25 seconds. What? Seeing this scene, Enting showed an expression of disbelief. His Bluestone Puppet weighed several tons, and he could send this tree man flying with just one punch. How could this be possible? Easy. The tiger's paws were glowing with white electricity, and it leaped up, with a pair of lightning palms about to hit Makai. At the same time, the mud crocodile activated its skill, and the soil under Makai's feet instantly became extremely soft, like a sticky quagmire, making it difficult for him to move. But Makai was not panicked at this moment. This was just a small scene for him. Wow! Makai's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a shadow. The shadow quickly passed through the body of Thunder Tiger and came behind him. With both arms, he grabbed him by the waist, and then suddenly exerted force. Twisted thrust. Twisted thrust. Makai turns into a root, rushes into and controls its target, causing damage. When using this skill, Makai is in an unlockable attack state. Crack! Thunder Tiger felt his body tighten. This huge force almost broke his waist, and his bones made a creaking sound. He opened his huge mouth, roared loudly, and his whole body was filled with violent electricity. At this moment, Bluestone Puppet and Swamp Crocodile also attacked from behind Makai. The Bluestone Puppet's huge fist hit Makai's back, while the Swamp Crocodile opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite off Makai's foot. Makai decisively raised his right foot, kicked the Swamp Crocodile directly away, and at the same time, he turned around and used Thunder Tiger's body to block in front of himself. The Bluestone Puppet didn't expect Makai to react so quickly. What's more, he even used his companion's body as a shield. This made him feel flustered and tried to retract his fist. But unfortunately, he was not made of flesh and blood after all, and his control was much worse than that of the wild beast. Therefore, although he also retracted some of his strength, the huge stone fist still hit the Thunder Tiger's abdomen firmly. Bang! A Thunder Tiger bent his body. His mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs were bloodshot, almost bulging out. Big guy, are you trying to kill me? Are you the only one who has the master's favor? Thunder Tiger cursed in his heart. Mackay threw Thunder Tiger away, but at the same time, he also released an inconspicuous sapling into the grass at his feet. Without a shield, the bluestone puppet rushed up again, with violent fluctuations on its stone fist, and smashed towards Mackay's head. Angry Fist, and the mud crocodile on the side was not to be outdone, opening its huge mouth and biting Mackay's body. Mackay stretched out his palm, like a shield, blocking himself. Bang! Stone fist against palm. Mackay took 2 steps back. The branches on his body trembled violently, and a few leaves fell. On the other side, the giant mouth of the swamp crocodile bit Mackay's leg, making a loud cracking sound. But Mackay's hardness was beyond the swamp crocodile's imagination. He felt that both rows of teeth were about to be broken, and only left a cut of about 1 centimeter on the opponent's body. What was this injury to Mackay's huge body? Roar at this time. The Thunder Tiger also climbed up, with electricity all over his body, and was about to rush towards Mackay angrily. But as soon as he took a step, a small sapling with a weird smile blocked him. What the hell? Before the Thunder Tiger could react, the sapling exploded in front of him. Throwing sapling, Mackay throws a sapling that has survived for a period of time. After the sapling explodes, it will damage nearby units and cause a slowing effect. The damage depends on its own level and the target's maximum health. If the sapling is thrown into the grass, its duration will be extended, and it will cause double damage to the target after the explosion. A series of sounds like firecrackers sounded, and the Thunder Tiger was blown to pieces, and kept screaming. In the secret realm, grass can be seen everywhere, which makes the skill throwing saplings play a huge role. Under the continuous damage, the Thunder Tiger completely lost its combat effectiveness. What kind of skills? Repelling frowned. He just calculated that this tree man has released 3 skills. Bronze level has 3 skills. Could this kid be a genius from a certain school? Photon. Holy light. Repelling said in a deep voice. Although the injury of the Thunder Tiger made him feel distressed and embarrassed. Fortunately, there was the light elf, and he could recover quickly after being injured. Swish. A beam of holy light fell on the Thunder Tiger's body, and the bloody wound healed quickly. Soon, the Thunder Tiger stood up again. What a disgusting light elf. Su Xingliang cursed inwardly. If there was no light elf, he had great confidence in defeating his opponent. But with the light elf, the opponent was like an indestructible cockroach, disgusting and difficult to deal with. Bang! Mackay punched the bluestone puppet again, and then an inconspicuous green light appeared on his body. Secret art of absorbing essence. Every once in a while, Mackay's normal attacks will heal himself. The amount of healing depends on his level and maximum health. When Mackay releases a skill or is hit by another skill, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced. After being healed by his own skills, Mackay recovers to his strongest combat power. He fights with the Bluestone Golem, Thunder Tiger, and Swamp Crocodile, and is not at a disadvantage at all. Brother Ting, what should we do? Cha Zhongjie clenched his fists and said unwillingly. He didn't expect that the boy who looked ordinary actually had such a powerful war beast. He fought 3 people at once without losing. If he were in Nanhu University, he would definitely be the strongest person. He actually provoked such a person, which made him a little panicked. But when he thought of his silver-scaled snake dying at the hands of the other party, it aroused his hatred and resentment. Damn it. Repelling showed a cruel look on his face. I don't believe I can't cure you. He turned his wrist, and a black pistol suddenly appeared in his palm, and on his index finger was a ring of broken space. He pulled Jia Zhongjie in front of him, blocking his hand's movements. The bullets were loaded. Repelling raised his pistol and aimed at Su Xingliang, sneered, "Go to hell." Bang! The gunshot was so abrupt at this time. Blood splashed. Su Xingliang only felt a heat in his right arm, and then a sharp pain came like a tidal wave, eroding his nerves, making him utter a painful muffled sound. Liang Liang. Tao Yao's face changed drastically. Maokai and Pai Din also felt Su Xingliang pain at the moment. Their eyes were angry and about to spit fire, and they turned their bodies to protect their master. But the enemies around them were not fools either. They would rather get hurt than to entangle the 2 beasts. Seeing that this shot did not achieve the desired result, Repelling showed a cold smile and continued to pull the trigger. Bang! Another bullet came. This time his shooting was fast and accurate, and the target was Su Xingliang's heart. Meow roar sensing their master's danger. Pai Dan and Maokai howled in anger at the same time, but they wanted to come back for help. But it was too late. No! Xiao Yao looked horrified. She grabbed Su Xingliang's arm, trying to avoid the vital part. But at this moment, a tall figure suddenly blocked Su Xingliang. Then, a voice filled with anger resounded throughout the forest. You are looking for death. Chapter 292 Torture. Ding. The werewolf-like Xiao threw the bullet in his hand to the ground, staring at Repelling and the others with a pair of scarlet wolf eyes, and a cold murderous aura immediately enveloped them. Looking at the 3-meter-tall, wolf-headed, human-bodied, muscular and terrifying monster in front of him, Wu Shiguang with green bean eyes trembled and said, Brother Ting, what is this? Repelling trembled and said, I don't fucking know. Bang at this time. A purple shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Repelling took a closer look, and the fear in his eyes became even greater. This was a monster more terrifying than a werewolf. More than 3 meters tall, with a bull's head and a human body, and muscles that were about to explode. One of his arms was thicker than the waist of a 300-pound fat man. A man and a woman jumped off his broad shoulders, with frighteningly cold eyes. Bang. Maokai and Pai Dan each repelled their opponents and quickly returned to Su Xingliang. The other war beasts, under the command of their respective masters, surrounded them tightly. Xiao Yao quickly ran to Su Xingliang, bent down, and asked with concern, Liang, are you okay? Su Xingliang pressed the wound tightly. His lips turned pale, but he still forced a smile. It's okay. I won't die. Xiao Yao gently opened his clothes at the wound and checked the wound inside. Huh. Fortunately, it's a penetrating wound. After seeing the bullet on the ground and using his mental power to explore it, Xiao Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Penetrating wounds are easy to deal with. The wood elf only needs to use rejuvenation to treat it. If the bullet is still in Su Xingliang's body, it will be a big trouble. Without anesthesia, the pain of removing the bullet is not something that ordinary people can bear. Yao Yao. Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao nodded and let the wood elf, which had recovered some energy, use rejuvenation again. Wow. Soft green light sprinkled on the wound of Su Xingliang. The scary blood hole healed quickly, and Su Xingliang's face, which was originally a little pale, gradually turned rosy. Okay. Yao Yao. I'm fine. Seeing that the wood elf was still trying to use rejuvenation on him again, Su Xingliang hurriedly stopped him. That's good. Xiao Yao's body relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Liang was fine, Xiao Yao turned around. His eyes were like a bottomless cold pond, looking at the panicked people, and said in a cold tone, Tell me, how do you want to die? Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Repelling forced a smile, and said in a trembling voice. He felt an unparalleled sense of oppression from the wolf and the bull. He knew that this was caused by the huge gap in strength. Originally, they couldn't handle a tree man, and now there are 2 more powerful werewolves and bulls. What's the point of fighting? Misunderstanding? Xiao Yao sneered. You shot my brother in the heart with your fucking gun, and this is still a misunderstanding? When he thought of the thrilling scene that just happened, he couldn't stop feeling scared and angry. If he hadn't found that Yao Yao and Liang were going in the wrong direction, and hadn't adjusted the route and quickened the pace in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. He knew very well that the last shot was aimed at Liang's heart. If Shuka hadn't arrived in time, even the Daoyuo immortal couldn't save Liang. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao's eyes became colder, and a cold murderous aura burst out. Boom, feeling the murderous intent that was as real as a substance. Repelling and the others suddenly felt like they were falling into an ice storage, and their minds were almost frozen. Humph. Without giving them a chance to explain, Xiao Yao waved his hand, and several poisonous arrows came from afar, accurately hitting the 4 people and 6 beasts. Poof! As soon as the poisonous arrows pierced their bodies, they instantly turned into cold venom, spreading towards their bodies. Then, whether it was Repelling and the others or the war beasts, all fell to their knees, scratching their skin frantically with their hands, and screaming horribly. Ah, it's so itchy. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kill me. Kill me now. I was wrong. Let me go. Let me go. Roar, they felt like they were crawling with ants that devoured their flesh and blood. Itchy and painful. This feeling was driving them crazy. Even the bluestone puppets, which were not made of flesh and blood, were lying on the ground and rolling around. Tikki poison can target nerves. As long as he has consciousness and control, he will inevitably suffer this heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Yao stood aside, looking at them coldly, without a single wave of emotion in his heart. Dare to kill their best friend, it would be too easy for them to just kill him. Ah, kill me, kill me! Wu Shiguang scratched his skin frantically. Clear bloodstains made him look like he was being tortured. Tao Yaoyao stood at the back, watching the scene in front of her. A hint of pity flashed in her eyes. But soon, she adjusted her mentality. If Xiao Yao hadn't arrived just now, then both herself and Liang Liang, the end might be much worse than theirs. At the same time, Xiao Yao cold, scary, emotionless aura made her feel very unfamiliar, compared with the gentle and humorous Xiao Yao in daily life. Xiao Yao now seemed like a different person. She had never seen Xiao Yao like this before. Of course, this was because Tao Yaoyao didn't know Xiao Yao's true character. But for example, Su Xingliang and Bai Xiao, as Xiao Yao's closest people, both knew very well what kind of person Xiao Yao was. Xiao Yao is usually generous, humorous, and makes people want to get close to him. But once someone touches his reverse scale, such as his family, lover, and friends, Xiao Yao will let them see what the real wrath of thunder is. Hui Inting quickly crawled to Xiao Yao's feet, hugged his thighs tightly, and cried with snot and tears, "Please, let me go! Let me go!" After saying that, he couldn't bear the itch in his body, and scratched his face and body, leaving a series of creepy blood marks. Looking extremely miserable, Xiao Yao looked down at him, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. Xiao Yao. At this time, Su Xingliang walked up to him and whispered, "Forget it." He could see that if they continued to torture like this, these people might really have a mental breakdown and commit suicide. Although even if they were killed, no one would know who killed them after they got out. But Su Xingliang didn't want to see his friend take this risk. If someone accidentally observed all this by some means, Xiao Yao would be in trouble after he got out. Xiao Yao glanced at him. He knew exactly what Liang Liang was worried about. However, he had asked Xiao Ku to confirm that there were no people or monsters within 500 meters. But since Liang Liang himself had decided to let them go, he would just have to spare their lives. Swish Tikki figure appeared. He used his nails to quickly pierce blood holes of medium depth on the 4 people and 6 beasts. Then, black and sticky venom flowed out of the blood holes. Soon, these people stopped struggling and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Xiao Yao walked to Hui Inting, picked up the pistol on the ground and threw it to Lao Niu. After Lao Niu received it, he squeezed it with one hand and easily squeezed the pistol into an iron ball. Chapter 293 The Third Level Holy Spring Erupts. Hui Inting supported himself on the ground with both hands, sweat dripping down like rain, and the whole person looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He raised his head, looking at Xiao Yao, who was calm in front of him, without a trace of anger or hatred in his eyes, only deep awe and fear. He knew that if the man in front of him wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to fight back. And the pain just now had left a deep mark on him, and he would never forget it in his life. Xiao Yao said coldly, "Get out of here as soon as you've recovered." Yes. 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 Several people stood up in a hurry, wanting to run away, and quickly get away from this devil-like man. Wait a minute. Under the cold gaze of Xiao Yao and his companions, Cha Xiongji pointed at the unconscious earth lion tremblingly, stammering, "Big brother, I. Xiao Yao glanced at the earth lion on the ground, and said, "Take him away." Cha Xiongji was as if he had been pardoned, and quickly ran to the earth lion, and shook his body vigorously. But the earth lion was like dead, and never responded. Feeling the murderous eyes of his companions behind him, Cha Xiongji became ruthless, and punched the earth lion on the nose. Roar! The earth lion opened his eyes instantly, and roared. "Stop shouting." Cha Xiongji quickly grabbed the earth lion's head with his hands, and dragged him away. The earth lion turned back to look at Makai unwillingly, seemingly wanting to get back at him. But suddenly, he noticed 2 giant monsters next to him, smiling at him. The earth lion's body froze. And then, like a well-behaved kitten, it followed Cha Xiongji's steps closely, afraid to make any noise while walking. "Go! Go!" Hui Inting urged with a low roar. At this moment, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly away from this place as fast as possible. If he stayed here for a while longer, he felt like his heart was about to explode. This man was so scary. Damn Cha Xiongji. Who told you to provoke such a ruthless person? I will kill you later. Go. 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 Wu Shiguang and Wei Haihua did not wait for Cha Xiongji, and ran away directly. Seeing his companions leaving him behind, Zhe Zhongjie was immediately panicked, as if a big mouth opened behind him and wanted to swallow him. Wait for me. After the few people left, Xiao Yao snorted coldly. Okay. Okay, don't be angry. Bai Ling Xiao took his hand and said softly, It's Xiao Yao, it's not worth getting angry about these people. Su Xingliang tried to calm Xiao Yao down. Xiao Yao's brows relaxed slightly. And he said, They got it easy. After all, they were in a secret place now. And killing someone might cause trouble later. If this happened in the wild, he would definitely kill these people. He turned around, looked at Tao Yao, who was still a little frightened, and said with some concern, Yao, are you okay? Tao Yao shook her head and said, I'm fine. Xiao Yao noticed that the wood elf on Tao Yao's shoulder had a dim look in his eyes, and seemed to have run out of energy, and was very tired. Bai Ling Xiao held Tao Yao's arm and asked in confusion, Yao, why did you fight? Xiao Yao also looked at Su Xingliang with a puzzled look. Su Xingliang shrugged and said, Let Yao speak. Tao Yao hesitated for a moment, but finally told everyone the whole story. Beast. After listening to Tao Yao's story, Bai Ling Xiao's eyes were full of anger. Tao Yao was kind-hearted, and she might not have thought about it in some ways, but she was well informed and had met all kinds of people. How could she not understand that person's motives? She suddenly felt that Xiao Yao's punishment was too light. If it were her, she would have to kill that scum. Xiao Yao's eyes were also a little cold, but he knew very well that in this place without laws and morals, without supervision, the evil thoughts of human nature would be infinitely magnified. And it is very likely that people would do things that are unimaginable at ordinary times. Tao Yao took a deep breath and smiled. Forget it. Anyway, it's over. They have also learned a lesson. Isn't it good? Next we have to go find Liu to join him. It is still very dangerous for him to be alone. That's right. Su Xingliang nodded. He has also witnessed the dangers of this secret realm in the past few days. If it weren't for Makai's superior combat power, Bronze 2 can fight on par with Bronze 5, he would have become food for some monster long ago. Although Liu is already Bronze 3, in terms of combat power, both Gargoyle and Dream Beast are not as strong as Makai. Even the two of them combined may not be as strong as Makai. Makai has 5 skills, while Gargoyle and Dream Beast only have 4 skills in total. When the level difference is not big, one more skill can basically form a crushing trend. Okay. Xiao Yao glanced at the locator. The 4 red dots of them have completely overlapped, and the distance between Liu and them is not too far, about a day's pace. I guess Liu must have been very anxious when he saw that the 4 of them had reunited. When thinking of Liu's possible expression now, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile. Let's go! On the afternoon of the 5th day, Xiao Yao's team of 5 finally gathered. Ah, brothers, I finally see you. As soon as Liu saw everyone, he excitedly hugged Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang. Fuck, why are your dark circles so heavy? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Originally, Liu was born with dark circles under his eyes, making him look a bit listless, and the 5 days in the secret realm aggravated this feature, making him look like a man with kidney deficiency who had been through 10 days and 10 nights. Liu shook his head. Don't mention it, I haven't slept much these days. By the way, quickly get me something to eat and drink. Xiao Yao smiled, took out a bunch of snacks, dried meat, drinks from the broken sky ring, sat on the ground and said, Come on, let's sit down and rest for a while. Liu sat on the ground, picked up a big chicken leg and started to eat it voraciously. How are you these days? My luck is so bad, I almost didn't see you. Liu said miserably. I'm about the same as you. Su Xingliang nodded in agreement. Xiao Yao shrugged, I'm fine. Just keep quiet. Liu rolled his eyes. If Xiao Yao could get into trouble, they would have died long ago. Several people were chatting happily, talking about their experiences in the past few days with emotion on their faces. Fuck, you and Xiao have both soaked in the 2nd level holy spring once, damn. Why am I so unlucky? I didn't even see the shadow of the holy spring. Liu bit the chicken leg fiercely, muttering. This is the difference in character, you can't indie it. Xiao Yao said with a smile. What kind of character? It's just shit luck. Liu took a sip of the drink with a sour look. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky. Boom! The huge sound was accompanied by a beam of light that penetrated the sky. Xiao Yao and the others stood up suddenly, staring at the direction of the beam. This is the 3rd level holy spring, it must be. Liu tightened the bottle cap with all his strength, and said excitedly, Level 3 holy spring. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. and he was extremely excited. In fact, the level 3 Holy Spring was not very attractive to him. He thought that since the level 3 Holy Spring had caused such a big commotion, many monsters must have been attracted there, and then it would be the best hunting ground for the 3 beasts. Of course, he would not miss the level 3 Holy Spring. Just because it did not increase his own benefits did not mean that his teammates could not use it. The level 2 Holy Spring was already very good, and as a level 3 Holy Spring that only erupted once every 10 years. How terrifying would it be? Thinking of this, Xiao Yao said impatiently, "Pack up. Let's act immediately." "Let's go!" Liu urged. "Don't let others take the lead." Chapter 294 The Guardian Beast of the Holy Spring. When known, give up. We can't attack it with our people. He held his friend tightly and urged him. Sui Wenjong paused, clenched his fist, and said unwillingly, "But that is a 3rd level Holy Spring, which only appears once every 10 years. If you miss it this time, you will never have such an opportunity again." He was just a child from an ordinary family, and the resources he could obtain were extremely limited. If he can seize the opportunity this time, he will probably soar to the sky. If he can't, he will still be a small figure with decent qualifications, but no chance of success. He smiled bitterly and said, "I know. But in this situation, do you think we still have a chance?" Sui Wenjong looked at the cliffs hundreds of meters ahead, but there was only one path up the mountain, and his eyes gradually dimmed. When the 3rd level Holy Spring erupted, a large group of people were very close to the location of the 3rd level Holy Spring. When they arrived, they found that the level 3 Holy Spring was in a cave on this cliff. The cliff was extremely steep, and there was only a small path about 7 or 8 meters wide, close to the wall, to get up. But at this time, the path was full of ape-like monsters. These apes were about 1.7 meters tall, with long arms and sharp claws, agile bodies, and very strong strength. If you want to enter the cave and contact the level 3 Holy Spring, you must get rid of these guardian beasts. But there are so many apes in this group. There are hundreds of them standing on the path alone, and no one knows if there are more in the cave. The monkeys looked at the increasing number of people at the foot of the mountain, and they were not afraid at all. They did not take the initiative to attack, but just stayed where they were, not allowing anyone to rush into their holy land. The people at the foot of the mountain had thought about launching a charge, but because the road was narrow, only 3 war beasts were allowed to walk side by side on a road, and more would affect their activities. But the 3 war beasts could not survive the throng of monkeys unless they had superior combat power, let alone tearing through their defenses. Therefore, even if someone proposed to launch an attack, no one was willing to let their war beasts serve as the vanguard. However, facing the temptation of the 3rd level Holy Spring, everyone could not resist the greed in their hearts, and the atmosphere at the scene was very weird. Bang! At this time, a burly boy stood up suddenly, cursing, "Damn it! We can still be stumped by monkeys. I will be the spearhead, and those with balls will follow me. I do it. I don't believe that a group of monkeys can be so powerful." A chubby boy stood up and said. Someone took the lead, and the whole atmosphere became lively instantly. Many people rushed to participate, for fear that others would occupy the Holy Spring. "Ahui, someone took the lead. I want to go up and try it too." Sui Wenjong's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Wait a minute." He held his hand and advised, "Wenjong, don't be impulsive. Do you think that person can take the lead? I can guarantee that. As long as the attack fails, or there are casualties, these people will scatter like birds and beasts." Hearing this, Sui Wenjong paused. His eyes were tangled. His words were naturally very reasonable. After all, these people present did not know each other, and there was no one to command them. It was impossible for them to form a united whole. Once something unexpected happened, everyone would definitely only protect their own safety. In addition, with the limitations of the terrain, Sui Wenjong was also very clear about the probability of their breakthrough. But the opportunity was right in front of him. He was unwilling to give up without a try. What should he do? Should he go up or not? Seeing more and more war beasts surrounding the path, waiting for the order to attack. This scene became the last straw that broke Sui Wenjong's heart. He left a word and ran over with the war beasts. "Ahui! This many people will definitely be able to do it." Looking at Sui Wenjong back as he walked away, he sighed helplessly. Bang bang! 2 giant beasts stood at the forefront of all the war beasts, their eyes burning, waiting for their master's order. Wang Dawei looked up at the path that was crowded with monkeys, and a strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. One of his war beasts was a steel rhino, and the other was a violent demon bear. Both of them were not strong in single combat, but had explosive impact, especially on such a narrow path. There was no room to dodge. These two war beasts were like two tanks, enough to crush all enemies. Without some skills, how could the clever Wang Dawei take the lead? Everyone, are you all ready? Wang Dawei said loudly. Okay. Just do it. Ready! Dozens of people shouted loudly. Okay, Wang Dawei said, everyone. We are all elites from different schools. How can we justify being stopped by a group of monkeys? Next, let my war beast take the lead. And you support us. After killing them all, the third level Holy Spring will be distributed among us. But let me be frank in advance. Everyone should open your eyes. If anyone wants to take advantage of our achievements without doing anything, don't blame me for being rude. That's right. A boy said sternly, we risked our lives to get this result. If anyone dares to raise his claws, I will chop him off. That's right. Wang Dawei shouted, everyone, I won't say anything else. Command the war beasts and follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, his iron rhino and violent demon bear instantly activated their skills. Charge. Violent, the two behemoths took heavy steps and rushed forward with unstoppable momentum. At the same time, nearly 100 war beasts followed the two beasts. Tigers, lions, monkeys, leopards, bears, war beasts of various shapes raised a cloud of dust on the path. And various flying war beasts were not to be outdone, flapping their wings and soaring, providing air support for their companions below. Bang 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 as soon as the steel rhinoceros and the violent demon bear rushed into the herd. They took away more than a dozen monkeys and knocked them off the cliff. Then, dozens of war beasts came and took advantage of the momentum of the arrow's charge to kill into the ape herd. Puff, puff. In a short time, dozens of monkeys died at the hands of the war beasts, and a large number were pushed off the cliff. Seeing that the path was almost open with a charge, the summoners following behind immediately showed a happy smile. But at this moment, a shocking roar sounded from the cave. Ah! Bang! Bang! A steady stream of monkeys ran out of the cave, their eyes red, roaring, running, like fearless warriors, rushing straight to the battlefield. At the same time, furry hands suddenly appeared on the edge of the cliff. Everyone looked down and was shocked. The monkeys that were knocked off the cliff were climbing up the cliff quickly. Their tails seemed to be able to stretch and retract at will, and the tail ends were extremely sticky. When climbing up, their tails first stretched out and stuck to the cliff, then with the help of their 10 fingers and arms, they quickly climbed up. Ah! The monkeys rushed over aggressively. This time, they were the charging party, and the war beasts were the ones being charged. Puff! Puff! The monkeys came into direct contact with the war beasts, and instantly became a mess. On this narrow path, many war beasts could not fully exert their strength, and could only rely on the most basic means to fight. But for the monkeys, this was the most familiar way of fighting. Puff! As the first war beast died, the first summoner screamed in pain, and the atmosphere among the summoners became subtle. Chapter 295 Heavy Casualties. Ah! Ah! As the summoner screamed, the rest of the summoners began to panic, and many of them secretly wanted to retreat. I think, why don't we just retreat? A chubby boy whispered. Why retreat? Wang Dawei said sternly. If we retreat now, wouldn't all our previous efforts and contributions be in vain? His war beast was at the forefront. If we retreated, the two of them would be in the most danger. If we don't retreat, we won't be able to fight any further. Seeing more and more monkeys rushing down, Fatty's fear grew even stronger. At this time, the battlefield became more and more dangerous, and most people could no longer hold back their desire to retreat. Bang! At this time, a boy with long hair got up from the ground. His face flushed, his veins exposed, and he obviously hadn't recovered from the pain of losing his war beast. He shouted, Go! Bang! A ferocious tiger broke through the blockade and quickly ran towards the long-haired man. The summoners gathered together and looked at the tiger that was charging towards them without slowing down, and screamed, Fuck! All the summoners stood against the wall instantly. The tiger rushed over quickly, and slowed down slightly when it was next to the long-haired man. The long-haired man jumped lightly, and jumped on the tiger's back, and left without looking back. The first person ran away, and the people behind him did not hesitate. Papa! When faced with the fleeing beasts, the monkeys did not stop them at all, but turned around to deal with the enemies who were still fighting. This situation aggravated everyone's desire to escape, and no one wanted their beast to be the scapegoat who helped others escape. At this time, Sui Wenjong held his head with both hands. Blood flowed from his nostrils, and he knelt on the ground and screamed wildly. He had already lost one beast, but he did not expect that the second beast would be knocked away by a giant bear when it broke out of the encirclement and fell off the cliff. Both war beasts died. The pain of the soul being torn apart was like tearing his heart and lungs apart. The blood vessels on his face burst directly, and he even had hallucinations. He felt the power in his body rapidly draining away. He was extremely frightened by a feeling of weakness he had never experienced before. No. He barely stood up and trembled as he ran down the mountain. When everyone saw the scene, they hurriedly urged the war beasts to leave, so as not to end up like this man. This is not true. This is not true. Sui Wenjong's face was pale. His legs and feet were weak, and he couldn't even walk in a straight line. At this moment, his feet softened, and his body tilted to the side unconsciously. But the direction he tilted was exactly the 100-meter abyss. No, Sui Wenjong stretched out his hand and screamed in despair. Before he died, he recalled the scene of his friend trying to persuade him. Wenjong, give up. We can't attack at all. Sui Wenjong closed his eyes in despair. Hui, I really regret not listening to you. Bang. The enchanting blood flowers bloomed, and another wronged soul was added to the secret realm. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer summoners around him, and more enemies surrounding his war beasts, Wang Dawei clenched his fists and roared loudly. Roar. The iron rhino and the violent demon bear used all their strength to move out little by little. But this group of monkeys seemed to have identified them. They didn't stop the other war beasts from running, but only these two leaders, whom they would never let go. Puff! The sharp claws pierced the eyes of the violent demon bear, making him roar extremely miserably. Puff! 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 The monkeys were like crazy, poking bloody holes in the steel rhinoceros and the violent demon bear. Roar! The steel rhinoceros and the violent demon bear kept roaring, but as time passed, their voices became weaker and weaker, and finally there was no sound. Wang Dawei lay on the ground, rolling and screaming wildly. After killing the two culprits, all the monkeys looked at the few remaining enemies on the path. The monkeys screamed and rushed towards the enemy. They were like a huge wave, sweeping the entire battlefield in an instant. Plop! Plop! As all the bodies were thrown under the cliff, the battle ended with the defeat of the summoner, and it was an imperfect end. Wenong. Watching his friend fall off the cliff, Hui heart was filled with grief. From the moment his friend set foot on this road, he had already prepared for the worst. Without knowing the number, strength, skills of the enemy, without unified command, without unified belief. How can we succeed if we act rashly? The third level holy spring is rare, but taking risks for it, even sacrificing one's life. Wenong, is it really worth it? At this time, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain was extremely silent. Dozens of summoners and nearly 100 war beasts participated in this operation. But in the end, not only did they return in defeat, but 7 summoners also died. Among the remaining summoners, more than a dozen people lost a war beast, and the rest of the war beasts were also seriously injured. This result made everyone despair. Forget it. I won't dream about it. A girl with a refreshing short hair turned around and left without looking back. Let's go. Let's go. Following her, many people also gave up fighting for the third level holy spring and chose to look for other holy springs. Hui shook his head and prepared to bury his friend's body. He couldn't let him lie exposed in the wilderness. Damn. There are so many people. At this time, a man's exclamation came to his ears. Hui turned his head and looked, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is a 5-person group. 3 men and 2 women. It is very difficult to form a 5-person group in the secret realm. And the members of this group are surprisingly good-looking. Can't good-looking people only play with good-looking people? Liu saw Hui standing alone, and came forward and asked, Brother, has the third level holy spring been used by someone? They have rushed here at the fastest speed, but judging from the situation, they will not come back empty-handed. Hui shook his head. No. He pointed to the cave on the cliff and said, The third level holy spring is in there. But there are too many guardian beasts of this holy spring, and it is impossible to attack it. How many? Liu glanced at the monsters on the path, and it didn't seem to be many. A few dozen? He said, at least more than 200. As for whether there are more in the cave, it is hard to say. What the hell? Liu exclaimed. More than 200? Are you kidding? The third level holy spring erupts once every 10 years. Almost every time. Someone divides up the third level holy spring through various means. Therefore, the information of the third level holy spring is not a secret. The number of guardian beasts of the third level holy spring is generally around 30 to 40. One person naturally cannot deal with them. But as long as there is a team of 7 or 8 or 10 people, they can completely eliminate them. Therefore, every time the third level holy spring erupts, the most tested thing is people's luck. Whoever is closer, and whoever finds partners faster, can share the energy of the third level holy spring. But it was the first time he heard of a holy spring with more than 200 guardian beasts. He shook his head and said, "No kidding, just now dozens of people have rushed up, but not only did they fail, many people died. I advise you not to think about it." After saying that, he sighed and walked away with heavy steps. All eyes were immediately focused on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao looked straight ahead, his eyes were terribly bright, with a smile on his lips, and murmured, "God really helps me." Chapter 296 5-Man Team. Charge. What did you say? Liu asked with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Yao came back to his senses, smiled and said, "Nothing. I have a question. Are there so many guardian beasts of the third level holy spring?" Su Xingliang asked, puzzled. "Anyway, as far as I know, there are none." Liu shook his head. "I am also very surprised." Bai Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the guardian beasts of the third level holy spring are not so exaggerated. More than 200 guardian beasts. If this is the case in the previous few times, how many people can touch the edge of the third level holy spring? You have to know that the energy of the third level holy spring is also limited. If there are not enough people, it is impossible to attack. If there are more people, the energy that can be divided will be less, and it is not cost effective. The current situation is simply a dilemma. Xiao Yao, what do you think? Su Xingliang asked. Xiao Yao looked at the terrain ahead and said easily, "Do you believe me?" The others looked at each other and nodded. "We definitely believe you." Xiao Yao then showed a confident smile. "Don't worry, leave it to me, I will definitely take you up." After observing the terrain ahead, he was so excited that he wanted to laugh out loud. There was only one way up the mountain, and it was so narrow. This was simply a battlefield customized for his war beasts. Old Nio and Xiaoke stood side by side, and they could directly block the road. This way, they only had to face the enemies in one direction, and they could kill them however they wanted. And in this kind of terrain, Tikki could shoot arrows with his eyes closed. That would be so cool. 200 guardian beasts? He wished he had 500. Let's go! Xiao Yao took a step forward and walked towards the foot of the mountain with great interest. Seeing Xiao Yao so confident, the others looked at each other and then followed Xiao Yao. After stopping at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yao looked up, and the information of this group of guardian beasts appeared in his eyes. Monster name Link 1 climbing tail ape monster skill retractable tail. Mountain splitting claws Link 1 climbing tail ape within sight. The strength is between black iron 5 and bronze 3. A quick glance. The number is more than 200. But as the man just said, I'm not sure if there are more guardian beasts in the cave. He hopes there are, and the more the better. The breakthrough of the 3 beasts depends on them. Wait a minute. Xiaoke, Lao and Yo, Tikki will lead the way, the flying war beasts will provide support in the air, and the rest of the war beasts will stay in front of us, to deal with those who slip through the net. Xiao Yao said. This battle does not require too complicated tactics. It will be done with a flat push. Understood? The others nodded in unison. Although everyone was unsure when seeing so many guardian beasts ahead. But since Xiao Yao was so confident, everyone should just listen to him. Because they knew that Xiao Yao, as the captain, had never let them down. Let's go! Lao Nyo and Xiaoke stood at the front of the team. Tikki stood between them, and the other war beasts stood in front of everyone. After the formation was completed, the group started walking up the mountain. They were not fast, just like ordinary tourists climbing the mountain. This was also the strategy Xiao Yao had formulated, to take it step by step, and kill all the guardian beasts. What are they doing? 5 people want to go up the mountain? Are they a bunch of fools? Are they going to die? What fools? I think they are just a bunch of fools who were intoxicated by the holy spring. Didn't they see the battle just now? Dozens of people were defeated. Just 5 of them want to go up the mountain. They must have shit in their heads. Guess how many of them will survive in the end? I think it's good if 2 of them survive. 2? I don't think any of them can survive. Hey, look at those 2 girls. They are so pretty. It's a pity to let them die like this. Hey, don't say it's true. How about you follow them up and be a flower protector? I won't go. I don't want to lose my life. A bunch of people at the foot of the mountain were watching the backs of the 5 people with mockery, pity, disdain. Everyone thought that these 5 people were going to die in vain. Wait a minute. At this time, a girl suddenly ran up the path, shouting. Xiao Yao and the other 5 paused, turned to look at her. This was a girl with a heroic look, with thick eyebrows, and a sharp look between her eyebrows. Are you 5 going to die? The girl ran in front of them and asked. Before Xiao Yao and the others could reply, the girl continued to speak harshly. Do you know that? Dozens of people failed to act together just now, and in the end several people died, dozens of war beasts, and there are only 5 of you, going up like this? Isn't it looking for death? Xiao Yao and the others were stunned for a moment. Although the girl's words were rather harsh, they knew that she meant well. Xiao Yao smiled and said politely, Thank you for your reminder. But we are naturally confident before we dare to act. You? The girl was speechless. The actions of dozens of people failed. But you are still quite confident. Are you better than dozens of people? You look like a decent person. But you are probably a fool. Right? The girl shook her head, looked at Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yao Yao and said, Why don't you 2 think about it again? She didn't bother to care about these 3 stinky men. The purpose of coming up to advise was for these 2 beautiful girls. She didn't want to see 2 such beautiful girls follow a few idiots to die. That was too worthless. Bai Ling Xiao smiled and said, Thank you, but I believe in my captain. He will lead us to success. Me too. Tao Yao Yao nodded. You too. The girl was speechless and wanted to roll her eyes. Could these 2 girls be fans of this boy, so trusting of him? Didn't you hear it? Dozens of people have lost. Where do you 5 get the confidence from? Let's go! Xiao Yao waved his hand, and several people continued to move forward. You? The girl stamped her feet anxiously. Shanshan, come down. It's hard to persuade the damned. They are looking for death. Don't get yourself involved. The mocking voice of a companion came from not far away. Wang Shanshan glared at Xiao Yao back with hatred. You really want to kill all your teammates? Wang Shanshan ran down the mountain helplessly, sat on the ground, and pounded the ground hard. What's the point of trying to persuade such a person? Don't be angry. A boy with a feminine appearance sat beside her and comforted her. Stay away from me, Wang Shanshan said unhappily. Okay. The boy quickly moved to the side. Wang Shanshan looked up the mountain, watching the 5 people getting closer and closer to the beasts. She couldn't help but show a look of pity. Huh, isn't that right? She suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The boy asked. The number of their war beasts is wrong. Wang Shanshan frowned and said. The number of war beasts? The boy looked up, counted carefully, and said in surprise, No, how come there are 11 war beasts? How can 5 people have 11 war beasts? Could it be that someone lent them war beasts? At this time, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. Fuck, I know who he is. He is Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. Xiao Yao. Everyone was confused. Who is this Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao is a peerless genius from Kyoto University, and also a silver level summoner. Silver level? Everyone was shocked. At the same time, the battle on the mountain officially began. Chapter 297 Silver Level 4 Nature's Grip. When they were still a few dozen meters away from the herd, Xiao Yao asked everyone to stop. He looked at the herd in front of him with some surprise. He had felt something strange since he went up the mountain. These guardian beasts did not seem to attack people actively. After such a long journey up the mountain, these guardian beasts just looked at them coldly, without any action. But it was better this way. The initiative was in their hands, and it would be easier to fight. Get ready, Xiao Yao said solemnly. Wow! All the war beasts got ready, waiting for orders. Charge! As soon as the words fell, Xiaoke and Lao Niu roared, instantly transforming into bloodthirsty werewolves and violent bull demons. A woo! Moo! The 2 3-meter-tall beasts stood up, roaring wildly. At the same time, Tikki laughed sinisterly, and the crossbow in his hand emitted a bright green light. and then shot out 8 poisonous arrows within 1 second. Full fire. Full fire. Tikki gains additional attack distance and attack power bonus. And his attacks come with piercing effects. Puff. 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 Each poisonous arrow can penetrate the bodies of the 3 Lingquan climbing tail monkeys. The Lingquan climbing tail ape that was hit by the poisonous arrow was instantly destroyed by the terrifying poison and fell to the ground and died. In this narrow and inescapable area, Tikki, who was firing at full power, was like a ruthless artillery, wantonly harvesting the lives of the enemies. Ah! Roar! Tikki laughed wildly, and he felt that he was just one step away from a breakthrough. Let these little trash be his stepping stones. Bang! 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 Lanyo and Xiao Fu rushed forward side by side, like 2 iron tanks, and all the enemies that stood in front of them were crushed and destroyed. In less than a few seconds, the number of monsters on the entire path was reduced by 1/3. The people at the foot of the mountain were stunned by the overwhelming battle. What the hell is this? Can it transform? Fuck. Is this a cartoon? It's a human transformation. What kind of monsters are those 3? I've never seen them before. This is easier than killing a chicken. Silver level. He is definitely silver level. Didn't I say that? Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. A silver level summoner. Before you saw him with your own eyes, did you believe he was a silver level summoner? Well, I didn't believe it before, but I believe it now. It's terrifying. No wonder he is so confident. It turns out that the clown is us. Wang Shanshan stared at the battlefield blankly, and at some point, her mouth opened wide, with a look of disbelief. Fuck. This is too strong. Seeing that most of the monsters on the path had disappeared, the man next to him had a stiff face, and recalled his ridicule just now. His face really hurt. Puff. Tikki shot the enemy to death with an arrow, and then his body trembled slightly, and wisps of black smoke came out of his body, like a demon descending to the world. Silver level 4 done. Ah! Roar. After calming down the energy in his body, Tikki excitedly raised his crossbow, and laughed crazily. Ah! Seeing that the enemy was about to be wiped out, a furious roar suddenly came from the cave on the cliff. Then a large group of Lingquan climbed out of the cave, and rushed towards everyone with red eyes. Come on! Xiao Yao shouted excitedly. This group of experienced value babies is really considerate. Boom boom boom. The flying war beasts in the sky smashed their skills towards the beast group crazily. Holy light cannon. Lawn flame. Dance of grass blades. Petrifying eyes. Each wave of attack will surely take away a large number of lives. However, the number of Lingquan climbing tail monkeys is still too large. They do not care about the casualties of their compatriots at all. They rush over with a roar like a death squad. Bang bang. Lanyo attack is very simple. It is to smash the enemy in front of him with one punch after another. All Lingquan climbing tail monkeys hit by Lanyo either have their heads exploded or their chests collapsed. They die in extremely tragic ways. Xiao Fu attack was even more brutal. A pair of sharp claws swung out a death net, cutting all the enemies in front of him into bloody pieces of meat. And Tikki was under the tank, the warrior father's crotch, and output crazily. Ah! At this time, some Lingquan climbing tail monkeys also changed their strategies. Some of them continued to charge along the path, and some of them stuck to the cliff wall with their tails, choosing to bypass the old cow and the 3 beasts, and directly attack the enemies behind. Paw paw paw. The furry tails suddenly stuck to the ground, and then more than a dozen Lingquan climbing tail monkeys jumped from the edge of the cliff, landed steadily on the ground, and roared, and rushed toward Xiao Yao and his companions. Afterwards, a large number of Lingquan tail climbing monkeys followed suit, choosing to bypass the silver level war beasts, climbing up the cliff like ants, and surrounding Xiao Yao and his companions. People at the foot of the mountain also began to talk about it. My goodness, these monkeys are so smart. They are in trouble now. The 3 most terrifying war beasts are entangled, and I don't think the remaining war beasts will be in trouble. TSK TSK TSK. It seems that even a silver level summoner can't withstand it. Fortunately I am cautious. Haha, you were obviously scared just now. I'm being cautious. Puff. Puff. Little Rainbow activated the rainbow flying blade, killing all the Lingquan climbing tail monkeys that were coming towards them. At the same time, the flying war beasts in the sky also began to shift their attack targets, attacking the enemies on the cliff. Puff. Pai Den poked the Lingquan climbing tail monkey's head with one claw, then used a shadow flash to avoid the fatal attack, and returned to Su Xingliang's side. At this time, Pai Dan, Maokai, Little Rainbow, Dream Beast, and the Wood Elf who flew back to Tao Xiao Yao were also guarding them. But facing the endless stream of spiritual spring-climbing apes, their protective power seemed insufficient. Bang! Makai used a thorn smash to blast the row of enemies in front of him off the cliff, and then he stretched out his hand to block the spiritual spring-climbing ape that jumped high and was about to kill Su Xingliang. Facing such a tense situation, Xiao Yao's eyes were clear, without a trace of panic. Seeing that no more enemies were pouring out of the cave, Xiao Yao shouted, "Liang Liang, nature's grip." Good. Su Xingliang immediately gave orders according to Xiao Yao's instructions. Makai suddenly half-crouched, and pressed his palm to the ground. Dong 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 dong, a row of thick roots suddenly appeared, covering all directions in front of everyone. This row of roots was like a surging wave, rushing forward at a very fast speed. Puff puff puff, as soon as the roots touched the Lingquan climbing tail monkeys, they tied them to the ground tightly. Seeing this, some Lingquan climbing tail monkeys wanted to dodge by jumping, but these roots seemed to have wisdom, and would grow taller and taller accordingly, and would never let go of any enemy. After tying up all the enemies on the path, the row of roots actually extended down along the cliff wall, and nailed all the Lingquan climbing-tailed apes on the cliff to the wall. "Kill!" Xiao Yao shouted. Then, all the war beasts attacked with all their strength, and slaughtered the enemies controlled by Makai. The people at the foot of the mountain were so shocked by this scene that they could not express it in words. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 298, Massacre. Roar. The beautiful dream beast opened its mouth and roared wildly. The sound waves stirred up visible ripples in the air, and the powerful mental power made all the enemies dizzy. Dream Heart Cannon, the Wood Elf opened his palms, and hundreds of green grass blades suddenly condensed in the air, like a bone-scraping knife, carving countless deep wounds on the Lingquan climbing tail ape. Grass Blade Dance, the flying war beasts in the sky looked down from above, and poured their artillery fire on the enemies below. During the period of being controlled by nature's grasp, the casualties of the spirit spring climbing ape increased greatly, and in the blink of an eye, only half of their number remained. Ah! After the roots disappeared, the spirit spring climbing apes went crazy, their eyes red, and they rushed towards everyone. Ah! Roo! Roo! At this time, Twitch turned around, licked the corner of his mouth with his bright red tongue, and showed a sinister smile. Puff! 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 The poison arrows accurately shot at the spirit spring climbing ape's head, which immediately relieved the huge pressure on Makai and other war beasts. Ao at this time, two Lingquan climbing tail monkeys passed through the protective circle of the war beasts and rushed towards the crowd. "Leave the left one to me," Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. "I take the right one." As soon as the voice fell, Su Xingliang stepped forward. His right fist gathered power at his waist, and then slammed it out. Thorn Strike Bang, a violent punch hit the chest of the Lingquan climbing tail monkey, and the Lingquan climbing tail monkey screamed, and his body flew into the air, flew 7 or 8 meters away, and fell off the cliff. Puff! Xiao Yao killed his opponent with one knife. He turned around and saw Su Xingliang's powerful punch. His eyes widened slightly. Damn, so fierce. After Su Xingliang came back, Liu pinched the muscles on his arm and said in surprise, "When did you become so awesome?" Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows proudly. "This is the skill I inherited from Makai." Thorn Smash. "Oh my god, I didn't expect that you would be so awesome when you used this move." Seeing that his two roommates were so powerful, Liu was also a little unwilling to be lonely. He opened his eyes slightly, his pupils glowed with a faint brown light, and then 2 brown rays shot out from his eyes, and fell on the 2 Lingquan climbing tail monkeys. Petrified eyes crack. 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 Lingquan climbing tail ape's body stiffened, and mottled stones appeared from his chest, and quickly spread around his body. Swish. Swish. Pai Dan's figure flashed in front of the two. 2 clearly visible wounds appeared on his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. So cool. Xiao Yao turned his head and praised. Liu's move was very similar to Cyclops in X-Men, but Cyclops shot red light, and Liu shot brown light, but they were both very cool. In comparison, although his 3 skills were also very strong, in terms of shocking power, it was still far behind Petrified Eyes. The brown light in Liu's eyes gradually dimmed, and he smiled. Looking handsome is a must. At this time, Tao Xiao Yao and Bai Lin Xiao on the side looked at the 3 people with envy. Neither of them inherited any skills from the war beasts. So when they saw Liang and Liu defeat the enemy with their fighting skills, they were full of envy and hatred. Bang, as the last Lingquan climbing tail ape was smashed in the head by the old cow. The enemies on the battlefield had been slaughtered by everyone. Tikki retracted his crossbow and shook his head, as if to say, I haven't had enough fun yet. Huh? A light breeze blew the strong smell of blood far away. Looking at the piles of corpses around, and the silent cave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. The people at the foot of the mountain looked at the quiet battlefield, stunned and speechless. This is an opponent that a team of dozens of people couldn't solve, and was killed by just 5 people? Even if one of them is a silver-level summoner, that's too exaggerated. After all, it is impossible for a silver-level player to beat dozens of bronze-level players alone. And the most important thing is that the number of guardian beasts this time is far more than last time. Almost more than doubled. Hundreds of guardian beasts were slaughtered just like that. It's outrageous. Xiao Yao glanced at the silent cave in front of him, waved his hand and said, Let's go! Led by Xiaoku and Lanyo, the group quickly ran towards the cave. Paw paw paw. When they were close to the entrance of the cave, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the cave. Xiao Yao extended his hand, and several people stopped immediately. After a while, a furry figure walked out of the shadows. This was a stronger Lingquan climbing tail ape, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscular body, and a strength of bronze 5, making it the strongest of all Lingquan climbing tail ape. However, this Lingquan climbing tail ape had a little frost on his temples, and a hint of old age in his expression. He looked like an old leader. The Lingquan climbing tail ape leader looked at the corpses of his compatriots on the ground, and grief flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he had already transferred all the young tribesmen. Next, it was time for him to fulfill his responsibilities as the leader. Ayo! The leader of the Lingquan climbing tail ape leaped in anger, his sharp claws glowing with cold silver light, and swung at Xiaoku, who was at the front. Mountain crack claw. Xiaoku smiled disdainfully, and with a kick of his foot, he suddenly turned into a black lightning and jumped into the air. Swish! 2 figures collided in the air, and a crisp cutting sound was heard. Xiaoku landed steadily on the ground. In front of him, there was a headless corpse, and the wound was as smooth as a mirror. The students at the foot of the mountain looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the last guardian beast die in the hands of the Black Wolf. It has only been 10 minutes since the battle began. In 10 minutes, the 5 of them killed hundreds of guardian beasts, and did what dozens of other people could not do. This shocked and was hard for them to accept, as they always thought they were the most popular people in the school. This is too strong. Wang Shanshan opened her mouth and sighed unconsciously. She originally thought that the boy was an arrogant and extremely irresponsible captain, but she didn't expect that he actually led the team to success, and killed hundreds of guardian beasts. When she thought of her actions just now, she felt like an ignorant clown, embarrassed to the point of digging her toes into the ground. They are so happy. 5 people can share the energy of the 3rd level Holy Spring. I think it's more than enough for each person to upgrade 2 levels. 2 levels? A year's time is saved. Damn! There were all kinds of envious and jealous voices at the foot of the mountain. You say, why don't we go up and share a piece of the pie? Someone brought it up, and the scene suddenly fell silent. No. Not so good. This is a team that killed hundreds of guardian beasts. Picking on such a big guy. Isn't that courting death? Don't forget. They must have consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. And so many of us are watching. Do they dare to kill them? The last sentence touched the hearts of many people. Yes. So many people are watching. Why not go up and try? Chapter 299. Fighting alone against a group of heroes. They are taking advantage of others. Watching more and more people reluctantly going up the mountain, Wang Shanshan's eyes were full of contempt. The boy next to her said helplessly, This isn't a secret realm. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of others' misfortune and get something for free? Besides, seeing that the 5 of them can divide up the energy of the 3rd level Holy Spring, who wouldn't feel a little resentful, especially those guys whose war beasts just died? Wang Shanshan turned her head to look at him, staring. What? Do you want to take advantage of me? The boy quickly shook his head. I don't want to. Wang Shanshan snorted coldly. You better think so too. I don't want to get along with hypocritical people. The boy looked at the growing team going up the mountain, and curled his lips and said, I'm not a fool. I don't want to offend the boss. What do you mean? Are you saying that group of people are fools? The boy sneered and said, in my opinion, These people are fools. You saw the battle just now. Right? Those 3 silver level warriors killed the guardian beasts just like killing chickens. How much stronger do you think the war beasts of this group of people are than the guardian beasts? It's different. He can kill monsters freely. Does he dare to kill war beasts or people at will? Wang Shanshan shook her head. Killing people is definitely not allowed. The boy said calmly, but who said that we can't kill war beasts? Definitely not. Wang Shanshan was about to refute, but her tone suddenly froze. Yes, the teacher only said that we cannot kill people, but not that we cannot kill war beasts. The boy sneered. If it were me, I would just kill all the war beasts of the leader and see if they dare to act recklessly. Kill them all? Wang Shanshan was stunned for a moment. That's no different from killing people. Right? Without war beasts, how can they survive until the secret realm is closed? The boy showed an indifferent expression. So what? I didn't kill anyone anyway. No killing? Yes, this really doesn't kill anyone. Wang Shanshan felt a strong shock in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Yao and others in front of the cave, murmured, "What will you do?" Xiao Fu sniffed and said, "There are no other monsters inside, kill them all." Xiao Yao nodded, looked at his teammates and said, "It's safe inside. Then let's go quickly." Feeling the warm breath coming towards him, Liu stamped his feet, urging impatiently. This is the 3rd level holy spring. The 3rd level holy spring only erupts once every 10 years in the holy spring secret realm. It is extremely precious. The 3rd level holy spring not only contains gentle and magnificent energy, but also can enhance the strength of war beasts and summoners. It also has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. After soaking in the 3rd level holy spring, wouldn't I, Liu, be more attractive to little sisters? Xiao Yao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." Several people walked into the cave with great interest. They had already felt the slight dampness in the air. After these humid gases were inhaled into the body, the whole cell seemed to be cheering. How terrifying it would be if we could soak in the 3rd level holy spring completely. Xiao Yao was walking at the back, subconsciously turned his head, and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Bai Lingxiao saw Xiao Yao stop, and turned around and asked in confusion. Xiao Yao walked a few steps toward the cave entrance, looking at a large group of people walking up the mountain, and smiled faintly. It seems that many people have ideas about the holy spring. What's going on? Liu and Su Xingliang also came over, and saw the formation that was walking like a long snake, and said angrily, "Damn! What are they doing here? Want to take advantage?" You can guess what these people are thinking. They must feel that they have just experienced a war, and they are exhausted physically and mentally. And these people are outnumbered, so they want to use their numbers to put pressure on them. But this is the result of their hard work. How can they let a group of onlookers share a piece of the pie? Liu said coldly. Xiao Yao, what do you think we should do? Kill them together? So what if there are many people? They have killed hundreds of guardian beasts. Would they still be afraid of you? In his life, Liu would only take advantage of others, and never let others take advantage of him. Xiao Yao said easily, "No. You guys go in. Leave this to me." Although the 3rd level holy spring is very precious, he really wants to experience it. But in fact, this trip to the secret realm has achieved his desired goal. First of all, Xiao Ku, Laonyo, and Tikki have all been upgraded to a level, and Laonyo and Xiao Ku experience bars are almost full again. They will definitely be upgraded to silver level 3 before the secret realm is closed. Moreover, he had also experienced the holy spring, the biggest feature of the secret realm, although it was only a level 2 holy spring. However, the level 3 holy spring was nothing more than more experience, and better physical fitness and skin, which was just that for him. In comparison, he was more willing to help his teammates protect everyone's hard-earned results, and let everyone grow quickly. Currently, Tucci is already silver level 4, and it will take no more than half a year to reach gold level. He didn't want to see himself at gold level, while several teammates were still bronze. That was his fault as the captain. "No, you conquered this place. How can we go in? You have to guard the gate for us." Su Xingliang firmly objected. "That's right," Bai Lingxiao said. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's face it together." "Yeah." Tao Yao nodded. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Xiao Ku and the others are all silver level. The 3rd level holy spring is not very useful to them. In addition, in this terrain, I am invincible. You don't have to worry about me going quickly. There is only this small path in front of the cave. This is a terrain where one man can block 1,000 men. Xiao Ke and the other 3 stand here. Let's see who can get in. Xiao Yao, how about I go with you? Before Bai Ling Xiao finished speaking, Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, no need to say more, go in quickly. Absorbing the energy in the holy spring, as soon as possible, it will be the greatest help to me. After speaking, he asked Xiao Ke and Lan Yo to block the entrance of the cave, and he and Tikki stood between them, waiting for the arrival of the crowd. The 4 looked at each other. They knew that with Xiao Yao's character, once he made a decision, no one could shake it, and it was useless to persuade him. Let's go! Bai Ling Xiao took the lead and moved forward quickly. Just as Xiao Yao said, the sooner they finished, the less pressure Xiao Yao would bear. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed and ran towards the inside of the cave. Listening to the hurried footsteps of his teammates, Xiao Yao nodded slightly, and then looked at the crowd that was gradually approaching. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Not long after, a large group of summoners and war beasts gathered in a pile more than 20 meters away from the cave. And the scene was extremely quiet. Looking at the 3 terrifying war beasts and the indifferent super genius Xiao Yao, many people were secretly worried. He dared to stay here alone. Could he have something to rely on? Chapter 300, Merciless Impact. Cough cough. The sound of coughing broke the silence here. A muscular, mature-looking boy stood up, looked at Xiao Yao, and said loudly, Brother, we all want to see what the 3rd level holy spring looks like. Can you give us a hand? That's right. The 3rd level holy spring only erupts once every 10 years. At least let us see it. Yes, this is the only chance in our lives. Various voices came from the crowd. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. No problem. Huh? Everyone's eyes lit up. Is this genius so easy to talk to? Or is he shocked by so many of us? But Xiao Yao's next sentence made their faces stiffen. Wait for my teammates to come out, then you can go in at will. Damn. Wait for your teammates to come out. The holy spring has been sucked dry. Why bother going in? Many people cursed in their hearts. Of course, these words were just in my mind, and no one dared to speak them out. At this time, a boy stood up and said indignantly, You are too domineering. Why do you 5 people want to monopolize the 3rd level holy spring? That's right. You are too selfish. That's right. The holy spring is shared by everyone. And you are too unreasonable. For a while, the crowd was indignant, accusing, denouncing, and even scolding. So many people gathered together, which gave many people inexplicable confidence. And the words they said became more and more unpleasant. Heh. Xiao Yao's eyelids drooped slightly, muttering, It looks like a fight is inevitable. A Xiao Ke's eyes were bloodshot, and a cruel roar came out of his mouth. Although he didn't understand what the group of humans were saying, he could feel the growing malice in them. Facing people with malice, he had only one thought. Kill! Tikki licked the corner of his mouth with his bright red tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Let's have another exciting massacre. Bang bang Lan Yo fists collided, his eyes were calm, but his momentum was like the boundless sea, calm but pregnant with violent energy. Let's go together. Let's see how he stops us. Someone in the crowd shouted. This sentence seemed to give them courage, and everyone half pushed and half shoved to go up together. Tikki, Xiao Yao said lightly. Here I come, Tikki grinned, and a ball of green light suddenly appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the green light flew out of his hand and quickly fell in the direction of everyone's advance. Bang! The poisonous fog filled the air, covering the entire path. The leader almost touched the poisonous fog, and he screamed in fear and retreated. His retreat immediately triggered a chain reaction, causing the people behind him to retreat continuously, and the large group was more than 10 meters away from the poisonous fog. At this time, a calm and domineering voice resounded through the sky. Those who cross the line will die. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, causing them to tremble in their hearts. The scene suddenly became quiet. It was not until the poisonous fog dissipated that someone started to speak again. Don't be afraid, he is just one person. Are we all going to be scared by him alone? Yes, we will attack together. That's right, he is alone, can't stop a group of us. The atmosphere at the scene was instigated by some people again, and Xiao Yao shook his head when he saw the messy scene. Mob. The gradually heated atmosphere reached its peak. A rough-looking, somewhat reckless boy raised his arm and shouted, Everyone, charge together. Bang! A huge rock beast took heavy steps and rushed towards the cave first. As soon as someone moved, many war beasts followed and rushed towards the cave with roars. Seeing the battle being triggered by himself, The rough boy felt proud and secretly happy. He was willing to be the first to come forward. And he naturally had his own little thoughts. Because as long as the rock beast moved, someone would follow suit. As long as the battle started, he could take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. As a war beast with amazing defensive power, he was confident that the rock beast could resist the opponent's first wave of attack. And his second war beast was an agile war beast, which could hide behind him and wait until the battle situation stabilized before deciding whether to act. This wave, stable. Bang bang bang. At one time, more than 20 war beasts rushed towards the cave with great momentum. At the same time, several flying war beasts also spread their wings and hovered in the air, accumulating huge energy in their bodies. On the other side, many people were also watching the fire from the other side, waiting for the situation to change before considering whether to act. Boom boom boom, fireball, ice spikes, lightning. One after another, long-range attacks blasted towards the cave entrance. Xiao Yao eyes turned cold, looking for death. Boom, the old cow took a step, like a towering mountain blocking Xiao Yao and Xiao Fu. Bang bang bang, all the attacks hit him at once. But the next second, everyone showed a shocked expression. They found that, with so many attacks coming down, the cow not only had no expression on his face, but his body didn't even shake. How is this possible? Bang bang bang, Xiao Fu and Lan Yo roared, and rushed forward with big strides, colliding with the surging herd of war beasts. Mu Lan Yo gathered all his strength, and punched the rock beast's head with a violent iron fist. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the rock beast's head was blown up. All in the crowd, the rough-looking boy suddenly held his head with both hands, and screamed in pain. A long and arrogant howl sounded, and a black lightning flashed through the herd of war beasts, and every time it passed, it brought up strange blood flowers. Puff, puff. A series of sounds of flesh tearing made everyone feel cold. At the same time, Tikki smiled grimly, and kept pulling the trigger, shooting poisonous arrows into the sky. Puff, puff, puff. The poisonous arrows fell accurately on the flying beasts. Some flying beasts hid far away, but were all shot dead by Tikki. Seeing this, Xiao Yao did not say anything. Since some people have come to the party, they must pay a price. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out from the crowd, like hell on earth. Xiao Yao watched the scene without changing his expression. On weekdays, he never liked to do things to the extreme. But in today's situation, if he didn't pick out some people to make an example of, he would never be able to eliminate the greed in these people's hearts. In order to protect his teammates, he was willing to be the bad guy. Listening to the miserable screams in their ears, looking at the painful faces in front of them, many people were frightened, worried that in the next second, Xiao Yao would shift his target to them. No, I want to retreat. Go quickly. Run. Run, this is a killer. A group of people fled down the mountain without looking back, for fear that if they ran too slowly, they would also follow in the footsteps of that group of people. Not long after, there were only a pile of war beast corpses and people who were in despair and sat in front of the cave. Chapter 301, Everyone breaks through. A large group of summoners either leaned against the wall or supported their knees, panting heavily. When they looked up at the indifferent boy in front of the cave, their eyes contained hatred and deep fear. You are too vicious, do you know? The rough boy at the beginning straightened his back with difficulty, pointed at Xiao Yao, seemingly wanting to vent his anger. If you keep talking nonsense, your second war beast can die too. The indifferent and domineering tone made the boy feel cold in his heart, and he swallowed back all the words he was going to say. Xiao Yao looked at the pale-faced summoners, who had not yet recovered from the pain, and said calmly, "Take your war beasts down." Hearing this, some people walked down the mountain in silence, but some did not move, but looked at Xiao Yao with hateful eyes. It seemed that he was saying, "Kill me if you have the guts." What a trouble. Xiao Yao sighed in his heart. When dealing with the Shadow Society or those spies, he could kill them decisively and leave no one alive. But facing this group of students who hated him, under the gaze of so many people, he could only teach them a lesson at most. Of course, no one would feel comfortable being stared at like this. Xiao Yao took 2 steps forward and said coldly, "I will count to 10. If anyone still hangs around in front of me, then your war beast will stay here forever. 1, 2, 3. When counting to 3, several people could no longer bear the pressure and left in disgrace. 4, 5, 6. When counting to 6, even the most stubborn people, when seeing Xiao Yao's increasingly cold eyes, could not help but feel fear, because they knew This man would really dare to kill if he had something to do. 7, 8, 9. When counting to 9, there was no one in front of him. It's really easier to be a villain. Xiao Yao smiled helplessly. To be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to be a bad guy. Who would want to make a bunch of enemies for themselves? But today's incident made him understand a truth. The summoner world is cruel. The later it gets, the more precious the resources needed will be. By then, it is inevitable to compete with all kinds of people as enemies, and the number of enemies will only increase. But you can't give up the competition just because you don't want to offend people. Only when you become stronger and stronger can you deter these enemies, and make them give up some of their thoughts. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. The strong smell of blood was slowly blown away by the breeze. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for his companions. In fact, he could also go and feel the level 3 holy spring now. But after thinking about it, he decided to stay at the door and let his teammates grow to the greatest extent. Currently, Tikki has reached silver level 4, and Xiao Fu and Lanyo are about to break through silver level 3. Even without the holy spring, the two beasts can break through within 2 days. Judging from the previous performance in the wasteland plains, his previous estimate of the strength of the 3 beasts was a bit conservative. As long as Xiao Fu and Lanyo reach silver level 3, they will be enough to dominate the silver level. The National League is about to start. He is absolutely confident. Even if the 3 beasts don't break through to a higher level, he will definitely win the championship. Too scary. This Xiao Yao is really too scary. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were discussing in shock, their voices full of fear of Xiao Yao. You don't know? Just now, he killed those war beasts just like cutting melons and vegetables. In less than a few seconds, all of them were killed. Oh my god. After hearing what you said, I am really glad that I didn't go up just now. Is the silver level so scary? Those guys must not have just broken through the silver level. They must be at least silver 3, 4, otherwise they can't be so terrifying. Silver 3, 4? Isn't he just a freshman? The world of geniuses is different from ours. Don't use your cognition to evaluate them. From your tone, you're almost his fanboy. From today on, I'm his fanboy. I can guarantee that, at his current growth rate, he will definitely win the league championship in the next 3 years. If it's true as you said, his 3 war beasts are already silver 3, silver 4. Then the future National League will have unprecedented gold level contestants. Gold level? I don't know when I can reach gold level in my life. Hey. At this time, students from many schools have gathered at the foot of the mountain, and all they are talking about is the name Xiao Yao. Hey. Do you think we should go up and give it a try? Xinjiaming said, pushing his companion's arm. Luo Ping glanced at him, and said with a sneer, why are you going up there? Are you friends with Xiao Yao? No. I don't. Xinjiaming shrugged and said, aren't they from the same school anyway? He and Luo Ping had just found this place, but they didn't expect that such a large group of people had already arrived here. They thought that the 3rd level holy spring had been used by others. But by eavesdropping on their discussions, they realized that the scene of the pile of corpses was caused by Xiao Yao, a famous figure in their school. The 3rd level holy spring was also occupied by Xiao Yao team. Luo Ping said speechlessly, you have no friendship with them. Why should you take advantage of them? Xinjiaming muttered, aren't alumni also friendships? I don't think there is a single person from our Beijing University among so many people. Forget it. Luo Ping rolled his eyes. If it were you, would you let an alumni you didn't know? Xinjiaming curled his lips. That's impossible. If it were him, he would definitely occupy the 3rd level holy spring as soon as possible. As for defending the goal for teammates, it doesn't exist at all. Why should I give away the kingdom I have conquered to others? So a monster is a monster. He doesn't even care about the 3rd level holy spring. He gives it up when he is told to. Why is the gap between people so big? So don't think about it. If you are interested, stay for a while. When they come down, you may be able to get to know them. If you are not interested, just leave. Let's fight for the 2nd level holy spring. Luo Ping patted Xinjiaming on the shoulder and said, forget it. Let's go! Xinjiaming thought for a moment and said, while many people's attention is attracted by the 3rd level holy spring, we should seize the opportunity and look for the 2nd level holy spring. I'm glad you think so. Let's go! Time passed bit by bit, although more and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. After hearing about Xiao Yao from others, No one dared to set foot on the road up the mountain. Not ready yet? Xiao Yao stood up boredly and looked into the distance. The teammates have been in there for an hour. They haven't come out for such a long time. It seems that everyone has gained a lot. After more than 10 minutes, there was finally movement in the depths of the cave. A burst of rapid footsteps sounded. Xiao Yao turned around, looking forward with expectation. Finally, four teammates, who were soaked to the skin, appeared in front of him with their war beasts. Xiao Yao glanced at the situation of all the war beasts, and a smile appeared on his face. Bai Lin Xiao, Bronze 5 level Flying Feather Blue Phoenix, Bronze 5 level Rainbow Horned Deer. Li Yu, Bronze 5 level Beautiful Dream Beast, Bronze 5 level Gargoyle Su Xingliang, Bronze 4 level Shadow Cat, Bronze 5 level Twisted Tree Spirit. Tao Yao Yao, Bronze 4 level Sky Wing Unicorn, Bronze 4 level Wood Elves all reached Bronze 4 or above. Chapter 302 Going Down the Mountain. Paw. Wet figures rushed into Xiao Yao's arms. Bai Ling Xiao hugged Xiao Yao's waist with both hands, looking up, asked with concern, "You weren't injured just now, were you?" Xiao Yao scratched her nose affectionately, smiled. "What can happen to me?" Everyone looked at Xiao Yao and his three war beasts carefully, and found that they were not injured, and their expressions were extremely relaxed. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. At the beginning, they did not directly enter the holy spring, but stayed in the middle section of the cave, ready to provide support at any time. Hearing the continuous explosions and roars outside, everyone's heart was in a knot, and they were ready to go out to support. But not long after, it became completely quiet outside, and no one had entered the cave, so they put their worries aside, and the 4 people and 8 beasts jumped into the holy spring together, trying to absorb the energy in it. In the following period of time, they found that Xiao Yao had not come in. The few people who were familiar with Xiao Yao naturally knew why, so everyone tried their best to absorb the energy of the holy spring, so as not to let Xiao Yao down. Xiao Yao looked at his teammates. In addition to the huge improvement of Zhanshu, everyone's appearance has changed a lot. The skin of the 2 girls is so good, white and moist, you can't even see the pores. Any girl would be jealous. Liang Yang's skin seems to be whiter, and her temperament is more sunny and gentle, and her appearance has improved 10 points. Li Yu's change is the most obvious. Originally, his dark circles are particularly conspicuous, as if he has stayed up late for 10 days, but after being moisturized by the 3rd level holy spring, the dark circles under his eyes are almost invisible, and the whole person is much more energetic, from a kidney-deficient man to a pretty boy. It looks like everyone has made a lot of progress. All members have reached bronze level 4 and level 5. Xiao Yao said with a smile. Everyone knows that Xiao Yao has a pair of sharp eyes. He can tell the strength of any war beast at a glance, so it's not surprising. Yes, the energy of this level 3 holy spring is too strong, Su Xingliang said excitedly. Although only 4 people and 8 war beasts shared the energy of the level 3 holy spring this time, the extent of each person's improvement was beyond everyone's imagination. Li Yu and Bai Ling Xiao 4 war beasts all upgraded by 2 levels, reaching bronze 5, and his and Tao Yao Yao war beasts upgraded by 3 levels. Maokai reached bronze 5, and the other 3 reached bronze 4. In this way, the 8 war beasts upgraded by 20 levels in total. This does not include the improvement of their own physical fitness. It can be said that this harvest has made them at least half a year ahead of their peers. If everything goes well, maybe they can all rush into the silver level in their freshman year. A freshman of the silver grade. Although there is still a big gap compared to a monster like Xiao Yao, but at least in Dragon Country, it is definitely the top genius. Li Yu said seriously, I would like to call it a 3rd level semi-holy spring. Yeah. Su Xingliang nodded in approval. Compared with the ordinary 3rd level holy spring, this holy spring has several times more guardian beasts, but correspondingly, the energy contained in it is also much higher. It is indeed quite appropriate to describe it as a 3rd level semi-holy spring. Xiao Yao smiled, and took out several people's backpacks from the broken sky ring. Xiao Yao handed Tao Yao Yao and Bai Ling Xiao backpacks to them. You can go in and change your clothes. Several people's clothes were soaked, especially the 2 girls. Their clothes stuck to their bodies, outlining their hot bodies. They definitely couldn't go down the mountain in this way. The 2 girls took the backpacks, glanced at their chests, and their cheeks flushed slightly. After the 2 of them walked into the cave, Su Xingliang took out clean clothes from the backpack and took off his shirt. Change here? Li Yu was surprised. Then when do you want to change? Su Xingliang changed his shirt and said to him. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Xiao Yao said with a smile. I'm just afraid that you will feel inferior. Liu smiled. When did a 3-inch tall man become so confident? Su Xingliang changed all his clothes and teased with a smile. You are only 3-inch tall. And I am a golden-winged rock. Liu rolled his eyes in annoyance and quickly changed his clothes. The two wrung out their clothes, let Xiao Yao take back the broken sky ring, then they started chatting again. I didn't expect to be able to break through to Bronze 5 this time. I can't believe it, Liu said with emotion. Yeah, I never thought I could reach Bronze 5 in my freshman year, Su Xingliang said faintly. He originally expected himself to reach Bronze 4 by the end of his freshman year, and break through to Silver in the second half of his sophomore year. This is already a very fast speed. I didn't expect that not long after the start of the second semester of my freshman year, I had already reached Bronze 5. This was a speed I had never imagined. Xiao Yao glanced at Mikai's experience bar. He had just broken through Bronze 5. But in fact, as long as the opportunity was right, it wouldn't take long for Mikai to break through Silver. If he broke through Silver, Liang would then have a more terrifying war beast. Void Reaver Kha'Zix. He estimated that Liang was likely to be the first one to break through Silver among the few. The reason is very simple. Because ordinary war beasts need to meet many conditions to break through the big level, such as whether the war beast has excellent potential, whether the foundation is solid, whether the body can withstand the energy impact after the breakthrough, etc. However, these shackles do not exist on Mikai. As long as the energy is sufficient or enough monsters are killed, he can quickly improve. Of course, with Liu and Xiao Zhao's talents and family background, it will not take too long to break through from Bronze 5 to Silver. Xiao already has the 9-tailed demon fox Ari as a silver-level war beast, so Liu needs to prepare for it in advance. He took a look at the value of the dark magic power, and it is only a dozen points away from 100, but to earn these dozen points of dark magic power, you still need some luck. Pa. At this time, Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yaoyao also walked out arm in arm. Both of them chose a white short-sleeved shirt, plus slightly loose sweatpants, under the background of white clothes. Their enviable white skin is more prominent. Let's go! Xiao Yao waved his hand, leading his friends to walk down the mountain. Hey look, they're coming down! They're coming down! Watching the figures slowly walking down the mountain, everyone focused their attention on them. Wow, so beautiful! This skin is so good! Their team is so good-looking. When Xiao Yao and his friends walked down the mountain, a group of people watched closely and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, some people looked at Xiao Yao with hidden but hateful eyes. Xiao Yao could naturally feel the malice, but he didn't care at all. The 3rd-level Holy Spring was already in hand, so in the next few days, they could act freely. The goal was that Xiaoke and Lao Niu both reach Silver Level 3. Xiao Yao pointed in a direction. Let's go. Chapter 303 I Report Xiao Yao. The 10th day in the Secret Realm. Swish. 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 Black shadows flickered in the forest every time they appeared. They would bring up a gorgeous blood flower. Rainbow-colored flying blades, brown rays, violent flames, holy beams. This tsunami-like offensive swept away all enemies. Nice kill. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and praised. After a few days of running in and training, all the war beasts have mastered the sudden increase in power, and their combat effectiveness has improved by several levels. At the same time, Xiaoke and Lao Niu also broke through the 3rd level of Silver. It can be said that everyone gained a lot from this trip to the Secret Realm. Liu looked at his watch and complained. Today is the 10th day. When can we go out? Life in the wild is actually very difficult. There is no hot food, no soft big bed, and even sleeping is not peaceful. Even though Xiao Yao has a broken sky ring, he brought a lot of snacks, canned food, and dried meat, which is much better than other people eating energy bars every day. But if you eat too much of this kind of thing, you will feel very sick. What he wanted to do most now was to have a big meal at the school gate and have a good sleep at night. Of course, he had to exchange experiences with the brothers on the other side before going to bed. Hey, it seems that only freshmen can enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm. So let them feel my joy. Xiao Yao smiled and said, You have persisted for 10 days, and you still care about this moment. Liu shook his head and sighed. Alas, I am actually worried about Pai Yin and Yi Fong. They must be very lonely staying alone in an empty room. Hee. Su Xingliang exposed it without hesitation. You just want to show off. Liu said slowly. I don't call this showing off. I'm just spreading the joy of happiness. Tao Yaoyao on the side giggled. She thought it was really interesting for boys to bicker with each other. The sound of dead leaves being trampled sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. Xiao Yao said, "Don't panic, Xiao Fu and Tikki are back." Considering that no silver-level monsters were seen in the entire secret realm, so in the next few days, he would send a war beast to guard everyone, and the other 2 war beasts would go out hunting independently within a certain range, basically in shifts of 6 hours. This not only ensures everyone's safety, but also allows them to use the conditions of the secret realm to the maximum efficiency, allowing them to grow quickly. After a few days, the experience bars of the 3 beasts have exceeded 1/3. Xiao Fu and Tikki quickly appeared beside everyone and looked at Lan Yo together. Who will guard the house next? They learned the term guarding the house from Xiao Yao, and now they can use it proficiently. In addition to guarding the house, they also learned stealing the house, which is another name for the decapitation tactic. When they encountered monsters several times later, without Xiao Yao order, they already knew to implement the stealing home tactic. "Let's take it easy for now," Xiao Yao said. "Today is the 10th day, and it's probably time to go out soon." He doesn't know how everyone left the secret realm, so he won't let the war beasts go out at this time. Okay, Tucci took back the crossbow with some regret. He felt that if he could stay a few more days, he would be able to break through again. "Dear Prey, it's a pity to say goodbye. I will miss you." Bang! At this time, a shocking thunder sounded, and the ground began to shake constantly. Xiao Yao raised his head, and saw a black spot appearing above the sky. Then the black spot gradually expanded, and finally turned into a black hole that covered the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge suction force made everyone lose their balance, and they quickly took off into the air and flew towards the black hole. For a moment, dense black spots rushed into the sky. Before leaving, a sentence floated in the sky: "I will come back." Xiao Yao stood firmly on the ground, and the rest of his teammates surrounded him. Looking around, this was still the square where they had gathered before, but it had expanded several times. So even with so many more war beasts, it didn't seem crowded at all. In the square, students were either happy, disappointed, or sad, communicating with the people around them. At the same time, many war beasts made various roars, and it felt like coming to a zoo. "All students, retract your war beasts immediately." The majestic voice of Principal Ouyang came to his ears. Everyone immediately followed the instructions and retracted their war beasts. The scene suddenly became quiet. Follow the ground signs, find the location of your respective schools and gather. Soon, the students began to run, looking for the location of the school. 10 minutes later, the students from all the hundreds of schools stood in the designated positions. Xiao Yao glanced at the classmates next to him. They were all wearing dirty clothes, and their expressions were both excited and tired that could not be concealed. Xiao Yao, Liang, Xian Yu. Zhong Tianho's deep and excited voice sounded from behind. The 3 looked back, and their expressions were happy. Zhong Tianho's shirt was torn into strips by something, and half of the clothes were missing, revealing his dark skin and strong abdominal muscles. Quick! Get me some clothes." Zhong Tianho ran to Xiao Yao and urged him. Xiao Yao smiled and took out a loose coat from the broken sky ring and handed it to him. "Tianho, you're playing pretty wild. Your clothes are torn. Are you communicating with some little girl in the secret realm?" Liu joked. Zhong Tianho put on his clothes and rolled his eyes. "Little girl. I was on my way to escape and got caught by something. Damn it. If it weren't for my high running fast, I would have almost been unable to come back." High is the name of Zhong Tianho's war beast, the Night Blade Leopard. Bronze level 1. Extremely fast. "What happened to you?" Su Xingliang asked curiously. "Don't mention it. I just happened to meet a group of monkeys before the secret realm closed. I was being chased just now. Luckily, the secret realm closed and saved my life," Zhong Tianho said speechlessly. TSK, I don't know whether to say you were unlucky or lucky." At this time, Principal Ouyang came to the front of the team and said, "The person in charge of each class taps the number of people. Before coming to the secret realm, each class appointed a student to be responsible for checking the registration status of each class. Xiao Yao was the person in charge of the first class." Xiao Yao turned on his phone, called up a group, and responded to each member of the group one by one. Fortunately, 13 students from their class came this time, and all returned safely, which made him very happy. Soon, the situation of all students in Kyoto University was counted, and a total of 25 students did not return to the team. Everyone knew that. Those who did not return to the team would never come back. Principal Ouyang looked calm. This time was different from the support operation in Kuroki City. Everyone chose to come to the Holy Spring secret realm for themselves. The school provided a platform for growth, but life and death depended on their own luck. Every time the Holy Spring secret realm was opened, some students died. After seeing it so many times, he would not be too touched. After the casualties of all schools were counted, then they began to return to school. Wait a minute. At this time, an inappropriate voice sounded, and then, a shocking remark instantly set off the entire square. Principal, I report that Xiao Yao from Kyoto University killed my classmate Sun Chi. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone turned around and looked in the direction of Kyoto University. At this time, the students of Kyoto University also focused their attention on Xiao Yao. Chapter 304 I am not talented, I am just a silver level 4 summoner. Bullshit! Li Yu angrily cursed. Who the hell killed him? You stand up and speak. Xiao Yao's face did not change at all. He just turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Principal Ouyang has been paying attention to Xiao Yao's expression. Seeing him so calm and frank when encountering things, he admired him very much. Sun Chi was killed by him. In the team of Jinan University, a boy shouted with a thick neck, if he hadn't killed one of Sun Chi's war beasts, Sun Chi would not have been killed by the black porcupine. TSK, it turns out that he didn't kill anyone. Many students secretly curled their lips. I thought there would be something exciting. It turned out to be just this. If it wasn't murder, why would you report it? The students all knew that killing war beasts was within the scope of the rules. Many people killed or were killed by war beasts in the process of competing for the Holy Spring. No one expected the school to stand up for them because of this. The president of Jinan University frowned slightly, and then asked, why does he want Sun Chi's war beast? The boy paused and explained, when fighting for the 3rd level Holy Spring, Sun Chi just went to join in the fun. But, before he finished speaking, the president of Jinan University waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to listen anymore. Going to join in the fun next to the 3rd level Holy Spring. Your story is really bad. This made his school look even more embarrassed. The boy's face turned red, and his eyes were extremely unwilling. Sun Chi was his roommate, his brother who he lived with day and night. And his good brother was killed just like that. But the school just had this attitude, which made him both heartbroken and angry. The classmates around the boy saw his expression, and could only sigh helplessly, because they knew that this was the cruelty of the summoner world, and that they could face death at any time. If you are not as skilled as others, but still try to be strong, you will only suffer the consequences. I report that Xiao Yao also killed one of my war beasts. A hateful voice resounded through the square, shocking the boy's heart. I report that Xiao Yao also killed my war beast. Me too. Was someone taking the lead? A group of people soon denounced Xiao Yao. The students of Kyoto University immediately looked at Xiao Yao with surprise. Brother, how many people's war beasts did you kill? Oh my god, killed so many war beasts. No way, he did something that angered the heavens and the people, and offended so many people. Offended? Didn't you hear that? The war beasts of this group of people were killed, but this Xiao Yao didn't say anything. What does this mean? It means that he killed so many people's war beasts by himself, and he himself was fine. Do you think such a person is scary or not? Damn it. That's right. The students' whispers immediately rang out in the square. Many people stretched their heads, wanting to see who this Xiao Yao was. After so many people denounced him, the president of Jinan University was a little moved. His student had such a thing, and he was naturally embarrassed. But after all, the student from Jingda did not break the rules, so he couldn't say anything. But if so many people started to target him, he would have to talk it out. Although the student cannot be punished, it is also a victory for him to lower his head and admit his mistakes. His prestige will naturally rise. The president of Jinan University looked at Ouyang Xian and said, President Ouyang, do you think you should give us an explanation? At least let your students say something. Ouyang Xian looked at Xiao Yao and said, Xiao Yao, do you have anything to say? Xiao Yao said calmly, they are right. I did it. Seeing Xiao Yao admit it so straightforwardly, the president of Jinan University said calmly, at such a young age, isn't his method too cruel? So his name is Xiao Yao. Hui Inting and others whispered. So many people are targeting him. Let's see what he will do. Xia Zhongjia said viciously. His war beast was not killed by Xiao Yao, but by another boy. But after being tortured that time, He seemed to have sequelae. At night, he felt like ants were crawling and biting all over his body. This feeling almost drove him crazy. He couldn't sleep for several consecutive nights. Wu Yinting looked at Xiao Yao's unusually calm face and shuddered. Whenever he saw this face, he felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to scratch his whole body. He knew very well that the last experience also left him with sequelae. But it was not as serious as Zhao Zhongjia's. However, unlike Zhao Zhongjia, his war beast did not die. When he saw that so many people's war beasts were killed, his war beast actually survived, which made him feel very fortunate. So his feelings toward Xiao Yao now are far more fear than hatred. As long as he can stay away from this devil, he will do anything. Facing such an evaluation from a principal, Xiao Yao was still as calm as before. I only killed one of their war beasts. I have already shown mercy. Wow. Seeing Xiao Yao actually arguing with a principal and not giving in, the students of Kyoto University all thought he was very domineering, and many girls had bright eyes, rippling with water. You, the president of Jinan University, was furious. How dare a little student talk to him like this? It was too arrogant. He looked at Ouyang Xian with a stern face and said in a deep voice, Principal Ouyang, your student did this kind of thing. You have to give an explanation anyway. We are all waiting for it. He knew that he was not a person of such importance, and would not let Ouyang Xian give in, so he also used the tiger skins of other principals to put pressure on Ouyang Xian. No matter how powerful Ouyang Xian is, can he still fall out with so many principals? For a moment, all eyes were focused on Ouyang Xian. Ouyang Xian first glanced at Xiao Yao's calm face, then turned his head and looked at the president of Jinan University, and said lightly, Explanation? What does my student need to explain to you? The face of the president of Jinan University suddenly became ugly. He didn't expect Ouyang Xian to answer like this, not giving him face at all. Xiao Yao looked at the calm and majestic expression of President Ouyang, and felt warm in his heart. Long live Principal Ouyang! Liu shouted excitedly. The principal is mighty. The principal is domineering. The students of Kyoto University shouted excitedly, seeing the principal defend Xiao Yao so much. Everyone was proud and proud. Through this incident, they believed that if they had conflicts with students from other schools in the future, as long as they were right, the school would definitely stand on their side. Under the enthusiastic shouts of Kyoto University students, the face of the president of Jinan University became more and more gloomy. Well, Principal Ouyang? Another principal stepped forward in time to smooth things over. Look, this kid killed so many students' war beasts. Although it didn't violate the rules, it was a little too much. We don't ask for anything else. Just let this kid apologize. Ouyang Xian glanced at Xiao Yao and said, Xiao Yao, are you willing to apologize? Xiao Yao shook his head. I won't apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. Humph! The president of Jinan University said with a sullen face. You have no sense of shame. I don't think you will achieve great things in the future. Difficult to achieve great things? Ouyang Xian glanced at him, smiled faintly. Xiao Yao, tell Principal Zun about your strength. Let him see if you can achieve great things. Xiao Yao straightened his body, looked at Principal Zun, and said calmly, I am not talented, just a silver level 4 summoner. Silver? Silver level 4 summoner? For a moment, everyone's expression froze instantly. Chapter 305 Shock. In the square, countless students opened their mouths wide, cannot believe what they heard. Aren't the conditions for participating in the Secret Realm freshmen? How could there be a silver level 4? Did Kyoto University cheat? A senior student sneaked in? This is impossible. The president of Jinan University said excitedly. How could someone be a silver level 4 in the freshman year? How is it impossible? The students of Kyoto University secretly curled their lips, and suddenly a sense of superiority emerged in their hearts. You are the president of a university. So ignorant. Although they were surprised that Xiao Yao had reached silver level 4. Xiao Yao had already reached silver level last semester. Now he had reached silver level 4. Although it was ridiculously fast. But it was acceptable after thinking about it. Who made him Xiao Yao? He had reached silver level 4. In the Shuema University team, Yi Xiaozhu looked at Xiao Yao's calm profile. And his mood was extremely complicated. After being defeated by Xiao Yao in the joint entrance examination, he demanded more strictly of himself, and never slacked off for a day, just to defeat Xiao Yao, the only man who made him taste failure. But what he didn't expect was that, after that, the gap between the two of them actually widened. When he was at bronze 4 and felt self-satisfied, Xiao Yao next door was already at silver. And when he broke through to silver by chance after the family's key resources were allocated, and he gained something in the secret realm, Xiao Yao was already at silver 4. This situation where the gap kept widening no matter how hard he tried made him feel a little frustrated. However, as a junior of Master Yi, Yi Xiaozhu had a determination to never give up and be the best since he was a child. And he soon adjusted his mentality. Now that there is someone to chase, he will work harder. Sooner or later, he will defeat Xiao Yao and get rid of the label of being a descendant of the Yi family. He hopes that when others introduce him in the future, he will no longer be the descendant of Master Yi, but just himself, Yi Xiaozhu. At this time, Yangxian said indifferently, Zhengyi, do you mean that I? Yangxian, did something wrong in the Holy Spring secret realm? No, that's not what I mean. The president of Jinan University waved his hands quickly, and he would not dare to say anything bad about Yangxian even if he had 10 guts. You have to know that Yangxian is the president of Kyoto University, the top master summoner in Dragon Country, and he is only diamond level 5, far inferior in both strength and status. Seeing that Yangxian did not seem to be joking, the president of Jinan University once again set his eyes on Xiao Yao. But this time, his eyes were no longer scrutinizing and arrogant, but full of shock and emotion. A freshman of silver level 4. It can be said that there has never been such an exaggerated genius in the history of Dragon Country. Such a genius appeared in Kyoto University, which was not only his personal fortune, but also the fortune of Kyoto University. He finally understood now why Yangxian was so strong in supporting Xiao Yao. If it were him, he would not only support him in attitude, but also train him as his son. Except for the president of Shuemu University. All the other presidents showed shocked expressions. Especially Liang Haifeng, the president of Modu Military University, felt even more complicated. Originally, Magic City Military University was the third strong contender for the league championship after Kyoto University and Shuemu University. They also won the league championship once in the past 2 years. Therefore, all the teachers and students of Magic City Military University have been working hard in recent years to compete for the throne of the league again. If they succeed, they will no longer be the third school under Kyoto and Shuemu in people's mouths, but a famous school on par with them. But what was unexpected was that Kyoto University actually produced such a peerless genius. Xiao Yao's appearance completely dispelled their desire to win the championship in the next 3 years. Hey, why do the top talents always come from Kyoto University? Liang Haifeng sighed slightly in his heart. Although Magic City Military University has also produced many famous strong men, it is still far behind Kyoto University. At least 2 of the 4 great masters came from Kyoto University. And there are even more masters. Seeing the shocked and complicated expressions of the principals, Yangxian couldn't help but feel a little proud. As the president of Kyoto University, what he hopes to see most is that the school will produce many talents and maintain its position as the first university in Longhua. The appearance of Xiao Yao has undoubtedly proved this point. All the geniuses of historical level come from Kyoto University. So who can shake the status of Kyoto University? Yangxian smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a dazzling space gate appeared in front of the Kyoto University team. Students of Kyoto University returned to school. Under the shocked and envious eyes of others, all the students of Kyoto University immediately stopped their backs and looked around complacently. See? We went back to school through the space gate, and you took the bus. This is the difference between us. Bang, bang, bang. Led by Xiao Yao, Kyoto University entered the space gate in order according to the class sequence. Just when the last class of Kyoto University was about to enter the space gate, Ji Jianqing, the president of Shuemu University, said, Shuemu University follow them? Ah? The students of Jellyfish University subconsciously looked at Yangxian. Yangxian laughed and scolded, you are just a freeloader. Ji Jianqing said nonchalantly, who gave you such a convenient skill? If not you, who else should I use? Students, hurry up and catch up. The principal had spoken. Shuemu University rushed to the end of the team with great enthusiasm, and lined up to enter the space gate. At this time, the envy in the eyes of the other students could not be concealed. Everyone wanted to get back to school as soon as possible, take a good shower, have a meal, and have a good sleep. But they still have to take a bus back to the city, and then take the high-speed rail or plane back to school. Compared with them, their status is so high that they are blown away in seconds. After all the students left, 9 white lights flew out from Ouyangxian's palm and fell into the hands of 9 principals. It was the key to open the Holy Spring Secret Realm. Let's go. Old Ji, Ouyangxian said. Let's go. Ji Jianqing said hello to several principals with whom he had a good relationship, and then stepped into the space gate with Ouyangxian. The people from Mizuki University are so shameless, they even rubbed our space gate. It's okay, we should show the attitude of the strong. Oh, you are quite high-minded. That's right, our Kyoto University is the big brother. It's only right for us to take care of the little brother. That makes sense. On the playground of Kyoto University, the students of Kyoto University and Mizuki University stood clearly, and everyone gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing casually. Because the principals of both sides had not returned yet, the students did not leave without permission. After a while, Ouyangxian and Ji Jianqing walked out of the space gate side by side. Ouyang, I will take the students away first. Before leaving, Ji Jianqing glanced down at Xiao Yao, then waved his hand, and all the students of Shueimi University instantly took off. Oh my god! Fuck! Take off! The principal is awesome! Seeing themselves hanging in the air so steadily, the students of Shueimi University screamed excitedly, listening to the cheers of the students. Ji Jianqing smiled. You little brats. If I don't show you my skills, you will really think that our school is worse than Beijing University. Let's go! Ji Jianqing was like an immortal king, walking in the air, and the students of Shueimi University were like his heavenly soldiers and generals. Under his guidance, they flew to Shueimi University at a very fast speed. So cool! Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. Ji Jianqing's move did not show any signs of using any skills, but he did it with his mental power alone. He is worthy of being the president of Shueimi University. It is really admirable. Ouyangxian looked down at the students and smiled. Classmates, disband. Chapter 306. The New War Beast of the Little Friend. Xiao Yao, Liang, Xin Yu, we are leaving. Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yao waved and left together. Xiao Yao and the other two, together with Zhong Tianho, returned to the dormitory together. Hey, I think Pai Yin and Yi Fong must be feeling bad. Let's go back and keep a low profile. Zhong Tianho instructed. In their building, for people have broken through the bronze level and also enjoyed the benefits of the Holy Spring Secret Realm, each person's strength has improved a bit, and Pai Yin and Lan Yi Fong are still at Black Iron level 5, and they must be feeling bad. Did you hear me? Liu? I told you. Su Xingliang patted Liu's shoulder and said. Liu rolled his eyes. You don't believe me. Don't worry. I know. He is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to see things. He will definitely not say anything when his brother is in a bad mood. Several people walked and talked, and soon arrived at the dormitory door. But then, they stopped suddenly. Isn't it wrong? Looking at the 2 strange war beasts in the yard, several people had question marks on their faces. Name of war beast: Iron Fist, Demon Ape Beast, level Bronze, level 1 beast, skills Bang Fist, Rage. Name of war beast: Blood Jade Spider Beast, level Bronze, level 1 beast, skills Blood Blade Slash. Crystal Jade Shield. Iron Fist Demon Ape is a giant ape nearly 2 meters tall, with a hunched back, brown hair, and fists that seem to be made of steel, reflecting metallic light in the sun. The Blood Jade Spider is 1.5 meters tall when standing upright, spider blade, with strands of blood on its carapace, with cold eyes, like a ruthless hunter. At this time, the eagle suddenly flew up from the backyard, hovering in the sky and making a clear eagle cry. A dark cloud floated out from the corner, transforming into various shapes in the air. Seeing the familiar eagle and shadow cloud, a few people's eyes flashed with surprise. Could this be the war beast of Pai Yin and Yi Fong? Brothers, welcome home. Pai Yin walked out of the room happily, and Lan Yi Fong followed behind him, also with a smile on his face. Pai Yin hugged Zhong Tianho first, and said to him, Tianho, you haven't been here for a few days, and Yi Feng and I are bored to death. Usually when the 3 of them are here, they will chat or play cards. These days, there are only 2 of them in the room. It's awkward for 2 grown men to chat all the time, but they don't know what else to do. Anyway, it's very boring. Now that everyone is back, it's much more lively. Zhong Tianho glanced at the war beasts in the yard. With a smile on his face, are these 2 your new war beasts? Finally got to the point. He placed the war beast in the front yard today, wasn't he waiting for now? Pai Yin said proudly, brothers, let me introduce you. This is my new war beast Iron Fist Demon Ape, Pai Xiao Bao. That is Fong war beast, Blood Jade Spider, Do Do. Pai Xiao Bao Do Do. Xiao Yao smiled. These two people are quite creative in naming. When did you get promoted to bronze level? Zhong Tianhou asked with a smile. Seeing that both of his roommates had successfully broken through, he was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Pai Yin said with a smile. Just 2 days ago, we agreed to go to the Battle Beast Hall for sparring. Unexpectedly, we both broke through during the sparring. What a coincidence. It is really a very small probability that two people broke through at the same time during sparring. Su Xingliang asked curiously, what are the combat effectiveness of these two new battle beasts? What skills do they have? Pai Yin said, Xiuba's skills are Bomb Fist and Rage. Blood Jade Spider is. By the way, Yifeng. What is it? Lan Yifeng explained. One is Blood Blade Slash. And the other is Crystal Jade Shield. Wow. That's pretty good. Li Yu praised. Pai Yin's previous war beast was Shadow Cloud, whose skills were Shadow Mist and Shadow Spike, both of which were auxiliary skills, lacking frontal combat power. But after joining the Iron Fist Demon Ape, the frontal combat power was supplemented, and with the assistance of Shadow Cloud, it can be said that the combat power system has been initially formed. Yifeng's previous war beast was Song Yi Eagle, whose skills were Song Yi Ji Fong, both control and damage. But it can also be said that neither control nor damage is strong. But after the Blood Jade Spider joined, both the attack and defense were guaranteed. In addition, the Skyhawk's air advantage made it no worse than Pai Yin in terms of combat effectiveness. How did you guys do? Pai Yin asked with a blink. Several people looked at each other. And finally Zhong Tianhou spoke first. I go first. I'm lucky. I happened to encounter a holy spring the next day. After being nourished by the holy spring, the Fire Lion and the Night Blade Leopard have both reached bronze level 2. Not bad. Li Yu turned his head and looked at him. I didn't even see the shadow of the holy spring in the first few days of the secret realm. What about the next few days? In the next few days, I only soaked in the 3rd level holy spring once. Li Yu said with a smile. 3rd level holy spring? Pai Yin exclaimed. Are you so lucky? Li Yu shook his head. It's not luck. In the next few days, our team gathered together. Xiao Yao led a few of us to find the 3rd level holy spring. At that time, there were hundreds of guardian beasts of the 3rd level holy spring. Except Xiao Yao. No one else could attack it. Hundreds? Zhong Tianhou's eyes widened. Did the 5 of you kill hundreds of guardian beasts? Yes. Of course. Most of them were killed by Xiao Yao war beasts. Hearing this, Zhong Tianhou and the other two looked at each other in surprise. Those were hundreds of guardian beasts. Not hundreds of chickens. You are exaggerating. By the way, how much did your strength improve after soaking in the 3rd level holy spring? Zhong Tianhou asked curiously. Li Yu pretended to be calm and said, it's normal. It only helped my Xiaoming and Agui break through the bronze 5 level. What the hell? Bronze 5? Zhong Tianhou and the other two said in disbelief. Damn, you're already at bronze 5 right after the first semester of your freshman year. Are you also going to break through to silver level in your freshman year? Li Yu shrugged and said. Liangyang is also at bronze 5. Liangyang is also at bronze 5? The three were so shocked that they were speechless. Su Xingliang explained. Makai is at bronze 5. Pin is only at bronze 4. Only bronze 4. Pai Yin grabbed Su Xingliang's neck and said viciously. You're not satisfied with bronze 4. Then how can we live? Su Xingliang shrank his neck and said, this is all thanks to Xiao Yao. He left the energy of the holy spring to the 4 of us. So we have made such great progress. Brother. My dear brother Xiao. Pai Yin hugged Xiao Yao's arm and said pitifully, Brother Xiao, please take care of your poor brother in the future. I am so miserable. Xiao Yao smiled and said, okay. I will call you when there is a suitable task in the future. Brother Xiao, you will be my real brother in the future. Hey, I'm not going to take your son away. Are I? Li Yu said with a straight face. Fuck you. Xiao Yao kicked Li Yu on the buttocks and said with a smile, since everyone has made a breakthrough, I suggest that we have a good meal tonight. I agree. Li Yu immediately raised his hand. I agree. The others nodded at the same time. Then it's settled. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and called the restaurant they often went to reserve a table. On the other side, Pai Yin whispered again, by the way, what level is Xiao Yao now? Silver 4. Silver 4. For Pai Yin and Lonnie Feng faces froze. And they looked at each other, showing helpless expressions at the same time. Chapter 307 Shadow Society Mission. After the trip to the Holy Spring Secret Realm, Xiao Yao and others began a peaceful and fulfilling campus life again. Study, training, fighting missions. Everyone is like a titan spring, not daring to relax for a moment. Recently Xiao Yao, Su Xingliang, Li Yu have started to do more missions. Everyone wants to earn points by doing missions, and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Comrades, this mission is good. In the dormitory, people from 2 dormitories were sitting together and chatting. At this time, Pai Yin suddenly sat up straight and shouted with joy. What mission? Su Xingliang leaned over to take a look, and raised his eyebrows and said, So it's an escort mission. Pai Yin said, It's an escort mission issued by Xinyuan Mining Group. A batch of crystal ore needs to be transported from Hongyan Mountain to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. 5 silver level and 20 bronze level people are needed as supplementary forces to join the escort team. 40 points for silver level and 20 points for bronze level. Huh, it's really good. Xiao Yao showed an interested look. Hongyan Mountain is a mine located 300 kilometers north of Kyoto. It is rich in various minerals and gemstones. Therefore, many jewelry companies and mining companies have focused on the development of Hongyan Mountain. However, monsters attack humans or convoys from time to time near Hongyan Mountain. Therefore, major companies have also hired many summoners to form a guard team. This task is actually not difficult to do, and it takes a short time. You can return to school in 1 day at most. The points are also not cheap. 40 points are almost enough to exchange for a diamond fruit. So Xiao Yao is quite interested in this task. Xiao Yao, do you want to take it? If you do, I take it too, Pai Yin said excitedly. Except for the last time in Kuroki City, he had never acted with Xiao Yao before. Take it. It happens to be the weekend the day after tomorrow. And I'm free. Xiao Yao nodded. Is anyone else taking it? Hurry up, the number of places is limited. Pai Yin looked around and shouted. I have something to do the day after tomorrow. I have to go home. Li Yu shook his head. Liang and I can't do it either. We both took a mission, also the day after tomorrow. Zhong Tianho said with some regret. I can do it. Lonnie Feng took out his mobile phone directly, found the task and took it. Xiao Yao and Pai Yin also took the task quickly, for fear that the task would be taken away by others if they were late. I take it Xiao Yao, then I hold your thigh the day after tomorrow, Pai Yin said with a smile. Xiao Yao said easily, It's just an escort mission, it won't be a big deal. Late at night, the quiet alley was empty. Data? Not long after, clear footsteps suddenly sounded in the alley. There seemed to be a hint of panic in the footsteps. A young man stood in the middle of the alley, holding a file bag in his hand. He suppressed his panic and looked around. Why haven't you come yet? Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind, scaring the young man so much that his hair stood on end. Wan Jiabao, is that Mr. Wan? Under the black cloak, a hoarse voice like frosted sand came again. The young man turned around slowly. And it was Wan Jiabao. Wan Jiabao swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, It's me? You are the secret agent of the Shadow Society. Yes, Wan Jiabao looked around and seemed to complain. Why did you choose such a place? It's dark and there's no light. Under the cloak, the hoarse voice was accompanied by a slight smile, because we are a group of people living in the dark. Listening to this self-deprecating and crazy tone, Wan Jiabao couldn't help but feel creepy. If he hadn't had something to do, he really didn't want to meet this group of lunatics. It was too scary. Wan Jiabao handed the file bag in his hand to the cloaked man and said, This is the person I want to kill. Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. Speaking of the word Xiao Yao, Wan Jiabao's tone was full of hatred. Xiao Yao. Under the cloak, the man looked a little subtle. He opened the file bag, and although there was no light around him, he could still clearly see the information on it. A minute later, the cloaked man stuffed the document into the file bag and asked, What is Master Wan's purpose? Kill him or cripple him? The price of these two is different. I want him dead. The angry voice echoed throughout the alley. Wan Jiabao clenched his fists, and his chest rose and fell. Some time ago, through the relationship his mother found, he finally saw the surveillance of the building where he had the accident. After he entered the building, 3 people followed him in. And not long after, the 3 walked out together. He recognized the identities of the 3 people in the video at a glance, They were Xiao Yao, Liu, and Su Xingliang. He was sure that they must have caused him to faint for no reason, and the most likely cause was Xiao Yao. Because only Xiao Yao, who was already at the silver level at that time, had this ability. When he thought of the humiliation and infamy he had endured later, when he thought of being defeated by Xiao Yao like a clown in public, when he thought of his favorite by Li Xiao kissing Xiao Yao, Wan Jiabao couldn't help the boiling murderous intent in his heart, and wished that Xiao Yao would be torn into pieces. However, he also knew that it was impossible to defeat Xiao Yao by himself, and his father and grandfather were unwilling to help him. In the end, he had only one means left, which was to ask the Shadow Society to assassinate Xiao Yao. Do you want him to die? The cloaked man said indifferently. The price is not cheap. How much? I'm willing to pay any price. Wan Jiabao said hatefully. 50 million. What? 50 million? Wan Jiabao widened his eyes. Are you kidding? It takes 50 million to kill a silver-level person? If the Shadow Society has this price standard, who can hire their people? The cloaked man said calmly. Ordinary silver-level people naturally don't need so much money. But he is different. I believe you also know the specialness of his identity. 50 million is not high. Of course, the 50 million I mentioned is the price of the gold level. If the silver level people take action, it will naturally not cost so much. But the success rate is hard to say. I believe you also know our rules. The money you pay is only for one shot. If the mission fails, the money will not be refunded. So you have to think carefully. 50 million. Wan Jiabao lowered his head and clenched his fists. He had inquired before, and it would only cost a few million to kill a silver-level assassin. Even if Xiao Yao was a little troublesome, 10 million would be enough to cap it. He didn't expect that it would cost 50 million. Although he was the heir of the Wan group, he had not completely taken over the group after all, and he couldn't get 50 million from anywhere. But if he only looked for a silver-level assassin, he would not feel at ease. After all, no matter how much he didn't want to mention it, he had to admit that Xiao Yao was a genius of the demon level, and it was difficult to kill him with only a silver-level assassin. Seeing Wan Jiabao remain silent, the cloaked man chuckled and said, It's okay if you don't have money. You can also use valuable items instead. Valuable items? Where can I get them? Suddenly, Wan Jiabao paused, and a hint of joy appeared on his brows. Yes, I can still do this. At present, he is still the person in charge of Qilin Pavilion. As long as he uses some tricks, he can easily get some treasures from Qilin Pavilion to make up 50 million. He said excitedly, I can get 50 million items. I give it to you when. He couldn't wait to hear the news of Xiao Yao's death. I come to see you tomorrow. The cloaked man said this, and his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. After the cloaked man left, Wan Jiabao's face showed a cruel smile. Xiao Yao. Humph! Once Xiao Yao died, it was Liu, Su Xingliang, and the man who posted the message. All those who heard me must die. Chapter 308 Beast Attracting Stone. The next day, Wan Wenye sat opposite Wan Chongshan in the chairman's office at the Wan Group headquarters, and said in a serious tone, I was told this morning that Jiabao spent 50 million to assassinate a Beijing University student. Student? Wan Chongshan frowned slightly, and said, What identity? The Shadow Club has a standard for charging fees, and what student is worth 50 million? Wan Wenye said in a deep voice, It's a student named Xiao Yao. I checked his information, and he is in the same class as Jiabao, but his strength has reached silver level 4. Silver level 4? Wan Chongshan was stunned, and asked again, Are you sure it's silver level 4? I'm sure. Jiabao's classmate, silver level 4. Wan Chongshan's face was solemn. Such a young silver level 4, his talent is too amazing. What's the grudge between them? Jiabao got into trouble some time ago, and it was him who did it. Is that so? Wan Chongshan naturally knew what it was. He tapped the table with his fingers, and said lightly, Where did he get the 50 million from? Wan Wenye said with an unpleasant expression, It was stolen from the treasure house of Qilin Pavilion. Humph. Wan Chongshan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Useless thing. What should we do now? Should we notify them, and cancel the operation? Wan Wenye said seriously. They have a parallel relationship with the Shadow Society, and have never had any contact with them. He was worried that this incident would bring them trouble in the future. Wan Chongshan pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, Forget it, let them continue to act. The catastrophe is coming, and the sudden appearance of such a monstrous genius is not a good thing for them. Since they know there is such a genius, They should kill him in the cradle as soon as possible. I understand. I will notify them. Wang Wenye nodded, and then walked out of the office. After Wang Wenye left, Wan Chongshan stood up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass dozens of stories high, looking at the city below. Xiao Yao, he muttered to himself, and a trace of black air flashed in his eyes. Early in the morning of the weekend, Xiao Yao, Pai Yin, and Lonnie Feng boarded the special car arranged by Xinyuan Mining Group and headed for Hongyan Mountain. All the people on the car were students of Kyoto University. The 20 bronze-level students were freshmen and sophomores, and the 4 silver-level students were juniors and seniors. Among them, only Xiao Yao was an outlier. But everyone on the car knew Xiao Yao, the most famous figure in Kyoto University, so many people came to chat along the way. A few hours later, they finally arrived near Hongyan Mountain. Hongyan Mountain, as the name suggests, is reddish in color, and looks like a burning mountain from a distance. As soon as you enter the territory of Hongyan Mountain, you can smell the faint smell of iron ore in the air. Xinyuan Mining Group's mine is located in the northwest corner of Hongyan Mountain, where they have a rich mine. It is this rich mine that has made Xinyuan Mining Group one of the top 10 mining groups in Longwu. A few dozen minutes later, everyone arrived at the mine of Xinyuan Group. As soon as they got off the car, they saw all kinds of heavy equipment, and thousands of workers were working hard. Classmates, I am Li Biao, the captain of the guard team here. A burly man with a resolute look came over and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Captain Li Biao." A young boy in the Beijing University team stood up and responded politely. His name is Yin Heng, and he is a senior. When they were in the car, everyone wanted to push out an external contact person, the person in charge. Originally, everyone wanted Xiao Yao to play this role, because he was the most famous, and everyone knew him. But Xiao Yao felt that he had never done such a task and lacked experience, so he turned it down. Later, Yin Heng, a senior, took over the position. Li Biao shook hands with Yin Heng, and then Li Biao said enthusiastically, "Students, please come to the lounge with me first. We still have 2 hours before the loading is completed. You can eat something in the rest area." Everyone nodded and followed Li Biao into the large mine. Xiao Yao noticed that there were many uniformed men patrolling around the mine with live ammunition. This should be the guard team hired by Xinyuan Group. In Dragon Country, if you want to form a guard team and equip it with guns and ammunition, you need strong connections and qualifications. In the team, in addition to the number of summoners, the level of the summoners cannot be low. At least there must be a gold-level summoner. With a core summoner team, the guard team can then recruit ordinary guard members, and the members must be retired soldiers. This regulation is also to open up an employment channel for many retired soldiers. Compared to the stable jobs in the city, the guard team is somewhat dangerous, but the salary is several times higher. Some retired soldiers, who are willing to make money and miss their military career, will choose to join the guard teams. Xiao Yao looked at the strong back of Li Biao in front of him. As the captain of the guard team, his strength is at least gold level. In fact, normally, such a guard team is enough to escort supplies safely. Hongyan Mountain is not a standard wilderness. Because it is close to Kyoto, the powerful monsters have been killed. Occasionally, 1 or 2 gold-level monsters are also from other places, which do not pose a big threat. It's just that Xinyuan Group is rich and powerful, and for the sake of safety, it would rather hire more summoners. Compared with other organizations, Kyoto University not only has a good reputation, but also has top students in the same level. So Xinyuan Group naturally chooses Kyoto University as its first choice. Xinyuan Group built a row of buildings next to the mine, which serves as the residence and rest area for employees. They went to the rest area of the guard team, which is also the best place in the entire mine. After sitting down, Li Biao directly served everyone a delicious lunch box, accompanied by drinks. "Dear students, our conditions are limited. Please make do with it for now." Xiao Yao opened the lunch box and took a look. There were 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. They looked good. It seemed that the food here was not bad. "Captain Li, you are too polite. The food here is almost as good as our school cafeteria," Yin Heng said with a smile. Li Biao laughed. "It's okay as long as everyone is used to it." Seeing Li Biao so warm and polite, everyone was very satisfied. The success or failure of a task often depends on whether the 2 sides get along well. If everyone is in harmony, things will naturally go smoothly. However, if the employer has a bad attitude, or there is a troublemaker among the students, even if the task is successfully completed, everyone will not be happy. Of course, in general, employers will be quite polite to Beijing University students, because they know that Beijing University students are the true pride of Dragon Country, and no one can say how high their achievements will be in the future. If you offend a petty genius, and he comes back to settle accounts after he becomes successful, that would be terrible. Everyone, take a rest here for a while, and I will notify you when I need you. Li Biao waved to everyone and left the room quickly. Xiao Yao, what are we doing now? Pai Yin whispered in Xiao Yao's ear. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, play with my phone. Outside the mine, a middle-aged man hid in the distance, looking at the mine ahead. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, the type that no one would notice if he was thrown on the street. He flipped his hand, and a blood-colored gem suddenly appeared in his palm. Then the man exerted force on his palm, and the gem gradually made a sound of being squeezed. Finally, the gem could not bear the pressure, and it broke into several pieces with a snap. A thin red beam flew out of the gravel and flashed away. The man stepped on the gravel and crushed it vigorously. Soon the gravel turned into powder and merged into the land. Bang bang, he stomped his feet, and the corners of his mouth curled up a little. Beast attracting stone. What a good little invention. Chapter 309, The Beast Tide Attacks. Red Rock Mountain Range. The flame-horned cattle are leisurely foraging. There are many plants on the Red Rock Mountain that are rich in fire elements, which are their favorite food. At this moment, the leader of the herd suddenly stopped. His eyes quickly turned blood red, and a low hoarse roar came out of his mouth. What's going on? The cattle looked at the leader in confusion, with doubts in their eyes. The flame-horned cattle leader turned his body, and ran away in a flash. The cattle looked at each other, and quickly started to move, following the leader. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would follow the leader closely anyway. This was their way of survival. At the same time, the same scene was happening in other places in the Red Rock Mountains. Ade, how is the loading of the goods going? Li Biao looked at the man next to him and asked. Ade was the person in charge of this convoy, and he was responsible for the loading and unloading of the goods. Ade smiled and said, hurry up. Brother Biao, it will be loaded in 2 hours at most. Okay. Li Biao patted his shoulder and said, I won't take care of the loading and unloading. Let me know when everything is ready. Okay. Brother Biao, go ahead and get busy. Li Biao walked in the mine. Everyone who saw him stopped and respectfully called him Brother Biao, because they all knew that Li Biao was not only the captain of the guard team, but also a powerful gold-level summoner. At this time, hurried footsteps came from behind. Li Biao turned around and frowned. Why are you running? Brother Biao, it's bad, a young man said anxiously. Our drones have observed that a large number of animals are attacking the mine. What? Li Biao's face changed. A large number of animals? Are you sure? Brother Biao, how could I lie about such a thing? Damn it. Li Biao cursed and ran quickly to the monitoring room. Brother Biao. Brother Biao. In the monitoring room, everyone saw Brother Biao coming and stood up anxiously. Li Biao did not speak, but stared at the video on the screen. In order to prevent monster attacks, they installed many cameras near the mine, and sent drones to patrol every day. Once a monster broke into the mine area, they would be able to get the news immediately. Damn. It's really a herd of beasts. Li Biao stamped his feet and said sternly, sound the alarm. Everyone stop what they are doing, and arrange for the workers to hide in the cave. For the safety of the workers, a cave was set up in the mine at the beginning of its construction as an emergency shelter. Of course, the workers can hide, but the guards cannot. Once the monsters rush into the mine, they will destroy the mine machinery, which will cause great losses to the company. Their mission is to keep all the monsters out. The piercing alarm sounded, and a deep voice came from the loudspeaker. Everyone, pay attention. Everyone, stop what you are doing now, and go to the cave in an orderly manner. Everyone, pay attention. Everyone, stop what you are doing now, and go to the cave in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this announcement, the workers in the mine were stunned at first, and then immediately stopped their work and ran to the cave. They had arranged many emergency evacuation drills before, and were quite familiar with this set of procedures. For a while, workers ran out of the mine continuously, and ran towards the cave. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, It still maintained a certain order, and there was no crowding and trampling. What's going on? In the lounge, a group of people had question marks on their faces. Is this an exercise or is something really happening? Bang at this time. Li Biao strode in. His face was a little solemn, but he was not panicked. Dear students, our drone discovered a large group of beasts attacking. For safety reasons, we need your support now. Of course, after the matter is over, we will pay an additional fee and hand it over to you. Beast tide? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was too bad that a beast tide broke out right after we arrived here. Captain Li, it is our responsibility to protect the mine and supplies. You are welcome. Yin Heng stood up and said, What do we need to do now? You make the arrangements. Okay, then I will make a simple arrangement. Li Biao said quickly. You have a total of 5 silver level and 20 bronze level summoned beasts. Divide into 5 teams, 1 silver level with 4 bronze level. There are the most monsters in the front direction, so pick 2 teams to follow me to guard the front, and the other 3 teams will guard the 2 side doors and the back door respectively. No problem. Yin Heng turned around and said, Then let's assign teams. You 2 follow me. Xiao Yao winked at Pai Yin and Lonnie Feng. Xiao Yao, can I go with you? A boy on Xiao Yao left asked. No problem. Xiao Yao agreed readily. He had an impression of this boy, a freshman named Zhou Bofen, whose strength was relatively weak among the more than 20 bronzes. But for him, the difference between bronze 1 and bronze 5 was not big, as long as he could protect himself. Soon, 25 people were divided into 5 teams. Xiao Yao volunteered to be in charge of the front. Although it seemed a bit unlucky to encounter a herd of beasts right after arriving here, it was another opportunity for him to quickly increase his experience points. If there were more beasts, the 3 beasts might be able to level up again. Then, several teams followed the relevant person in charge, and quickly rushed to the area they were responsible for. Boom boom boom, Xiao Yao came to the main entrance and saw a 7 or 8 meter thick, 30 meter high iron wall slowly rising from the ground, enclosing the entire mining area. Damn! This is an automated wall, Pai Yin said in surprise. Xiao Yao looked up and saw that this iron wall was built completely according to the structure of a military fortress. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be a defense system specially built by Xinyu and Company to resist the attacks of beasts. The mineral resources here are rich. It doesn't cost too much to build a fortress of this size, but it can effectively block the attacks of monsters. It is worthy of being a big company. Whether it is a cave or a fortress, the safety is really extreme. Click, click, click. A hole slowly opened on the inner wall, and a 10-meter wide staircase gradually descended, leading directly to the top of the fortress. Led by Li Biao, the crowd quickly ran up to the fortress. At the same time, the guards also moved all kinds of guns and ammunition from the warehouse, and carried them to the fortress. Mouse, report the situation, Li Biao said in a deep voice into the headset. Brother Biao, the nearest herd is heading to the east gate, and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes, and the herd at the main gate is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Got it. Dozens of guards fixed heavy machine guns on the fortress. 1 person stood every 10 meters, with a serious and cold expression, and they were veterans of the battlefield. At the same time, Li Biao also equipped Xiao Yao and others with a submachine gun, and asked everyone to summon their own war beasts. After all the arrangements were ready, Li Biao breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that with the current firepower reserves and the power of the summoners in his hands, it was enough to deal with the next beast tide. Chapter 310, Shocking Changes. Assault. Dong dong dong. Heavy and chaotic footsteps sounded from afar. Dust was flying. Roars were heard one after another. Everyone get ready, Li Biao said in a deep voice. Caw caw caw, the bullets were loaded. All the guards held the machine guns tightly in their hands, with determination and a hint of tension in their eyes. Dong dong dong, a long black line appeared on the horizon. Xiao Yao took out a telescope and looked, leading a group of strong flame-horned bulls. Behind the flame-horned bulls there were at least several thousand monsters. However, he took a quick look and did not see any gold-level monsters appear, which made him feel relieved. There were not many monsters, with the firepower currently deployed by the escort team, plus the advantage of being high above. It was enough to deal with them. Moreover, there was Li Biao, a strongman who started at least at gold level, in the escort team. So this battle should be a sure win. The footsteps of the monsters were getting closer and closer, and everyone's heart began to rise. Touch. Xiao Yao winked at Tikki at his feet. Leave it to me. Tikki smiled sinisterly, quickly climbed to a high place, raised his hand, and aimed forward. A rich green light lingered on the crossbow. Full fire, the sharp sound of breaking wind continued to ring. Puff, 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 the poisonous arrow pierced the head of the leader of the flame-horned bull, and killed the tribesman behind it. Each arrow of Tikki took away at least 2 enemies, and caused great chaos to the herd, which slowed down the momentum of the charge. Wow! All the guards turned their heads, and looked at Tikki with astonishment. A rat-shaped war beast using arrows was already strange. But he didn't expect that his range was so far. Not only could he take the enemy's head from 3 kilometers away, but he also had strong penetrating power. This silver-level summoner from Jingu University was too powerful. Oh my god! Tikki is so powerful! Payan opened his mouth wide. Although he had seen Tikki full performance in Kuroki City, he didn't expect that Tikki range was so far. The other students of Beijing University were also full of admiration. As expected of the school's recognized top talent, his fighting power was off the charts. Puff, 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 Tikki kept shooting crossbow arrows, as fast as a phantom, killing dozens of monsters in just a dozen seconds, and his experience value soared a lot. Ah! Roar! Roar! Tikki licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of excitement and madness. Get ready. Seeing that the herd was about to enter the effective range, Li Biao raised his hand. His tone was serious. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shoot! The sonorous sound reached everyone's ears. Da-da-da. Everyone pulled the trigger vigorously. The dense bullets formed a metal storm, and instantly poured down on the beasts in front. Bang, bang, bang. The monsters kept falling down. Some were shot through the head, some had their legs broken, and some had half of their bodies smashed directly. Under the dense cross-net of bullets, most of the monsters fell halfway. But there were still some war beasts, who were not afraid of the threat of bullets, and they came to the fortress with bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions continued. The fortress did not move at all, but the monsters under the fortress were hit and bleeding, and their bones cracked. Da-da, duh, duh. The guards separated some people, and fired wildly at the monsters below. The students of Jingda also let the war beasts attack, to relieve the pressure on the guards. Xiao Yao, what's wrong with you? Payan suddenly saw Xiao Yao frowning slightly. His expression was a little subtle, and asked curiously. It's okay. Xiao Yao shook his head, and returned his gaze to the battlefield. Okay. Payan didn't think much about it, and continued to pull the trigger excitedly, firing at the front. This was his first time fighting with a gun, and he was extremely excited, especially when he saw monsters die under his gun. His adrenaline surged, and he wanted to let them go and roar. Xiao Yao looked forward, his eyes like a hawk, carefully checking the information of the monsters in front of him. He just found out that many of the monsters killed by Tikki brought him a certain amount of dark magic power. After careful observation, he found that these dark magic powers were basically brought by killing the leaders of the monster groups. This discovery made him feel something was amiss. Why are these monster leaders so special, carrying the power of the dark demon, while other monsters not only have this feature? And why did this beast tide happen so suddenly? You have to know that every beast tide has a certain reason. For example, the monsters lack food, so they send some low-level monsters with strong reproductive ability to die. For example, someone hurt the offspring of the monster leader, and the monster organization seeks revenge. Or someone robbed precious materials from the wild, causing dissatisfaction among the monsters, etc. In any case, there are causes and consequences. But today's beast tide happened inexplicably, and it also gave him a sense of déjà vu. What was wrong? Xiao Yao frowned slightly, and he felt that there was a fog in front of him that covered the truth. He had found a clue, but he was still a long way from discovering the truth. Bullets poured out, and the heavy machine gun was hot. Most of the monsters in front of him had been destroyed, and seeing that the battle was about to be won, everyone's face showed a happy smile. At this time, a clear cry suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up, and saw a large group of birds flying towards the fortress. This group of birds was silver, emitting a metallic color, not big in size, but extremely fast. It was only 2 or 3 seconds from the time they were discovered to now, but in these 2 or 3 seconds, they had already crossed half of the battlefield, and were about to approach everyone's sky. Not good. Li Biao's face changed. This group of flying war beasts was the last thing he wanted to encounter. In front of the flying war beasts, their fortress became a decoration, and could not stop them from approaching. Fei, it's up to you. Li Biao looked at the war beasts beside him. Chi-Chi, the fire cloud flying camel beside him, took a deep breath, and then with a bang, spurted out a blazing flame into the sky. Pa 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 pa. The flames hit the flock of birds, and in an instant, a blank area was cleared. Huh? Li Biao raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew the lethality of the fire cloud flying camel, and it was absolutely a crushing blow to these ordinary monsters. But no matter how high the temperature of the flames was, it would not be enough to vaporize these flying birds, and not even a slag would be left. Watching the remaining birds continue to fly towards the fortress, Li Biao suppressed his doubts, and continued to let the war beasts attack. No. No! Staring closely at the flock of birds in the sky, Xiao Yao felt something was wrong again. What was wrong? A sense of urgency lingered in his heart, and he narrowed his eyes, and his brain was working at high speed. Suddenly, a thought struck his brain like lightning, causing him to react instantly. There was no system information displayed for any of the birds he saw. What on earth is going on? The sound of flapping wings became clearer and clearer. A large group of birds flew through the fire cloud camel and the machine gun fire net and rushed towards the crowd. Everyone be alert! Li Biao roared loudly. The group of birds swooped down, and their sharp beaks reflected the brilliance of metal, which was chilling. The people on the fortress attacked them frantically. Until the distance was shortened to a certain distance, they realized that something was wrong. When bullets or other attacks landed on the birds, they actually exploded like bubbles and disappeared. What happened? Everyone looked solemn. At this moment, Xiao Yao suddenly felt alarmed, and his eyes couldn't stop twitching. Not good. His pupils shrank suddenly, and a war beast mixed in the flock of birds made him feel cold all over. War beast named Silver Wine Falcon, War beast level Gold level 3, War beast skills fast, penetrating body dive, phantom clone, silver scale possession crack, crack, crack. Fine scales suddenly appeared on the Silver Wind Falcon's body. His eyes were cold and ruthless. His speed suddenly increased, and he dived toward Xiao Yao. Old bull! Xiao Yao roared in his heart. Moo! The old bull shouted, and instantly entered the violent bull demonization. He took a big step and blocked Xiao Yao directly. It's useless. In the distance, the middle-aged man chuckled. Chapter 311 Silver Wine Falcon Firm Will. Vidra body old bull activated two skills instantly, clenched his right fist, and swung it forward. The Silver Wind Falcon's speed increased again, and its sharp beak was like a spear, resolutely stabbing at Old Bull's chest. Under the Silver Wind Falcon's extremely high speed, Old Bull's fist swing was still too slow, and he failed to block the Silver Wind Falcon's body-penetrating dive. But when approaching, Old Bull subconsciously twisted his body, avoiding the vital position. With a whoosh, Xiao Yao saw the Silver Wind Falcon pierce through the old cow's body, leaving a bloody hole. But the old cow's resistance still gave him time to react. He quickly flipped back and hid behind Xiao Ke, who had turned into a werewolf. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, the Silver Wind Falcon quickly flew into the sky. Tikki angrily shot several arrows at him, but they were all blocked by his hard silver scales. At the same time, the other Silver Wind Falcons around the crowd also suddenly turned into bubbles and disappeared. Xiao Yao. Pai Yin turned his head and saw the hideous blood hole on Lao Nyo's chest. He couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Yao took 2 deep breaths and waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. He took a look at Lao Nyo's health, which was 73%. It was a relatively healthy data. Of course, this was also related to Lao Nyo's timely avoidance of the vital points. Compared with Lao Nyo's giant body, the blood hole in front of him looked scary. But it was not a serious injury. While feeling fortunate, he felt a strong anger in his heart. Who is it? Who is targeting me? The scene just now completely exposed the other party's intention. From the initial beast tied to the fatal blow just now, one link after another, the only purpose is to take my life. If I hadn't noticed the abnormality through the system, if it weren't for the amazing defense of Lao Nyo, I'm afraid I would really be hit. Of course, he still has a trump card, that is the 5-Dragon Flame Shield. However, the 5-Dragon Flame Shield can resist platinum level attacks. If it is spent on gold level attacks, it is really not worth it. He believed that with the blessing of various skills, Lao Nyo could definitely withstand the attack of the gold level and protect himself. Swish. At this time, a green light fell on Lao Nyo's chest, and the hideous blood hole healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yao turned his head and saw a summoner from the escort team nodding to him in a friendly manner. The one who treated Lao Niu was Senyuti beside him. Thank you, Xiao Yao said gratefully. The summoner smiled and nodded, and then continued to shoot, killing the enemies in front of the fortress. At this time, Li Biao turned his head and looked at Xiao Yao and the war beast beside him, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Failed, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. His expression was a little solemn. He didn't expect that his tried-and-true tactics would fail on a silver-level kid. Through the war beast's vision, he clearly saw how the silver-winged falcon failed. First, the target did not know how to detect the attack of the silver-winged falcon in advance. The key to the failure was the purple cow that blocked the target next. After using rapid plus body dive plus silver scale possession, the silver-winged falcon could penetrate the bodies of gold-level monsters as fast as piercing paper. But what he didn't expect was that the cow's defense was so amazing. Although the silver-winged falcon successfully penetrated his body, it felt like it was drilling into the beach. The skin and muscle density of that cow were far beyond the reach of many gold-level monsters. He is indeed the top genius of Kyoto University. The middle-aged man sighed. The sneak attack failed, and the only way to deal with it was to fight head-on. Fortunately, he had collected information about the mine in advance. Except for a gold-level summoner named Li Biao, no one else was a threat. Li Biao only had 2 gold-level war beasts, so he could have an extra war beast to kill the target. The silver-winged falcon failed the first time because of carelessness, but it would not fail next time. Da-da-da-bang-bang under the joint siege of machine guns and war beasts. Most of the attacking beasts were killed or injured. At this time, almost all the leader-level monsters were killed by Tikki, and the remaining monsters saw the death of the leader, and they also had the idea of retreating. Not long after, the remaining monsters all turned around and fled, and the battlefield suddenly became quiet. Victory! We won! Win! For a moment, all the guards and students of Beijing University cheered loudly, hugged each other, and celebrated the victory of this battle. Li Biao looked at the dead bodies on the ground, nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the headset, "The danger in the north area is lifted, and other areas report the situation. The east district is safe. The west district is safe. The south district is safe." Hearing that all 4 areas were safe, Li Biao was completely relieved. "Tell the brothers, I will treat everyone to a big dinner tonight," Li Biao said with a smile. This time, they not only successfully repelled the beasts, but also killed so many monsters. Their guard team had signed an agreement with Xin Yuan Group. All the monsters killed in the protection of the mine site belonged to the guard team's own spoils. So in this battle today, they definitely made a lot of money. "Monkey, turn off the defense system, and call the workers out to move the bodies," Li Biao said with a smile. "Okay, brother Biao." An excited voice came from the headset. Ka, the entire steel barrier gradually deformed, retracted the steps, slowly sank, and soon sank completely into the ground. Looking at the countless monster corpses in front of them, both the guards and the Beijing University students seemed very excited and proud. Fighting against the beast tide is the duty of soldiers and summoners. Every time a beast tide is repelled, it represents the victory of mankind, and their own glory. Compared to the excited classmates around him, Xiao Yao was in a heavy mood. He had a feeling that things were definitely not over. The other party had made such a big move just to kill him, and now he was safe and sound. Would the other party give up so easily? Under the surprised eyes of others, Lao Niu and Xiao Ke retracted their humanoid combat forms and stood by Xiao Yao without moving. At this time, Tikki also ran over, holding up his crossbow, with a hint of anger in his eyes. "I'm fine." Xiao Yao waved his hand. He glanced at Tikki experience points, which were about to break through silver level 5. In this battle, Xiao Ke and Lao Niu stayed by his side and did not participate in the battle. Tikki, as the most ferocious turret, first attacked the leader-level monsters under Xiao Yao's command, and then killed ordinary monsters. This not only allowed Xiao Yao to gain 182 points of dark magic power, but also Tikki's own experience points increased dramatically, and he only needed 240 points to break through. If there is really no battle later, he can buy some poison for Tikki, and he can easily break through. Dear students, you can go back to the lounge and wait. Today's itinerary transportation time may be delayed a little, please understand. Li Biao said politely. Understood. Captainly. Okay. Everyone nodded, and then prepared to leave for the rest area. Bang 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 at this moment, there was a drum-like footsteps not far away. Everyone turned around and saw, their faces suddenly changed. Chapter 312, Final Kill. Silver Level 5. In the distance, a huge lion came running, followed closely by a python more than 30 meters long. At the same time, the sky was once again covered by a group of silver falcons that blocked out the sun. Gold level. Li Biao uttered these 3 words solemnly. As a gold level summoner, he could feel the strength of the lion and python in front of him, which was definitely at the gold level. Now that the iron wall has fallen, it will take some time to rise again. But judging from the speed of these 2 monsters, it would be too late to rely on the iron wall to block them. I can only take the initiative to attack, Li Biao murmured. If these 2 gold-level monsters were allowed to approach the mine, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to damage all the equipment. So he had to keep the enemy out of his house. Go. Ah Fei. Xiao Ning. With a swish, the fire cloud flying camel and the netherworld dark wolf stepped forward. Li Biao looked at the battlefield, and when he saw the flock of birds in the sky like a black cloud, a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. He could sense the strangeness of this flock of birds, and hoped that it would not affect the battle. Xiao Yao glanced at the silver-winged falcons in the sky, thought for a moment, turned over and sat on Xiao's body, and ran away. Xiao Yao, where are you going? Pai Yan and Lani Feng shouted in surprise. Xiao Yao did not reply, but turned around and saw that the flock of birds suddenly changed its direction when he left. He narrowed his eyes and ordered Xiao to speed up again. What's going on? The students of Beijing University looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't understand why Xiao Yao would leave alone at this time. Li Biao looked at Xiao Yao back, and the flock of birds following him, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Is this boy the target of the monster? Is there something strange about him? Or are these not monsters, but other people's war beasts? Pa pa pa. Xiao Yao lay on Xiao's back, turned around, and stared at the sky. Although Xiao's speed can be called lightning, but compared with the small and flexible flying war beasts, such as the silver-winged falcon, the speed is still much slower. Seeing the silver-winged falcon getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Yao's eyes gradually became firm. He chose to leave for a reason. First, he didn't want to affect others because of his own problems. Second, if Li Biao's 2 gold-level war beasts were to fight against 3 gold-level beasts, with the silver-winged falcon's sneak attack ability, the battle might be over in a very short time. By then, he would face the targeting of 3 gold-level war beasts, and the situation would be even more dangerous. So his departure not only protected the safety of others, the safety of Li Biao's war beast, but also was responsible for his own safety. Of course, his departure was also based on full trust in his war beast. He had killed more than 1 gold-level monster. When Xiao Lao was still silver 1, and Tikki was silver 3, they could kill the gold-level 2 purple crystal lion. Now Xiao Lao is silver 3, and Tikki is about to break through silver 5. He is confident to face the gold level 3 silver-winged falcon. Want to kill me? I will make you pay the price. Xiao suddenly stopped in an open space. Xiao Yao turned over, and at the same time, Lao and Tikki sitting on him also rushed over, and the 3 beasts instantly entered the strongest combat state. Bloodthirsty werewolf transformation. Violent bull demon transformation. A woo! Moo. Xiao and Lao were like 2 mountains, one in front and one behind, blocking Xiao Yao. And Tikki entered the invisible state, finding a hidden corner, like a cold sniper, waiting for the enemy to appear. Pa! Pa! The silver-winged falcon that covered the sky, and the sun vibrated its wings, and dived towards the ground. Xiao Yao looked straight up, his eyes were calm, focused, facing the silver-winged falcon flying towards him. He did not move, and did not even blink. Countless silver-winged falcons passed through Xiao Yao, Lao and Xiao's bodies, and then disappeared like bubbles. No. Xiao Yao glanced around, but he still didn't see any system prompts. Where is it hiding? After waiting for a long time, the information of silver-winged falcons finally appeared in his eyes. Name of War Beast: Silver-winged Falcon. War Beast level Gold level 3. War Beast skills: Rapid, Dive through the body, Phantom Clone, Silver Scale Possession. The real silver-winged falcon was hiding in the air above his left hand, ready to go under the cover of the phantom, but even though it was well hidden, it was still caught by Xiao Yao's peripheral vision. Xiao Yao did not turn his head deliberately, but continued to look around, pretending to be more nervous. The time has come. The master's voice sounded in the mind of Silver-winged Falcon. Silver-winged Falcon's eyes were stern, and he immediately activated his skills. Rapid plus body penetrating dive plus silver scale possession schwa silver wind falcon condensed fine scales on his body. Like a fighter plane. Swooping toward Xiao Yao. A distance of dozens of meters. And arrived in an instant. Now! Xiao Yao kept an eye on the silver wind falcon's movements. When it moved, Xiaoke and Lao Niu attacked at the same time. Movedra body. Firm Lao Niu body shook slightly, and his muscles suddenly bulged. Ignoring the densely packed silver wind falcons in front of him, he threw a heavy punch towards the upper left. Puff! The silver wind falcon's beak pierced into Lao Niu's fist bone, and the strong impact force made Lao Niu's fist bleed. How is it possible? In the distance, the middle-aged man looked through the war beast's vision, and his eyes showed a strong disbelief. How did he find the silver wind falcon? The silver wind falcon quickly pulled out its beak, and soared into the sky with its wings flapping. But then, he felt a chill on his back. The wings were suddenly tightly grasped by a pair of wolf claws, and the huge weight made him fall quickly. Charged the beast's mouth. When the silver wind falcon collided with the old cow, Xiaoke had already completed the charge, and at the moment, when the silver wind falcon broke away, he activated beast's mouth. Charge the beast's mouth has a locking effect, and once it is activated, even if the silver wind falcon flies into the sky, it cannot escape Xiaoke's pursuit. Mu old cow clenched his right fist, looking at the rapidly falling silver wind falcon, and punched it with a bang. Cry silver wind falcon screamed, flapping its wings vigorously, and almost escaped from Xiaoke's clutches. Xiaoke grinned, and launched endless binding at close range in the air. Paw paw paw. One hand grabbed the body of silver wind falcon, and the other hand waved its claws wildly, and at this time silver wind falcon was in a suppressed state, and completely gave up trying to escape. Bang old cow punched silver wind falcon hard with a heavy fist. The bones cracked. The intense pain made the silver wind falcon wake up instantly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and making a tragic cry. Swoosh, a black arrow shot out, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The silver wind falcon subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he found that his wings and feet were firmly grasped by the two giant beasts, making it difficult to move. Paw, the black arrow shot through the silver wind falcon's eyes, and the sticky liquid with black blood suddenly exploded. The silver wind falcon struggled violently, but he could not break free from the palms of the two giant beasts. Although the silver wind falcon is a gold-level war beast, its strength lies in its agility, speed, deceptiveness, and unparalleled penetrating power. However, in terms of strength, it is not even as good as Xiaoke, let alone compared with Lao Niu. Once controlled, it will be a lamb to be slaughtered. The poison of the 100 poison fruit quickly spreads into the body, along the wound of the silver wind falcon. The body of the silver wind falcon is small, and it didn't take long for the poison to corrode its organs. Cluck, cluck. The silver wind falcon spits out black blood from its beak. And in despair, it completely loses its vitality. Warwick experience plus 245, Ollie-Star experience plus 220, Twitch experience plus 574. Boom, a black gas rises from a distance. Twitch walks out of the shadow with a grin, surrounded by black gas, like a demon descending to the world. Silver level 5. Success. Chapter 313, sending the evil star away. Puff. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His forehead was exposed with veins, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. How is this possible? He supported himself with both hands. His hands were firmly grasping the ground. His eyes were full of pain and horror. The silver wind falcon was actually dead. Died at the hands of a silver-level summoner. What kind of monsters were those three war beasts? How did they find the true form of the silver wind falcon? Why did they catch the silver wind falcon in midair? Puff! The severe pain of soul tearing made him spit out a large mouthful of blood again. The more powerful the summoner, the stronger the tearing feeling when the war beast dies. He now feels as if his head is split in half. The boundless pain makes him almost crazy. No, I can't stay here. He stood up while enduring the severe pain. The target war beast has the combat power to kill gold level. If he waits until he comes back, 3 war beasts plus Li Biao's war beast, then he will really be finished. Retreat! He ordered the 2 war beasts. Roar! The ice flame lion opened its huge mouth, spewing out a large ball of azure flames. The netherworld dark wolf paused, and used shadow escape to avoid the attack of the flames. Bang! The flames fell to the ground, instantly creating a big hole in the ground. At the same time, the smooth ice surface quickly spread to the surroundings, emitting a chilling cold. Hissing! The golden thread ghost snake spit out a bright red snake tongue, and a faint light flashed in its cunning vertical pupils. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden threads in the sky shot out at the fire cloud flying camel, and the netherworld dark wolf, like a rain of arrows. Boundless and chilling. The nether dark wolf quickly shadow escaped to the side of the fire cloud flying camel. The fire cloud flying camel flapped its wings, and a spherical fire shield completely surrounded the two of them. Puff puff puff, the golden thread hit the fire shield, making a dull sound. When the outside world quieted down, the fire cloud flying camel retracted the fire shield, but found that the enemy had turned around and left far away. Come back. Li Biao's voice sounded in the minds of the two beasts, who the nether dark wolf let out a series of low growls, as if it had not yet fought to its heart's content. Li Biao looked into the distance, watching the ice flame lion and the golden thread ghost snake disappear in front of him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Now, he finally realized that something was wrong. First of all, the appearance of the beast group was too coincidental. As soon as this group of students arrived, a beast tide occurred. Moreover, the group of strange birds only attacked the boy who just left, and ignored the others. From this point of view, everything that happened today should be directed at that boy, and he accidentally became a shield for someone. But the beast he was fighting was a gold level beast, and the group of strange birds chasing the boy must also be at least gold level. He was probably in danger. Dong 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 at this time. Heavy footsteps came from the distance. Li Biao turned his head and looked, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hey, he actually came back? He thought that the ice flame lion and the golden thread ghost snake left because the boy was dead, but he didn't expect that the boy actually came back safely. Was his judgment wrong? Are the ones chasing him just a group of silver level warriors? The wind blew on his face. Xiao Yao sat on Xiao Fu's back, spreading his arms, enjoying the passion and pleasure of speed. He once again cracked this killing game against him, and Tikki even reached silver level 5 during this time. It can be said that the opponent lost both his wife and his troops, losing a gold level war beast in vain. If the opponent had not run fast, he would have definitely left the other two gold war beasts behind. Huh? I'm back. Pai Yin and Lonnie Feng also saw Xiao Yao figure, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yao jumped off Xiao Fu's back. You are finally back. I was scared to death just now. Pai Yin patted his chest and said with a look of fear. Sorry. Xiao Yao showed an apologetic look. Everything that happened just now was a trap set against him, and the mine and the students of Beijing University were implicated by him. Fortunately, everyone was safe and sound, and the mine did not suffer any losses. Otherwise he would really be a sinner. What are you talking about? What's there to be embarrassed about? Pai Yin vaguely guessed some inside information, but he didn't point it out, but changed the subject. Let's go. Captain Li asked us to go back to the lounge. Let's go! Not far away, Li Biao looked at Xiao Yao deeply and whispered to the guards around him. Notify Ade. Quickly load 2 trucks of goods. Clear the road. I will arrange for a group of people to go first. Brother Biao, arrange 2 trucks to go first? Why? The team member said with a puzzled look on his face. Li Biao glanced at Xiao Yao back again and said, Don't worry about it. Just listen to me. Okay, Brother Biao. The team members hurriedly followed Li Biao's instructions. Notify the person in charge to clean up the monster corpses on the main road, and ask the convoy to get ready. Back in the lounge, all the students of Beijing University have returned safely, and are discussing enthusiastically. Wow, are we so unlucky? There was a beast tide as soon as we arrived here. I think it's okay. It's a good opportunity for us to experience the feeling of fighting against the beast tide. Don't tell me. This gun is so cool to use. It makes me want to be a military summoner. Military summoners are also good. The rank is promoted quickly, and there are many opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Xiao Yao, you are not injured just now, right? Lonnie Feng whispered beside him. I'm fine. Don't worry. Xiao Yao smiled. Bang Li Biao walked in at this time and said, Dear students, we have a batch of goods ready to go, and now we need a team to take care of the safety of the convoy. He looked around, and finally landed on Xiao Yao, saying, My classmate, I just saw your war beast's performance. It's very strong. Please let you take charge of our first batch of vehicles. Okay, looking at Li Biao's serious look, Xiao Yao smiled in his heart and readily agreed. Then my classmate, please follow me now. Li Biao wanted to send this evil star away immediately, and let him stay for a while. Be careful of any other troubles. Xiao Yao, Pai Yin, Lonnie Feng and Zhou Bofan, along with 2 rifle-wielding guards, boarded a sturdy pickup truck. Soon they drove to Xin Yuan Group's warehouse in Kyoto with 2 large trucks. Finally leaving. Seeing Xiao Yao leave, Li Biao's heart finally settled down. Ade. Don't worry about the goods for now. Take away the bodies of these monsters first. A few hours later, Xiao Yao and others arrived safely at Xin Yuan Group's warehouse. 20 points. Pai Yin clapped his hands, looking very satisfied. Let's go home and have a meal, Pai Yin suggested. Let's go. Lonnie Feng said impatiently. He hadn't even taken 2 bites of lunch yet. He was going to fight. Now he was starving, and felt like he could eat a cow. Let's go. On the other side, Wan's father and son also received news from the Shadow Society. Chapter 314 Biochemical Demon Crystal Vanguard. Watcher Group. Failed? Wan Chongshan frowned. They said that the target's combat power was gold level, and the mission failed due to the wrong estimation of strength. Wan Wenye said in a deep voice. Humph. The strength was wrongly estimated. Wan Chongshan snorted coldly. They are becoming more and more casual in doing things. They asked. Do we need to continue to attack the target? Continue? They want more money. Right. Wan Chongshan's eyes flashed with black air. And he said coldly, tell them that this matter ends here. It's up to them whether they want to follow up or not. But don't contact us anymore. If the messenger of God knows, we will all be doomed. Understood? Also, take good care of Wan Jiabao. Forbid him to leave the house for the next 3 months. Wan Wenyan nodded. Okay. Also, Wan Chongshan's eyelids drooped slightly. And he asked, how is the laboratory going? There are some results, but there is still a certain gap from what we expected. Speed up the experiment. We don't have much time. Wan Chongshan said seriously. Understood. I will supervise them. Bang failed. Are you all good for nothings in the Shadow Club? You can't even kill a silver-level person? Wan Jiabao slammed the water cup in his hand and shouted into the phone in frustration. Damn it. Who said the Shadow Club success rate is more than 90%? You can't even kill a student. And you claim to be the top killer organization. What a bunch of rubbish. The target's combat power is gold level, which is a range we cannot estimate. An unhurried electronic voice came from the phone. You took 50 million from me. You're giving me this answer now? Wan Jiabao roared. A chuckle came from the phone. How about this? You can place another order, 70 million, I promise to kill him. Go to hell. Pa! Wan Jiabao hung up the phone angrily, his chest rising and falling. Waste. Trash. Idiot. Fuck. For a moment, he cursed out all the dirty words he could think of. He clenched his fists, his eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Even the Shadow Society couldn't kill him. What kind of monster is he? 70 million. 70 million. Wan Jiabao's eyes fluctuated violently. After a long time he finally made up his mind. Damn it, 50 million has been spent. If I don't kill him, then everything I have paid before will be in vain. He walked out of the room, preparing to go to Qilin Pavilion. If he wanted to collect 70 million, he could only find a way from Qilin Pavilion. As soon as Wan Jiabao went out, 2 bodyguards reached out to stop him. Go away. Wan Jiabao was now thinking about Xiao Yao, and he seemed extremely impatient when the bodyguards blocked his way. Master Wan, I'm sorry. The boss said you can't leave the house for the next 3 months. One of the bodyguards said calmly. What? Wan Jiabao's face changed. Why? Why doesn't my dad let me go out? The bodyguard said calmly. I don't know either, but since the boss has ordered, we can only do it. I hope Master Wan won't make things difficult for us. Looking at the cold and serious expressions of the bodyguards, Wan Jiabao knew that he couldn't go out today, and had no choice but to return to the house. Wan Jiabao sat on the sofa, panting, clenching his fists, and his nails dug deep into his flesh. The shame of the freshman challenge. The infamy in the campus forum. The failure of the Shadow Club. The confinement by his father. Since he met Xiao Yao, bad things have happened to him one after another. He is simply his nemesis. The star of disaster. Xiao Yao. I'm not done with you. Wan Jiabao gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed the ferocity of a beast. I'm back after Xiao Yao entered the house. Li Yu sat on the sofa and ate potato chips, and said leisurely, Hey, didn't you go home? I came back after finishing my family business. Where's Liang Yang? He hasn't finished his mission yet, and he probably won't be back until tomorrow. Okay. I go in first. Xiao Yao walked into the room and laid down on the bed, stretching comfortably. After today's thrilling battle, he felt exhausted physically and mentally when he returned to the dormitory, and he wanted to take a shower right away and have a good sleep. But he still had one thing to do before he rested. Dark magic power. 267. Today's battle gave him more than 180 points of dark magic power, which gave him 2 chances to draw cards. Liu and Xiao Yao were both close to the silver level, so these 2 hero gift cards would be used as gifts for them to break through the silver level. Draw a card. His thoughts sank into the brilliant starry sky again, and a thick stack of cards was quickly cut. Stop! Stop! With his order, 2 cards slowly turned up. On the first card, there was a green monster. The monster had a huge body, exaggerated muscles, a long tentacle on the top of his head, a small head, and a chin that almost covered half of his face, which looked extremely scary. Biodemon Zack. On the second card, there is a scorpion-like monster, whose body is like crystal, emitting a strange purple light. Its 2 claws are extremely large, as if they can pinch off everything, and the tip of the scorpion's tail is very sharp, shining with crystal blue light. Crystal Vanguard Skarner. Oh, not bad. Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Both Biodemon Zack and Crystal Vanguard Skarner are heroes with super strong defense in the game. If they are summoned, they should become war beasts like Lao and Yo that have both tankiness and damage. Liu and Xiao Yao just happen to not have a war beast for direct combat. Zack and Skarner can make up for the war beast system of the 2 people. But how should these 2 heroes be allocated? Xiao Yao fell into deep thought. In fact, there is no strong or weak between these 2 heroes. Both are quite powerful. Whichever one they get will have a huge improvement in their combat power. But after thinking about it, Xiao Yao still decided to give Zack to Liu and leave Skarner to Xiao Yao. This decision has nothing to do with the tactical system of the 2. It's just because Zack has some nicknames. Call Flying Warrior. Flying. Flying. Flying is better left to Liu. Ahem. Liu. If you really don't like someone in the future, you can just throw flying in their face. Xiao Yao walked out of the house, sat down next to Liu, and patted his shoulder. Liu suddenly felt a slight pain in his shoulder. He turned around and asked in confusion, "Fuck. Why do I feel like you stabbed me?" "Stab your head." Xiao Yao snatched the potato chips from Liu's hand and said with a clatter, "Do you think I'm Rong Mama?" Rong Mama? What the hell? Even Rong Mama doesn't know, but Akian must know. Right? Who is Akian? You don't know Akian either. TSK. Xiao Yao stuffed the potato chips into Liu's hand, showing a helpless expression, turned and walked out of the dormitory. He had an appointment with Xiao, and they would go around the campus in the evening. No, Rong Mama, who is Akian? Please explain it clearly. Chapter 315 National League School Selection. In the next month, Xiao Yao lived a peaceful and regular life again. In addition to classes and training, he would occasionally take on some tasks. However, considering the potential threats, he chose some tasks within the city. The points were not too many, but they were safe. But soon, a piece of news completely broke his peaceful life. National League School Selection starts now. The bold and black title was pinned to the top of the school website. It's starting. It's starting. The grand event of the year is about to begin. Brothers, let's go with the melon seeds and beer. I wonder who will make it to the National League this year. It doesn't matter who makes it. What matters is whether we can win the league championship. Yes, I think Lei Kuang has the best chance. He has been at the top of the True Dragon ranking for almost a year. It's hard to say. Long Jingu is not bad either. It is said that he has been keeping a low profile, just waiting to perform before the league. Looking forward to it. It finally started. Xiao Yao put his phone back into his pocket, with a strong look of anticipation in his eyes. The selection criteria for Beijing University are very simple, that is, only the True Dragon list is considered. The top 5 on the True Dragon list are the final participants of Beijing University. He has no ranking on the True Dragon list yet, so if he wants to participate, he can only work his way up from now on. However, the challenge rules of the True Dragon list are still very friendly to him. The True Dragon list has a total of top 200 rankings. Members without a ranking can directly challenge anyone between 101 and 200 in the first challenge. If successful, they will naturally replace the challenged person. If not, they can only challenge from 200th place. 101 and 200 can challenge 20 places higher. 11 and 100 can challenge 10 places higher. and 1 in 10 can only challenge the one above them. In this way, he can directly qualify for the league after playing about 5 games. Of course, his goal is not just to qualify. He has only one goal. That is to be the first on the True Dragon ranking. He had not challenged the True Dragon ranking before, because the True Dragon ranking has a rather troublesome rule that the challenged must accept and complete the challenge within 3 days. In other words, as long as you are on the True Dragon ranking, if anyone wants to challenge you, you must agree and complete the duel within 3 days. This is also the reason why he has not challenged the True Dragon ranking. Although the school will give certain rewards to the top 100 on the True Dragon ranking every month, he would rather not have these rewards if it means being trapped in school. But now it is different. There is still 1 month before the start of the league. He is not going to go out in this month. He will concentrate on the True Dragon ranking and represent Beijing University as the number 1 seed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone, opened the True Dragon ranking again, and took a look at the top 5 names. Lei Kuang is the first on the True Dragon ranking. Long Jingyu is the second on the True Dragon ranking. Zhao Feilu is the 4th on the True Dragon ranking. Hui Xiaozhang is the 5th on the True Dragon ranking. Song Yu. He has met Lei Kuang and Long Jingyu before. These two are indeed very capable and Aura seniors. As for the other 3, he has no impression. But since he is in the top 5 of the True Dragon ranking, he will have to fight him sooner or later. And his current task is to challenge Zhang Yong, who is ranked 101st on the True Dragon ranking. Beep beep. Zhang Yong sighed as his phone vibrated again, picked up his phone, and said helplessly to his roommate, "This is the 7th challenge today. I really regret making it to the True Dragon ranking now. Damn it. I am ranked 101 ST. Not only do I not get any rewards, I have to accept challenges every day." The roommate next to him laughed and said, "Then you should try your best to get into the top 10, so that the chances of being challenged will be much smaller." Zhang Yong rolled his eyes and said, "If I could get into the top 10, would I still be sitting here talking to you? I would have been showing off a long time ago." "Haha. Then you should try your best to get into the top 100 first." Zhang Yong shook his head helplessly, and opened his phone, to see who the challenger was this time. "Fuck!" Zhang Yong exclaimed. "What's going on? Guess who is challenging me this time?" Zhang Yong said with eyes wide open. "Who is it?" "Xiao Yao." "Xiao Yao." The roommate took his phone and looked at it with eyes wide open. "Fuck, it's really Xiao Yao." Zhang Yong swallowed his saliva and said, "Oh my god, I was challenged by the first genius. No, I want to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments." "Hey, aren't you afraid of losing?" "I faint?" Zhang Yong looked at him as if he was a fool. "Brother, don't you know he is already a silver level 4 summoner? I'm comparing my head with others?" "Yeah, that's right." Zhang Yong patted his shoulder and said, "Take a photo of me when we duel that day, make me look handsome. If Xiao Yao becomes awesome in the future, I use this photo to brag. I'm also someone who dueled with a super genius." "Damn, if you put it that way, you're in luck." Zhang Yong accepted Xiao Yao's challenge with great interest, and scheduled a duel for tomorrow morning. The challenged person can arrange the time and order of the duel according to his own arrangement. So he wants to arrange Xiao Yao in the first place. In this way, even if he loses, the challenges of the next 6 people will automatically be counted on Xiao Yao. Of course, he also has to accept all the challenges of the current number 102. However, number 101 is an awkward position. Many people who challenge the True Dragon list for the first time will directly challenge number 101. And there are relatively few people who challenge number 102. Looking at it this way, I feel relieved. I am such a genius. Have you started challenging the True Dragon ranking? In the restaurant, Su Xingliang asked with eyes wide open. "Well, I will start the challenge from the 101st place directly," Xiao Yao said while drinking a drink. "Wow, Xiao Yao, journey to be the king is about to begin, and your little fanboy is cheering for you," Li Yu said with a wink. "Speak normally." Xiao Yao shuddered, pinched Li Yu's neck and said viciously, "Ahem, brother, I was wrong." Bai Ling Xiao said with a smile, "When is the challenge scheduled?" Xiao Yao let go of his hand, took out his phone and took a look. "Huh, the time is scheduled quite early, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Go up tomorrow, then I go to cheer for you." Bai Ling Xiao waved his little fist, with a smile. "Everyone go." Li Yu twisted his neck. "Xiao Yao, you said if I take a video for you, recording the whole process from the beginning to participating in the league, when you win the championship and post it online, I think it will definitely be popular." Forget about posting it online. Xiao Yao showed an interested look, but you can record it, so that you can take out the video from time to time to reminisce in the future. Then it's settled. Li waved his hand. I'm a professional at shooting videos. Shooting videos? You're a professional at watching videos. Right? Su Xingliang said with a smile. Has Li watched a lot of movies? Tao Yaoyao asked curiously with her innocent big eyes. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their lips. He has indeed watched a lot of movies. Li Yu. Chapter 316 A True Man Never Hesitates. At 9:50 am, Xiao Yao and his group arrived at room 17 of the Battle Beast Arena. At this time, Zhang Yong and his roommates had been waiting in the arena for a while. When they saw Xiao Yao coming in, their eyes lit up and they strode over. Hello. Xiao Yao, I'm Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong extended his hand and said enthusiastically. Hello. Xiao Yao shook his hand and said politely. Zhang Yong said, the referee will be here soon. Okay. By the way, are we going to play a ring battle or a team battle in this game? Zhang Yong asked. I can do either. Xiao Yao said. Then can we play a ring battle? Zhang Yong slightly widened his eyes. If he plays a ring battle, he can last longer, and then he can take more handsome photos. No problem. Xiao Yao agreed readily. Okay, then let's wait for the teacher to come. Zhang Yong smiled, and walked aside with several roommates. This atmosphere is not what I imagined. Li Yu twisted his head and said, I thought he would be a little dissatisfied if he was challenged by you. It depends on who is challenging him. Su Xingliang said, if the two of us challenged him, I guess he wouldn't be happy with us. But if Xiao Yao challenged him, it would be different. That's right. Li Yu shrugged. After a while, a muscular teacher walked in. Hello. Teacher. Everyone greeted him. Hello. Everyone. My name is Zig. Zig nodded, glanced and said, then let's get started. As the National League approaches, the teachers of their War Beast Battle Hall are the busiest. Because the number of challenges has increased sharply, each of them has to referee at least 20 times a day. Even so, there are not enough people, and teachers must be transferred from other departments. After this game, he will rush to the next one immediately. But there is a student in today's challenge that he is very interested in. Xiao Yao and Zhang Yong walked to the ring. And Shigu stood between them and asked, is the competition in the form of a ring battle or a team battle? Have you discussed it? Teacher. We will use a ring battle. Zhang Yong said. Okay. Shigu glanced at the message on his phone. Zhang Yong. Xiao Yao. Right? Zhang Yong and Xiao Yao nodded at the same time. Okay. Then the first round of the ring battle is about to begin. Both sides step back. Xiao Yao and Zhang Yong step back more than 20 meters at the same time. When they step back, Zhang Yong also winked at his roommate in the audience. The roommate shook his phone and made an okay gesture. Zhang Yong nodded with satisfaction and adjusted his collar. Li Yu also set up the tripod, turned on the camera, and aimed it at the ring. When the distance between the two reached 50 meters, Zig said, stop. Xiao Yao and Zhang Yong paused at the same time. Both sides summoned war beasts. A flash of white light appeared, and Xiaoku appeared beside Xiao Yao. At the same time, a leopard-shaped war beast also appeared beside Zhang Yong. A Xiaoku crouched slightly, staring at his opponent with wolf eyes, and a cruel arc appeared on his lips. The little leopard suddenly felt murderous aura covering his whole body, and shuddered, and then looked at Zhang Yong pitifully. Can you just admit defeat? Zhang Yong was anxious. Pose. It's okay to be defeated, but at least you have to fight a few moves. If you want to admit defeat directly, I can confirm it online. Then why did I get up early in the morning to wash my hair, do my hair, and change into the clothes I just bought yesterday? You are hypocritical. You're out of dinner. Fight. Name of War Beast Flame Leopard War Beast Level Silver Level 3 War Beast Skills Scorching Flame Rapid Burst. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded. The 101st place on the True Dragon list is already at Silver Level 3, which shows that the average level of Peking University students is still very high. Of course, even if they are both at Silver Level 3, there will be a big gap. Some people have all 3 War Beasts at Silver Level, while some people only have 2 War Beasts at Silver Level, which is completely different when they fight. As for the summoners in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking, none of their War Beasts are lower than Silver Level 4. The higher you go, the more obvious the gap between summoners will be. Both sides get ready. Sieg raised his hand and shouted, begin. Xiaoku took the lead, and with a kick of his foot, he turned into a black shadow and rushed straight towards the flame leopard. The flame leopard's body was covered with raging flames, like the god of fire descending to the world. Zhang Yong's roommate took a picture of this scene in time, and also took a picture of Zhang Yong standing behind the flames, with a calm face. "Oh!" The roommate nodded with satisfaction. "Brother Yong, I have taken the video and photos, you don't have to pretend." Slap Xiao threw the leopard to the ground, his sharp claws pointed directly at its eyes. "Have mercy, have mercy." Zhang Yong's steps softened, and he put his hands together. Kali Yu took a picture of this scene with his mobile phone, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, it's a good material." Xiao Yao wins. Zijie announced the result in time. A Xiao got down from the flame leopard, curling his lips. Let Lao Niu do it next time. He really had no interest in this kind of opponent, and he couldn't kill him, which was really boring. Wu flame leopard stood up aggressively, swayed his tail, and walked to Zhang Yong. "Why are you so short? You lost in less than 5 seconds. Zhang Yong touched his head and said speechlessly, "Like you. You've lost your dinner. Let me fight again." Zhang Yong, summon the second war beast. Zeke said. "Got it." Zhang Yong first took back the flame leopard, then summoned his second war beast. War beast name Poison Ivy Flower. War beast level Silver level 1. War beast skill Poison Pollen, bind. Zhang Yong raised his eyebrows at his roommate, who instantly understood what Zhang Yong meant. Ahem. Zhang Yong straightened his back, tugged at his clothes, put on a serious look, paused for 2 seconds, and shouted in a deep voice, "I give up." Puffly Yu and others in the audience burst into laughter instantly. Damn, does it take such a righteous way to admit defeat? Hearing the laughter from the audience, Zhang Yong raised his chin indifferently. He was not looking for abuse. The silver level 3 flame leopard was not his opponent, not to mention the silver level 1 poison ivy flower. It is not shameful to lose to the number 1 genius. A real man will admit defeat without hesitation. The corner of Zig's mouth twitched, and he said, "Challenge successful." He took out his mobile phone and clicked on Xiao Yao victory on the system. The result of the challenge was finally confirmed by the referee online. After the match, Xiao Yao also successfully entered the True Dragon ranking. A Xiao rolled his eyes in a humane way. "So boring," Xiao Yao touched his soft fur and said, "You will have a chance to fight later." He took Xiao back to the beast control space and nodded to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong walked toward Xiao Yao. With a very relaxed expression, "Xiao Yao, I lost. Then my next 24 challenges will be handed over to you." 24 challenges? Xiao Yao's expression froze. And he quickly took out his mobile phone. Sure enough, when he defeated Zhang Yong, all of Zhang Yong's remaining challenges fell on him. 24. When will it be over? Xiao Yao quickly opened the challenge list. 91st Yu Yuching is you. Chapter 317 Challenge the 11th place on the True Dragon list. In the past half month, the changes in the True Dragon list have attracted the attention of all students of Beijing University, especially the top 5. Except for Lei Kuang, Long Jingyu and Zhao Feilu, who are firmly in the top 3, the 4th and 5th places have been in a state of constant change. Basically new names appear every few days. In addition to the top 5 on the True Dragon list, there is another name that impressed everyone. That is Xiao Yao, the most famous genius of Beijing University. In just half a month, Xiao Yao has risen from 101st place on the True Dragon list to 11th place. Seeing that there are 2 more games, he will enter the top 10 of the True Dragon list. This extremely fierce impact momentum also allows all students of Beijing University to see his ultimate intention. I can't believe it. Xiao Yao, a freshman, is actually going to participate in the National League. The most important thing is that he really has a chance of success. Yes, 2 silver level 3 war beasts. 1 silver level 5 war beast. Judging from the war beast level, it may not be as good as the top 5. But the actual combat power of the war beast is probably not worse than the top 5. Do you think he can finally get the top few? It's hard to say. Top 3? Maybe he can get first place. I don't think it's realistic to get first place. After all, Lei Kuang already has 2 silver level 5 war beasts. And the other silver level 4 is also very powerful. If Xiao Yao is given half a year, I think he can definitely beat Lei Kuang, and may even break through the gold level. But now, I still don't think he will win. Indeed. But this is already exaggerated. Even if he fails to win the National League this time, he will definitely win the next 3 league championships. Yes, there has never been a gold level contestant in the National League. Alas, the gap between people is too big. Both parties summon war beasts. With the referee's order, Xiao Yao and Sui Shaoan, 50 meters apart, summoned war beasts at the same time. Mu the old cow stepped heavily on the ground and looked at the opponent in front of him calmly. Name of the beast: Frost Beast. Beast level Silver, level 5. Beast skills: Winter Claws, Frost Armor, Ice Breath. The Frost Beast looks like a lion, huge in size, and with snow-white fur, with a thick horn on its head, and a cold azure eyeball. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Xiao Yao's eyes revealed some seriousness and caution. Sui Shaoan, number 11 on the True Dragon list, had once reached number 9 on the True Dragon list, is a strong opponent. And just like Gui Yufan, powerful King Kong ape, every student who can rank in the top 15 of the True Dragon list has at least one trump card war beast with 3 skills. The strength should not be underestimated. Both sides are ready. Sui Shaoan took a deep breath, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes, facing the most famous genius in the school, Xiao Yao, who reached Silver 5 in his freshman year. He was amazed by Xiao Yao's talent, and also felt proud and unwilling to accept it as a senior. Come on, let me see the strength of the number 1 genius. Sui Shaoan's eyes condensed, and they were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Begin. As soon as the words fell, the Frost Beast was covered with frost armor, and its body expanded again, and it instantly turned into a terrifying war machine. Dong dong dong, the old cow kicked his feet, and burst out with a terrifying speed, and rushed towards the Frost Beast like a speeding train. Roar! The Frost Beast roared to the sky, and its huge mouth opened wide, and a large ball of crystal blue mist quickly spurted out. Ice breath, huh? The ice breath that was enough to make steel brittle came at him. The old cow did not dodge at all, and rushed towards the breath. Instantly, a layer of ice mist condensed on the old cow's face, and ice crystals appeared on his body. But what surprised Sui Shaoan was that the opponent's speed did not decrease at all, as if he was enjoying an air conditioning service. Is the resistance so high? Huh? Seeing that the opponent was getting closer and closer to him, the Frost Beast crouched slightly, and was ready for close combat. Boom boom boom! Just when the old cow was 15 meters away from the Frost Beast, the old cow's speed suddenly increased, and it turned into an invisible purple shadow, and collided with the Frost Beast. While collision bang, the Frost Beast was like being hit by a high-speed train, flying 7 or 8 meters away, hitting the wall, causing the entire battle room to shake slightly. How is it possible? Sui Shaoan's pupil shrank, with a strong disbelief in his eyes. You have to know that with the blessing of the ice armor, the weight of the Frost Beast is several tons. It takes a terrifying force to knock a beast of this weight several meters away. The Frost Beast quickly climbed up, and before it could stand firmly, it was covered by a purple shadow. The earth is shattered. The old cow raised its front limbs, clenched its huge iron fist, and smashed it down suddenly. Roar! The Frost Beast urged all its strength, and its extremely cold palms rushed forward, colliding with the iron fist without any pretense. Ice claws cracks appeared on the armor of the Frost Beast, and then the armor burst instantly, flying in all directions. At the same time, a trace of pain flashed in the eyes of the Frost Beast, and he felt that his palm was already prone to fracture. Oh my god, how did we suddenly lose the advantage? Under the stage, Sui Shaoan's friends widened their eyes, unable to believe that Sui Shaoan's trump card beast was defeated in just one encounter. You have to know that Sui Shaoan is a great master who has been in the top 10 of the True Dragon list. The ace played like this, how terrifying must Xiao Yao's strength be? Dong! The old cow stepped back, and distanced himself from the Frost Beast. It seems that if we want to win quickly, we still have to use all our strength. Xiao Yao thought on the side. Facing an opponent in the top 15 of the True Dragon list, it is unlikely to win with overwhelming force, so the old cow will start to be serious next. Mu! The old cow roared, red light flashed in his eyes, and immediately entered the violent bull demon state. Under the horrified eyes of the others, the old bull's body quickly rose, and in an instant, it turned into a minotaur beast more than 3 meters tall. What? Sui Shaoan's eyes fluctuated violently. He hadn't used his full strength just now? The old bull took a heavy step and rushed towards the Frost Beast. The Frost Beast wanted to dodge, but his heavy body couldn't burst out too fast, so the old bull could only approach quickly. Snap! The old bull held the giant horn with one hand, making it difficult for the opponent to move, and the other hand turned into an iron hammer, and like forging iron, he punched it on the head one by one. Roar! The Frost Beast let out a terrible roar. He tried his best to spit out ice breath, trying to force the old cow back, But the old cow ignored the breath, without blinking an eyelid, punched one by one, without mercy. Crack, crack, crack. The armor on the head of the frost beast was all smashed, and then the iron fist landed firmly on his head. After 3 punches, the frost beast rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. Xiao Yao won the first round. The referee announced the result of the game in time. At the side of the ring, Sui Shaoan looked at the old cow's rock-hard body, and a bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ace war beast lost like this, how to fight next? Chapter 318 Pulling out the Weeping Willow. Second round, both sides prepare their war beasts. As the referee gave the order, Sui Shaoan took a deep breath and summoned his second war beast. War beast named Blood Demon Willow. War beast level silver 4. War beast skills Willow branches pierce, blood devouring. The roots of the Blood Demon Willow are thick, the trunk is dark red, as thick as 4 people hugging. Hundreds of willow branches hang down, flatly emitting the smell of blood. As soon as the Blood Demon Willow appeared, hundreds of willow branches swayed together, as if dancing excitedly. Sui Shaoan pursed his lips, and he himself was not optimistic about this duel. Compared with the frost beast, the advantage of the Blood Demon Willow is that it can deal with large-scale enemies. Hundreds of willow branches can all be used as killing tools. Once it penetrates into the enemy's body, the enemy's blood will be completely drained by the Blood Demon Willow in just a few seconds. But in terms of single combat ability, the Blood Demon Willow still lags behind the frost beast. I hope I don't lose too badly. Sui Shaoan had a bitter smile on his face. Begin. At the referee's command, Lan Yo quickly ran towards the Blood Demon Willow. Dong dong dong, the heavy footsteps were accompanied by an unrivaled momentum. The willow branches of the Blood Demon Willow floated slowly, just like the hair of Medusa. Each branch turned into a bloodthirsty venomous snake, waiting for the enemy to approach. As soon as Lan Yo stepped into the territory of the Blood Demon Willow, the branches swept over, and all of a sudden entangled Lan Yo body, ankles, face, circle after circle, just like tying a zonzi, tying Lan Yo tightly. Then, the willow branches exerted their strength together, making the old cow's body creak. At the same time, the tail of the willow branches was like a bee sting, piercing into the old cow's body. Seeing this scene, Sui Shaoan's friends under the ring clenched their fists excitedly. Because of the disastrous defeat in the last game, they thought they would lose this battle without any suspense. They didn't expect that the Blood Demon Willow would be so strong at the beginning. From this point of view, it's hard to say who will win or lose. On the other side, Li Yu and others also frowned slightly. Does this willow tree restrain Lan Yo a little? Tao Yao said with concern. It seems a little bit. Li Yu touched his chin. His eyes fell on the ring, and he was murmuring in his heart. Is it really restrained? Don't worry. Bai Ling Xiao said easily, Lan Yo will not lose. Li Yu and Tao Yao turned to look at her, with some doubts on their faces. Su Xingliang said at this time, Xiao is right. You two will know when you look at Xiao Yao expression. Li Yu and Tao Yao turned around at the same time, and saw Xiao Yao standing in the corner of the ring, with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this smile, the worries in their hearts were immediately put down. The Blood Demon Willow continued to exert its strength, and the originally dark red trunk gradually turned bright red, as if blood was about to burst out of the trunk. But what made it crazy was that although it tried everything, the opponent's body was like steel, and it could not find a single flaw. Old Bull, end the battle, Xiao Yao ordered. The old bull let out a series of low groans in his throat, and immediately activated the Vajra body. Vajra body active. After activating the Vajra body, Alistair's strength and defense will increase by 2 times, lasting for 30 minutes, cooling down for 3 hours. The willow branches made a series of teeth-grinding sounds. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the willow branches were slowly stretched open by the old bull. Moo! With the old bull's angry roar, dozens of willow branches exploded, broken into pieces of broken willow branches, scattering in all directions. The old cow took a leap and instantly stuck in front of the Blood Demon Willow. Snap, snap! The old cow's 2 hands were like drills, directly inserted into the trunk of the Blood Demon Willow, and the bright red blood flowed down his palms. Accompanied by a loud shout, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the old cow actually pulled the Blood Demon Willow upside down. The roots left the ground. The Blood Demon Willow was like a frightened child. All the willow branches danced wildly, and crackled on the old cow. Moo! The old cow's eyes rarely glowed red, and he saw his legs slightly bent, and suddenly kicked the ground to rise, bringing up the Blood Demon Willow, and his huge body actually did a textbook backflip in the air. Just before it was about to land, Old Ox grabbed the trunk of the blood demon willow and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! The blood demon willow hit the ground like an upside-down onion, making a cracking sound. Old Ox stood firm, grabbed the blood demon willow's body again, and smashed it on the ground again and again. Bang! 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 The dull sound continued to ring in the battle room. The blood demon willow was still fighting back fiercely, but until his branches cracked and almost broke after repeated collisions, Sui Shaoan announced his surrender without hesitation. "I give up!" Bang! Lao Niu's movement stopped abruptly. The scarlet in his eyes gradually dimmed. He casually threw the blood demon willow in front of Sui Shaoan. Below the ring, Sui Shaoan's friends looked at the blood demon willow, which was in a state of withered and dying, and could not help swallowing their saliva. Luckily, this was the blood demon willow. If it had been the frost beast, I'm afraid its brain would have been smashed out. What kind of monster war beast is this? Its power is too terrifying. Looking at the biceps of the old bull, which were several times larger than a human head, several people shuddered. If it were their war beasts, they would probably be able to break their heads with just their arms. Can't afford to offend. On the other side, Sui Shaoan hurriedly took out 2 porcelain bottles from the broken sky ring. He opened one of them first, and the bright red blood flowed out from the bottle mouth and sprinkled on the trunk of the blood demon willow. After being nourished by the blood, the broken branches of the blood demon willow slowly healed, and the wound scratched by the old bull gradually closed. After that, Sui Shaoan opened another bottle and carefully dripped a drop of green liquid on the blood demon willow. The branches of the blood demon willow kept shaking, just like a child who got candy and danced with joy. Sui Shaoan put his hand on the trunk of the blood demon willow and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." The willow branches danced lightly, as if to say, "I'm fine." Sui Shaoan took the blood demon willow back to the beast control space, took a deep breath and said, "Teacher referee, I give up." The 2 strongest beasts lost without any chance to fight back, and they couldn't even inflict wounds on each other. Faced with this gap, Sui Shaoan was disheartened and gave up the idea of continuing to persevere, lest the 3rd beast be injured in the battle. The referee nodded, and then announced, "Xiao Yao wins this challenge." Pa 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 pa. In the audience, Bai Ling Xiao and the others clapped their hands happily. After this battle, Xiao Yao was promoted to the 11th place on the True Dragon list, and then he could challenge the Master ranked 10th. However, seeing that Xiao Yao defeated the Master ranked 11th so easily, everyone was full of confidence in him. Sui Shaoan looked at Xiao Yao rather calm face, and couldn't help thinking, will he really be able to become the top True Dragon? Chapter 319, Unexpected Fortune. Have you heard that Xiao Yao has defeated Sui Shaoan and advanced to the 11th place on the True Dragon ranking? Fuck. So fast? Speed is not the key. The most terrifying thing is that Sui Shaoan lost without any resistance. In the end, he didn't even summon his 3rd war beast and just admitted defeat. No way. He just surrendered. It seems that Xiao Yao's entry into the top 5 of the True Dragon ranking should be a foregone conclusion. It depends on how high he can get in the end. Do you think he will surpass Lei Kuang and top the True Dragon ranking? That would be too scary. He is already at the top of the True Dragon ranking in his freshman year. He will not be directly at the platinum level when he graduates. I guess the students and teachers of other schools will cry. With such a monster around, who can dare to hope for the league championship? This is also a blessing for my Beijing University. He should challenge Su Ziho, who is ranked 10th, in the next game. Let's go and watch it together then. Together. Together. After Xiao Yao defeated Sui Shaoan, it caused quite a stir on campus. Everyone was curious about this super genius. At the same time, because the battle of the top 10 on the True Dragon list would be held in the open-air arena on the top floor of the War Beast Battle Hall. Anyone interested could go to watch the battle. So many people were looking forward to it, and were ready to watch the battle for the 10th place on the True Dragon list. 91. 92. 93 in the Gravity Hall. Xiao Yao was naked from the waist up, supporting himself with one hand, doing push-ups with difficulty. Sweat dripped down his body like a waterfall, wetting the ground beneath him. 98, 99, 100. Shakingly holding up his arms. When 100 one-handed push-ups were completed, Xiao Yao's body was completely relaxed, and he turned over and lay on the ground. He panted rapidly and heavily, constantly adjusting his heartbeat and breathing. Although the improvement of the War Beast would have a certain impact on his physical fitness, He never gave up self-training. At present, he can complete complex training under 2.5 times gravity. And his strength and physical fitness have reached a higher level. Turning his head, he saw the beastmen Xiao and Lan Yo holding 2 exaggerated barbells and doing standard curls. He suddenly felt like he was in a monster gym. Glancing at the corner, Tucci was stepping on the treadmill, leisurely like an old lady taking a walk. Feeling that he was being watched, he looked back guiltily, and then quickly quickened his pace, pretending that he was just taking a rest. Seeing this, Xiao Yao just smiled helplessly. Compared with Xiao and Lan Yo's obsession with strength, Twitch can quickly enter the state without being urged. He is the ultimate slacker. However, considering Twitch's fragile body, Xiao Yao did not ask him too much. After all, you can't expect ADC to become a muscular man. Anyway, this guy can become stronger by feeding poison, so let him be. Xiao Yao stood up with difficulty, and walked out of the gravity room with the help of the wall. After a quick shower, he took out his phone, preparing to check the time for the next challenge. But at this moment, a new text message made his eyes widen. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million 3.27 million. Seeing so much money suddenly appear in the card, Xiao Yao was confused. Who made the wrong transfer? He quickly checked the bank's transfer records and found that the money was transferred from a company called Tianlu Entertainment Company. After checking the details of the company, a look of understanding appeared on his face. It turns out that Tianlu Entertainment is Lu Yi Management Company, and she is also the boss of this management company. In this way, this money should be the 10% share of the 8 songs. Xiao Yao then searched for Lu Yi information. It turned out that in the half month, when he was concentrating on the True Dragon chart, Lu Yi released her 4th album Meeting. Once released, it became a hot topic on the internet. Not only did Lu Yi fans praise her, but even some passers-by became fans because of this album and praised the quality of this album online. After the release of Meeting, Lu Yi instantly became the most popular singer in the entertainment industry recently. Some professional musicians even commented that this album can almost definitely win the Best Album award this year. In just half a month, her 10% share alone was more than 3 million yuan, which means Lu Yi has earned more than 30 million yuan. The singer's ability to make money is really terrifying. Xiao Yao couldn't help but be amazed. He also knew that not all singers have this ability to make money. First of all, you must have a certain number of fans. And secondly, the quality of the album must be good, so that you can ensure a high income. Of course, some songs may not be very good, but if there are a group of crazy fans who pay for them, their ability to make money will be exaggerated. It is said that some male stars' albums are like this. Xiao Yao thought about it, and finally found Lu Yi contact information and sent a message. Sistery, I have received the money. Not long after the text message was sent, a call came in. Xiao Yao took a look, and it was Lu Yi's phone number. Hello, Sistery. Xiao Yao, what are you busy with recently? The pleasant voice of Lu Yi came from the phone, with a little noise in the background, as if she was in some noisy place. The National League is about to start. I'm trying to get a place to participate recently. I'm quite busy. I didn't notice that Sistery has released an album. Congratulations. I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, this album wouldn't have been possible. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yi smiled. At first, she just thought Xiao Yao's songs were pretty good. And considering his talent, and the fact that he had secretly helped her once, she decided to buy Xiao Yao's songs with the highest standards in the industry. Unexpectedly, the album composed of these songs became a hit on the internet, making her the top singer in Longhua. This result not only surprised her, but also made her pay more attention to Xiao Yao, because she still remembered that Xiao Yao said he had more than 20 songs of the same, or even higher level. If she bought all these songs, she would most likely become the #1 in Longhua's music scene. The title of the #1 in the music scene is irresistible to any singer. Even if she is of noble status, she cannot resist this temptation. Sistery, I just write songs, and it is your singing skills that really made the album popular. Xiao Yao, you are too modest. I know you are busy recently, so I won't bother you for now. When the National League starts, I will go to watch your game and cheer for you. Haha. No problem. Then thank you. Sistery, by the way, your song revenue is settled every 3 months. Is that okay with you? No problem. Okay. Then you go ahead and get busy. Bye. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Louis agent asked anxiously, why didn't you mention the next few songs? Louis looked in the mirror, adjusted her hair, and said easily, don't worry. Those songs won't be lost. But the agent was still a little worried. The entertainment industry is as cunning as ghosts. As long as they are interested, they can investigate everything thoroughly. The new album is so popular now, many people want to know who wrote the song for Louis. And the fact that Xiao Yao wrote the song is not a top secret. As long as they want to find out, they can always find out. If they take the initiative, the loss will be great. Don't worry, Louis said with a smile. The first genius of Dragon Country, not everyone can approach him if they want to. The first genius of Dragon Country? The agent was confused. What field does this first genius refer to? Singing, composing, or something else? Louis smiled mysteriously, and did not continue to explain. Chapter 320 Shinho Worshin. Modu. Boss, Su Ziho has agreed. He will choose a team battle in the next game. Vice President Zhang Song looked at Long Jingyu and said. Long Jingyu nodded and said with emotion, so far, no one has been able to force Xiao Yao's second war beast out. If you don't use some tricks, I really don't know what to do. Zhang Song also sighed. Yes, this Xiao Yao is too scary. Sui Shaolin is at least one of the top 10 people on the true dragon list, but he was beaten and surrendered. I really don't know how terrifying his war beast is. Long Jingyu asked, what day is their duel scheduled? The day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. Okay, the day after tomorrow you find someone to record the video, and when the battle is over, we need to analyze the game carefully. Hopefully we can find Xiao Yao weakness from it. Boss, do you think Lei Kuang and the others will go? Zhang Song asked. Long Jingyu smiled. You see, the top 10 of the true dragon list will definitely be there, including Lei Kuang. Although Lei Kuang has always looked down on others, but facing Xiao Yao, the recognized strongest genius, I don't believe he can still sit still. Indeed, although Lei Kuang is very talented, he is not in the same league as Xiao Yao. This kid is really too exaggerated. Yeah, Long Jingyu said with a wry smile. Who would have thought that someone could reach silver level 5 in his freshman year? I am really glad that the National League is held at this time. If it were half a year later, I guess neither Lei Kuang nor I would be qualified to be his opponent. Looking at Long Jingyu's somewhat lonely expression, Zhang Song couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Even though Lei Kuang was pressing on him before, Long Jingyu never felt that he was weaker than him. Instead, he quietly accumulated strength, preparing to exert his strength at the last moment to defeat Lei Kuang. But facing Xiao Yao, Long Jingyu could only frankly and helplessly admit the gap between himself and the super genius. Being in the same era with such a peerless genius. For the extremely proud Long Jingyu, it was really unfortunate. The Imperial City will brother Lei, Xiao Yao, and Su Zihao match is scheduled for 2 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Li Bowen walked into the training room and shouted to the man in front of him, who was covered in lightning. Crackling, crackling. The violent lightning slowly subsided. Lei Kuang opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. He stood up. His 2-meter-tall body was like a little giant. His sharp eyes and knotted muscles made him look fierce and domineering. Brother Lei, are you going? Li Bowen asked. Yes, Lei Kuang said indifferently. Under normal circumstances, he never watched the games of opponents who were ranked lower than him. He only paid attention to 2 people before. One was Long Jingyu, and the other was Xiao Feilu. Only these 2 people are qualified to threaten him. But now, there is one more person on the list. Okay, Brother Lei, I will go to arrange the seats, Li Bowen said. As the most powerful organization in Kyoto University, it is easy for the Imperial City to arrange the best seats for watching the game. After Li Bowen left, Lei Kuang half closed his eyes and murmured, Xiao Yao. At night, the pleasant evening breeze blew. Young lovers strolled in the campus, enjoying this quiet moment. Wow! You've made over 3 million in the past half month. Bai Lingxiao held Xiao Yao's hand. Her cute little mouth slightly opened, revealing a surprised expression. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I didn't expect it either. I can only say that Sistery is too awesome. Do you think you can become a billionaire with this album? Bai Lingxiao asked with interest. That's hard to say. Xiao Yao shook his head. Recently, the album sales have exploded. Once the boom is over, there won't be that much money. That's right. By the way, you still have dozens of songs. You should be able to have billions of assets if you sell them. That's fine. Xiao Yao paused and said. But billions of assets are not enough for me. Tikki needs a lot of poison. And Lao Nyo also needs a lot of diamond fruit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Billionaire? This is something he didn't dare to think about before. But if he really has billions of assets, it seems that it can't fill the two bottomless pits of Lao Nyo and Tikki. Training war beasts is really too expensive. Take your time, maybe you can write a lot of songs in the future. Bai Lingxiao blinked and said, writing songs is impossible, I will never be able to write songs in this life. Xiao Yao thought in his heart. He has been in this world for 19 years, except for the songs he has memorized, he has forgotten all the other songs. However, these more than 30 songs can bring him billions of wealth, which is beyond his imagination. Next, he will make money by his own strength. You know, summoner is also a profession with strong earning power. Even if it is a gold-level summoner. As long as you are lucky, earning millions is just a matter of going to the wild. As for platinum and diamond levels, their earning power is no worse than that of top singers. At this time, a thin figure jumped out from the woods next to him and stood in front of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao took a closer look. This is a thin boy with a pointed face, but his eyes are shining with a very shrewd look. Hello. Xiao Yao, my name is Shen Hao, my friends like to call me Shen Ho. Aren't you going to challenge the top 10 masters on the True Dragon ranking next? I have all their battle videos here. See if you are interested. Shen Hao introduced himself quickly. He spoke very fast, like a machine gun, and finished in a few beeps. Is it Shen Ho or Shen? Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. He thought the man in front of him was quite interesting. If he were to sell houses or insurance, he would definitely be a good hand. Of course, he was also quite interested in the battle videos that Shen Hao mentioned. Although the system can directly display the skills and levels of the war beasts, if he can understand the actual situation of the opponent in advance, he can formulate tactics in advance and win more easily. Shen Ho, no, Shen Hao, I am quite interested in the battle videos. How do you want to sell them, money or points? Shen Hao's eyes lit up, and he said enthusiastically, Lei Kuang, Long Jingyu and Zhao Feilu each get 10 points, others 5 points, a total of 65 points. 65 points? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. 65 points is not a small amount. If it is converted into money, it will be worth millions. Shen Hao saw Xiao Yao's concerns and quickly took out a tablet and played the battle video. This is Su Zihao video. You can watch it first. Xiao Yao and Bai Lingxiao leaned over to watch for a while and found that both the image quality and stability were very high. From the video, you can clearly see the performance of Su Zihao 3 war beasts. Don't worry, my video is definitely the best shot by Beijing University. Shen Hao said confidently. Lei Kuang and Long Jingyu also bought videos from me. He added. Okay, then I buy it. Xiao Yao nodded. If he wants to top the True Dragon ranking, these people are the next opponents to defeat. After understanding their information, he can also formulate tactics better, and try to hide some trump cards for the National League. Although 65 points are not a small amount, he can get them after completing 2 tasks. Okay. Shen Hao excitedly took out his phone. Ordinary students would not buy battle videos from him. Only those masters who were aiming for the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking were his real potential customers. Today's order was equivalent to several of his missions. After trading points on the school platform, Shen Hao took back his phone, glanced at Bai Lingxiao next to him, and said with a hunchback, then I leave first. You guys continue. After that, he rushed into the dark woods, startling a series of couples' exclamations. This guy is quite funny, Bai Lingxiao said with a smile. Yes, he is quite funny. Xiao Yao smiled, but these battle videos are still very useful. He opened a video and saw Su Zihao 3 strange-looking war beasts. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I have never dealt with such war beasts before. Chapter 321 Arena. The arena on the top floor of the Battle Beast Hall has not yet arrived. The seats are already full. Everyone is talking to each other, discussing the upcoming battle. Do you think, can Su Zihao be beaten 3-1? Very likely. Sui Shaowen's strength is not much different from Su Zihao. He was beaten and surrendered directly. Do you think Su Zihao can be any better? TSK. This Xiao Yao is really a monster. He is so fierce in his freshman year. Is he going to let us seniors live? Senior, is it easier for him to beat you than a father beats his son? You are really good at analogies. At this time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the arena. Look, that's Xing Shaoqiang, the 7th on the True Dragon list. The one behind him is Mu Le. the fourth on the true dragon list. Wow, Goddess Fei Lu is here too. She is getting prettier and prettier. Heh. You lick dog. Damn, Long Jingyu is here too. It looks like the top 10 on the true dragon list are basically all here. Who said that? Lei Kuang didn't come. Lei Kuang only watched the match between Long Jingyu and Xiao Feilu. He didn't pay attention to anything else. But Xiao Yao is different. He is the most powerful genius since the founding of Beijing University. I don't believe he can still hold back. As soon as the voice fell, a tall and burly figure appeared at the entrance of the arena. He had short and sharp hair, a pair of tiger eyes, and glanced ahead, and walked straight to the best position in the arena. I told you, Lei Kuang will definitely come. Roar. Now all the important people are here, only 2 protagonists are missing. A few minutes later, Su Ziho appeared in the contested preparation area. He looked at the full seats around him, and a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. Because he knew that these people were not here for him. There was only one protagonist today, and that was his opponent Xiao Yao. Damn, so many people. Su Xingliang, Li Yu and others followed Xiao Yao in from the entrance of the arena, looking at the huge crowds of people around them. Their eyes widened. Oh my god! How many people are there? Tao Yao Yao covered her mouth and said in surprise. Oh my god! If it were me, I would probably be weak on the stage. Su Xingliang looked around, and he felt that his heart was trembling. Xiao Yao's expression was very calm. He saw Su Ziho was already waiting in the preparation area. So he said to the people around him, then I will go on stage first. Okay. Okay. You go quickly, Su Xingliang said hurriedly. He noticed that many people had already looked in this direction, which made him even more nervous. Come on! Bai Lingxiao waved his little fist. Come on! Come on! Li Yu and Su Xingliang also patted his shoulders. Xiao Yao showed a confident smile. Just watch me. After saying that, he quickly ran to the ring. Huh, I'm finally here. After seeing Xiao Yao coming, Su Ziho took a deep breath, his eyes gradually became firm, and stepped onto the ring steadily. After both of them stood on the ring, Su Ziho spoke first. Xiao Yao, I want to adopt the team battle mode for this duel. Do you think it's okay? Team battle? At this moment, Xiao Yao's mind flashed with information about Su Zihao 3 war beasts. Indeed, team battles can better play the advantages of Su Zihao 3 war beasts. But what does it matter? If you want to fight, fight the strongest. Xiao Yao nodded readily and said, no problem. Seeing Xiao Yao agreed, Su Ziho also breathed a sigh of relief. He promised Long Jingyu that this game would be played as a team battle as much as possible, so that the strength of all Xiao Yao war beasts could be seen. Of course, this was also for his own consideration. He and Sui Shaoan had fought before, and their strengths were similar. Xiao Yao could defeat 3 people with 1, so he could certainly defeat him. Even in terms of the ability to fight in the ring, he was not as good as Sui Shaoan. But the difference between him and Sui Shaoan was that only friends of Sui Shaoan and Xiao Yao watched the match. But there were thousands of people watching the match today. If he was defeated 3 times with 1 in front of so many people, it would be too embarrassing. If Xiao Yao insisted on fighting in the ring, they could only decide the format of the match by drawing lots. Fortunately, Xiao Yao agreed to his proposal. So even if he lost, it would not be too ugly. At this time, a referee teacher walked onto the stage. Xiao Yao recognized this teacher, Shigu, who was the referee during his match with Zhang Yong some time ago. Shigu stood on the stage, looking at the full seats around him, and couldn't help but sigh. He has been a referee for so many years, and except for the annual battle for the top spot on the True Dragon ranking, he has never seen a match with such a big battle. He is worthy of being the most outstanding talent in Beijing University. This kind of appeal is much stronger than the top 3 on the True Dragon ranking. Shigu looked at Xiao Yao and Su Ziho on his left and right, and said in a deep voice, the game is about to begin. Have you decided to use a ring battle or a team battle? Team battle, Su Ziho said. Team battle, Xiao Yao said. Okay. Shigu nodded, looking at the crowd around him, who were looking forward to it, and said, then get ready. Xiao Yao and Su Ziho looked at each other, and the 2 of them slowly retreated at the same time. It started. It's finally going to start. I just want to know if Su Ziho will be beaten 3 by 1. What if they resort to group fighting? We should see how long Su Ziho can hold out. Today I can finally see Xiao Yao War Beast. I'm looking forward to it. The arena on the top floor of the War Beast Hall is very large. The arena is 200 times 200 meters. Xiao Yao and Su Ziho kept retreating until the distance between the two reached about 150 meters. Sieg called a halt. Both sides summoned war beasts. As Sieg spoke, the two summoned their war beasts at the same time. A woo, moo, roar, roar. As soon as Xiao Ku, Laonyo, and Tikki appeared, they attracted a burst of exclamations. The appearance of Xiao Ku and Laonyo was okay. After all, wolf-type war beasts and cow-type war beasts were quite common. But war beasts as mysterious and majestic as Xiao Ku, and as burly and domineering as Laonyo were indeed coveted. But Tikki's appearance really shocked a group of people. What kind of monster was that? A little mouse wearing purple crystal glasses and holding a crossbow? When did mice also shoot arrows? At this time, Su Ziho also focused his attention on Tikki. According to the information obtained, Xiao Yao's silver level 5 war beast that has not been seen is this skinny and weak little mouse. If non-ace war beasts can do 1-on-3, then how terrifying this ace war beast must be. War beast name tier cloud war beast level silver level 4 war beast skills wrathful spirit tiers, tier explosion. War beast name fire rock giant war beast level silver level 5 war beast skills fire explosion fist, earth flame pillar, phantom fire poison. War beast name soul sucking medusa war beast level silver level 4 war beast skills petrified eyes, soul sucking chain. At this time, Xiao Yao eyes also showed the information of Su Ziho 3 war beasts. Chapter 322, Tears of the Wrathful Spirit. Su Ziho trump card war beast is a silver level 5 fire rock giant. Its body is made up of burning red stones. It is more than 3 meters tall. It has 3 skills, and is a war beast with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The remaining 2 war beasts are quite unique. Tier Cloud, it is of the same type as Pai Yin Shadow Cloud. It is in the form of mist and cloud. It is basically immune to physical attacks. To defeat this type of war beast, it is necessary to attack their core. The mist is invisible and shapeless. Not only can they hide their core in the deepest part, but they can also transfer the core at any time. This is also the most difficult point to deal with them. The third war beast is the soul-sucking Medusa. To be honest, when Xiao Yao first saw the species of Medusa with his own eyes, he was really disappointed. He thought that Medusa would be as bright and beautiful as in the battle through the heavens, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Soul-sucking Medusa has a long snake tail, and her chest is covered with snake scales, outlining her hot body. But unlike in the novel, the eyes of soul-sucking Medusa are like gray-white stones, lifeless, and her sunken cheeks with bright red lips make her look mean and scary. Alas, the Xiao family deceived the Xiao family, Xiao Yan misled me. Of course, joking aside, the skills of soul-absorbing Medusa are still very powerful. The petrifying eyes can control the enemy, or even kill the enemy, while the soul-absorbing chains can continuously weaken the opponent. With 2 control skills in hand, she is definitely the most annoying existence in team battles. Both sides are ready. Sieg raised his right hand. In an instant, the arena fell into silence, and everyone held their breath and stared at the ring. Begin! As soon as Zig finished speaking, Su Ziho took the lead in launching the attack. Huh? The tier cloud suddenly rose. The cloud spread, covering the entire sky above the ring, followed by the fine raindrops falling wrathful spirit tears of woo. Moo. Ah, Xiao Ku, old cow. Tucci's mind was filled with a mixture of violent, angry, and fear, which made their eyes quickly turn red, looking up, letting out a series of howls from their mouths. Xiao Yao stepped aside, stretched out his hand, feeling the raindrops gently falling on his palm, and a hint of caution flashed across his eyes. Tears of the Wraith. The signature skill of Tier Cloud can stir up the most negative emotions in the enemy's heart, making them lose control. Su Ziho Tier Cloud accurately controlled the range of Tears of the Wraith, only letting Xiao Kusan Beast bear such effects, while he, the opponent's summoner, was spared. Of course, this is because not attacking the summoner is the principle of the ring match. If the summoner can be attacked, then the game becomes a stealing home game, and whoever can injure the summoner wins. This not only fails to reflect the full strength of the war beast, but also poses a huge threat to the safety of the summoner. Therefore, in the ring competition, attacking the summoner is strictly prohibited. However, if it is in the wild, attacking the summoner becomes everyone's first choice. Swish at this time. The eyes of the soul-absorbing Medusa shot out a brown light, which directly hit Xiao Ku's body. Petrified eyes crack, 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 Gray-white stones appeared on Xiao Ku's body and continued to spread outward. At the same time, the soul-absorbing Medusa opened her red lips slightly, and the white chain was immediately connected to Xiao Ku's body. Gray matter flowed into her red lips along the chain, just like a succubus sucking Xiao Ku energy. Soul-absorbing chain boom. The fire giant stepped heavily, and a red light circle suddenly lit up under Xiao Ku's feet, and then, bang! The erupting fire column blasted Xiao Ku directly into the sky. The series of attacks took only a moment, and the audience was dazzled. When Xiao Ku was taken to the sky by the fire column, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn, he won't die immediately." Su Ziho obviously has a plan: strike first, catch one and hit hard. Don't tell me, this tactic is really effective. Xiao Yao obviously didn't expect Su Ziho's attack to be so fast. If this war beast loses its combat effectiveness, then it's hard to say whether it's 2 versus 3. In the corner of the ring, Su Ziho looked at the black shadow at the top of the fire column and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that according to the normal 3v3 team battle, each looking for their own opponents, it would be difficult for him to win. After all, Soul-Sucking Medusa and Tear Cloud were not war beasts with outstanding single-player abilities. So he had to take the initiative and try to eliminate one war beast first, so that he could have an advantage in a 2-on-3 situation. Compared to the purple cow that looked thick-skinned and tough, and the mouse hiding at the back, he was more inclined to eliminate the black wolf first. And things went just as he imagined. Xiao Ku won't be hurt, right? In the viewing area, Xiao Yao clutched her clothes with her little hands, and said with a worried look on her face, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." This time Li Yu was experienced. He saw Xiao Yao's calm face and said, but Xiao Yao was still a little worried. She could feel the incredible heat from a distance. How much damage did Xiao Ku, who was deep in the center of the fire column, suffer? Bang! Xiao Ku's body fell heavily to the ground, and a burning smell emanated from him. Su Ziho pursed his lips, with a strong look of expectation in his eyes. After being hit by so many skills, you should lie down. Health 71%. Xiao Yao eyes showed Xiao Ku health value. After suffering so much damage, Xiao Ku's blood volume decreased by nearly 30%. It must be said that Su Ziho's cooperation with these war beasts was quite powerful. He first used Tears of the Wrathful Spirit to interfere with the opponent's emotions, then used Petrified Eyes and Soul-Absorbing Chains to control, and finally used Earth Flame Pillar to cause the final damage. If it were any other war beast, it might have lost its combat effectiveness. But unfortunately, his opponent was the Zon Wrath Beast Warwick. A low roar of suppressed pain, anger, and madness sounded. Xiao Ku slowly got up, blood dripping down his hair onto the ground. He opened his scarlet eyes. His eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. A wish. Xiao Ku roared to the sky. His aloof, domineering, and brutal aura swept across the ring, causing Su Ziho's body to stiffen instantly. How is it possible? It's alright. His eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that after being hit by so many of his skills, this black wolf could still have such a formidable momentum. This is unscientific. Oh! On the other side, Lanyo and Tikki also adjusted themselves. The eyes of the 3 war beasts simultaneously emitted a creepy red light, like the most terrifying monster. Tears of the Wrathful Spirit is indeed a very powerful skill. It can mobilize the most negative emotions in the opponent's heart and make him collapse mentally. Even if he didn't collapse, at least his emotions would fluctuate violently, seriously affecting his combat status. But who are Lanyo and the others? Xiao Ku and Tucci are heroes known for their madness, and killing and violence can only increase their combat effectiveness. As for Lanyo, a warrior who has experienced many battles, what does a mere negative emotion mean? A woo with Xiao Ku long howl. The counterattack officially began. Chapter 323, Destroying with Overwhelming Force. Boom. Xiao Ku kicked the ground with his limbs, and suddenly turned into black lightning, and went towards the soul-sucking Medusa. Boom. The fire giant took a step, trying to block the enemy's attack. But at this moment, a purple shadow rushed into his arms, and instantly knocked him several meters away. Moo. The old cow's body swayed slightly, and his muscles bulged, and he directly entered the violent bull demon state. A giant beast more than 3 meters tall appeared, and its huge body and its knotty muscles made countless people speechless with shock. Fuck. What is this? Minotaur. This one has evolution? Boom boom boom. Old bull stepped heavily, and rushed towards the fire giant again. The rain in the sky fell even faster. from a drizzle to a downpour, soaking the bodies of all the beasts on the ring. At this time, Suziho clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "Tears explode?" The raindrops falling on Xiao and Old Bull suddenly exploded, like small bombs, releasing terrifying energy. "Awoo!" Xiao body shook, and he let out a furious roar. Suziho looked at Xiao body, which was covered in blood, and thought to himself, "It's time to lie down." No! Suddenly he was shocked, and looked around. He couldn't find the mouse. Is it invisible? In the audience, Long Jingu frowned. He saw clearly that the mouse had entered the invisible state just now, so it avoided the lock of the tear cloud and did not suffer the damage of tear explosion. Invisibility. Long Jingu was thinking, if I face this mouse that can turn invisible, how should I deal with it? And he didn't forget, this mouse is holding a crossbow. An archer in the shadows, this is an existence that no one wants to face. Suziho, how should you deal with it? Bang bang bang. The old cow took a big step, in the blink of an eye. He came to the side of the fire rock giant. The effect of the tear explosion was not even a tickle for him. It couldn't stop his steps at all. The fire rock giant stood firm. His whole body was blazing with fire. The purple fire on his right fist was particularly strange. He threw a heavy punch at the old cow. Fire fist. The old cow roared. The muscles in his arm bulged, and he threw a heavy punch with great force, attacking with attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and ripples of air waves appeared. The fire rock giant screamed. The rock fist surface cracked, and cracks appeared all over his arm, and it made a crackling sound. What? The pupils of the masters of the true dragon list in the audience suddenly shrank. You should know that the fire rock giant is Suziho trump card war beast, and the rock type war beasts are always known for their strength and defense. A single punch caused the entire arm to be scrapped. What an exaggerated strength. The most important thing is that this cow is not Xiao Yao main war beast. The old cow's eyes flashed red, and he grabbed the fire rock giant's right arm with his backhand and pressed it down, and then raised his knee to hit the fire rock giant's chest. Seeing this, the fire rock giant quickly blocked his chest with his left hand, and at the same time, his left hand burned with strange purple flames, and slapped the oncoming giant knee. Phantom fire poison paw. The moment the purple flame touched the knee, it quickly attached to the whole leg of Lao Nyo, like a tarsal bone, burning his skin. But Lao Nyo did not give up the attack because of the pain. Instead, he continued with this fierceness and exerted a stronger force. Bang! The dull and loud sound spread throughout the arena. Crack! Crack! The stone on the chest of the fire rock giant flew apart, and the dense cracks like spider webs were all over the body. Then Lao Nyo punched the back of the fire rock giant's head with a heavy fist, making it lose consciousness instantly, and fell to the ground with a bang. K.O. Fuck you. Looking at the body of the fire rock giant that looked like a broken porcelain piece, the audience under the ring couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Silver level 5, the rock war beast was beaten like this. If it was replaced by an ordinary wild beast, it would probably spiral up to the sky. This power is too terrifying. Looking at the opponent on the ground who had lost his fighting power, Lao Nyo stepped on the ground, and the purple fire on his legs gradually extinguished. Next, he set his sights on Xiao battlefield. A woe on the ring. Black shadows flickered continuously, making all the petrifying rays miss. Soul-sucking Medusa swung her snake tail, moving backwards continuously. At the same time, her eyes were filled with anxiety and panic. She was still connected to the soul-sucking chain, continuously absorbing Xiao energy. But she felt that the opponent's energy was like the ocean. No matter how hard she tried, she could not affect the opponent's actions in the slightest. What kind of monster is this? In the rain, seeing the panicked prey in front of him, Xiao's mouth curled up cruelly. Shwa! A black shadow flashed by, and the petrification ray missed again. Soul-sucking Medusa was about to distance herself, but suddenly her eyes went dark, and her body was knocked down by a strong force. Huh? Xiao opened her mouth wide, with her wolf fangs exposed, and her front paws tightly grasped the shoulders of Soul-sucking Medusa. Soul-sucking Medusa was horrified, with brown light in her eyes, and tried to use petrification eyes at close range. But at this moment, a strong force pushed her head up, and the petrification ray shot into the sky. Puff! Xiao bit the shoulder of Soul-sucking Medusa, and blood flowed into his body along the wolf's fangs. His wounds healed rapidly. At this time, Soul-sucking Medusa, who had lost a lot of blood, became weaker and weaker, and his eyes gradually blurred. The tear cloud in the sky was anxious. It saw its two companions being defeated one after another, and decided to use all its strength to attack. The rain was getting heavier, making it almost impossible for the audience to see the scene in the ring. Xiao and Lao Niu looked up at the sky, and the murderous intent in their eyes gradually dimmed, because they knew the thing in the sky would naturally be dealt with by Tikki. The rain had already begun, and the tear cloud was about to launch the largest tear explosion. At this moment, a green light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the heavy rain stopped. The white tear cloud was tinted with dark green, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a poisonous cloud. The tear cloud in the sky kept changing its shape, as if it was enduring great pain. Tikki stood at the edge of the ring, with a sinister smile on his face. He couldn't find the core of the tear cloud, but as long as he contaminated your entire body, where else could your core be hidden? I give up. In the corner of the ring, Su Ziho decisively raised his hand to admit defeat. Xiao Yao wins. Sieg announced the result of the match. As soon as he finished speaking, a holy white light appeared in his palm, shooting at the fallen fire giant, soul-absorbing Medusa, and the tear cloud in the sky. Under the treatment of the white light, the injuries of the fire giant and soul-absorbing Medusa improved successively, and green mist floated out of the tear cloud. It's over. The audience whispered to each other, discussing the result of this duel. Xiao Yao is too strong. Each of his war beasts basically wins with one move, leaving the opponent no room to resist. Su Zihao fighting power is actually not weak either. How many war beasts in Beijing University can handle the combination of skills at the beginning? I can only say that Xiao Yao war beast is really abnormal. This is definitely the top 5 strength on the True Dragon list. He represented Beijing University in the National League in his freshman year. He will definitely make the headlines. On the other side, the top 10 masters on the True Dragon list all look solemn. Compared to others, they can better see Xiao Yao's strength from this battle. One punch smashed the fire giant, one blow destroyed the tear cloud, dodged the petrification ray continuously. Every war beast has a crushing advantage. And his opponent is Su Ziho, the 10th on the True Dragon list. Let's go! Lei Kuang slowly stood up, took a deep look at Xiao Yao, and then walked towards the exit. Li Bowen hurriedly followed, and whispered, Brother Lei, do you think Xiao Yao is a threat to you? Lei Kuang's eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. I'm waiting for his challenge. Chapter 324 Music Company Visits. Watching the battle, Zhang Tsong looked at Long Jingyu. Boss? Long Jingyu shook his head solemnly. This duel did not allow him to understand Xiao Yao's full combat power. None of his 3 war beasts used more than 2 skills. They won by overwhelming strength and speed. However, through this duel, he also completely understood that with Xiao Yao's strength, he would sooner or later rush to the top 5 of the True Dragon list. And with the current strength of the 4th and 5th, he would definitely not be able to stop Xiao Yao. By then, it will depend on whether Zhao Feilu can force out all of Xiao Yao's trump cards. Let's go. Long Jingyu stood up. The battle was over, and he had to go back to the training room to prepare for the next battle. Whether it was Zhao Feilu's challenge, Xiao Yao challenge, or the challenge he was about to launch against Lei Kuang, he needed to do his best to deal with it. How is it? Hao Beichen, the 8th on the True Dragon list, looked at Tan Denwen, the 9th, and said with a wry smile, Can you block it? Block a fart. Tan Denwen shook his head helplessly. The fire rock giant was blown up by one punch. Can my war beast withstand it? Hao Beichen said faintly, If I admit defeat directly, no one will despise me. Right? Probably. No. Tan Denwen looked at Su Ziho, who looked lost at the side of the ring, and couldn't help muttering, How about, I also admit defeat directly? After winning, Xiao Yao turned his head to look at the viewing area, and made a victory gesture to several teammates. Bai Lingxiao, Su Xingliang and others also raised their hands, and responded excitedly. Wow, so handsome. So handsome and strong, sisters. I'm going for it. It is said that he already has a girlfriend. Come on, it depends on your ability. There is no man that this tea art master can't take down. Looking at the high-spirited young man on the stage, countless girls' hearts were eager to move. What a group of coquettish bitches. Listening to the increasingly explicit discussions around him, Liu couldn't help but sigh. When women chat, the scale is really no less than that of men. He secretly glanced at Bai Lingxiao's expression, and found that her eyebrows were erected, white teeth bit her lips, clenched fists, and her white jade-like face seemed to have a flash of black air. TSK. 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 Liu smacked his lips. and looked at Xiao Yao with a playful look. Brother, you are in trouble. Su Zio took the 3 war beasts back to the beast control space and walked slowly towards Xiao Yao. Congratulations. He stretched out his hand and said calmly. Xiao Yao held his hand and nodded. He could feel the loss in Su Zihao's heart. As the winner, it seemed inappropriate to say anything at this time. Su Zihao let go of his hand, looked at the group of spectators who had not left yet, and sighed slightly in his heart. Although he had expected his defeat, he was still surprised by how badly he lost. 1 punch. His ace beast was defeated with just 1 punch. This gap made him extremely frustrated. He had always thought that although there was a gap between him and the top few on the true dragon list, the gap would not be too big. If he really had the chance to fight against Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang, he could at least let the other party go all out. But today's battle made him realize the reality. Compared with the top talents, he was indeed far behind. Under the attention of the crowd, Su Zihao's back looked a little bleak and lonely as he left the field. Xiao Yao walked to the 3 beasts and took a look at their physical condition. Under the blood-sucking effect of the beast's mouth and the self-healing light, Xiao Ku's injuries have been completely recovered. Although there are some burn marks on the old cow's legs, the injuries are very light, and it is estimated that it will recover by itself in a few hours. Overall, this battle was won easily. The 3 beasts only used 1 skill, and did not reveal too much strength. This is also related to the battle video he watched Su Zihao. Through the battle video, he made a rough assessment of the strength of Su Zihao's 3 war beasts, and was able to ensure that he would not use too many skills in the event of victory. That is, the skill combo at the beginning of the battle caught him off guard. The negative effect of Tears of the Wrathful Spirit was indeed very strong. Even Xiao Ku and his men were greatly affected. And the following Petrified Eyes, Soul-Absorbing Chains, and Earth Flame Pillar directly knocked off only 1/3 of Xiao Ku's health. It must be said that the lethality of these war beasts is still very strong, that is, they chose Xiao Ku as their target. If it were any other war beast, it would probably have been defeated in an instant. Today's battle also made him realize that everyone who can enter the top 10 of the true dragon list has their own unique skills. And he must not be careless next time. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Yao walked to the exit and left with his friends. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yao suddenly found that his girlfriend's face was not right. Bai Lingxiao glanced at him, pouted, and said nothing. Xiao Yao looked at Li Yu and Su Xingliang with a confused face, and made a mouth shape. What's going on? Li Yu smiled and whispered in his ear. After listening to Li Yu's explanation, Xiao Yao's mind was full of black lines. Isn't this an unprovoked disaster? He walked to Bai Lingxiao, quickly held her hand, and said with 2 dry coughs, to celebrate my victory, I will treat everyone to milk tea later. Bai Lingxiao pursed her lips, looked at Xiao Yao's innocent expression, and pinched his palm hard. Of course, this strength was not enough to tickle Xiao Yao. Tao Yao stood behind the 2 of them, watching everything, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had already let out her anger, Xiao Yao gently squeezed her little hand, and several people walked out of the school with laughter. After watching Xiao Yao fight today, I decided that I must strive for the top 3 of the true dragon list in the future. Li Yu straightened his chest and said with great ambition, It turns out that there are so many girls watching a challenge match, then I must show my charm well. I am exactly the opposite of you. Su Xingliang shook his head and said, I find that my legs are weak when there are too many people. You can't have weak legs. Li Yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, This is related to the happiness of your future wife. Let's practice legs together in the future. Fuck you. Su Xingliang rolled his eyes. This is a psychological problem. Psychological problems? Understand? Li Yu smiled. If it's a psychological problem, it will be more serious. Men can't be too nervous. Fuck you. Xiao Yao looked at the 2 people playing with amusement. These 2 people are uncomfortable if they don't quarrel for a day. When Xiao Yao and his friends just walked to the school gate, a man in a suit brightened his eyes and walked quickly in front of them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Yao? The man said politely. Who am I? Xiao Yao looked at the man with some doubt. He had never dealt with such business people before. Who is this? The man quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yao respectfully with both hands. I am the general manager of Haiwu Music Company. Su Weifeng. Music Company? Xiao Yao and Bai Lingxiao looked at each other and took the business card. Chapter 325 bought at a high price. Xiao Yao took the business card and saw that it was indeed the general manager of a company called Hiwu Music. At the same time, he roughly guessed the purpose of this person's visit. Mr. Xiao Yao, we know that the songs in Louis' new album are all your works. So this time we came to invite you for songs. Of course, our company will give the highest price in the industry. Su Weifeng said sincerely. Xiao Yao put the business card in his pocket and said, "Thank you for your invitation, but I don't write songs anymore." He could guess that this person was probably from a rival company of Louis. Seeing that Louis' album was popular, he found out about his existence through some means. Although he promised to give the highest price in the industry, Xiao Yao was not going to sell his songs to others. First of all, Louis had helped him a lot. If she hadn't spent a lot of money to buy his 8 songs, he wouldn't have thought of buying the 100 poison fruit. Without the 100 poison fruit, Tikki wouldn't have reached silver level 3, and he wouldn't have been able to escape safely in the subsequent assassination. Secondly, Louis is Xiao Xiao's cousin, and considering this relationship, he would not do anything to help the enemy. Mr. Xiao Yao, the price of your cooperation with Louis is 2 million plus 10% of the song share, and we can provide better conditions. As long as the song is suitable, we can give 5 million plus 15% of the share, Su Weifeng said confidently. He believed that facing such a much higher condition, no one would not be tempted. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Your conditions are indeed very good, but I really don't write songs anymore. The conditions of 5 million plus 15% are indeed very high. If he buys all the remaining songs, then it will be over 100 million without sharing. Of course, after deducting taxes, it should be less than 100 million. However, paying taxes is the obligation of every dragon citizen. He is determined not to be a tax evader." Ahem, having said that, the conditions are high, but it still can't shake his faith. Didn't you see a pair of small hands already clasping his soft flesh? Mr. Su, your conditions are indeed very high, but I really don't write songs anymore. I sold all the songs I wrote to Louis. Besides, I am now a summoner at Jingu University. Do you think I still have time to write songs? Xiao Yao spread his hands and said sincerely. Seeing Xiao Yao's expression, Su Weifeng wondered in his heart. Did he really not write songs anymore? As a dragon countryman, he naturally knew the importance of Kyoto University summoners. These were the proud children of Dragon Country, and they would be at least gold-level masters in the future. It seemed reasonable to say that he had no time to write songs. After all, you can't expect a person to train more beasts and write songs at the same time. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It seemed that his wish to make his little honey famous would be in vain. He adjusted his mood and said with a smile, "That's okay. If Mr. Xiao Yao plans to write songs in the future, you can contact me. I guarantee that the price we offer is definitely the highest in the industry." "Yeah, no problem." After sending Su Weifeng away, Xiao Yao turned to look at Bai Lin Xiao. "Xiao, you can put your hands down now." "Right." "Humph." Bai Lin Xiao wrinkled her nose and said, "Don't sell the song to others. My cousin can also give the price he can give." "I know. Don't worry. I only sell my songs to Sister Yi." Xiao Yao patted his chest and promised. "Yeah." The episode ended, and several people continued to go to the milk tea shop next door. However, when ordering, Bai Ling Xiao still quietly told Louis what happened just now. Su Weifeng. This old fox. Louis put down her phone, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Su Weifeng? What's wrong with him? The agent Ruji beside her asked in confusion. He just found Xiao Yao and offered to pay 5 million plus 15% to invite him to write songs. What? Sister Ro was shocked and anxiously asked. What will Xiao Yao say? Will he agree? Don't worry. Xiao Yao didn't agree. Louis shook her head. Huh? That's good. Sister Ro breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Xiao Yao's talent. If someone else bought his songs, his current position would be lost. I think we should take the initiative and settle things as soon as possible. We can't give others a chance. Sister Ro said with a serious face. I understand. Louis nodded. Since Su Weifeng can find Xiao Yao, then other companies can definitely investigate Xiao Yao's specific situation. Although Xiao Yao rejected Su Weifeng conditions, she didn't dare to guarantee whether there would be a company willing to spend money to invite him to sing. So let's finalize the matter as soon as possible. Louis picked up the phone and called Xiao Yao. The slightly sweet milk tea is so sweet. I don't like this milk tea very much. Xiao Yao took a sip of the milk tea in his hand and said with some disdain, Let me try it. Bai Ling Xiao put the straw to her lips, took a sip, shook her head and said, "It's just a little sweet. You can try something else." She knew Xiao Yao taste. He never liked things that were too sweet. The taste of this milk tea might be normal for others, but it was a little too sweet for Xiao Yao. Okay. Xiao Yao walked to the counter, took a look at the menu. This time he was going to order a pure tea, the kind without sugar. Ding ding, the phone rang. Xiao Yao took out his phone and saw that it was Louis calling. Xiao Yao subconsciously glanced at Bai Lingxiao. When Bai Lingxiao saw his gaze turning back, he lowered his head and drank a sip of milk tea with a guilty conscience. Xiao Yao smiled, walked to the door, and answered the phone. "Hello, Sister E." "Xiao Yao, I heard that Su Weifeng found you just now." Louis' voice was full of laughter. Xiao Yao laughed. "Sister E, I didn't agree to him. Xiao Xiao can testify for me. I know, my informant has told me." Louis joked. Xiao Yao laughed and said, "With Xiao Xiao present, I can't sell the songs to others." "What if Xiao Xiao isn't here?" "That won't happen, don't worry. Sister E." "Xiao Yao, I won't beat around the bush. I buy all the remaining songs you have. The terms are the same as Su Weifeng, 5 million per song plus 15% of the share. If you agree, you can come to my company to sign the contract now." So straightforward. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. He still has 24 songs. If one song costs 5 million, that's 120 million. Of course, a lot will be deducted for tax, but at least 70 to 80 million will be in hand. If all this money is used to buy diamond fruit, then Lao Niu giant diamond body will be settled. It will be sold sooner or later anyway, so why not sell it all at once? Okay. Sister E, I happen to have nothing to do now. Send me your company address. I'm going there with Xiao Xiao and the friends from last time. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Louis quickly sent the company address. Xiao Yao walked into the milk tea shop, knocked on the table and said, "Comrades, there will be another event next." "What event?" "Come with me to visit Louis' company." "What the hell?" Chapter 326, Happy Cooperation. Done. Louis put down the phone and smiled. "Did Xiao Yao agree?" Sister Ro asked expectantly. "Yes, he will come over to sign the contract later." "Great." Sister Ro was overjoyed and shouted, Xiao Chen, come here." "What's wrong?" "Sister Ro?" A young man ran over quickly. "Friend will come to the company later. You go down to greet him. Remember, be respectful." "Okay." A few minutes later, Xiao Yao and his group arrived downstairs at Louis' company. "Excuse me. Are you Mr. Xiao Yao?" As soon as they entered the building, a man walked over and asked politely. "I am." Xiao Yao nodded. "Hello, Sister Ro asked me to pick you up." The man made a gesture of invitation and led Xiao Yao and his group to Louis' office. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Xiao Yao saw Louis' agent waiting at the elevator entrance. Sister Ro Xiao Xiao was also familiar with Louis' agent and greeted her warmly. "Wow, Xiao Xiao, your skin is so good." As a woman, Sister Ro immediately noticed Bai Lingxiao jade-like skin, and her eyes were full of envy. Bai Lingxiao smiled sweetly. After being nourished by the holy spring, her skin was so good that she felt it was impeccable. It was whiter and brighter than a peeled egg. Sister Ro turned her head to look at the few people, and found that everyone's skin was so good that it was explosive. This made her wonder, are all summoners' skin so good? "Mr. Xiao Yao." After the greetings, Sister Ro said sincerely and politely, "Our company is very satisfied with your previous songs, and we hope to achieve satisfactory cooperation this time. By the way, he is already waiting for you in the office. Everyone follow me." Xiao Yao and others followed Sister Ro, and under the watchful eyes of the staff, entered Louis' office. "Sister." As soon as they entered the room, Bai Lingxiao gave Louis a big hug. "Xiao Xiao, what skincare products did you use? Why is your skin so good?" After the hug, Louis, like Sister Ro, noticed Bai Lingxiao's skin condition. The boys looked at each other. Does communication between women start with the face? Bai Lingxiao smiled and told Louis about the secret of the Holy Spring. Holy Spring. Louis was full of envy. As a star, she usually wears all kinds of makeup. Although she has taken good care of herself, her skin condition is still inevitably declining. And Xiao Xiao's skin is as delicate as a baby's. Even the skin of the boys next to her is better than hers. It's really annoying. Louis turned her head and saw Tao Yao Yao was a little reserved, but also excited. She opened her arms and gave Tao Yao Yao a gentle hug. "Yao Yao. Long time no see." Sister Yi Xiao Yao's face was flushed, and her eyes were moist, as if shining with little stars. After the greetings, Louis got straight to the point. Xiao Yao, did you bring your songs today? Xiao Yao nodded. They are all in my phone. Then let's go to the rehearsal room? I let my team appreciate them together, Louis said. Although Xiao Yao's first few songs gave her a big surprise, but before signing the contract, she still had to appreciate the remaining 20 songs carefully to see if they met her requirements. No problem. Xiao Yao agreed readily. He understood the intention of Louis' move, probably to see if his 20 songs were as good as last time. Of course, he has absolute confidence. Just kidding. Jay Chou's songs are out. And you guys, the country bumpkins, can't win. Soon, several people came to the company's practice room, where a large group of professional musicians had been waiting for a long time. Then, Xiao Yao sent all the files in his mobile phone to Louis, and Louis printed out all the songs and handed them to the musicians. When the musicians received the songs, they were already full of expectations, and they were shocked by the quality of the songs and were speechless. This was the first time they knew that songs could be written like this. Louis also had the information of all the songs in her hand. She only saw the first one and was deeply attracted by the melody and lyrics. How was Hair Like Snow written? After browsing all the songs, Louis was completely impressed by Xiao Yao's talent. Now there was no need to discuss with the team. She was determined to get these songs. I don't think there is any need to discuss these songs. The band teacher said, buy them all. Louis nodded, turned to look at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, come and sign the contract directly. She couldn't wait to sign these songs. These 20 songs can be made into 3 albums, and she believed that the sales of these albums would definitely be much higher than meeting. Sister, let us listen to these songs of Xiao Yao. Bai Lin Xiao took Louis' arm, said in a tender voice. Seeing the expressions of Louis and the musicians, she was as curious as a cat scratching her heart. How good are these songs to make Louis look like this? Louis thought for a while, looked at the musicians and said, why don't we give it a try? Come on! I can't wait! The musicians said excitedly. Getting a good song is like a martial arts master getting a new secret book. They can't wait to practice it right away. Then Xiao Yao, you come and cooperate with our band. Louis remembered that Xiao Yao's singing skills were pretty good. As the producer of the song, it was most appropriate for him to demonstrate. Okay. Xiao Yao was also a little itchy. It had been a long time since I sang these songs. Today, with the help of professional staff and equipment, I could experience the feeling of being a big shot in KTV again. Then let's sing this first song. Hair Like Snow. Louis chose the song that shocked her at first sight. Yeah. After the relevant musicians were ready, a melodious prelude sounded in the practice room. The wolf-toothed moon, the beauty is haggard. I raise my cup, and drink up the wind and snow. Who overturned the cabinet of the past life, causing the dust and right and wrong. The word fate, several reincarnations. You frown, you can't bring back your beauty even if you cry. The song was told slowly, and everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful artistic conception. After Hair Like Snow, Xiao Yao continued to sing the remaining songs such as All the Way North, Sunny Day, Promise of Dandelions, Secrets That Cannot Be Told, and so on. Today he was so excited that he sang all the songs in one breath. It's so beautiful. After Xiao Yao finished singing, Tao Yao Yao was the first to applaud. It's beautiful. Bai Lin Xiao followed suit, with tenderness in his eyes. At this time, all the musicians also applauded, with admiration in their eyes. They believed that these songs would change the entire Longwa music scene. And the producer of the songs was the high-spirited boy in front of him. Louis walked up to Xiao Yao, extended her hand, smiled and said, Xiao Yao, it's a pleasure to work with you. Xiao Yao held her hand and said, it's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 327 Sistery. You must pay taxes. Swish. Swish. The deal between Xiao Yao and Louis was officially concluded. Holding the copy of the contract, Xiao Yao was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that after signing the contract, his last connection with his previous life would also be gone. Xiao Yao, the first payment for your 24 songs is 120 million. But because the amount is relatively large, we need to go through the financial process. And it will probably be transferred to your card tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. By the way, you need to pay very high taxes for this 120 million yuan. Do you want me to find someone to help you run it, for example? No. No. Xiao Yao refused sternly. Sister Yi, I must pay taxes on this money. Louis smiled and said, I'm not talking about tax evasion, but reasonable tax reduction. Xiao Yao said, forget it, just pay it according to the normal tax rate. You can just transfer the money after tax deduction to my card. It doesn't matter if the tax rate is a little higher. He has also enjoyed many benefits of summoners. The extra money he pays can be regarded as a contribution to the country. Okay. Louis nodded, but as a summoner, you can enjoy the additional tax rate policy of Dragon Country. And the tax deducted is lower than that of ordinary people. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. He had heard that the tax rate for summoners was low before. This is also a regulation made by Dragon Country to encourage exchanges and trade between summoners. Looking out the window, it was already late. Xiao Yao said, then Sister E, we will go back first. Okay. Louis smiled and said, when the National League starts, I will go to watch the game. Haha. No problem. Sister, let's go. Bye. Goodbye. Sister E, goodbye. Louis sent a special car to take Xiao Yao and his friends back to school. I'm back standing at the school gate. Xiao Yao opened his arms happily, with a smile on his face. Today, he not only successfully entered the top 10 of the True Dragon list, but also received a huge sum of money. After the money arrives, Lao Nyo will have the Vidra giant spirit body, and Lao Nyo will become even stronger. The Vidra body alone can permanently increase Lao Nyo passive strength and defense by 50% and double the active strength and defense. How terrifying will the Vidra body's advanced skill? Vidra giant spirit body. B? Billionaire. Do you want to treat everyone to dinner today? Liu said sourly, holding Xiao Yao's shoulders. Although he is a descendant of the king's family and has never worried about money, he still dares not think about having an asset of 100 million. After all, he is not the only one in the Li family. There are so many cousins. Unless he is particularly strong, he still has to rely on his own efforts to obtain a large amount of resources or money. Xiao Yao made more than 100 million in one go. How many VIP members can he get from this club? Damn. You are handsome, strong, and can make money. You are the descendant of the king's family. Please. I must. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Everyone, please tell me what you want to eat. Mr. Xiao will pay for it tonight. Mr. Xiao, you are so generous. Bai Li Xiao gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao, I want to eat a big meal at Wanghelu. Li Yu said, Wanghelu is the most famous high-end restaurant in Kyoto. It is said that the cheapest meal costs tens of thousands. Then let's go to Wanghelu. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said heroically, with his current assets, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are nothing. He had heard of Wanghelu before, but he had never had the chance to go there. This was the perfect day to experience the quality of high-end dining. Let's go! The next morning, Xiao Yao received confirmation from Tan Dingwen, the 9th on the True Dragon list. The two were scheduled to fight at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, at the top floor of the Battle Beast Hall. In the afternoon, he received a call from Louis Company for 85.21 million. Nearly 35 million was deducted from the 120 million. It would be a lie to say that I didn't feel bad. But I still have to pay the taxes. I am a law-abiding citizen. Since I have received a huge sum of more than 85 million, I will have to convert this money into the strength of the war beast. During this period, he has exchanged a certain number of diamond fruits with points by completing tasks. Currently, Lao Nyo is still 89 diamond fruits away from evolving the giant diamond body. If the price is 1 million per fruit, then the money he has now is just enough. Of course, he will not use all the money to buy diamond fruit, and he must keep some for emergencies. Let's go. Spend money. An hour later, Xiao Yao appeared in the rare beast pavilion again. Boss Qin. I'm here again. Mr. Xiao. Welcome. Boss Qin came over enthusiastically. Mr. Xiao, are you here to buy diamond fruit again this time? Yes. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Boss Qin, I'm doing big business today. How many diamond nuts do you have in stock? Boss Qin's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, there are 23 in total in stock. 23. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded and said, then Boss Qin, I buy all your diamond nuts. Let's keep the old price. Since you're here, I definitely keep the old price. Please wait a moment. I go pick up the goods now. Boss Qin quickly ran to the warehouse, and soon he and the guys in the store brought in more than 20 wooden boxes. Mr. Xiao, Please count them. There are 23 diamond fruits in total. Okay. Xiao Yao opened the boxes one by one. And after confirming that they were correct, he smiled and said, "No problem. Let's do the deal directly. Mr. Xiao is straightforward." Boss Qin gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Yao was really the most straightforward customer he had ever seen. He got straight to the point and didn't bargain. If all the customers of the Rare Beast Pavilion were like Mr. Xiao, then it wouldn't be difficult for me, Old Qin, to be the number one on the street. Xiao Yao quickly transferred 23 million to the account of the Rare Beast Pavilion, and then asked, "Boss Qin, do you know which store still has a large amount of diamond fruits?" Boss Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Mr. Xiao, how many diamond fruits do you need?" "At least 5. 60. 5. 60? Boss Qin was very surprised. It was the first time he saw a summoner buying so many diamond fruits. Diamond fruits can improve the defense and strength of war beasts. But this improvement is limited. Once the amount exceeds a certain amount, the diamond fruit will no longer have a positive effect. Boss Qin thought for a while and said, "Mr. Xiao, if that's the case, I have a suggestion." "Oh, you said?" "In fact, the diamond fruit is not a particularly rare treasure. It comes from the diamond forest in southern Xinjiang. If you need so many diamond fruits, I suggest you go to the diamond forest to try your luck." Diamond forest. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment. He felt that what Boss Qin said made sense. Since the diamond fruit is not particularly difficult to obtain, it is better to go to the diamond forest to look for it. This can not only save money, but also kill monsters, allowing Tikki to be the first to reach the gold level. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao clasped his fists and said, "Boss Qin, thank you for your advice. I plan to try my luck in Jinganglan in a while." Boss Qin smiled and said, with Xiao Xiao's strength, he will definitely succeed immediately. Thanks to Boss Qin for your good wishes. I will leave first. Okay. Take care. Chapter 328 Xiao Yao Weakness. In the following period of time, Xiao Yao continued to attack the True Dragon ranking. In less than half a month, he defeated many powerful enemies one after another. And yesterday, he also successfully defeated Song Yu, the fourth on the True Dragon ranking. In the next game, his opponent is Xiao Feilu, the third on the True Dragon ranking. I feel that Goddess Feilu is no match for Xiao Yao. I also think that Xiao Yao fighting power is too strong. Even Song Yu didn't last more than 5 minutes. Xiao Feilu is in danger. That's not necessarily true. Can Song Yu compare with Goddess Feilu? Goddess Feilu, Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang are masters of different levels. Their positions have never changed. I think it's hard to say who will win or lose. You are just a bootlicker. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiao Feilu is not good enough. You are saying this because Goddess Feilu rejected you. Didn't she reject you? I am a bootlicker. In the dormitory, a girl is watching the battle video carefully. She has black and shiny hair, and her wheat-colored skin gives people a feeling of health and vitality. She has sharp eyes and a sharp edge between her eyebrows. Feilu, are you sure about tomorrow? The roommate next to her said with some worry. She knew Xiao Feilu was a very strong character. If she was defeated in front of everyone, it would be very difficult for her to accept it. But the one challenging her this time was Xiao Yao, the most famous genius of Beijing University. So many masters of the True Dragon list returned in defeat. Can Feilu really stop Xiao Yao? Xiao Feilu said seriously, he is very strong. But we can only know whether we can win after fighting. The roommate heard the importance Xiao Feilu attached to Xiao Yao in her tone. If it were anyone else, Xiao Feilu would definitely firmly believe that she would win. But when facing Xiao Yao, she gave an ambiguous answer. This means that in her heart, Xiao Yao's strength is at least not inferior to hers, and even better than hers. The roommate glanced at the battle video and asked, doesn't he have any weaknesses? Xiao Feilu shook her head. Everyone's combat system cannot be perfect, and Xiao Yao is the same. His combat system lacks flying war beasts and magic damage. But this shortcoming can be compensated by the mouse. However, he has a weakness that I can use. That is, he has no spiritual war beasts or skills. Spiritual system? Yes, when he fought Su Ziho, his 3 war beasts were all affected by the wrathful spirit tears, which means that their mental defense is insufficient, which can be the key to my breakthrough. Xiao Feilu said. You mean, relying on the undead warriors? The roommate widened his eyes. Yeah. Xiao Feilu nodded. I see. The roommate said excitedly, now that you mention it. I remember it. It is indeed the case, Feilu. Then you must seize this flaw, defeat Xiao Yao, and increase the prestige of our senior sister. Xiao Feilu smiled and said, I try my best. Finding a flaw doesn't mean you can seize it. The information of both sides is almost clear. She believes that with Xiao Yao's ability, she will definitely be prepared for the weakness. Next, her ability to formulate tactics will be tested. How is it? Are you nervous about playing Xiao Feilu tomorrow? Su Xingliang sat on the sofa, looking at Xiao Yao's screen and asked. Xiao Yao stared at the battle video intently and said, It's impossible to be nervous, but Xiao Feilu's strength is indeed very strong. It seems that tomorrow's battle will reveal more trump cards. Su Xingliang looked at the battle video on the screen and said, This undead warrior has very strange abilities. You have to be careful. Yeah, I noticed that. Xiao Yao nodded and said, It seems that he also has the ability of mental attack, which is a bit tricky. What should we do? Can you handle it? Su Xingliang asked. Have you forgotten that little mind demon? Don't worry, Xiaoke will deal with this undead warrior. Oh, I remember, Xiaoke also has a mental attack ability. I remember you haven't used this skill in the recent few games, so you can use it unexpectedly this time. Hee, after hiding it for so long, some of your cards have to be revealed. Xiao Yao touched his chin, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In the recent few battles, almost all of them relied on the strong physical fitness of the three beasts to crush and win. Whether it was the power of Laonyo, Xiaoke's speed or Tikki's sharp and strange crossbow arrows, they left many opponents helpless. But the next three people were not so easy to deal with. In the battle with Xiao Feilu, he had to use at least 70% of his strength. The next afternoon, the arena was already crowded with people. The two opponents today, one is Xiao Feilu, a master who has been famous for a long time and ranks in the top 3 of the True Dragon list. She is also one of the few women in the top 10 of the True Dragon list. The other is Xiao Yao, a genius who has been in the limelight in recent times. Currently, Xiao Yao ranks 4th on the True Dragon list, and has obtained the qualification to participate in the National League. Then, the focus of everyone's attention is to see how high Xiao Yao can reach, whether he can reach the top of the True Dragon list and create the greatest miracle. And Xiao Feilu was the first obstacle on his way to the top. At this time, the seats in the arena were full, and many students could only sit on the steps to watch the next big showdown. In addition to the spectators, who came to join in the fun, even Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang came to the scene in advance, and the two sat in the most central position on both sides of the arena, waiting for Xiao Yao and Xiao Feilu to appear. 10 minutes later, Xiao Feilu slowly stepped onto the stage, and her presence also caused cheers from many boys. Goddess Feilu. Come on! Go Feilu, kill Xiao Yao. Go Xiao Feilu. Come on! Xiao Yao's rise was too fast, which made him gain a large number of supporters in a short period of time, but also made many people jealous of him. So between Xiao Yao and Xiao Feilu, many people hope to see Xiao Feilu defeat Xiao Yao and break the myth of the rise of genius. Xiao Yao, it seems that you have a lot of black fans. At the entrance, Li Yu listened to the overwhelming support for Xiao Feilu and couldn't help laughing. They are all jealous of you. Don't be affected. Bai Lingxiao tugged at Xiao Yao's clothes and said, Don't worry. Xiao Yao smiled calmly, showing a confident look. I will make them all shut up. Come on! Come on! Under the attention of the crowd, Xiao Yao quickly walked onto the ring. Today's referee is still Qi, who is now the exclusive referee for the top 10 battles on the True Dragon list. After seeing both parties in place, Qi slowly walked onto the ring, looked at the two and asked Xiao Yao, Xiao Feilu. Then we will start directly. You two discuss first whether to adopt a group battle or a ring battle. Xiao Yao said modestly, the battle form will be decided by the senior sister. Xiao Feilu did not shirk, and said directly, I choose a group battle. Chapter 329 Gluttonous Bear Dead Warrior. Team battle Xiao Yao. Do you agree with this format? Shiga asked. Xiao Yao nodded, I agree. Okay, today's battle will be in the form of a team battle. Chiga said this loudly, everyone in the arena could hear it clearly. Team battle, my favorite team battle is here. Team battle is the fairest, go Goddess Feilu. Come on. Fair? I think it's because Xiao Feilu has no chance of winning in the ring battle. You're talking nonsense. He's anxious. 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 In the viewing area, the students were discussing enthusiastically, and everyone was guessing what the outcome of this battle would be. Will Xiao Feilu defeat Xiao Yao and interrupt the genius's path to the top? Or will Xiao Yao forge ahead and continue to challenge Long Jingyu, Lei Kuang? Both parties retreat. Chigu waved his hand. Xiao Yao and Zhao Feilu retreated at the same time. When the distance between the two reached about 150 meters, Chigu shouted, "Stop!" Both sides summoned war beasts. Pa. Footsteps paused. Xiao Yao and Zhao Feilu summoned their own war beasts at the same time. War beast named Gluttonous Bear. War beast level silver. Level 5 war beast skills. Gluttony evolution. Bear King Strike. Hardened. War beast named Dead Warrior. War beast level silver. Level 5 war beast skills. Undead Body. Dead / Fearful Spirit Thorn. War beast named Silver Sting Bee. War beast level silver. Level 4 war beast skills. Piercing Bee Sting. Bee Venom. Honey looked at the three strange looking war beasts in front of him. Xiao Yao eyes also showed their information. The Gluttonous Bear is Zhao Feilu's trump card war beast. It is extremely huge. More than 2 meters tall on all fours. Like a meat mountain. This is also related to his own skills. Gluttonous evolution is a skill that foodies love the most. As long as he keeps eating, he can continue to grow in strength and size. Until the limit of the silver level. The war beasts with this skill are definitely the strongest at the same level. Of course, this also depends on the fact that the summoner himself has money. If the war beast will starve if he follows him, then there is no need to think about increasing strength. So the Gluttonous Bear is a war beast exclusively for the rich. It's not that wealthy families can't afford to raise him. The daily food alone can bankrupt ordinary families. Xiao Yao heard that Zhao Feilu came from a powerful summoner family, so she could naturally train the Gluttonous Bear. Just looking at the size of the Gluttonous Bear, it's clear that this is an opponent with the same strength as the old cow. The second war beast is the Undead Warrior. He is like a zombie wearing armor. The lifeless face is covered with a dark blue aura from time to time. The long sword in his hand hums, as if showing his desire for blood. The Death Warrior's Fearful Spirit Thorn is a mental shock skill. And it is also a point he must be careful of in this battle. The last war beast is the Silver Sting Bee. This is a war beast with both flying and long-range attack capabilities. Her strongest skill is actually Bee Venom Honey. Bee Venom Honey has strong viscosity and toxicity. Once it is touched, not only will the movement be restricted, but it will also be injured by the bee venom. Needless to say, this opponent will naturally be dealt with by Tucci. Among the 3 war beasts, the Gluttonous Bear and the Death Warrior both have 3 skills. This is the strength of the third on the True Dragon list. Both sides get ready. Sieg raised his right hand. The scene instantly became quiet, and everyone fixed their eyes on the war beasts. Begin. As soon as Sieg finished speaking, the Silver Stinger Bee took the lead in launching the attack. Schwa the Silver Stinger detached from the tail of the Silver Stinger Bee, and hit the old cow's eyes. At the same time, another stinger grew from the tail of the Silver Stinger Bee in the blink of an eye. Sting the poison arrow brushed past the old cow's ear, and the stinger, coincidentally, collided with the stinger. So accurate? The audience's eyes widened. This scene was as shocking as the movie where a bullet blocked a bullet. Is this mouse's archery skill so exaggerated? Ding ding ding. Silver Sting Bee and Tucci launched a crazy attack, like 2 archers with great archery skills, determined to compete with each other. On the other side, Xiaoku and Laonyo also found their respective opponents. A Wu Mu after entering the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation and the violent bull demon transformation, Xiaoku and Laonyo's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit and excitement. They could feel the strength of the opponent in front of them. But this was what they had been expecting to encounter. What was the point of just bullying the weak? If you want to fight, fight the strongest. A Wu Xiaoku rushed out first. His body burst out with amazing speed, like a black lightning. And in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the Undead Warrior. Xiaoku swung out his claws, with a sharp momentum, and grabbed the chest of the Undead Warrior. A black mist appeared on the lifeless face of the Undead Warrior. And he retreated, and the long sword was suddenly pulled out from his waist. The black mist drove the semicircular blade light, slashing forward heavily. Dead / puff. The blade light flashed, splattering strange blood flowers. The long sword stuck into Xiaoku's palm, blood flowed out, the flesh near the wound was corroded by the black mist, emitting an unpleasant smell. Xiaoku's eyes turned scarlet instantly, and the wolf claws grasped the long sword tightly, while the other claws stabbed horizontally, stabbing the eyes of the dead warrior. Puff. The sharp claws pierced the eyes of the dead warrior. The dead warrior raised his right foot surrounded by black air, and kicked Xiaoku's abdomen. Xiaoku let go of the hand holding the long sword, and his body jumped back. The heavy kick missed, and the undead warrior took back the long sword and held it horizontally in front of him. At the same time, his eyes, which were pierced and looked a little empty, quickly condensed into two lifeless eyeballs under the nourishment of the black air. This is the horror of the undead warrior. Immortal body. As long as the black air is not destroyed, the undead warrior will never die. Xiao let out a low roar in his throat, and the wound on his palm healed quickly. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. This opponent is interesting. Bang! The old bull and the gluttonous bear collided without any pretense, making an extremely dull sound. The arms of the two beasts were entangled tightly, like two strong men wrestling, and they were determined to throw the opponent to the ground. At this time, the two beasts also found that this was the first time in history that they had encountered an opponent with equal strength. A flash of red light flashed in the old bull's eyes, and he stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot. In an instant, the gravel flew and the gluttonous bear was shaken off the ground by an amazing force. What? In the audience, countless people opened their mouths in shock. How heavy is the gluttonous bear? That's enough to compare to the weight of a medium-sized truck. The 6-7-ton gluttonous bear was shaken into the sky. This is too exaggerated. When the gluttonous bear was about to land, Lan Yo kicked sideways with a heavy foot and kicked the gluttonous bear in the head. Bang! The gluttonous bear was kicked to the ground, and its head hit the ground heavily, creating a spider web-like crack. Seeing this scene, the viewing area suddenly fell silent. Chapter 330, Fearful Spirit Thorn. Reversal of situation. Roar. The gluttonous bear climbed up, shaked his dizzy head, and let out a thunderous roar. Crack, crack, crack. A black substance flowed through his body, and soon solidified into a layer of black armor. Hardening, interesting. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that you are not a panda, or else I would have to be careful of you. Bang. The gluttonous bear slammed the ground with his limbs, hammering several deep pits in the ground, and accelerated his body, and rushed towards the old cow like a black truck, with a monstrous power. The old bull's eyes were filled with surging fighting spirit. He stepped forward, clenched his right fist tightly, and threw a punch with all his strength. Ding! The bear's paw collided with the iron fist, making a sound of metal clashing. The two beasts retreated at the same time, and then pounced on each other in tacit understanding. For a while, the entire arena was divided into three battlefields. The most spectacular battle was the ADC battle between Tikki and the Silver Sting Bee. The two beasts shot at each other frantically, and half of the arena was covered with arrow rain and bee stings. The sound of arrows and stings hitting each other was endless, as if they were playing a beautiful symphony. The bloodiest and most terrifying battle scene was probably the one between Xiao Fu and the undead warrior. Both beasts were fearless monsters, and every attack was aimed at the opponent's vital points, even if they had to bear the damage. Of these two, one had the protection of an immortal body, and as long as it was nourished by the black energy, even if its head was cut off, it could be easily replaced, and the other had the super blood-sucking power of the beast's mouth and the self-healing of light, and even if its palm was cut off, it could quickly grow a new palm. The two fought until the arena was filled with black air. Blood was flowing, and the scene was extremely intense. As for the most passionate and powerful fight, it must be the fight between the old bull and the gluttonous bear. The two strong men who were as strong as a mountain fought, and every punch hit the flesh, and the passion was full. The audience was very excited. Ding ding ding! Tikki's poison arrow shot at the silver stinger bee, and was completely blocked by a yellow armor. This armor was condensed from the bee venom honey of the silver stinger bee. The silver stinger released the honey venom on itself, using its super strong stickiness, quickly turning it into a reliable protective layer. Although Tikki's attack speed is faster than the silver stinger has the protection of armor, and blocked many of Tikki's poison arrows, so the battle between the two was deadlocked for a while. Oh my god, this fight is too intense. Today's battle made me see the gap between the top 3 and the top 10 on the True Dragon list. Not to mention anything else, just the gluttonous bear plus the undead warrior, or Xiao Yao wolf and bull, are enough to deal with the 3 war beasts of others. It's really a huge gap. You forgot one thing, Xiao Yao wolf and bull are only silver level 3, they haven't reached the peak yet. Damn, now that you mention it, I remember, it's outrageous. By the way, what kind of beasts are his two? How come I've never heard of them? I know this, they are the raging blood wolf, purple prison bull, and the rat is called the plague rat. I've really never heard of this, it's indeed a genius beast, one of a kind. Puff, puff. Xiao Ku's claws left scars on the undead warrior. and the undead warrior stabbed him with a knife, leaving a deep wound on Xiao Ku's waist that could be seen to the bone. Xiao Ku wiped the wound with his hand, and the granulation tissue grew, and the wound healed quickly. His scarlet eyes were full of bloodthirstiness and excitement. It was not easy to meet an opponent who could fight heartily. He felt his soul trembling slightly. This is the opponent I want. Warwick let out an excited howl in his heart and rushed forward again. On the other side, Xiao Feilu's face was very solemn. Xiao Yao war beast was much stronger than she expected. Whether it was the gluttonous bear or the undead warrior, when facing an opponent with only silver level 3, not only did they fail to gain a certain advantage, but they were also slightly at a disadvantage. Especially the undead warrior that she had high hopes for. You know, the undead warrior has a mortal body, a skill that is enough to drive any enemy crazy. Not only does it have a super strong recovery ability, it also has the corrosive effect of the undead spirit. She originally thought that the undead warrior could use his immortal body to trade injuries for injuries, and consume the opponent's strength to the greatest extent. She did not expect that the recovery ability of this angry blood wolf was even more outrageous than that of the undead warrior. After fighting for a while, she found that the undead warrior's undead energy had been consumed by more than half. If he continued to fight like this, his undead energy would be completely consumed in a few minutes. And then the undead warrior would completely lose his combat effectiveness. On the other hand, his opponent became stronger and more excited as he fought, as if he was a perpetual motion machine. And there was no sign of fatigue at all. Are you the immortal, or is the undead warrior the immortal? Xiao Feilu shouted in her heart. This cannot go on any longer. It seems that the plan must be implemented ahead of time. Xiao Feilu took a deep breath and ordered, "Go!" After receiving the order, the eyes of her 3 war beasts fluctuated, and soon, the undead warrior blew the horn of attack. The undead warrior's face flashed with black air, and 2 invisible spiritual powers pierced Xiao Ku and Lao Niu heads. Fearful spirit thorn suddenly, Xiao Ku and Lao Niu bodies stiffened. At this moment, the silver stinger bee in the air spit out a large ball of yellow mucus, which flew to the old cow's feet. The bee venom honey was like glue, and its super strong viscosity glued the old cow's feet to the ground. On the other side, the gluttonous bear kicked the ground with all 4 limbs, bypassed the old cow directly, and pounced on Xiao Ku. The bear's paw covered with hardened material suddenly expanded, and the power of Bear King's strike was ready to go. The undead warrior raised his long sword, and a thick black gas lingered on it, making a humming sound. This was the tactic Xiao Feilu had devised, taking advantage of the opponent's lack of mental resistance, letting fearful spirit thorn control the enemy. Bee venom honey sticking to the purple prison demon bull, and finally the gluttonous bear and the undead warrior worked together to eliminate the bloodthirsty demon wolf. And her plan was indeed successful. Watching the long knife about to penetrate the werewolf's chest, the gluttonous bear was getting closer and closer to him. Xiao Feilu couldn't help but flash a smug look in her eyes. The situation reversed, and many people in the viewing area suddenly stood up. Damn! Is Xiao Yao going to lose? Go Goddess Feilu. Come on! Kill Xiao Yao. Ouch! Xiao Yao. Be careful. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage, fearing that they would miss some important scene in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ku. Wake up! In the viewing area, Xiao Yao friends clenched their fists, and were extremely anxious. In the corner of the ring, Xiao Yao's face was calm, and recently he had a faint smile on his face. Great combo, but sorry, you are at the 4th level, and I'm already at the 5th level. Ding! A huge force hit the blade of the long sword, making it bounce back instantly. The poison arrow fell, making a crisp sound. Tikki shot another arrow casually, which collided with the stinger of the silver stinger bee, and his mouth opened, making a triumphant laugh. At the same time, Lao Niu suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 331 Victory Firm will made the old cow suddenly sober up. His eyes fixed, and his body suddenly exerted force, completely ignoring the extremely sticky bee venom honey under his feet, and his huge body turned into a purple shadow, and crashed into the gluttonous bear. Wild charge bang. The old cow's quick reaction caught Xiao Feilu and her war beast off guard. Bang. A dull collision sounded, and the gluttonous bear was directly knocked away more than 10 meters. The Bear King's strike that was originally ready to go was interrupted, and the gluttonous bear groaned and almost spurted blood. At this time, Xiao Ku suddenly opened his eyes. Awoo! Moo! Xiao Ku and Lao Niu moved their bodies and attacked the undead warriors at the same time. This scene also made all the audience dumbfounded. Am I dazzled? Originally, the gluttonous bear and the undead warrior attacked the blood wolf together. But how did it become a wolf and a cow attacking the undead warrior in the blink of an eye? Not good. Xiao Feilu's eyes were filled with deep horror. She did not expect that at the critical moment. The plague demon rat actually shot a life-saving arrow. And the purple prison demon bull also woke up strangely, completely ignoring the stickiness of the bee venom honey, and knocked the gluttonous bear away, creating a 2-on-1 situation. How could the undead warrior, who was struggling to fight the angry blood wolf alone, withstand the combined attack of two giant beasts? Ding! The wolf claws collided with the blade. Sparks burst out. Xiao could grab the blade with his backhand and held it tightly in his palm. At the same time, Lao Niu's rough and thick giant hand grabbed the neck of the undead warrior. Then, he twisted his waist, swung his arm, and threw the undead warrior directly into the sky, aiming directly at the bottom of the ring. Awesome! Long Jingu eyes lit up. Xiao Yao's plan was very simple. It was to use the rules of the ring. As long as the war beast left the ring, it would be eliminated. Compared to exhausting the dead spirit of the undead warrior, throwing it out of the ring was a tricky but more effective way. It was unknown whether he had planned it in advance or made a decision on the spot. When the gluttonous bear saw his companion flying into the sky, he immediately turned around and wanted to jump high to pull his companion down. But the undead warrior, under the unreasonable strength of the old cow, flew faster than the javelin thrown. The gluttonous bear only took a look and completely gave up the idea. On the other side, Silver Stingbee also wanted to try to save his teammates, but Tikki shot several arrows at this time, blocking all his retreat routes. Seeing this, Silver Stingbee had no choice but to give up. Bang! The undead warrior fell heavily on the ground outside the ring, and his solid armor creaked. At this time, Seek announced in time, "Undead warrior. Out!" Wow! Xiao Yao. Handsome. Xiao Yao is awesome. For a moment, the audience burst into thunderous cheers. Countless students were deeply shocked by the ever-changing situation. This situation should have fallen into Xiao Feilu's design, but it was extremely disadvantageous. But it was revived by Xiao Yao War Beast in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Feilu's main War Beast, the Undead Warrior, was eliminated. The method used was so clever. This attack and defense, everyone's heart surged, and their blood boiled. It's stable. Liu shook Su Xingliang's shoulders vigorously, and shouted excitedly. Su Xingliang was like a drunk. His face flushed with excitement. We've won this round. Bai Li Xiao clenched her fists. Her face flushed, her eyes full of excitement and pride. Ho-ho on the stage. Xiaoke and Lao Niu looked at each other in tacit understanding, and at the same time turned to look at the gluttonous bear, with malicious smiles on their lips. The gluttonous bear took a breath, and he felt his anus tighten, and his heart trembled. Mom, I want to go home. I'm going to lose. Xiao Feilu lowered her head in silence. Her fists clenched tightly, and the exposed veins showed her inner unwillingness. The undead warrior was out, and she was doomed to fail in a 2-on-3 situation. When she thought that her carefully formulated tactics were used as a breakthrough, Xiao Feilu felt a wave of regret and bitterness in her heart. She knew very well that the main reason for the loss of this game was still her own. In her heart, she always held a trace of arrogance and contempt, thinking that since she had discovered Xiao Yao's weakness, she would definitely be able to use it to achieve the final victory. Xiao Yao was just a freshman, and no matter how talented he was, his combat literacy and experience would definitely not be as good as hers. But in the end, this slight contempt would make her lose the game. Bang! Lao Niu and Xiaoke rushed forward at the same time. Two figures, one black and one purple, split into two groups and launched an attack from the left and right sides of the gluttonous bear. Roar! The gluttonous bear roared, and the hardened substance flowed all over his body, covering almost all of his skin. Come on! Bears never admit defeat. Bear King Strike. The gluttonous bear gathered all his strength and slapped Lao Niu's iron fist. Bang! Ripples of power appeared. The old cow took 2 steps back, his palms trembling slightly, and his bones making crisp sounds. The power of the gluttonous bear was indeed strong, especially after he used Bear King's Strike. His power was no less than that of an ordinary gold-level war beast. Facing such a powerful attack, without using the diamond body, the old cow was inevitably at a disadvantage. But this time, he was not fighting alone. Ding! The gluttonous bear closed his eyes, blocked the claws of Xiaoke that were piercing his eyeballs, and then he stepped forward in a bear hug, trying to hold Xiaoke in his arms. But how could the agile Xiao could be caught by a big stupid bear? He dodged easily and avoided the bear hug. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the gluttonous bear, but at this moment, he felt a gust of evil wind in his ears again. Bang! Fists and palms collided. Lao Nyo swung his iron fist mercilessly, hitting the head of the gluttonous bear. Just as the gluttonous bear was about to fight back, a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes again. Helplessly, the gluttonous bear could only distract his attention on the one hand, barely blocking Lao Nyo's fist on the other hand. He had to guard against Xiao's attack on his eyes. Bang! 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 In a 2-on-1 situation, the gluttonous bear was really overwhelmed and faced many dangers. This rhythm was very familiar to the tacitly matched brothers Xiao and Lao Nyo. They were neither hurried nor slow, and just treated the gluttonous bear as a big sandbag, letting them practice their skills. In this way, a few minutes later, the hardened material on the gluttonous bear became thinner and thinner, and was finally smashed by Lao Nyo's punch. Puff! Xiao's claws pierced into his waist, causing the gluttonous bear to roar in pain. And at this time, Lao Nyo's heavy fist also hit him firmly on the forehead. Boom! Under this huge force, the gluttonous bear felt dizzy and completely lost consciousness. Xiao and Lao Nyo stood up straight and turned to look at Tikki battlefield. Is it over? Tikki felt his companion's gaze, licked the corner of his mouth with his bright red tongue, and laughed sinisterly. Then I will kill you too. With a clenched hand, a cold green light suddenly burst out from the silver sting bee. Toxic explosion bang. The silver sting bee fell to the ground as if it was hit by a bomb, and its body kept twitching, as if it was in great pain. At this time, Zig also announced the result in time. Xiao Yao wins. Chapter 332 ending. Boom. When the referee announced Xiao Yao victory, the whole arena was instantly in an uproar. Oh my god, he really won. The 3 war beasts are almost intact. Is this the strength of the number 1 genius? Love it. The gap in strength is really big. I feel that Long Jingyu is also in danger. Xiao Yao awesome. Cheers. Discussions came one after another at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yao and his 3 war beasts. Boss. Zhang Tsong looked at Long Jingyu with a worried look on his face. Long Jingyu waved his hand, with a smile on his face. Don't worry, since it has come to this, just fight well. At this time, his eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. It has been a long time since he experienced a hearty battle. Let me see the strength of the first genius. Brother Lei, do you think he can beat Long Jingyu? Li Bowen turned his head and looked at Lei Kuang and asked. Lei Kuang said calmly, we have to fight to know. But, he paused and said, from the current point of view, Xiao Yao has a higher chance of winning. Hearing this, Li Bowen hesitated for a moment, and then asked carefully, then Brother Lei, you? Lei Kuang raised a confident smile. Compared to me, he is still a little immature. So, looking at Lei Kuang's extremely confident expression, Li Bowen felt relieved. As a member of the Imperial City, Lei Kuang most proud right-hand man, Li Bowen naturally did not want to see his boss lose to Xiao Yao. But if Xiao Yao can defeat Long Jingyu, and finally lose to the boss, then the ending is still very good. On the stage, Zhao Feilu's eyes drooped slightly, and the reluctance, loneliness, and disappointment in his heart finally turned into a sigh. A faint holy light appeared in Sieg's hand, and then shot at the falling gluttonous bear and the struggling silver sting bee. Soon, the gluttonous bear opened his eyes, climbed up in silence, and the silver sting bee stopped twitching, flapped its wings, and flew over Zhao Feilu's head. Kakaka. The undead warrior came over from the ring. His lifeless face was faintly filled with a hint of complex emotions. Roar. The gluttonous bear roared at the undead warrior, with a hint of shame in his voice. If he hadn't been repelled by the old cow, creating a 2-on-1 opportunity, the undead warrior wouldn't have been eliminated. If the undead warrior hadn't been eliminated, then they might not have lost. Zhao Feilu patted the gluttonous bear's body and comforted him in his heart. It's okay, you've done very well. Buzz buzz, the silver stinger bee flew to the front of the gluttonous bear, rubbing its body against his curly hair, chirping, and soothing the gluttonous bear's emotions. Clang, the undead warrior put the long sword back to his waist and nodded gently to the gluttonous bear. Although his face was still expressionless, the gluttonous bear could feel his recognition and comfort. Roar, the gluttonous bear rekindled his fighting spirit in his heart and said to Zhao Feilu, I want to become stronger, and I must defeat them next time. Okay. Xiao Feilu also came out of his lost mood. and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Let's work hard together. I double the amount of food that night. You can only become stronger if you eat more. Xiao Feilu. Tikki walked to Xiao Yao with a crossbow in his hand, with a proud expression and a hint of emotion. Xiao Yao knew where Tikki's emotion came from. Before the battle, he specifically told Tikki not to use his full strength for the time being, and just fight with the silver stinger bee. So this is why Twitch ended the battle the latest. Otherwise, with the true damage of his passive death venom, and the power of his E-skill toxic burst, it would not take Twitch only a few minutes to kill a silver level 4 silver sting bee. Of course, there is a purpose for this arrangement. First, it is to preserve strength and prepare for the subsequent battles. The less strength he shows, the more limited the opponent will be in formulating his tactics. Just like this time. Although the fearful spirit thorn of the undead warrior did work, it was almost instantly removed under Lao Nyo's firm will. And it also caused a series of reactions later. Secondly, he was also considering his own safety. At present, he knew that there were already 2 forces secretly targeting him, one of which was a spy from a certain country, and the other was most likely the Shadow Society. So he couldn't show all his strength in public. Otherwise it would create opportunities for the enemy. Awumu old Nyo and Xiao could turn back to their beast forms. And the hearty battle made both of them smile with satisfaction. Aurora Tikki bared his teeth and claws, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why are they fighting so happily? I have to hide my strength. Xiao Yao half-crouched, touched his head, and explained, because you are the strongest trump card in my hand now. The trump card must be used last. The strongest trump card hearing Xiao Yao's evaluation of himself. Tikki grinned, and a proud look appeared on his face. Okay. I will hide for a while, as a shooter in the shadows. Hiding himself is definitely Tikki's best skill. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? I know this. Tucci touched his chin, glanced at Xiaoke and Lao Nyo, with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Ace, hee, I am the ace. Zhao Feilu walked toward Xiao Yao, and said calmly, Congratulations. Xiao Yao nodded and said, Senior, thank you. Zhao Feilu said firmly, Before this election deadline, I will challenge you again. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Then senior sister must defeat Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang first. Zhao Feilu raised her eyebrows slightly. She understood what Xiao Yao meant. It seems that he is quite confident in defeating Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang. Zhao Feilu did not say anything else, but took back the war beast and walked down the stage silently. The stage belongs to the winner. The loser should leave early. Xiao Yao awesome. Xiao Yao invincible. As Zhao Feilu left the stage, the viewing area rang out another round of cheers. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the golden throne waving to Xiao Yao. The third place on the True Dragon ranking was defeated. How far will the second and first place be? Humans all desire miracles. Many people cannot be the creators of miracles, but they are willing to be witnesses of miracles. And Xiao Yao is undoubtedly the best candidate to create miracles. At present, he has created the miracle of participating in the National League as a freshman, and next he will challenge a bigger miracle. That is to top the True Dragon ranking, and participate in the league as the #1 seed of Kyoto University. Feeling the hopes and eager eyes of countless people, Xiao Yao took a deep breath, and a confident smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Long Jingyu, Lei Kuang. I will definitely take the first place on the True Dragon ranking. Even Jesus can't save it, I said it. Chapter 333, The Last Disciple. Within less than half an hour after the battle, the news that Xiao Yao defeated Zhao Feilu spread throughout the campus. And both students and teachers got the news. Chung Fong, Mr. Zhang, sit down. Ouyang Xian made 2 cups of tea and handed them to the two. After Bai Chung Fong and Mr. Zhang sat down, Ouyang Xian smiled and said, I called you two here today because I want to discuss something about Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Bai Chung Fong raised his eyebrows slightly, with a surprised expression. It's like this. Ouyang Xian said, I believe you two have already understood Xiao Yao's situation. He is currently a silver level 5 summoner, and has already made it into the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking. Bai Chung Fong and Zhang Lao nodded at the same time. They both heard about Xiao Yao deeds. I think so. Whether he can win the first place in the True Dragon ranking or help Jingda win the league championship, his existence has far exceeded the value of one or even several league championships. Hearing this, Bai Chung Fong and Zhang Lao both agreed. Jingda has won the league championship too many times. Although it is important, compared with Xiao Yao, a genius of the ages, What does a mere league championship count for? Yang Xian continued. He is only a freshman at present. He still has 3 years in Jingda. If he is allowed to attend classes step by step during these 3 years, it will indeed delay his talent. So I want to send a teacher to be responsible for Xiao Yao growth in the next 3 years. As for the two of you, Fong is a close friend of Xiao Yao's father and regards Xiao Yao as his son or nephew. This kind of relationship is naturally self-evident. And Mr. Zhang is the most experienced teacher in our Jingda, who has trained many talents. So I want to choose one of you as Xiao Yao instructor to be responsible for his growth in the next 3 years. As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, Bai Fong said without hesitation, Principal, let Mr. Zhang take care of Xiao Yao. Mr. Zhang is stronger than me in both strength and experience. He is the most suitable teacher to teach Xiao Yao. Mr. Zhang had agreed to teach Xiao Yao a long time ago. And Xiao Li also knew about this and agreed with it. In addition, Mr. Zhang was old, and Xiao Yao would definitely become his last disciple. At that time, all of Mr. Zhang's energy and resources would be poured into Xiao Yao, which was far beyond his reach. Seen by Fong's straightforwardness, Yang Xian turned to look at Zhang Lao, the most experienced senior teacher among all the teachers in Jingda. Zhang Lao, what do you think? Zhang Lao was not polite either, and said firmly, leave it to me. I will definitely train a master-level strongman for Jingda and Longhua. After decades of wasted time, he had no hope of breaking through to the master level. And none of the many disciples he trained had broken through to the master level. He was a little discouraged at first. But Xiao Yao's appearance was like a ray of light, allowing him to see the possibility of his dream coming true. Master level is definitely not Xiao Yao's end point. Grandmaster level or even king level is Xiao Yao's goal. He believes that with his own experience and ability, coupled with Xiao Yao's monstrous talent, Dragon Country will definitely have a 5th Grandmaster, or even a 2nd King in the future. Okay, Yang Xian smiled and said, it would be best if Mr. Zhang personally takes action. Then Xiao Yao will be handed over to you next. As the most experienced senior at Kyoto University, Mr. Zhang is a Diamond Level 5 expert with rich teaching experience. It is naturally more than enough for him to personally teach Xiao Yao. Moreover, Master Zhang has many disciples, including several Diamond Level disciples, and countless Platinum Level disciples. His connections are very strong. If Xiao Yao can become his disciple, his future development will definitely be smooth sailing. Leave it to me. A hint of expectation appeared in Master Zhang's eyes. Xiao Yao, how should you arrange your growth path? When is your battle with Long Jingyu scheduled? In the dormitory, Li Yu leaned on the sofa and asked while eating snacks. Xiao Yao had just finished a shower, wiped his wet hair, and said, 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning? That's good. It's just right for a day of rest. Come on. First pick Long Jingyu, then pick Lei Kuang, and rush to the league championship. Su Xingliang waved his fist to encourage. By the way, what are Long Jingyu war beasts? Li Yu asked curiously. Xiao Yao took out the tablet and opened Long Jingyu battle video. Silver 5 level Frost Tree Demon, Silver 5 level Flashing Blade Mantis, and Silver 4 level Earth Elf. Su Xingliang and Li Yu came forward to take a look. The violent and tyrannical scene made the two of them open their mouths wide. Wow. It's quite fierce. Xiao Yao laughed and said, second on the true dragon list. Of course it's not a boast. TSK Su Xingliang smacked his lips. I really hope that I can be as powerful as him when I reach silver level 5. Don't worry, Xiao Yao laughed and said, you will definitely be more powerful than him by then. Just kidding. Twisted Tree Elf Makai and Void Reaver Kha'Zix are not much more powerful than this Frost Tree Elf and Blink Blade Mantis. The only problem with Liang Yang's silver level is that he lacks long-range attack capabilities. We can wait until he reaches the gold level to equip him with a war beast with relevant capabilities. For example, get a magic system, or an ADC like Twitch. Both are very good. I hope so. Su Xingliang shrugged and said, by the way, I saw that the schedule of the National League has been announced today. Li Yu took out his mobile phone. The preliminary round will be arranged in half a month. The location is in the Magic City, and finally 32 seeded players will be selected, and they will come to the Phoenix Nest in Kyoto for the final showdown. Phoenix Nest is a venue built in Kyoto for various summoner competitions. It covers a large area and can accommodate up to 100,000 spectators. Basically, the finals of all Dragon Country competitions will be held in Phoenix Nest. Xiao Yao, I remember that our number 1 seed of Beijing University was directly sent to the quarterfinals. Su Xingliang asked. That's right. Xiao Yao nodded. The number 3 seed is sent to the top 32. The number 2 seed is sent to the top 16. The number 1 seed is sent to the quarterfinals. And Shuemu University is treated the same way. That's good. You've already made it to the top 32. At least you don't have to go to Shanghai to waste time with a bunch of rookies. Su Xingliang said. Of course. It also saves me from going to Shanghai to film. Liu smiled. In the recent games, he and Su Xingliang sat in the viewing area, and the filming task was given to the gargoyle. The gargoyle flew in the air and held the camera, with a good angle of view and a stable picture. He was quite satisfied with the video he shot. If Xiao Yao can finally win the league championship, then this video of mine, with a little editing, will definitely become one of the most popular videos this year. You should know that during the annual league, the popularity of star players is even higher than that of top traffic stars. And the final league champion will become the center of attention for a long time. And for someone like Xiao Yao, who only represented Kyoto University in the National League as a freshman, he will definitely become the focus of all media in Longhua. If he can really win the championship, then this video of mine will be awesome. Come on, Xiao Yao. Whether you can become popular depends on you. Chapter 334, the second on the True Dragon ranking. Long Jingu. Hurry up. Hurry up. There will be no seats if you go too late. Hurry up. Hurry up. Get a good seat. The duel between Xiao Yao and Long Jingu was so grand that almost everyone in the school came to watch. Many teachers announced that classes would be temporarily suspended, and they came with their students to watch this grand match. The arena was packed with students at this time, and everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the two protagonists. In the contested preparation room, the main members of the Magic City were crowded here, and everyone's faces were full of worry. Why are you all looking like that? What? Does everyone think I'm going to lose? Long Jingu laughed. Boss, we all believe in you. Vice President Zhang Song said firmly. Long Jingu patted Zhang Song on the shoulder, looking at everyone, and said, to be honest, I can't guarantee that I will win this game, but I won't say anything discouraging either. I can only say. Long Jingu's eyes showed determination and a faint smile. This is the battle I've been looking forward to. As the second true dragon, he had not had a hearty fight for a long time. He thought that this battle would be between him and Zhao Feilu, or between him and Lei Kuang. But he did not expect that a super dark horse Xiao Yao would appear in the end. However, Xiao Yao, this opponent, is much more interesting than Zhao Feilu and Lei Kuang. This is a genius who broke all the records of Dragon Country. Fighting with such a genius is something that countless people dream of. Maybe one day, when Xiao Yao becomes a master or a king, he will also be written into a certain historical fragment. Long Jingu smiled calmly, waved his hand and walked out of the room. Everyone, cheer for me. Everyone in the Demon City looked at Long Jingu back as he walked away, and couldn't help praying, Boss, you must win. Xiao Yao will definitely win. Liu stood in the class group, and said to the classmates around him with confidence. The classmates in the class had bright eyes. Really? Xiao Yao said he can beat Long Jingu? Xiao Yao naturally didn't say this. But when he thought of Xiao Yao's very relaxed state before the battle, Liu said with certainty, that's right. Xiao Yao said Long Jingu is not his opponent at all. Wow, really? Then we don't have to worry, come on. Xiao Yao. Come on. Come on. The students in the freshman class waved their clappers crazily, and cheered for Xiao Yao. Everyone felt proud to have such a great man in the class, even walking on campus, and they couldn't help but straighten their backs, and wanted to tell everyone that Xiao Yao was my classmate. Many people even began to fantasize, if Xiao Yao could become a master in the future, then how would they brag to others? I have had classes with the Grandmaster. Of course, if Xiao Yao can really become a Grandmaster, then just a little care for his former classmates will be enough for everyone to benefit endlessly. Hey, did Xiao Yao really say that he would definitely beat Long Jingu? Su Xingliang whispered in Liu's ear. No. Liu shook his head. Damn, then you just... Do you think Xiao Yao will lose? Of course not. At this time, Xiao Yao and Long Jingu stood side by side at the ring, because there were still a few minutes before the battle started, so the two began to chat. Xiao Yao, I didn't expect you to make it to the True Dragon ranking, Long Jingu said with emotion. He remembered that when the school held a party before, Xiao Yao had a brief chat with him, saying that he would participate in the National League selection, and frankly said that he wanted to challenge himself. But at that time, he didn't care too much, because Xiao Yao had just been promoted to the silver level, and no matter how talented he was, it would be impossible for him to reach his level in a short time. Unexpectedly, in less than half a year, he really made it into the top 3 of the True Dragon ranking, and was about to stand on the same stage with him, fulfilling his previous oath. This kind of talent is really despairing, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Senior, I still remember that when we were in the rescue operation in Kuroki City, you were responsible for arranging the action plan for all the students in the school. At that time, I thought that Senior Long Jingu was really a master with strong strength and superb organizational skills. It is my honor to compete with such a master. Long Jingu laughed, being recognized by the first genius. I, Long Jingu, have not wasted my time in the past 4 years. What are they talking about? I don't know. It seems that Xiao Yao and Long Jingu have a good relationship. They are talking and laughing. In the battle viewing area, many people focused their attention on the two. Seeing the two talking in a friendly manner, everyone was puzzled. No, two people who are about to fight. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Shouldn't they say harsh words to each other, or make some sarcastic remarks, to disturb each other's mind? Wow, two handsome guys standing together, love it. These two standing together, they look like a perfect couple. No, they are both too handsome, I don't know who to support. Many girls looked at the two handsome guys in front of them, who were similar in style, and were both handsome and delicate, and were very confused for a while. Should I cheer for Xiao Yao, or Long Jingu? Two handsome guys, I'm really in a dilemma. These two kids are good, they are the face of Beijing University in terms of appearance and strength. Yeah, we have to shoot promotional videos every year, I think these two kids are very suitable. In addition to the students' enthusiastic discussions, many teachers were also whispering. Of course, most teachers had no obvious inclination. The purpose of everyone coming here was not only to see the strength of Xiao Yao, the most popular genius recently, but also to judge the strength of the seeded players participating in the league this year, and whether they could regain the league championship for Beijing University. After a while, Chigu walked onto the stage. Senior Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Long Jingu. Long Jingu smiled. Let's go together. The two walked onto the ring side by side, standing on both sides of Chiga. Xiao Yao, Long Jingu, the game is about to start. You two should decide the format of the game first. Chiga said. Senior, you decide? Xiao Yao raised his hand and said. Then let's have a team fight. Long Jingu did not refuse, and said directly. He thought he was not Xiao Yao's opponent in the ring, but it was not certain in the team fight. His war beast, but he was very good at team fighting. Team fight, Xiao Yao. Do you agree? Zigger turned to look at Xiao Yao. I agree. Xiao Yao nodded. It was within his expectation that Long Jingu would choose a team fight, but team fight is also a mode he is very good at. A strong duel, let's see who is better. Okay. Zigger Langsheng announced, this game will adopt the mode of team fight. For a moment, Zigger's voice pushed the whole atmosphere to a climax. Team fight, team fight. Let's start, I can't wait. Come on. Xiao Yao. Come on. Long Jingu. The cheers, like a tsunami, came one after another. Zigger raised his right hand. Both sides retreat. Pa Xiao Yao and Long Jingu slowly retreated. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 335: The Use of Chains. Both parties summon war beasts. As C gave the order, Xiao Yao and Long Jingu summoned war beasts at the same time. Awu! Mu! Aho! Shaoku, old cow! As soon as Tikki appeared, seeing the opponent in front of him, the three beasts all showed high fighting spirit in their eyes. War Beast name for us: Tree Demon, War Beast level Silver, level 5 War Beast skills: Ice Branches Entangled, Extremely Cold Frozen Body, Explosive Ice Fruit. War Beast name Flashing Blade Mantis, War Beast level Silver, level 5 War Beast skills: Space Jump, Flying Slash, Space Distortion. War Beast name Earth Elf, War Beast level Silver, level 4 War Beast skills: Quicksand Burial, Earth Flowing Wall. At this time, the information of the three war beasts around Long Jingu also appeared in Xiao Yao's eyes. The Frost Tree Demon is similar in size to Makai, but a bit bigger than the current Makai. The trunk is thick and more than 4 meters tall. The branches are covered with crystal clear blue ice fruits, which look like works of art. But those who are familiar with it naturally know how much terrifying energy is contained in these seemingly beautiful ice fruits. The whole body of the flashing knife mantis is almost silver white, with only the eyes glowing with a faint red light. The whole body looks like a steel sculpture, with sharp blade arms, which emit a piercing cold light. Earth Elves, a natural master of elements, needless to say. This kind of war beast is an absolute magic powerhouse, and long jingu earth elves not only control the attack skill quicksand burial, but also control the defense skill earth flow wall. Offense and defense are integrated, even if the level is less than silver 5, but his threat is no less than the other two war beasts. Both sides get ready. Sieg raised his right hand. Start. As Sieg's arm fell, the earth elves and Tikki launched attacks at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, poisonous arrows, accompanied by a foul smell, flew towards the frost tree demon. Ding, ding, ding. The flashing knife mantis suddenly appeared in the direction of the poisonous arrows, waving its knife arm, blocking all the poisonous arrows one by one. At the same time, the earth elf flew in the air, and stretched out its two small hands and clenched them. Xiao Fu, Lao, and Tikki. The ground under their feet collapsed instantly, turning into fine quicksand, causing the bodies of the three beasts to sink suddenly, especially Lao. His body was the heaviest, and the speed of sinking was also amazing. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was submerged in the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Fu and Lao immediately transformed into bloodthirsty werewolves and violent bull demons. Xiao Fu's eyes instantly turned scarlet. Unable to gain strength from the quicksand, he directly used Endless Binding Snap. The black figure jumped high from the quicksand and stepped on the solid ground. Then two black chains were thrown out from the quicksand, one of which was grabbed by Xiao Fu, and the other was held in Tikki's hand. Then Xiao Fu twisted his back, and exerted force with his arms, and the chains tightened and made a rattling sound. Bang! Two figures, one big and one small, emerged from the ground and landed steadily beside Xiao Fu. Damn! How come there is a chain trick? I thought the chain was just a decoration before, but I didn't expect it to be really useful. Purple Prison Demon Bull. No wonder it's called Purple Prison Demon Bull. This chain saves my life. In the viewing area, the students were discussing fiercely, and their eyes were all focused on the black chain on Lao arm. In the recent battles, the Purple Prison Demon Bull has always relied on its super strength to crush its opponents, which made everyone ignore the chain on his arm. Unexpectedly, today, these chains that looked like decorations actually played a huge role. Xiao Yao mouth curled up a little. Since Lao appeared, he had never used the chains on his arms in battle. He had neglected it. But one day he suddenly had an idea and wanted to test the hardness of these chains. After testing, the hardness and melting point of these chains were excellent, and the length was not short, but it was usually wrapped around Lao thick arms, so it didn't look obvious. So after that, he kept thinking about how to use these chains. The first thing he thought about was to use these chains as a whip to increase Lao attack range. After training, Lao became a violent bull demon and was able to use chains very skillfully. But it was not as easy to use as fists in battle, so he had never used them in actual combat. But this time, Lao used the second function of the chains, which was to connect teammates and solve the dilemma. Great! A hint of surprise flashed across Long Jingu's eyes, and then he shook his head helplessly. These chains that he had been ignoring interrupted his next tactical plan. Otherwise, with the follow-up damage of quicksand burial and the explosive effect of exploding ice fruit, he could at least lock in half of the victory. Since this tactic failed, then he would have to fight hard. Tikki's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He shook off the sand all over his body, raised his crossbow horizontally, and aimed directly at the earth elf. Swish, swish, swish. Poisonous arrows poured down like a torrential rain. The earth elf flipped his wrist, and a 2-meter-thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking him in front of him. On the other side, Xiao Fu and Lao also found their respective opponents. Bang! Xiao Fu kicked his foot, and his body leaped up, and rushed towards the flashing knife mantis in the air. The flashing knife mantis wings vibrated, and the silver-white knife arms crossed and slashed forward. Swish, swish. The silver knife light shone, as holy as the moonlight. Flying slash Xiao Fu put his arms together to block in front of him, and the sharp knife energy pierced his skin, causing 2 bloody wounds. Pa! Xiao Fu stepped on the ground with both feet. His scarlet eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. The wings of the flashing blade mantis vibrated, and then his body suddenly blurred. Shwa! The evil wind hit his forehead. Xiao Fu turned his body, his wolf claws, his blade arms collided, sparks flew. Space jump? This move is really too bad. It's mainly hard to defend against. No one knows where he will appear next time he attacks. You must have a strong fighting instinct to fight the flashing blade mantis. I don't know if Xiao Yao angry blood wolf can withstand it. Ding ding ding. Xiao Ke kept twisting his body, waving his wolf claws, and calmly dealing with attacks from all directions. Under space jump, the flashing blade mantis was like a ghostly assassin, and could appear in any direction. If it weren't for Xiao Ke's extremely high combat experience and combat intuition, he would have been seriously injured by his opponent. However, even so, the battle between the two was full of dangers, which made Xiao Yao's supporters nervous. It's a bit troublesome. Xiao Yao stood in the corner of the ring, touching his chin, thinking about whether to show some trump cards. Space jump. This ability is very powerful, but Xiao Ke charged beast mouth is its nemesis. But should he use it? His original plan was to let Xiao Ke consume the energy of the flashing blade mantis as much as possible, to wear the opponent to death, and keep the trump card. After all, the use of space ability requires a lot of energy, and the flashing blade mantis cannot use this ability all the time. But now it seems that he underestimated his opponent. Chapter 336. Cut the back row? Bang, bang, bang. The explosions one after another smashed the ground into large and small pits. Lao was at the center of the explosion, crossing his arms to block his eyes. After opening the draw body, the exploding ice fruit could not cause much damage to him, but it did affect his pace. Swoosh in the ice mist. A crystal ice branch came like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and it was wrapped around Lao arm in an instant. Then, an extreme chill came from the ice branch, making Lao body suddenly stiffen. Ice branches entangled plus extremely cold frozen body Shua. At this time, the flashing blade mantis that was fighting with Xiao Ke suddenly left the battlefield, and suddenly appeared behind Lao, and slashed down with its silver blade arm, and hit Lao back of the head heavily. Bang! A sound like a blunt knife cutting cowhide rang out. The flashing blade mantis retracted its blade arm, and a hint of deep horror flashed across its originally cold and ruthless compound eyes. He has always been very confident in his attack power. Even if there were a few steel bars in front of him, he could cut them off with one strike. But what did he see just now? This cow took his blow, and was completely unscathed, without even a tiny wound. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, the students in the viewing area were also deeply shocked by this scene. Oh my god, is this cow made of steel? Too scary. Who can break his defense at the silver level? What the hell is this? Just admit defeat. In the viewing area, Lei Kuang frowned slightly, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. The defense of the purple prison demon bull was completely beyond his expectations. He had sparred with Long Jingu several times, and he was quite impressed by the damage of the flashing blade mantis. But the full-strength attack of the flashing blade mantis did not cause any damage to the purple prison demon bull. What skill did it use? Or was the defense of the purple prison demon bull so exaggerated? If it was the latter, then the next battle with Xiao Yao would be very troublesome. Long Jingu also frowned, but he was not distracted by this at this time, but calmly analyzed the situation and quickly ordered, "Change target." The wings of the blinking blade mantis vibrated, and its body blurred again and disappeared. Suddenly, Xiao Yao's pupil shrank suddenly. Twitch. Be careful. It turned out that this time the blinking blade mantis jumped to Twitch's side, preparing to cut off this fragile ADC. A whiz. Xiao Ke roared, and his body jumped into the air, rushing towards Twitch. At this moment, a wall of earth rose from the ground, just blocking him in front of him. Swish on the other side. The blinking blade mantis swung its blade arm, and slashed towards Twitch's body. Tucci's hair stood up. He could already feel the chill coming from his blade arm. But he was not too panicked at this time. Instead, he responded according to the plan. He pressed his hand, and a circle of poisonous fog with a diameter of about 20 meters suddenly rose up with himself as the center, covering him and the flashing blade mantis. In the space, the green poisonous fog was extremely thick, and it was pitch dark. The flashing blade mantis lost sight of the target in an instant. At the same time, he felt his body heavy, and his movement speed dropped sharply. With a swish, the blinking blade mantis flew out of the poisonous fog immediately. He flapped his wings, and tried to suppress the burning sensation in his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. He was still very confident about this battle. The only thing he was worried about was that the blinking blade mantis would attack Twitch directly. Twitch's small body would find it difficult to resist the attack of this super assassin. This is also a common problem of ADCs, who are afraid of warriors and assassins coming to cut the back row. So before the battle, He had to consider how to deal with this situation. After research, he decided to use the W skill Toxic Barrel to solve this problem. Unlike in the game, after Toxic Barrel is released in this world, it can greatly affect the enemy's vision. Coupled with the skill's inherent deceleration effect, this can create a good evasion opportunity for Twitch. And after the actual battle, the effect is the same as he expected. The mad sand blew past, the poisonous fog drifted away with the wind, but at this time Twitch's figure had already disappeared. Is it invisible? Long Jingyu frowned. Xiao Yao had resolved the killing situations he had set time and time again, which made him feel even more depressed, and Tikki's disappearance made him feel even more depressed. After all, the plague rat was the only ace beast among all of Xiao Yao beasts that had reached silver level 5. Bang! Xiao Fu punched through the earth wall in front of him, turned around, and looked at the earth elf in the air with scarlet eyes, and the cold and sharp murderous intent immediately enveloped it, making the earth elf's back cold, and it couldn't help but shiver. Ah! 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 Tucci's sinister laughter echoed on the ring. The blinking blade mantis swept around, but still couldn't find Tucci. Swish! 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 Suddenly, several poisonous arrows shot rapidly at the frost tree spirit, and Tucci also appeared beside the old cow. Because the distance was too close, neither the earth elf nor the blinking blade mantis had time to rescue. In a hurry, the frost tree spirit could only use extreme freeze, condensing a thick layer of ice armor on the trunk. Puff 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 apparently. The ice armor was condensing too slowly. All of Tikki's poison arrows pierced the tree trunks, and soon turned into venom, which merged into the body of the frost tree demon. Clatterly, the frost tree demon's body trembled violently, and more than a dozen exploding ice fruits flew out of its body, and flew towards Tikki. On the other side, the earth elf cooperated to release quicksand burial, causing the land under Laonyo and Tikki's feet to quickly turn into sand. But this time, Tikki and Laonyo were well prepared. Snap! Tikki grabbed the chain on Laonyo's arm, and then Laonyo directly used the skill Wild Charge. Bang! The huge body of the frost tree demon was sent flying more than 10 meters away. And Old Bull and Twitch also appeared in a safe place. At this time, Blink Blade Mantis jumped to Twitch again, and swung his blade arm to chop at his head. But Old Bull was like a towering mountain, guarding Twitch tightly, making Blink Blade Mantis return empty-handed. Chaos! The original 1v1 situation was transformed into a big fight in the blink of an eye. This sudden change made all the audience both surprised and quite excited. This is a real team fight. Wow, it's so exciting. I didn't even see how the frost tree monster was knocked away. Me too, I didn't see clearly how the plague rat avoided the sudden attack of the blinking blade mantis. No, I really can't blink for even a second, it's so fucking good. Oh my god, is this the level of the second on the True Dragon list? They are all monsters. I feel like I've been living like a dog for the past 4 years. Why is there such a big gap between us? The students present were deeply shocked by the strength and tactical coordination shown by Xiao Yao and Long Jingyu. Counterattack and defense, this is a real battle between war beasts. What's the point of just fighting one-on-one? A big fight is the way to go. Chapter 337. Tikki is furious. Boom! The frost tree demon stood firm. Several crystal clear ice fruits quickly condensed on the branches. The earth elf and the flashing knife mantis flew to his side and faced the opponent in front. Pop! Xiao Fu also joined Laonyo and Tikki. The 6 war beasts faced each other, as if they had returned to the initial state. Not good. Long Jingyu frowned. As the master of the frost tree demon, he could clearly feel the physical condition of the frost tree demon at the moment. After being stabbed by the poisonous arrow, a terrible poison began to spread in the body of the frost tree demon. This poison was extremely terrible, and had begun to destroy the frost tree demon's tissues. It was likely that it would not be long before the frost tree demon would completely lose its combat effectiveness. We have to fight. Long Jingyu gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a firmness. Go! Xiao Yao took the lead in giving the order. After being hit by Tikki arrows, the frost tree demon was already seriously injured. This was the result of his request for Tikki to restrain the poison. Otherwise, these few arrows would be enough to kill the frost tree demon. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Xiao Yao knows this truth very well, and the battle should be over. Swish. 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 Several bright sword lights came. Laonyo stepped forward and smashed all the sword lights with his strong arms. Bang. Xiao Fu rushed out like a shadow and found his old opponent, the flashing blade mantis again. Ding. The blade arm collided with the sharp claws, and the flashing blade mantis took 2 steps back, and his body blurred again. But this time, Xiao Fu would not let him go easily. Charged the beast's mouth. Buzz! The figure of the blinking blade mantis appeared behind Tikki, and the sharp blade arm suddenly chopped down. Suddenly, the blinking blade mantis felt a chill on his back. He had no time to react. He quickly activated the skill space distortion that he had never used. The sharp claws stabbed at the back of the blinking blade mantis. But suddenly, the space behind the blinking blade mantis rippled. Xiao Fu felt that the sharp claws were deflected by a twisting force, and he was getting closer and closer to the back of the blinking blade mantis. But he could never really touch it, although the final blow was ineffective. Twitch also took advantage of this opportunity to avoid the sneak attack of Blink Blade Mantis. Damn! Did you see how the Blood Wolf teleported to the back of Blink Blade Mantis? It can't be a space skill. No way. If it is a space skill, it's too amazing. Xiao Fu's teleportation immediately aroused discussion among the audience, and even many teachers were very surprised. It does look like a space transfer, but I don't think it should be a standard space transfer ability. A muscular teacher said. Well, it should be a lock skill, moving with the target's movement. I didn't expect there is such an ability. Interesting. Compared to the excitement and curiosity among the audience, Long Jingyu mood became heavier. The Raging Blood Wolf also has the ability to jump through space, which means that the biggest advantage of the Flashing Blade Mantis no longer exists. Adding to the rapidly decaying body of the Frost Tree Demon, he seemed to have seen the end of his failure. Ho! Tikki stood at the feet of the old cow, revealing endless anger and murderous intent under his crystal glasses. Being targeted by the flashing knife mantis, he was forced to flee in panic in front of so many people. This was a great shame for the proud Tikki. Damn it. Don't you like to chop me? I let you chop. At this time, Tikki didn't care about Xiao Yao's request to hide his strength, and frantically pulled the trigger, shooting at the flashing knife mantis in the air. Full fire, countless poisonous arrows were like a torrential rain, and the sharp sound of breaking wind made many people in the audience cover their ears. Bang! A wall of earth rose up from the ground, blocking the flashing blade mantis. But at this moment, the wall was as fragile as paper, and was pierced by the poisonous arrows in an instant. Seeing this, the flashing blade mantis quickly used space jump to escape to another place. But as soon as he appeared, several green arrows attacked him. Without time to dodge again, the flashing blade mantis swung his blade arm, preparing to split the poisonous arrows like before. But this time, it was not so easy. Puff! 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 The poisonous arrow shot through the blade arm, making the flickering blade mantis scream in pain. Hearing the flickering blade mantis's scream, Touch's mouth showed a cruel arc, shooting poisonous arrows faster and faster. The rain of arrows came. The flickering blade mantis endured the severe pain, activated the skill space distortion. Puff! 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 The rain of arrows was separated by an invisible force in front of the flickering blade mantis, shooting towards the ground. At this time, Xiao Fu jumped towards the flickering blade mantis in midair, swinging his claws, carrying a sharp momentum. Bang! A wall of earth rose up, just blocking Xiao Fu's way forward. Snap! Xiao Fu's claws pierced into the wall, steadied his body, bent and stretched his knees, and actually jumped towards the Earth Elf. The Earth Elf was shocked when he saw this, and quickly raised high and thick earth walls to block in front of him. Ho! Xiao Fu used his hands and feet together, pierced his claws into the wall, flipped and jumped, and quickly rushed towards the Earth Elf. At this time, the flashing knife mantis suddenly appeared in front of him, and slashed him in the face. I'm waiting for you. Xiao Fu's scarlet eyes burst out with murderous intent, and the wolf claws tore forward with force. Mouth of the beast. Puff! The wolf claws blocked the knife arm, and stabbed into the body of the flashing knife mantis. After being shot by Tucci's poison arrow, the body of the flashing knife mantis was greatly affected, and the continuous use of space jump, his strength dropped significantly, so in this fight, he had almost no resistance. The blood flowed into Xiao Fu's body along the wolf claws. Xiao Fu's injuries recovered quickly, while the flashing knife mantis became weaker and weaker, and finally dropped the knife arm powerlessly. Bang! Xiao Fu threw the unconscious shining blade mantis to the ground, and looked at the Earth Elf with his brutal wolf eyes. Surrounded by murderous aura, the Earth Elf felt cold all over and shivered. It's over. Xiao Yao won. This is definitely a win. After the shining blade mantis lost its fighting power, everyone realized that Long Jingyu was going to lose this battle. Bang bang bang. The iron fist slammed mercilessly on the tree trunk covered with ice armor. And the frost tree demon was beaten back again and again. And the branches that were originally green also turned slightly blue-black. A red light flashed in Lanyo's eyes. And his muscles bulged again. He clenched his fist and launched a powerful attack. Bang! The huge force directly overturned the body of the frost tree demon. The poison in its body was rampant. And it lay on the ground helplessly, without any movement. Only one more was missing. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at the lonely earth elf in the air. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, poisonous arrows shot at the earth elf in the air. The earth elf quickly used earth flow wall to resist. But at this moment, a black shadow jumped high, stepped on the earth wall continuously, and rushed to the side of the earth elf in a blink of an eye. Puff! A wolf's paw slapped the earth elf away, and the earth elf fell heavily to the ground, and immediately fell into a coma. At this time, Sieg raised his right hand and announced loudly, "This battle, Xiao Yao wins." Chapter 338. 3 days later, a showdown. Boom! As Zig announced the result of the game, the scene suddenly erupted in fierce applause and cheers. Xiao Yao is awesome. Xiao Yao invincible. Xiao Yao keep going. The thunderous cheers made Xiao Yao's mouth curl up slightly, and he suddenly found that he seemed to like this feeling a little. Buzz! Several rays of holy light fell on Long Jingu 3 war beasts, making them gradually recover from their coma. Alas! I still lost. Long Jingu looked at the high-spirited young man not far away, and a bitter look appeared on his lips. It was really hard to accept to watch myself being defeated and surpassed. The earth elf flew over slowly, and a layer of mist covered its round eyes. Okay. It's okay. Long Jingu touched his head and said softly, "Everyone has failures. Just do your best next time." Although he said so, he knew very well in his heart that with Xiao Yao's exaggerated talent, he might never catch up with him. Kaka. At this time, the flashing blade mantis came over, knocking his blade arm, and his cold eyes revealed determination and unyielding. Long Jingu smiled, patted his body gently, and said nothing. Boss. At this time, all the members of the Imperial City looked at Lei Kuang, with their faces full of worry. Long Jingu had been defeated, so Xiao Yao would challenge the boss next. But looking at the situation just now, can the boss really beat Xiao Yao? Lei Kuang waved his hand, although his face was cautious, but his tone was full of confidence. "Believe me, I won't lose." "Boss, we believe it." "Yes, boss, teach this kid a lesson." "Come on." "Boss." Seeing Lei Kuang so confident, the members of the Imperial City also breathed a sigh of relief, and cheered for Lei Kuang together. Lei Kuang looked at Xiao Yao on the ring calmly, and then set his sights on Tikki. In the previous few battles, this rat did not show too much strength, which inevitably made people ignore his existence. But in this battle, the plague demon rat finally showed his true strength. The terrifying poison arrows made the frost tree demon and the flashing blade mantis weaken rapidly in a short period of time, and eventually lost their combat effectiveness. It is worthy of being the only silver level 5 among all of Xiao Yao war beasts. This killing power has surpassed that of the wolf and the cow. It really cannot be underestimated. Long Jingu took back the war beast, looking at Xiao Yao who was walking towards him, sighed lightly, said, "Xiao Yao, congratulations." "Senior, thank you." Xiao Yao clasped his fists. Long Jingu smiled helplessly. "Xiao Yao, your talent is really despairing." Xiao Yao smiled slightly. "I'm just lucky." Luck? Long Jingu shook his head. "How could such an exaggerated growth rate be achieved by luck alone?" he said somewhat dejectedly. "Xiao Yao, it's up to you, and Lei Kuang next." Long Jingu turned his head to look at Lei Kuang. Their eyes met, and they both nodded. Will Lei Kuang be Xiao Yao's opponent? Long Jingu asked himself in his heart. According to his understanding of Lei Kuang is most likely not Xiao Yao's opponent. But if Lei Kuang has made significant progress in strength during this period, it is too hard to say who will win or lose. But no matter what, I have already lost. Long Jingu sighed in his heart. A wonderful game. In the viewing area, many teachers showed satisfied expressions. In this game, Long Jingu showed strong tactical qualities. The coordination degree of the war beast was quite high, and it was self-contained, which was completely worthy of his title of the second place in the True Dragon list. As for the other player Xiao Yao, to be honest, the teachers could no longer describe the talent of this child in words. At the age of 18, he had already reached Silver 5, and his combat power crushed all opponents of the same level. This kind of talent is something that the four great masters, and even the king of martial arts, have never possessed. No wonder even the top leaders of Dragon Country think that he is the most likely to become a master. What a monster! At this time, Lei Kuang, who was sitting in the spectator seat, suddenly stood up. His actions also attracted the attention of many people. Xiao Yao. Lei Kuang stood tall like an iron tower, and his thunderous voice resounded throughout the arena. 3 days later, we will decide the winner. Xiao Yao smiled, and his voice was clear but full of determination. Okay. The battle ended, but the atmosphere at Jingdao was extremely heated. Everyone was discussing the battle between Xiao Yao and Long Jingyu. Many people took out the battle video of the two and carefully analyzed the various games between the two in the battle. As everyone studied more deeply, they were more shocked by the strength shown by the two. Whether it was Long Jingyu's most outstanding flashing blade mantis, or the plague demon rat that showed its power for the first time in this game, it was simply an unsolvable existence for other silver-level war beasts. No wonder Long Jingyu is the second on the true dragon list. Who can resist this flashing blade mantis? Xiao Yao is now the second on the true dragon list. But I am very curious. If the second on the true dragon list is so powerful, how terrifying must Lei Kuang, the first on the true dragon list, be? You will see it the day after tomorrow. To be honest, I feel my blood boiling now. Do you feel the same? Me too. I am really looking forward to it. How is it, Mr. Zhang? Are you satisfied with Xiao Yao's strength? In the office, Bai Chengfeng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang. Zhang took a sip and stroked his beard and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Is it the person or the tea?" Bai Chengfeng laughed. Zhang laughed and was very happy. Both the person and the tea are good. To be honest, Xiao Yao really gave me a big surprise. The combat power of his 3 war beasts has reached the peak of the silver level. I think even if they join forces to challenge the gold level, they are sure to win. Bai Chengfeng smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, you don't know that several gold level monsters have died at the hands of Xiao Yao." "Oh." Mr. Zhang was surprised and said, "When did it happen?" Bai Chengfeng told about the series of assassinations that Xiao Yao encountered when he returned to Yanqi during the Chinese New Year, and the record he set at that time. 2 silver level 1s, and 1 silver level 3 can actually kill a gold level 2 war beast. Mr. Zhang's eyes widened, and he was obviously shocked by Xiao Yao's exaggerated record. I was also frightened by the news at that time. But this is the news from Xiao Yao's father. It can't be wrong. Bai Chengfeng laughed. What a monster. Zhang Lao shook his head. He didn't know what words to use to describe Xiao Yao's terrifying talent. 3 war beasts with an average strength of less than silver level 3 could actually kill a gold level 2 war beast. This is simply a fantasy. But I didn't expect it to really happen to Xiao Yao. After being shocked, Zhang Lao's eyes revealed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. The higher Xiao Yao's talent, the more he looked forward to his next teaching. How is the follow-up investigation of this matter going? Who did it? Zhang Lao asked seriously. Now Xiao Yao's safety is related to the future of Longhua, and there must be no negligence. Bai Chengfeng said, at present, we can only investigate that it was a foreign spy who committed the crime. But we can't confirm which country it was. All clues are interrupted, and even the Law Enforcement Bureau can hardly continue the investigation. Humph. These fly-like forces, Zhang Lao snorted disdainfully. Next, Xiao Yao's safety will be handed over to me. I will ensure that he grows safely to the diamond level. Then I trouble you. Chapter 339. My Medicine Master? Cheers! Ding. In the private room, Xiao Yao and a few friends gathered together to celebrate today's victory. Xiao Yao, are you sure to beat Lei Kuang next? Pai Yan asked curiously, holding a glass of wine. Xiao Yao smiled confidently. Silver level, no one can beat me. Wow, domineering. Pai Yan gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, as long as you can beat Lei Kuang, then the league championship will be secure. Zhong Tianho said. That's right. Lei Kuang is known as the most powerful true dragon #1 in Kyoto University in recent years. If he can be defeated, the league championship will definitely be within reach. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel a little sorry for Lei Kuang. Li Yu smacked his lips. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, Lei Kuang should be the strongest competitor for the league championship. As soon as Li Yu said this, everyone began to feel sorry for Lei Kuang. Living in the same era with a monster like Xiao Yao, it's really the sorrow of all geniuses. Ziz is easy in the training room, 2 figures. One big and one small. sat on the ground, electricity running through their bodies, and the blue-white electric light was extremely dazzling. A few minutes later, the lightning on one of the figures gradually dissipated. Lei Kuang opened his eyes, put the dimmed lighting crystal in his palm back into the broken sky ring, then stood up and looked at the Thunder Spirit Troll beside him. The Thunder Spirit Troll closed his eyes. Violent currents surged through his body, and his dark blue skin trembled slightly, obviously under high-intensity stimulation. There's still not enough time. Lei Kuang frowned slightly, and said with some regret. He felt that the Thunder Spirit Troll was very close to breaking through the gold level. If he was given another 2 months, he had full confidence that he could break through the gold level. By then, no one would be his opponent. Unlike now, he would have to fight a tough battle with no certainty. He was also thinking in his heart, if he was really given 2 months to break through the gold level, would Xiao Yao remain where he was? If it were someone else, he would naturally not believe that anyone could break through the gold level earlier than him. But if it was Xiao Yao, Lei Kuang shook his head. He had to admit that Xiao Yao's talent was far better than his. If Xiao Yao was given 2 months, maybe he could really break through the gold level. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the training room was knocked. Lei Kuang walked to the door and opened it. Brother Lei. Li Bowen first glanced at the Thunder Spirit Troll that was still absorbing energy, and then handed a stack of information to Lei Kuang. We have only collected this information so far. Xiao Yao usually only does missions with a few fixed teammates, so other people rarely know the information about his war beasts. So far, the abilities collected are almost all those he has demonstrated in battle. But Brother Lei, Li Bowen said, I think this should be all their abilities. Now each of his war beasts has shown 3 abilities. Could they have a 4th or 5th ability? Lei Kuang flipped through the information and said in a deep voice, others are naturally impossible. But for Xiao Yao, it is never too cautious. Hearing Lei Kuang's words, Li Bowen was silent. Indeed, it is very rare to train a silver-level war beast with 3 skills. It takes a lot of time, energy and resources. But if it was Xiao Yao, it seemed that he was not surprised by anything that happened to him. After reading the information, Lei Kuang handed it to Li Bowen and said, continue to investigate, and send me the videos of his recent battles. Okay, Brother Lei, I send them to you right away. After Li Bowen left, Lei Kuang looked at the Thunder Spirit Troll, who was still trying to absorb the energy of lightning, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Xiao Yao, I will definitely defeat you. Burp Tucci swallowed the heart-eating poison flower in his mouth, then burped, and exhaled a circle of green smoke. Xiao Yao looked at the information on Tikki panel, and shook his head helplessly. In the past 2 days, he spent a lot of money to buy a lot of poisons, poison flowers and other materials for Tikki. After Tikki took them, his experience points increased a lot, and now it is close to half of the total experience points. But as more and more poisons are taken, the benefits they bring to Tikki are already very limited. For example, the heart-eating poison flower that Tikki swallowed just now, which is a material that can poison gold-level monsters to death. But after he took it, he only gained 12 points of experience points, which is not as much as killing a silver-level war beast. The value of the heart-eating poison flower is not low. Hundreds of thousands of dollars can be exchanged for 12 experience points. This completely dispels Xiao Yao's idea of continuing to feed poison. I find a chance to buy you 1,000 poison fruit in the future, or we can go to the 10,000 poison swamp and get one ourselves, but I won't buy you poison for the time being. Xiao Yao touched Tikki's head and said, Ah, when are we going to the 10,000 poison swamp? Let's go now. Tikki's eyes lit up, urging, Go now. Our small bodies won't survive more than 2 days if we enter. Xiao Yao curled his lips and said, The 10,000 poison swamp is a Class A forbidden area of Dragon Country. I can't say that diamonds are as numerous as dogs, but it is definitely full of platinum. If you want to enter the 10,000 poison swamp, you must at least have the strength of platinum level or above, and he is still far from it now. Platinum level Tikki stopped talking immediately. Although he has always been conceited, he also knows that platinum level is not something they can deal with now. After the league is over, we will go to the King Kong forest first, help Lao Niu get the King Kong fruit, and by the way, let you guys upgrade to gold level. Xiao Yao said. The danger level of the King Kong forest is very low, which is the same as the desolate plains. Most of them are silver and gold level monsters, and platinum level monsters are quite rare. Although he cannot go into the King Kong forest alone with his current strength, if he can join a reliable hunting team, he can still ensure his own safety. Of course, even if there is no suitable team, or he fails to obtain a large number of King Kong fruits, he can still buy a large number of them in the cities near the King Kong forest. Buying diamond fruit at the place of origin, it should be at least half cheaper than in Kyoto. At least there are no middlemen to make a profit. At this time, he was thinking, it would be great if there was a big boss who could protect him. For example, Xiao Yao, who protected him all the way to Dozong or Dohuang. Anyway, there is no need to worry about danger wherever you go, you can play all the way. I'm so envious. Ding ding. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xiao Yao opened it, and saw that it was Uncle Bai calling. Hello, Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? Bai Chengfeng's voice, with a hint of laughter, came from the phone. I'm in the training room. Is that so? If you have nothing to do now, come to my house. Principal Ouyang has arranged a teacher for you, who will be responsible for your growth in the next 3 years. He is waiting for you at my house now. Teacher? Xiao Yao's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this what I want to happen? Does Xiao Yao have his own medicine master? Uncle Bai, what is the name of this teacher? Just call him Zhang Master. Zhang Master. Well, it's my medicine master. Ah. Uncle Bai, I be there soon. Chapter 340 Zhang Lao Gift. When he arrived at Bai Chengfeng's house, Xiao Yao saw his future teacher Zhang Lao at a glance. Zhang Lao was tall and vigorous. Although his hair and beard were gray, there was not a single wrinkle on his face, giving him a youthful look. At this time, Bai Chengfeng and Zhang Lao were both standing on the lawn in front of the door. When they saw Xiao Yao coming, they both turned their heads to look at him. Uncle Bai. Zhang Lao. Xiao Yao bowed slightly and said respectfully. He recognized the old man. It was the teacher who tried his best to recruit him to Kyoto University when he participated in the joint entrance examination of Shuemu in Kyoto a year ago. It was also because of this old man that he could get 20 more points every month, as well as the lay jigging he got at that time. So when they met again this time, Xiao Yao felt a natural intimacy with Zhang. Zhang stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Okay. Xiao Yao. Let me introduce you. Bai Chengfeng smiled and said, Zhang is the most experienced professor in our Kyoto University. He is a Diamond Level 5 expert and has trained many Platinum and Diamond Level disciples. In the next 3 years, Zhang will be responsible for your growth. Diamond 5. Xiao Yao's eyes widened instantly. You should know that Dragon Country only has one king. For Grandmasters and dozens of Master Summoners, then Zhang Lao Diamond 5 is enough to rank in the top 100 of Dragon Country. This kind of strongman will be his teacher in the future? This thigh is really thick. Seeing Xiao Yao's surprised look, Zhang Lao couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. Ahem. Zhang Lao cleared his throat and said, Xiao Yao, you are very talented, and in the future you will not only be Diamond or Master, Grandmaster or even King is your goal. But no matter how talented a person is, he still needs guidance and protection. So in the next 3 years, I will formulate a corresponding training plan based on your specific situation. I believe that with my experience and your talent, I will definitely make you grow up at the fastest speed. After listening to Mr. Zhang's recognition and evaluation of him, Xiao Yao nodded firmly. Mr. Zhang, I will work hard. Xiao Yao was naturally very happy to have such a strong man to teach him. In addition, Mr. Zhang was also recognized by Principal Ouyang and Uncle Bai. There would be no problems with his experience or character. Now there are only 2 words in his mind. Take off. Seeing the determination in Xiao Yao's eyes, Zhang nodded with satisfaction. He has been observing Xiao Yao for a while. This kid is not arrogant and conceited like a genius. Instead, he is very humble and hardworking. He is experienced in dealing with people. He doesn't look like an 18 or 19-year-old kid at all. In addition, this kid has a strong leadership temperament, which also brings together many excellent teammates around him. As a Diamond-level summoner, Zhang Lao knew that fighting alone would not work in the summoner world. Even if you are a master or even a grandmaster, you still need the support of your companions or subordinates. In this way, Xiao Yao is almost a perfect disciple. He will definitely be able to carry his hopes and become the pillar of the future of Dragon Country. At this time, Bai Chengfeng smiled and suggested, Zhang Lao. Xiao Yao, I think we should hold a small apprenticeship ceremony today. Let Xiao Yao serve you tea. And it also means that you officially accept this disciple. Apprenticeship ceremony. A hint of emotion appeared in Mr. Zhang's eyes. For an old man like him, rules and etiquette are very important. Xiao Yao bowed slightly and said, Mr. Zhang, let me serve you some tea. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard, smiled and nodded, okay. Several people returned to the house. Mr. Zhang sat on a chair. Bai Chunfeng brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao held the teacup with both hands, bent down and said respectfully, Teacher, please have some tea. Old Zhang took the teacup, took a sip, and said with satisfaction, Get up, kid. When Xiao Yao stood up straight, Old Zhang said, Since it is a ceremony of apprenticeship, then I, as a teacher, must also show some appreciation. He turned his palm, and a silver and simple ring appeared in his palm. This 30 cubic meter broken sky ring. Let's take it as my apprenticeship gift. 30 cubic meters? Xiao Yao looked at the plain ring in Old Zhang's hand, and his mouth opened wide. His own broken sky ring was 5 cubic meters, and the market price was close to 80 million. How much should this 30 cubic meter broken sky ring be worth? 500 million? You have to know that he only made less than 100 million by selling all his songs some time ago, and this small ring is worth 5 times the price. This is too extravagant. Xiao Yao swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Zhang, your gift is really too valuable. This is nothing. Mr. Zhang waved his hand. If the shattered sky ring is put on the auction, the price will naturally be very high, but this one was given to me by my student, and it was made by him himself. The cost is much lower than you think. Besides, I am at the diamond level, and the beast control space can hold items. So the shattering sky ring is useless to me. So you can just accept it with peace of mind. Accept it. Xiao Yao. Bai Chunfeng on the side said with a smile, I dare not refuse the gift from the elders. A small thing like the shattering sky ring is only a transition from silver to gold, and it will be useless when you reach the platinum level. The platinum level can already store dead objects in the beast control space. The diamond level can store living things in the beast control space. And as for the master level, it can even store living people. For example, the joint examination a year ago was held in the beast control space of Master Yi. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Yao took the broken sky ring in his palm with both hands, and then put it on the ring finger of his left hand. The broken sky ring still needs to be recognized by blood, but he plans to do this step when he returns. Seeing Xiao Yao accept the broken sky ring, Mr. Zhang nodded gently, and then asked, Xiao Yao, from today on, I will be responsible for your growth. First, I want to understand your specific situation, such as your war beast level skills, characteristics. After understanding this information, I can formulate a suitable training plan. Okay. Xiao Yao did not hide it. Many people knew about his situation anyway, and it would be known to the outside world sooner or later. My war beasts are the Plague Demon Rat of Silver level 5, the Blood Rage Demon Wolf of Silver level 3, and the Purple Prison Demon Bull of Silver level 3. They each have 7 skills. What are they specifically? Wait a minute. Zhang Lao's eyes suddenly widened. How many skills? I didn't hear clearly. 7. Xiao Yao said. Old Zhang turned his head and looked at Bai Chunfeng. Bai Chunfeng spread his hands helplessly and nodded in agreement. 7 skills. Old Zhang said in a complicated tone, My diamond level war beast only has 7 skills. He really didn't know what to say. I thought Xiao Yao's growth rate was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect the war beast to be even more outrageous. 7 skills at the silver level, this is simply subverting the cognition of the summoner world. Forget it, you continue to talk. He really wanted to know what abilities these 3 outrageous war beasts have. Okay, the abilities of the plague rats are. Chapter 341 Gifting Rings. Bang. The huge body was knocked away by a punch. Old Zhang clapped his hands, nodded and said, It's done. Okay. Xiao Yao lowered his head, looking at the 3 war beasts lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After he introduced all the skills of the 3 war beasts, Old Zhang wanted to test the specific strength of the 3 beasts through actual combat. Because there was no battle among the top 10 of the true dragon list today, so Old Zhang and Bai Chunfeng took him to the arena, and Old Zhang personally went out to deal with the 3 beasts with full firepower. As a result, the 3 beasts were beaten badly. There was no other way. In front of the Diamond 5 boss, they couldn't even scratch Zhang Lao's skin. Zhang Lao walked to Xiao Yao and praised, Your 3 war beasts are very strong. As a diamond-level summoner, with decades of teaching experience in Beijing University, he has witnessed the rise of countless evil geniuses, But no genius has ever been like Xiao Yao, who has 3 monster-like war beasts at the same time. That's right. Even in the eyes of him, a diamond-level summoner, Xiao Yao 3 war beasts are definitely monster-like. Silver level has 6, 7 skills, which has completely overturned the common sense of the summoner world. And these 6, 7 skills are all very powerful combat skills, and many of them left a deep impression on him. For example, Bloodthirsty Werewolf plus Light Self-Healing plus Mouth of the Beast as Super Blood-Sucking Self-Healing. Firm Will plus Withdraw Body plus Violent Bull Demon as Absolute Defense, and Full Firepower plus Source of All Poisons as Fatal Damage. He couldn't imagine, when these 3 war beasts grow to diamond level and have 10 skills, how impressive they will be. It's estimated that challenging master-level war beasts will be no problem. It's really exaggerated. Fong stood aside, with a look of emotion in his eyes. Although he knew the information about Xiao Yao war beasts, he could only roughly guess their true combat power level. However, through the competition just now, he found that he had seriously underestimated the combat power of these 3 war beasts. With their current strength, they can probably fight even a gold level 5 war beast. Old John smiled and said, Xiao Yao, it seems that you have hidden a lot of cards in the previous battles. Xiao Yao smiled and said, hide more cards. Prepare for the National League. Old John affirmed, with your current strength, you don't have to worry about the National League. No one will be your opponent. With these 3 monster-like war beasts, there is no suspense in the National League. Thinking of this, Zhang Lao also showed a sigh of regret. At the beginning, Xiao Yao was recruited to prepare for the National League. He did not expect that in just 1 year, Xiao Yao had the ability to win the league championship. And in the next 3 years, the league championship was also in the pocket of Beijing University. He was now very fortunate that he was determined at that time. If Shuimu University took Xiao Yao away, not only would Beijing University be inferior to Shuimu for 4 years, but he would not accept Xiao Yao as a student to fulfill his wish. Xiao Yao, what are your plans after the league ends? Asked Old Zhang. Xiao Yao said, Old Zhang, I want to go to the King Kong forest. Old Nyo King Kong body still has room for growth, so I need a lot of King Kong fruit. Old Zhang nodded in the King Kong forest. He knew about this place. It was a forbidden place with a low risk factor, which was very suitable for Xiao Yao now. Although as a teacher, he could provide King Kong fruit to his disciples free of charge, and it was nothing to him. But this kind of training was not a good thing for Xiao Yao. Only by relying on his own efforts to obtain the resources he wanted could he go more steadily and further. The teacher's duty is to guide the students and provide them with protection. Okay. Then I will go with you after the league is over. But I will not help you unless you are in a life or death crisis. You have to rely on yourself, Xiao Yao said firmly. Understood. It was enough to have a diamond-level boss protecting him in secret. He believed that with the strength of the 3 beasts and his rich experience in the wild, surviving in the King Kong forest should not be a problem. That's it, play well in tomorrow's game. Old Zhang patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, Okay. Okay, you go back first. Xiao Yao bowed slightly to Old Zhang and by Fong, and then left. The broken sky ring he just got has not yet been recognized by blood, and the first broken sky ring can also change its owner. Looking at Xiao Yao back, Old Zhang smiled and said, Fong, I remember your Xiao and Xiao Yao are dating. Right? It seems right. Bai Fong said helplessly. As a father, Bai Fong didn't want to see his daughter fall in love so early. But if her boyfriend was Xiao Yao, there seemed to be no reason to stop her. In short, he was in a rather tangled mood. Old John laughed. Fong, when the 2 children get married, I, as a teacher, will definitely give them a big gift. After accepting Xiao Yao as his disciple, he, as a teacher, had already begun to worry about his disciple's major life events. He knew Xiao, the girl, was impeccable in appearance, talent and family, and was definitely a good match for his disciple. Well, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Yao walked on the road, took out a knife from the broken sky ring, cut his little finger, and dripped blood on the new broken sky ring. As the blood was slowly absorbed, he soon felt the connection between himself and the new broken sky ring. He moved all the items in the original broken sky ring to the new broken sky ring, and cut off the spiritual connection between himself and the old broken sky ring. Done! Xiao Yao took the old broken sky ring in his hand and ran to the training room. Training room. Why are you here? Bai Lingxiao wiped her sweaty forehead and asked with a blushing face. She was training the war beast just now. After witnessing Xiao Yao step by step towards the peak, she was happy for Xiao Yao and trained harder and harder. She must not let herself fall behind too much and become a burden to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "I'm here to give you a gift." Gift? Bai Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Today didn't seem like a special day. Why did Xiao Yao suddenly think of giving a gift? What gift? Bai Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with curiosity. Xiao Yao smiled and took up Bai Ling Xiao's white and tender hand, and put the broken sky ring on the ring finger of her right hand. Seeing that the gift was actually a ring, and it happened to be worn on the ring finger, Bai Ling Xiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Why did you wear the ring here? Xiao Yao scratched her nose affectionately. This means I have chosen you. And no one can take you away. Who has been chosen by you? Bai Ling Xiao gently hit Xiao Yao's shoulder, then looked at the ring on her finger, and suddenly felt very familiar. Hey, this ring is not. She took Xiao Yao's big hand and found that the original broken sky ring was gone, and replaced by another silver and simple ring. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "This is my gift to you. The broken sky ring." Chapter 342 Before the game. Is this your old broken sky ring? Yes, the broken sky ring in my hand now was given to me by my new teacher. Old Zhang. Grandpa Zhang? Bai Ling Xiao asked curiously, "What's going on?" She knew Grandpa Zhang. He was an old professor who dedicated most of his life to Beijing University. Why would he give Xiao Yao the broken sky ring? And the new teacher? What's going on? Xiao Yao told Bai Ling Xiao everything that had just happened. Wow, so Grandpa Zhang has accepted you as his disciple. Bai Ling Xiao blinked, and was very happy for Xiao Yao. Grandpa Zhang is almost the most powerful teacher in Jingda, except for the president, and he is experienced, and has many disciples. Many people can't get Grandpa Zhang to accept them as their disciples even if they use connections, or spend a lot of money. If Xiao Yao can become his disciple, his future will definitely be smoother. But after hearing this news, she felt a stronger sense of urgency in her heart. Originally, Xiao Yao's progress was fast enough. Now with the help of Grandpa Zhang, wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to catch up with him? Xiao Yao didn't pay attention to Bai Ling Xiao's other emotions. He smiled and said, "Why don't you just drop blood and recognize the master now?" Bai Ling Xiao looked at the ring on her hand and hesitated. She knew the value of this broken sky ring, even if it was a gift from her boyfriend. It was really expensive. Xiao Yao saw her hesitation, pinched her little hand and said, "This flame necklace on me was given to me by Uncle Bai. It is much more valuable than the broken sky ring. If you don't accept it, I will return the flame necklace." Well, okay then. Bai Ling Xiao finally accepted the gift. "Do you want to acknowledge me now?" Xiao Yao asked. "Right now." Bai Ling Xiao's eyes showed a little excitement. She had been coveting the broken sky ring for a long time, and she didn't expect that she would finally get one of her own today. Okay. Xiao Yao took out a small knife from his broken sky ring. "It hurts a little. Bear with it," Xiao Yao said. I seem to have heard this sentence somewhere before." Bai Ling Xiao rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm the kind of girl who's afraid of pain?" Xiao Yao smiled awkwardly. Indeed, although Xiao Xiao has changed a lot after falling in love, she acts like a spoiled child to him from time to time, and relies on him for everything, which makes him think of Xiao Xiao as the kind of girl who needs to be taken care of. But in the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Xiao is still the stubborn, hard-working, and arrogant iceberg goddess. "Then I do it." Xiao Yao gently cut a small hole on Xiao Xiao's fingertips with a knife. Xiao Xiao squeezed out a few drops of blood and dripped them on the broken sky ring. Soon, she felt the connection between herself and the broken sky ring. Wow! What a magical feeling. Bai Ling Xiao opened her eyes slightly and said excitedly, "Hey, try these things." Xiao Yao took out some snacks and drinking water from the broken sky ring and handed them to Bai Ling Xiao. After Bai Ling Xiao took them, he stuffed these things in, took them out, and had a lot of fun. "Okay, let's go back and play again." Xiao Yao touched Bai Ling Xiao's head and said, "Okay." Bai Ling Xiao stuffed all the snacks into the broken sky ring, with a smile on his face. "I like this gift very much. As long as you like it." Xiao Yao glanced at the rainbow horned deer and the flying feathered blue luan who were still training hard, and said, "Then you continue to train, I won't disturb you." "Yeah." Bai Ling Xiao waved his little fist. "Good luck tomorrow." "Yeah." Xiao Yao smiled and waved his hand, and left the room. After Xiao Yao left, Bai Ling Xiao looked at the shattered sky ring on his finger, and his heart became more determined. The next day, The arena was full of people. Within an hour before the start, the arena was already full. Because of today's match, all classes at Beijing University were suspended, and almost all the teachers and students in the school gathered in the arena, looking forward to this peak showdown. Let's start. Let's start. Wow, I feel my blood boiling. Me too, why haven't they shown up yet? There's still half an hour left, don't worry. In the viewing area, school leaders and teachers sat in the center, discussing heatedly. I didn't expect that the #1 seed of our Beijing University would be between a senior and a freshman. You can't regard Xiao Yao as an ordinary freshman now. This kid is a monster. To be honest, I still admire Lei Kuang. I thought this year's league championship depended on him, but I didn't expect a super dark horse to appear halfway. It's hard to say who will win or lose now. Yes. Let's wait and see the game. In the center of the spectator booth, Principal Ouyang looked at Mr. Zhang beside him and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, do you think your new disciple can win?" Mr. Zhang raised his beard and said calmly, "It's a sure thing." Haha, it seems that Mr. Zhang has great confidence in Xiao Yao. What, Mr. Zhang accepted Xiao Yao as his disciple? Is it true? Mr. Zhang, is Xiao Yao your disciple? The teachers asked one after another. The oldest and strongest teacher in Kyoto University, combined with the most talented student in Kyoto University, and even in Longhua, this combination is quite exciting. Zhang Lao stroked his beard and smiled. Yes, Xiao Yao is now my student. Wow, congratulations. Congratulations to Zhang Lao for accepting such a genius. It is also an honor for Xiao Yao. The teachers sent their blessings one after another. Zhang Lao is the most prestigious teacher in Kyoto University. Even many young teachers have been taught by Zhang Lao before. Everyone knows what Mr. Zhang wishes. Now that Xiao Yao is accepted as his disciple, Mr. Zhang's wish can finally be realized. Of course, there are also many teachers who are jealous. After all, this is Xiao Yao, the super genius who is most likely to become a master. Who doesn't want to be his teacher? Who doesn't want to have a master apprentice? If they can't, they can only think about it in their hearts. In terms of qualifications, in terms of strength, in terms of resources, Mr. Zhang is the best candidate among all teachers. Player preparation area. Brother Lei, come on. Boss, kill Xiao Yao. Come on. Boss. The members of the Imperial City surrounded Lei Kuang in a circle and shouted encouragement. Lei Kuang looked around, seeing sincere, worried faces, and said with a heroic smile, "Don't worry. Everyone, I will win. Boss, we believe in you." That's right, Xiao Yao is just a kid. How can he be your opponent? Boss, kill Xiao Yao. We will come back to celebrate for you. The members of the Imperial City waved their fists and shouted loudly. Good. Lei Kuang punched his chest twice, and under the attention of the crowd, he walked up to the ring with his head held high. On the other side, Xiao Yao friends also gave their encouragement. Xiao Yao, come on. Come on. Xiao Yao smiled confidently. Watch me. Chapter 343 Thunder Spirit Troll Ghost Nightmare Night. Wow, here we go. Here we go. It's finally time to start. Come on. Xiao Yao. Come on. Lei Kuang. As the two walked onto the stage, the scene immediately erupted in cheers, like a tsunami cheers. On the stage, Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang stood opposite each other. Lei Kuang clenched his fist slightly. A trace of electricity flowed through his palm. His burly and tall body was like a volcano, and when he erupted, it would be enough to burn all enemies to ashes. On the other side, Xiao Yao had a calm expression, like the boundless ocean, with amazing energy beneath the calm surface. Xiao Yao was not familiar with Lei Kuang, and the two had never communicated before, so he did not plan to say anything before the game, but just waited quietly for the referee to arrive. Xiao Yao did not speak, and Lei Kuang, the challenger, naturally would not take the initiative to communicate. He lowered his eyelids slightly, and simulated his own tactical plan in his mind. Soon, the full-time referee Zieg walked onto the stage. Zieg first glanced in the direction of the principal, and after seeing the principal nod in confirmation, he said to the two, "You two should first decide on the format of the game." Team battle. Team battle. The two said in unison. The two looked at each other, and they both understood each other's meaning. Team battle is the best way to truly test the comprehensive combat effectiveness of summoners. In this peak battle, both of them are willing to use team battle to defeat the enemy and prove themselves. Okay. Zigger said loudly, this match will be in the form of a team fight. For a moment, Zigger's voice echoed throughout the arena. I knew it was a team fight. Team fights are interesting, and a big fight is the way to go. 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 I can't wait any longer. Zigger said. Both parties retreat. Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang retreated at the same time, until the distance between them reached about 150 meters. Both parties summoned war beasts. Wow! A flash of white light, and 6 figures suddenly appeared on the ring. Awoo! Moo! Uh-huh! The 3 brothers Xiao stood in a row, remotely viewing their opponents. War Beast named Thunder Spirit Troll, War Beast level Silver, level 5 War Beast skills Lightning Body Tempering, Thunder Light Fist, Crazy Thunder Armor. War Beast named Ghost Nightmare Knight, War Beast level Silver, level 5 War Beast skills Waste Charge, Destruction Blow, Ghost Fire Erosion Spirit. War Beast named 100 Illusion Eyes, War Beast level Silver, level 4 War Beast skills Energy Ray, Light of Weakness, Light of Petrification. When Xiao Yao saw the information about the Thunder Crazy War Beast, admiration could not help but appear in his eyes. The 3 War Beasts of Lei Kuang all have 3 skills, which means that he not only found the evolution direction of the War Beasts, but also spent a lot of energy and resources to cultivate them. Xiao Yao knew that if he did not have a system, he would probably not be able to reach the level of Lei Kuang. He is the first on the True Dragon list, and he really deserves the title. Zizizi the Thunder Spirit Troll collided with his fists, and the electric current ran through his body more than 3 meters tall, and his muscles were slightly tense, as if he was about to release terrifying energy in the next second. Xiao Yao set his eyes on the Thunder Spirit Troll. He could feel the Thunder Spirit Troll's super strength that was not inferior to that of the old cow. The first skill of the Thunder Spirit Troll was Lightning Body Tempering, which was an ability to continuously absorb lightning energy to temper the body's strength, which was somewhat similar to the gluttonous evolution of the gluttonous bear. However, the gluttonous evolution would increase the size of the gluttonous bear, which would slow down the speed, but the Lightning Body Tempering would improve the Thunder Spirit Troll's physical fitness in all aspects, which was more comprehensive than the gluttonous evolution. Ghost Nightmare Knight, Lei Kuang's second main war beast, Dead Spirit Clan. He is a combination of Ghost Knight and Nightmare Horse, but the two have merged into one and cannot be separated. In Xiao Yao eyes, Ghost Nightmare Knight is more difficult to deal with than Thunder Spirit Troll, because he has a very troublesome skill. Wasted Charge. Lei Kuang third war beast, 100 Illusion Eye. A millstone-sized eye hangs in the air, and the pupil is full of dense lines, which makes people shudder at the first sight. Bai Wanyan is a war beast that has both mage and auxiliary functions. Energy Ray provides damage, Weakness Light and Petrification Light provide control. The 3 war beasts have their own strengths. It can be said that Lei Kuang war beast system has almost no shortcomings. Both sides are ready. Sieg raised his right hand, and the arena was instantly quiet. Begin! As soon as Sieg finished speaking, Bai Wanyan shot out a purple beam of light, coming towards Tikki. Bang! Lao Nyo moved his feet, and blocked in front of Tikki. This ray, which was strong enough to penetrate steel, only left a red mark on the old cow, and could not even break the skin. With a roar, Xiao and the old cow simultaneously transformed into a bloodthirsty werewolf and a violent bull demon. Duh. The Nightmare Horse carrying the Ghost Knight galloped over, with green flames on its black hooves, and a ghostly aura on its spear. At first glance, it looked like a messenger from hell, bewitching and soul-sucking. Who? Xiao eyes quickly turned blood red, and he ran towards the Ghost Nightmare Knight with a kick of his foot. The two shadows were extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, the distance between them was only more than 20 meters. At this moment, the Ghost Nightmare Knight raised his spear, and then his body suddenly became illusory. Wasteful Charge Xiao claws pierced through his chest, but it seemed to have only pierced a cloud of mist, and did not cause any damage. At the same time, as the Ghost Nightmare Knight passed through his body, he felt the energy in his body draining away, and his strength suddenly decreased. The whistling spear hit him heavily, and Xiao raised his arm and blocked the attack firmly. Destructive Strike crack. The ground beneath his feet shattered, the ghost fire on the spear attached to his hair, making his soul feel a slight sting. Ghost fire erosion soul ding. 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 The two fought for several moves, the spear and claws collided, bringing sparks. But what made Xiao depressed was that every time he wanted to hit the opponent's vital point in exchange for injury, the opponent would always enter an illusory state, making it difficult to cause substantial damage. On the other side, the old cow and the Thunder Spirit Troll were also fighting fiercely. Zizizizi. A huge ball of lightning gathered on the Thunder Spirit Troll's fist. A punch brought out thunder and lightning. Thunder fist moo. The muscles in the old cow's right fist bulged. He punched hard at the ball of lightning. Zzz. The violent electric current made the old cow's body stiffen. Then he kicked hard at his chest, making him fly backwards like a cannonball. Boom. The old cow hit the ground hard, and the ground trembled. Boom. Boom. The Thunder Spirit Troll followed closely. His right foot flashed with white lightning, and he fell heavily towards the old cow. Seeing this, Lao Nyo slammed his fist into the ground, earth shattering before the heavy foot landed. The Thunder Troll's body bounced up like a spring. Lao Nyo quickly stood up and used Savage Charge to hit the Thunder Troll's abdomen, sending it flying backwards for more than 10 meters. Twitch pulled the trigger frantically, colliding with the energy beams of the 100 illusion eyes, venom, and purple light splashing, making the entire arena look fancy. Wow, wonderful. It feels like they are evenly matched. Cheers and discussions rang out from the audience. Xiao Yao stood in the corner, smiled calmly, and ordered in his heart, no need to hide. Just get rid of him. Who the three beasts received the order, and their mouths simultaneously grinned cruelly. Chapter 344 Warwick shows off his power. The Thunder Spirit Giant activated his skills with a sizzling sound. A set of thunder armor protected his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Old Bull's body trembled slightly, activating the skill Diamond Body. Boom! 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 Old Bull ran towards the Thunder Spirit Giant, with a pair of iron fists ready to go. The Thunder Spirit Giant bent his knees slightly, and a ball of electric light, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters gathered on his right fist again. The strong electric current made a sizzling sound, and the energy was so strong that the audience closest to the ring felt their skin tingling. Old Bull leaped forward, and his right fist blasted out, causing an explosion. The Thunder Spirit Troll swung out his lightning fist and rushed forward. Boom! The violent energy raged around, and Old Bull and the Thunder Spirit Troll retreated a few steps at the same time. Just as he retreated, Old Bull stomped his foot heavily and used Earth Smash again. The Thunder Spirit Troll bounced up several meters, and the current on his body also weakened. Ding Xiaoku used his wolf claws to block the heavy gun of the Nightmare Knight. Seeing the Thunder Spirit Troll being knocked away, his eyes flashed red, and he immediately activated the skill Endless Binding. A woo! Accompanied by a lonely and arrogant wolf howl. The audience only saw a black shadow instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters, and colliding with the Thunder Spirit Troll. Not good. Thunder Maniac's eyes flashed with horror. What skill is this? Puff. 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 Xiaoka claws swung wildly, tearing through the Thunder Maniac's mask, leaving more than a dozen deep wounds on the Thunder Spirit Troll's face. One of his eyes was directly scratched blind, and black mucus flowed out. At the same time, Old Bull stood behind the Thunder Spirit Troll, and his huge iron fist smashed straight into the back of his head. Demon Pupil, Petrifying Light, Weak Light. In a flash, Lay Maniac quickly gave the order. Swish. Swish. 2 rays of light. 1 brown and 1 white. Hit the old cow, making the old cow's body suddenly stiffen. Moo. The old cow's eyes condensed, and immediately activated the skill Firm Will Roar. At this time, the Thunder Spirit Troll also opened his eyes. The severe pain on his face, and the blindness of his eyes made him go crazy, and he let out a tragic and violent roar. Bang. Suddenly, the Thunder Spirit Troll felt a huge force hit the back of his head, and his single eye rolled over, and he fell to the ground. What? Countless people in the audience stood up suddenly, with their mouths wide open, and couldn't believe the scene before them. The Thunder Troll was killed. This speed is a bit too fast. Oh my god, what is this? This is too exaggerated. Has it been 2 minutes since the start? 2 minutes? I think it's only 1 minute. No, what happened just now? How come the Thunder Troll was killed in a blink of an eye? The audience was talking about it. Even many teachers were surprised. I didn't expect Xiao Yao to have this trick up his sleeve. This move is really powerful. It directly locked the victory. I just counted. This angry blood wolf has already displayed 4 skills. 4 skills? For silver level skills, TSK, TSK, TSK. The audience was talking. Everyone was discussing the situation on the field. On the other side, Lei Kuang mood sank to the bottom. What skill is this? His face was extremely ugly. After so much preparation before the game, he thought he had mastered all the information about Xiao Yao, but he didn't expect Xiao Yao to have a trump card. For skills, There really is a war beast that can have 4 skills at the silver level. Xiao Yao looked at the thunder spirit troll that was removed from the ring by the referee, and his mouth slightly raised. Originally, he was not going to reveal too many of his cards in public, after all. He knew that at least 2 organizations were secretly targeting him, and keeping appropriate cards was also for his own safety. But now, with the protection of a Diamond 5 teacher, he can finally let go completely, no longer have any worries. You have to know that the strength of Diamond 5 can be ranked in the top 100 in Dragon Country, then it is at least in the top 20, or even top 10 in other countries. If they want to target me, unless there is a country or organization willing to send a master or above. But is this possible? Even a master can't kill a Diamond 5 summoner without anyone noticing. Once the matter is exposed, not only will the perpetrator not be able to escape from Dragon Country, but the country behind him will definitely pay the price in blood. Using a master to exchange for a foreign genius, no country would do such a deal. With his worries gone, he could finally show his full strength. The nightmare horse came on fire. The ghost nightmare knight was boiling with black air, and the long spear was burning with dark green flames, and his momentum was unstoppable. Waste charge in an instant, his body became illusory, but the unstoppable momentum came like a tsunami. His back was slightly hunched, and a touch of cruelty flashed in his blood-red eyes. "Leave it to me," he said to Lanyo. "Okay." Lanyo readily agreed. A faint yellow light lit up on Xiao, and he stepped forward and headed towards the ghost nightmare knight. Lei Quan also noticed the yellow light on Xiao, and his face changed slightly. "It's impossible." The ghostly aura rushed to his face, and just as the ghost nightmare knight was about to pass through Xiao's body, a lone and domineering wolf howl resounded through the world. "Awoo!" The ghost nightmare knight's charge suddenly stopped, and a trace of fear flashed in the nightmare horse's ghost-like eyes, and his body solidified, and he turned around and was about to escape. Puff! Xiao inserted his claw into the nightmare horse's neck, exerted force with one hand, and pulled the nightmare horse's head off in an instant. Puff! The nightmare horse, which had lost its head, had its limbs softened, and it knelt on the ground in an instant. The ghost knight on its back also suffered great pain, with black air boiling and its face twisted in pain. This, in the viewing area, everyone was shocked and speechless again. Following the thunder spirit troll, Lei Kuang's second trump card war beast was also killed in one move. The speed was so fast that everyone had a suspicion. Lei Kuang, the first on the true dragon list, must be a fake. How terrible. Long Jingyu sat in the viewing area, with a strong shock in his eyes. He knew that Lei Kuang and his 2 war beasts were killed so quickly. Not because they were weak. On the contrary, Lei Kuang was extremely strong, and even made some progress during this period of time. Both war beasts were about to break through the gold level. If he challenged Lei Kuang, he would most likely not be his opponent. But this time Lei Kuang was defeated so quickly, because Xiao Yao war beast was too abnormal. Especially the angry blood demon wolf, which actually had 2 control skills in the previous battle. In a battle, the effect of control skills is far greater than that of damage skills, and half a second of control may determine the direction of the battle. And these 2 hidden control skills also directly led to Lei Kuang defeat. 5 skills. Long Jingyu smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that a silver-level war beast could have 5 skills? Lei Kuang didn't blame himself for losing. Chapter 345, Aftermath of the Match. Shua, the ghost nightmare knight, and the torn horse head were moved to the bottom of the ring. In front of the viewing area, a teacher's palm was facing forward, and the black mist suddenly enveloped the ghost nightmare knight. Soon, the ghost nightmare knight recovered, but at the same time he lost the qualification to continue fighting. At this time, only the 100 illusion eyes was left on the ring, floating in the air alone. Lei Kuang clenched his fists, and there was both unwillingness and loneliness in his eyes that were difficult to conceal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under Tikki's super strong firepower suppression, Bai Wanyan didn't last long, and was directly shot by a poisonous arrow. Sieg saved Bai Wanyan in time, and after treatment, he loudly announced the result of the game. The winner of this game is Xiao Yao. Boom. The scene suddenly rang with overwhelming cheers. Xiao Yao is awesome. Fuck, so awesome. Ah, so strong. Countless people cheered and shouted with red faces. No one expected that the duel that was supposed to be a fierce battle would end so quickly. The top spot on the true dragon ranking had changed, and a new king had been born. Xiao Yao would definitely bring the hopes of everyone in Beijing University to win the National League Championship. They firmly believed in this. Awesome. What a monster. Not to mention the students. Even the teachers could hardly suppress their shock and excitement. This battle showed them Xiao Yao's overwhelming advantage over people of the same level. Even with Lei Kuang's strength, he couldn't last more than 2 minutes. Who else in the National League would be his opponent? This year, the league championship for the next 3 years is secure. Hearing the cheers and shouts for Xiao Yao all around, Lei Kuang closed his eyes somewhat dejectedly. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of determination. Losing once is nothing. I will catch up with you one day. Zhang Lao observed the changes in Lei Kuang's eyes, and showed an admiring look on his face. Lei Kuang is a good kid. He has strength, and his will is quite strong. In his many years of teaching career, he has witnessed the rise and fall of countless geniuses. Many geniuses have grown up too smoothly, and after a failure, they have never recovered. Obviously, Lei Kuang is not that kind of person. Under his seemingly arrogant appearance, he has a heart as firm as a rock. Children with such qualities will definitely achieve something in the future. Principal Ouyang nodded and said, Lei Kuang is a very good child. But he is a little unlucky, and met a little monster like Xiao Yao. Old Zhang stroked his beard and smiled. It's not a monster, but just a little bit better. Seeing old Zhang's boastful look, many teachers found it very funny. Usually, old Zhang is a rather old-fashioned, serious old professor, and students are a little scared when they see him. But now, he is like a little old man showing off his children. If his former disciples saw this, they would definitely be jealous of this little junior brother. After being defeated, Lei Kuang walked straight off the stage, took the war beast back to the beast control space, and did not say much to Xiao Yao, and walked out of the arena directly. With his personality, it is impossible for him to say some polite words to his opponent after failure. Boss! Brother Lei. The members of the Imperial City hurriedly stood up and followed him with some concern. Lei Kuang turned around and looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, I'm fine. Seeing that Lei Kuang's expression was still calm, the members of the Imperial City breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lei Kuang was usually domineering, his domineering was directed to the outside world. If any member of the Imperial City was bullied during the mission, Lei Kuang would help them get back on their feet. Therefore, the members of the Imperial City all admired the boss, Lei Kuang, very much. Everyone was worried that he would be devastated after the defeat. But now it seems that the boss's mood is not as bad as everyone imagined. Lei Kuang looked at the high-spirited young man on the ring. His eyes were deep, and he said in his heart, there are still 10 days before the end of this election. I will challenge you. This time he lost because of insufficient information and insufficient understanding of Xiao Yao, but next time, he will not be defeated so easily. Let's go! Lei Kuang turned around and left silently. On the stage, Xiao Yao bowed slightly to the audience around him. At this moment, he was also very excited. After defeating Lei Kuang, he successfully topped the True Dragon ranking and became the #1 seed of Kyoto University. There are 2 benefits to being the #1 seed. First, Kyoto University's #1 seed will directly enter the top 8 of the league, which also saves him a lot of time, and he doesn't have to go to the Magic City to participate in the trials. Second, Kyoto University will give a certain number of points to the players participating in the league according to their rankings, and the higher the ranking, the more points they get. According to past experience, the first place in the True Dragon ranking should be 3,000 points. The purpose of this move is also to allow contestants to exchange some treasures before the game, increase their combat effectiveness, and achieve good results. 3,000 points may seem like a lot, but it is just a drizzle for Beijing University. If they can really win the league championship, the country's tilt in the allocation of educational resources alone will be 100 or 1,000 times more compensation. However, the points reward will be issued after the end of the qualifying competition, and you can still continue to challenge during this period. With his strength, he naturally didn't worry about Lei Kuang's challenge. What he was struggling with now was how to use these 3,000 points. As the top university in the country, his every move would naturally attract the attention of other schools, especially Xiaofu University. As the neighbor of Jingda, the biggest competitor in the league, it paid special attention to the changes in Jingda's True Dragon ranking. In less than an hour after Xiao Yao topped the True Dragon ranking, Xiaofu University received relevant information. Principal's office. I didn't expect he has grown to this point. Ji Jianxing watched the video with a complicated expression. He knew Xiao Yao for a long time, And he also observed Xiao Yao when the Holy Spring Secret Realm was opened and closed. This kid is indeed the most terrifying genius in Longwa so far. And his growth rate is ridiculously fast. I thought Xiao Yao would participate in the next 3 national leagues. With his talent, he would not have to think about winning the championship in the next 3 leagues. So he put all his hopes on this national league. If he wins the championship, he can still make up for the gap in resource allocation in the next few years. I didn't expect Xiao Yao to participate in the national league this year. And he participated in the league as the #1 seed of Beijing University. He watched the video. Beijing University's previous #1 in the True Dragon list and Shuemu University's current #1 in the Cloud Sky list are comparable. If they really fight, it is hard to say who will win or lose. But Xiao Yao can easily defeat his opponent, which shows that his strength is far beyond the same level. It looks like I will be suppressed by Beijing University for 4 years. Ji Jianqing sighed. Not recruiting Xiao Yao into Shuemu University last year is the thing he regrets most in recent years. Xiao Yao's existence not only means that in the next 4 years, Shuemu University will be inferior to Beijing University in terms of resources and reputation, and the source of students will be greatly affected. It also means that Beijing University is very likely to add another future direct master. This is not good news for Shuemu University. Chapter 346. The list is confirmed. In the next few days, the top 10 of the True Dragon list kept changing, especially the competition for the 5th place, which was simply the most intense stage. After all, the top 4 were too strong. Even the 4th goalkeeper Zhao Feilu, whose undead warrior skills were enough to overwhelm the others, making all challengers return empty-handed. Of course, the top 4 kept challenging each other. The day after Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang fought, Zhao Feilu challenged Long Jingyu. But Long Jingyu won this match quite easily. At the beginning of the battle, the Earth Elf used quicksand burial to bury the clumsy gluttonous bear in the soil, followed by a series of exploding ice fruits that tore his skin and flesh apart. This set of ice smoothie tactics did not work on Xiao Yao, because Laon Yo developed the ability of chains, which allowed him to escape. But for Zhao Feilu, this set of tactics seemed very shameless. The gluttonous bear's force was useless, and he was severely injured by the exploding ice fruit, and was directly eliminated. Afterwards, the flashing blade mantis used space jump to cut off the wings of the silver sting bee with 2 slashes. After losing 2 fighting forces, the undead warrior was unable to stand alone, and finally exhausted the undead chi, and had no choice but to announce his defeat. After defeating Zhao Feilu, Long Jingyu challenged Lei Kuang. This battle attracted the attention of the whole school, and even the principal watched the battle in person. Xiao Yao also watched this game. And these 2 former top 2 on the True Dragon list did live up to expectations, and presented a hearty battle for all the audience. As soon as he came up, Long Jingyu used the ice smoothie tactics. But his old rival Lei Kuang was well prepared for this. The moment the referee announced the start of the fight, the Thunder Spirit Troll and the Ghost Nightmare Knight moved quickly and escaped from the control range of the quicksand burial. At the same time, the 100 illusion eyes were suspended in the air, like a central turret on the battlefield, and launched attacks on the 3 enemies at will. The flashing blade mantis tried to attack the 100 illusion eyes, but the 100 illusion eyes protected themselves very well. As long as the flashing blade mantis disappeared, it would scatter petrifying light all around. In desperation, the Earth Elf could only use Earth Flow Wall to protect his teammates, while Blink Blade Mantis and Frost Tree Elf faced Thunder Spirit Troll and Ghost Nightmare Knight. However, all the audience could clearly see that the combination of Blink Blade Mantis and Frost Tree Elf was obviously at a disadvantage. First of all, Thunder Spirit Troll was very restrained by Blink Blade Mantis. With a move of Thunder Armor, he blocked himself tightly. No matter how Blink Blade Mantis chopped, it could not break his defense. Ghost Nightmare Knight was not afraid of Blink Blade Mantis's sneak attack. He waist charged directly turned himself into an illusion, and then went straight to Frost Tree Elf. Whether it was the Frost Tree Demon or the Blinking Blade Mantis, their attacks never landed on the Nightmare Knight, and they could only passively take the beating. The Nightmare Knight's Destruction Blow and Ghost Fire Erosion Spirit were extremely lethal, and the Frost Tree Demon screamed. Later, Lei Kuang directly adjusted his strategy, letting the Nightmare Knight and the Thunder Spirit Troll catch the Frost Tree Demon and beat him up. In the end, the Frost Tree Demon was stunned by a Thunder Fist and lost its combat effectiveness. Later, with the assistance of the Nightmare Knight and the Thunder Spirit Troll, the 100 Illusion Eyes controlled the Blinking Blade Mantis through the petrifying light. and the Thunder Spirit Troll delivered a fatal blow. The two main war beasts were eliminated, and the lonely Earth Elf had no choice but to admit defeat. This duel allowed everyone to see the true strength of Lei Kuang. Even someone as strong as Long Jingyu could only be suppressed by Lei Kuang. But this also made them feel the horror of Xiao Yao even more. Even Lei Kuang could not last more than 2 minutes in Xiao Yao's hands. So who else in the silver level could be his opponent? After fighting with Long Jingyu, Lei Kuang rested for a while. And on the last day of the selection list, he challenged Xiao Yao. The battle was so intense that it even attracted the president and teachers of Shuemu University to come and watch. This battle also made Shuemu University give up the idea of winning the championship. At the beginning of the battle, Lei Kuang adopted the 2+1 tactic. That is, the 100 illusion eyes were suspended in the air, providing long-range support and control, while the Thunder Spirit Troll and Ghost Nightmare Knight always stood together to support each other. In this position, even if one of them was controlled, his teammates around him could provide protection. Lei Kuang's idea was very good, and it did play a certain role. However, he underestimated one thing. That is, Tikki performance. In the previous battle, Tikki did not use all his strength. It was only after Xiaoku and Lao Niu eliminated their opponents that he finally exerted his strength and defeated Bai Huanyan. But at the beginning of this duel, Xiao Yao ordered him to go all out. Tikki, who was free, was much more terrifying than Bai Huanyan. The poisonous arrows with real damage and super penetrating ability made Bai Huanyan miserable. How could the energy activation speed of the 100 illusion eyes be as fast as Tuchi's shooting speed? After fighting for more than 10 seconds, the 100 illusion eyes was shot by a poisonous arrow, and then rescued and treated by the referee. After losing the 100 illusion eyes, Tuchi used the Thunder Spirit Troll as a target. No matter how solid the crazy thunder armor was, it could not stop the true damage of Tuchi's death venom and the poisonous explosion effect of toxic burst. Moreover, the Thunder Spirit Troll had a pair of eyes exposed, and with Tuchi's archery skills, every arrow could accurately shoot at his eyes. Finally, with the help of Lan Yo, Tut shot one of the Thunder Troll's eyes, and the poison entered his body, and soon, he completely lost his fighting power. After the Thunder Troll was eliminated, the Ghost Nightmare Knight didn't even last half a minute, and was pierced through the body by Xiaoku's claws, ending in a miserable defeat. After the battle, Lei Kuang also completely gave up the idea of continuing the challenge. There was no way. Xiao Yao's 3 war beasts had too many skills, and they all had several control skills. With this advantage, no one in the silver level would be his opponent. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to be promoted to the gold level earlier than Xiao Yao, and rely on the strength and number of war beasts to get back on track. Lei Kuang didn't want to continue the challenge, and the Lei Ling Troll was completely relieved. In the 2 battles, he was beaten to an eye each time, which left him with a psychological shadow. His eyelids would twitch when he thought of the 3 monsters. Finally, the list of Kyoto University participating in the National League was finalized. Number 1 seed Xiao Yao, number 2 seed Lei Kuang, number 3 seed Long Jingyu, number 4 seed Zhao Feilu, number 5 seed Song Yu. These 5 people will represent Kyoto University, compete in the National League, and regain the honor of Kyoto University. Xiao Yao, Lei Kuang and Long Jingyu will directly enter the top 8, top 16 and top 32 lists, while Zhao Feilu and Song Yu will go to the Magic City to participate in the selection of the top 32. Of course, with Zhao Feilu's strength, it will be no problem for him to enter the top 32. And as long as Song Yu is a little luckier, he will definitely enter the top 32. When Xiao Yao received the competition nameplate personally awarded by Principal Ouyang, he was full of pride. I'm here for the National League. Chapter 347 League Selection. After the league list was finalized, several players also received points from the school. Number 1 seed 3,000 points, number 2 seed 2,500 points, number 3 seed 2,000 points, number 4 seed 1,500 points, number 5 seed 1,000 points. 3,000 points is a huge number. If all points are exchanged for diamond fruit, you can get as many as 60. Almost enough to make up the amount needed for the diamond giant spirit body. However, Xiao Yao was not going to spend his precious points on the diamond fruit. Now he only needed to go to the diamond forest to collect the remaining diamond fruits. If he couldn't collect them all, he could buy them with money. But the points of Beijing University could be exchanged for many things that money couldn't buy, such as the life tree essence that he was coveting now. The life tree essence, a kind of heaven and earth treasure that can greatly increase lifespan, with affinity and recovery ability. Its price is also very high, requiring 4,000 points. Xiao Yao wanted to exchange the life tree essence a long time ago. On the one hand, the life tree essence can increase the recovery ability of the war beast. If Xiao Fu uses the life tree essence, it is basically equivalent to wearing a piece of crazy armor. Even if the beast's mouth is not used, the recovery ability is terrifying. On the other hand, he also wants to exchange a few drops of life tree essence for the 4 elderly people in the family. At present, the physical condition of the elderly is still good, although they have some minor problems. They are generally healthy. However, no one wants too much life. A drop of life tree essence can at least increase the life of an old man by 20 to 30 years. So he had the intention to exchange for life tree essence when he first entered the school. He now has a preliminary plan for the use of points. First, he will save up 4,000 points to exchange a drop of life tree essence for Xiao Fu. When his strength increases, it will become easier and easier to get points. Then, he can exchange life tree essence for several old people. He believes that this time will not be too long. Within 5 years, he will become a master summoner. Hello, everyone. We are now broadcasting the National League qualifying tournament at venue number 3 in Shanghai. I am the commentator Li Ming. The female host said, I am the commentator Wu Jiangwei. Li Ming, today. There are 20 matches at venue number 3. The opening match is between Xiao Feilu, the 4th seed of Kyoto University, and Xingyan, the 2nd seed of Jingu University. Wu Jiangwei, as the top summoner school in the country. Kyoto University basically sends players to the top 32 every year. As a rising star, Jingu University also achieved quite good results last year. What will the match between them be like? Let's wait and see. In the dormitory, Xiao Yao and others were watching the live broadcast on the computer. Su Xingliang said, the 2nd seed of Jingu University should be pretty good. The 2nd seed is nothing. Liu said disdainfully. The best result they had last year was only the top 16. If it weren't for Xiao Yao this year, Xiao Feilu would have directly entered the top 32. It's not hard to beat the 2nd seed of Jingu University. That's right. Su Xingliang nodded. Soon, the opening battle officially started. Dear audience, let me first introduce the information of the two sides. Xiao Feilu, Silver Level 5 Summoner. The 3 war beasts are Silver Level 5 Gluttonous Bear, Silver Level 5 Undead Warrior, Silver Level 4 Silver Sting Bee, Xingyan, Silver Level 5 Summoner. The 3 war beasts are Silver Level 5 Lightning Leopard, Silver Level 4 Flame Bird, and Silver Level 4 Rage Ape. From the perspective of paper strength, Xiao Feilu is obviously better, but the outcome of the battle does not only depend on the level of the war beast, but also on the coordination of the war beast, the formulation of tactics, and whether there are attribute restraints. Okay. The battle is about to begin. At the beginning, Xiao Feilu chose to attack first. The piercing sting caused a lot of trouble to the flame bird. However, the strength of these 2 war beasts is equal, and the winner will depend on the other 2 war beasts. Okay. The undead warrior has already faced the rage ape. The battle is fierce, but we can clearly see the decline of the rage ape. Let me introduce it to you here. One of the skills of the undead warrior is immortal body. That is to say, as long as the undead chi in his body is not exhausted, the undead warrior can keep fighting. By exchanging injuries with the immortal body, the violent ape should not be able to withstand it. On the other side, we can see that the lightning leopard skill hit the gluttonous bear, causing almost no damage. This is because the gluttonous bear used the skill hardening, which is the black substance on the surface of his body. After using hardening, it is equivalent to putting on a layer of armor for the gluttonous bear. In addition to his already very strong body, few silver level war beasts can break his defense. Raging Ape is in danger now. Even though he used frenzy, and was not afraid of getting hurt, his opponent is an invincible undead warrior. Raging Ape is eliminated. This match has already secured victory. Now all we need to do is to besiege Thunder Leopard with the gluttonous bear. It looks like there is no need to besiege anymore. The Thunder Leopard was hit by the gluttonous bear's Bear King blow, and completely lost its combat effectiveness. The Flame Bird is still resisting. I have to say that the willpower of our new generation of summoners is indeed very strong. The Flame Bird was stuck. This is the skill of the Silver Sting BB Venom Honey. It is not only highly toxic, but also has high stickiness. After the Flame Bird was hit by the bee venom honey, its flight state was greatly affected. Wow! The piercing bee sting hit the Flame Bird's eye, and the battle is over. Let us congratulate Kyoto University's 4 seed Xiao Feilu. And also thank Xing Yan for presenting us with a wonderful opening match. After the opening match, the live broadcast barrage was also full of comments. Is this the 4th seed of Kyoto University? It feels like they are bullying the weak. That's right. What 2nd seed? They can't even beat the 4th seed. Come on. This is the 4th seed of Kyoto University. If it were in other schools, it would definitely be the 1st seed. Are you overestimating Jingu University or underestimating Kyoto University? Comrades, shouldn't you focus on this young lady? She is beautiful and strong. I love her. Brothers, I'm going for it. What about you? This generation of netizens is really talented. Xiao Yao and his friends looked at the comments on the barrage and laughed happily. Liu smiled and said, "It's normal. There will be several star players in each national league, such as Xiao Feilu, who is good-looking and strong. As long as she can make it to the top 8, or even the top 16, her popularity will be no less than that of second-tier stars. Then when Xiao Yao wins the championship, her popularity will explode." Su Xingliang smiled. That's for sure. Liu hugged Xiao Yao and said with a smile, "Xiao Yao, when you become famous, you must introduce a few female stars to me. Let me tell you, those stars love to take advantage of the popularity of the league champion. When the time comes, as long as you release a little news, there will definitely be a lot of stars who will take the initiative to come to you. Go." Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. He didn't join the National League to become famous. Besides, what does the female star have to do with him? He is not in the entertainment industry. But when he thought of the music dividend that Louis called this morning, he muttered in his heart, "It seems that I can also be considered half a person in the entertainment industry." Chapter 348 Commentary Guanxin Wang Xiaoyu. The qualifying competition is in full swing. In a few days, the top 32 teams in the league are officially confirmed. Xiao Feilu and Song Yu both entered the top 32, which also made the outside world more optimistic about Kyoto University's performance today. Because only Kyoto University has all 5-seeded players entering the top 32, while the number 5 seed of Mizuki University fell in the qualifying competition. Of course, this person was also unlucky, and met the number 1 seed of other top universities. Finally, the top 32 of the league will be held in the Phoenix Nest in Kyoto, May 10th. Hurry up! Xiao Yao urged his teammates behind him. Today, the draw ceremony and opening match of the top 32 of the league officially began. They got a few internal tickets through connections. At this time, the entrance was already crowded, and everyone had a strong look of anticipation on their faces. Oh my god! There are too many people. Su Xingliang smacked his lips and sighed. Of course, this is the busiest time of the year in Dragon Country. Those who can buy tickets are powerful, Liu said. Several people squeezed through the crowd, passed the security check, and quickly found their seats. Their seats were not bad. The 7th row, and they could clearly see the details of the fight on the ring. After more than half an hour, the viewing area was almost full, and cameras of all sizes were also pointed at the ring. At 10 o'clock, with several gorgeous fireworks blooming in the sky, the 32-strong elimination match of the National League officially began. Hello everyone, I am today's host and commentator Guanxin. A man in a suit said on the stage. Hello everyone, I am today's host and commentator Wang Xiaoyu. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam said in a coquettish voice. Woo! Guanxin! Guanxin! Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! The viewing area suddenly heard warm cheers. Guanxin and Wang Xiaoyu are the most popular commentators in recent years. Starting from commenting on some club competitions, these two people's popularity has continued to rise, and they have been loved by countless young people. Finally, after voting, they were determined to be the official commentators of the National League. Of course, to be recognized by so many people, these two must have something outstanding. Let's talk about Wang Xiaoyu first. She is pretty, tall, and has many male fans. But she is not just a pretty face. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoyu graduated from Kyoto University, and is now a gold level 2 summoner at the age of 27. Ordinary people naturally cannot comment on official events, because their dynamic vision cannot keep up with the actions of the war beasts, let alone explain some tactical details. As a gold level summoner, Wang Xiaoyu can naturally understand all the details of the silver level battle, and introduce it to ordinary people in easy to understand language. As for the second commentator, Guanxin, he is a legend in the commentary world. He graduated from a relatively ordinary school, But he broke through to the gold level at the age of 30. And his qualifications are not bad. But what made him completely popular was his very professional commentary ability, and the poisonous milk magic skill that can be called God's punishment. It can be said that every time he comments, he has a reason, and people can't find any fault with it. But things always go the opposite way of his expectations. Once or twice would be fine. But the key is that he has shown his power dozens of times, which has made countless players and fans gnashing their teeth. In the end, all the major clubs had to admit the power of Guanshin, and they all said tributes to him, hoping that Guanshin would heal other team players. But in general, Guanshin's commentary ability is quite outstanding, and the situation of poisonous heal will only occur between players of equal strength. If the gap in strength is too big, even if he heals more, he can't heal the weak. After all, summoner battles are not like esports. Esports can make mistakes, but even if war beasts make mistakes, they can't make up for the difference in strength. Guanshin, dear audience, next we will have a draw for the top 32 players. First, let's take a look at the list of these 32 players. The big screen scroll back and forth with the players' photos. First, the number 1 seed from Southwest Military University, Fei Peng. On the big screen, Fei Peng's photo appeared. He was wearing the uniform of Southwest Military University. He was tall and sturdy, with sharp eyes full of iron-blooded aura. Second place, number 1 seed Yuing Xue from Shanghai University. This was a girl with outstanding appearance. She had a sweet smile in the photo, which attracted countless men to cheer. Third place, number 3 seed Luan Ruyan from Magic City Military University. 20th place, number 3 seed Long Jingyu from Kyoto University. Long Jingyu photo appeared on the big screen. He was wearing a white training suit, and there was a smile on his elegant and handsome face. This appearance was not only a killer for girls, but also a killer for housewives. Many wealthy women secretly decided that they must get the contact information of this young man after the game. They didn't want to do anything, but just chatted. Maybe they could make him get on the right track. Next are the second seeds of our Kyoto University and Mizuki University. These two players will directly participate in the knockout round of the top 16. Number 29. The second seed from Mizuki University, Yin Maowen. On the big screen, there was a young man in black. He looked ordinary, but his emotionless eyes left a deep impression. As soon as his photo appeared, the whole scene became much quieter. 30th place, the second seed from Kyoto University, Lei Kuang. Lei Kuang full body photo appeared on the big screen. His tough appearance, strong body and fists with electric light made many rich women change their minds again. Compared to the housewife killer, this kind of strongman is more in line with their taste. Lei Kuang, I remember your name. Lei Kuang sat in the audience. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly under the mask. These photos are the makeup photos required by the school, and the poses and shapes are designed by professionals. The purpose is to better show the style of the contestants. But why did I make a punching gesture? It's silly, stupid, and a middle school student. Okay? Am I a reckless man? Number 31, the number 1 seed from Shuemu University, Tan Xiaoyi. A handsome boy appeared on the big screen, with his black hair flying in all directions, and a cynical smile on his face. Ka. All media took pictures of Tan Xiaoyi. Generally speaking, the champion of the National League will be between the number 1 seed of Kyoto University and Shuemu University, and occasionally the number 1 seed of Magic City Military University will be mixed in once or twice. As the number 1 seed of Shuemu University, Tan Xiaoyi is definitely one of the strongest contenders for the National League Championship. Number 32. Number 1 seed Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. I don't know if it was because he was saying the last name, but Guanshin pronounced the word Xiao Yao very loudly. A photo of Xiao Yao appeared on the big screen. This time, the makeup photo made him look particularly handsome, with a strong and upright figure. In addition to his strength as the number 1 seed of Kyoto University and his unique name, he immediately attracted the attention of many people, and there were dense comments on the barrage. The number 1 seed of Kyoto University looks very young. So handsome, I like him. Handsome and strong, God is so unfair. Mom, I'm in love. Bai Lingxiao turned her head, looked at Xiao Yao and smiled. You took a good photo. Xiao Yao shrugged. Artistic photos will always be more handsome than real people. At this time, Wang Xiaoyu on the stage said, Next, the draw ceremony officially begins. Except for the 4 players who directly advanced to the top 16 and the top 8, The remaining 28 players will be randomly assigned by the system. Next, please look at the big screen. Chapter 349, You Are Worthy of Being Guanxin. The big screen is divided into 2 parts, and the photos keep scrolling. Soon, the 2 photos are fixed on both sides of the big screen. Group 1, Long Jingyu vs. Jiangyan. Wow, Long Jingyu is the first to play. Li Yu raised his eyebrows and said. Jiangyan Xiao Yao glanced at the list on his mobile phone. Now the list of the top 32 players has been published online. Jiangyan, the number 1 seed of Southeast University. To be the number 1 seed of a school, his strength must be good. Among the top 32 players, Kyoto University and Mizuki University accounted for 9 places. Magic City Junwu entered 3. And the remaining 20 were all the top seeds of major universities. To stand out from the hundreds of students selected from the top 100 universities, everyone's strength should not be underestimated. However, Southeast University is not ranked high, and its overall strength is still far behind Kyoto University. There is almost no suspense in this battle. Group 2, Xia Hongfei vs. Li Jing. Group 3, Zhang Weiqi vs. Sun Chenhao. Group 10, Zhao Feilu vs. Yi Shuping. Group 11, Song Yu vs. Chai Xuaning. Group 14, Yuing Xue vs. Fei Peng. All 14 groups have been assigned. The contestants will be given an hour to prepare. After preparation, they will compete one by one in the order of their groups. Guanxin and Wang Xiaoyu walked off the stage. Then a superstar singer came on stage, which immediately triggered enthusiastic cheers from the audience. During this 1-hour preparation time, the performances on the stage were one after another. Being able to perform on the stage of the National League, the most important competition in Dragon Country, means as much to an artist or group as performing on the Spring Festival Gala in the previous life. Of course, there are naturally no boring skits or crosstalks in the performances of the National League. Almost all of them use explosive music to ignite the atmosphere of the whole venue. And the contestants, who are about to participate, will also use this time to collect relevant information about their opponents, which naturally requires the help of the school. Before the league opened, Kyoto University had collected the information of all the contestants. After the opponents of their students were confirmed, the teachers would find the information and battle videos of the opponents, study them with the students, and give guidance. Therefore, the first contestant to appear was at a slight disadvantage, because they were given little time and could only determine the tactics in a short time. However, this disadvantage was also two-sided. Everyone had insufficient time, and the competition was to see who was stronger and performed better on the spot. An hour later, all the performances were over, and Long Jingyu and Jiangyan also walked onto the stage under the guidance of the staff. After the 2 players were in place, a black-clad referee slowly stepped onto the stage and stood between the 2. At this time, Guanxin, who was sitting on the commentary desk, said, "Dear audience, before introducing the players from both sides, let me introduce the referee of this league, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is one of the 10 members of the Summoner Association, a Diamond 5 summoner. Mr. Yang will serve as the referee of this National League. He will ensure that the competition is fair and just, and at the same time ensure the safety of the contestants." After Guanxin finished his introduction, there were countless exclamations from the audience. Diamond level 5 strongman. Dragon Country's top combat power. This is a big shot that ordinary people will never meet in their lifetime. At this time, rows of surprised and worshipful expressions also floated neatly on the barrage. Yi Yang nodded slightly in front, and then looked at the 2. "You 2 choose the form of the game. Long Jingyu, team battle. Jiangyan, ring battle." The voices of the 2 people resounded throughout the venue through the microphone. The 2 made different choices. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Just now, during the preparation period, the teacher found a video of Long Jingyu battle for him. After watching the video, he felt very heavy. It was obvious that Long Jingyu's strength was better than his, and his war beasts were particularly well coordinated. If it was a team battle, he would have almost no chance of winning. So only through the ring battle could he have a chance of survival. Guanxin, the 2 players' choices were different. Next, the system will determine the form of the game. Wang Xiaoyu, Teacher Guan, which form do you think will be more exciting? Guanxin, based on the information I have obtained, I think the ring battle may be able to better show the strength of both players. Wang Xiaoyu smiled. It seems that Teacher Guan prefers the ring battle. Guanxin smiled. I prefer the ring battle. Hearing Guanxin's words, Jiangyan's heart skipped a beat, clenched his fists, and kept praying in his heart, ring battle, ring battle. Soon, the words team fight and ring fight scrolled alternately on the big screen. A few seconds later, Guanchen shouted, "Stop!" The big screen finally froze in two huge characters, team fight. "Fuck you." Jiangyan cursed in his heart. "Damn Guanchen. I really want to tear your stinky mouth. Who told you to choose ring fight? Can't you choose team fight?" On the other side of Jiangyan, Long Jingyu saw his opponent's face full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "Guanchen, I will give you gifts after the game." Seeing the result confirmed, Wang Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It seems that the game is not going as Teacher Guan wished." At this time, the army of barrages also began to make things lively. Guanchen has sent down divine punishment. "You are worthy of you." Guanchen! Management science. Awesome. Guanchen coughed twice and said, "I believe that both players will play their best in both the ring battle and the team battle." Okay. Both players are ready and have summoned their war beasts. Next, let me introduce the situation of the war beasts of both sides. Guanchen looked at the information in his hand and said, Long Jingyu 3 war beasts are silver level 5 flashing blade mantis. At this time, the director turned the camera to the flashing blade mantis. Silver level 5 frost tree demon. The camera turned, and the branches of the frost tree demon swayed gently, as if asking the audience a question. Silver level 4 earth elf. The small and cute appearance of the earth elf caused many girls to scream and shout. Jiangyan's 3 war beasts are silver level 5 wildfire lion. Silver level 4 skeleton lancer. Silver level 4 frost turtle. Wang Xiaoyu said, from the perspective of the level of the war beast, Long Jingyu has a slight advantage. In addition, the flashing blade mantis has the ability of space jump, so the initiative of the battle will be in the hands of Long Jingyu. Guanchen said, I have a similar view to Xiaoyu. Our commentator watched the battle videos of all the players during the preparation. Long Jingyu War Beast has a very high degree of coordination, so this battle is a big challenge for Jiangyan. Of course, I also believe that Jiangyan will be able to respond and present us with a wonderful opening battle. Hearing Guanchen's commentary, Jiangyan's face turned green. Who told you to believe me? Can't you trust the opponent? Chapter 350, Words Come True. After the introduction of the two players, Yang waved his hand. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Elf activated the skill Quicksand Burial. The ground under the feet of the 3 beasts of the Mad Fire Lion kept shaking, and began to turn into quicksand on a large scale. Jiangyan had seen Long Jingyu video, and he knew that if the quicksand took shape, then the subsequent explosion of ice fruit would directly make the 3 beasts lose their combat effectiveness. Roar! The Mad Fire Lion roared, and red flames burned on its hooves. The skeleton lancer held down the wildfire lion's back, turned over, and the ice turtle bit the skeleton lancer's spear, and the 3 beasts were instantly connected. Then, the wildfire lion burst out with amazing speed, stepping on the flames and running forward. Flame acceleration. Wang Xiaoyu quickly explained. Just now, the Earth Elf used Quicksand Burial, causing the ground to become sandy, which is also Long Jingyu's signature opening tactic. And Jiangyan responded by letting the wildfire lion use Flame acceleration, trying to use the speed advantage to escape the control range of Quicksand Burial. The furious fire lion was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, it was about to escape the range of the Quicksand Burial. But at this moment, a 2-meter thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking him. The furious fire lion had no time to slow down, and could only rush forward fiercely. Suddenly, a silver figure appeared beside the ice turtle. The flashing blade mantis swung its blade arm, cutting towards the ice turtle's head. The ice turtle felt a chill on its neck, and immediately retracted its head. But this also forced him to let go of the gun, and his body fell to the ground. Wow! The wild sand rolled up, the wildfire lion smashed the earth wall, and rushed out of the range of the Quicksand Burial, but the ice turtle was stirred into the turbulent quicksand vortex. Wang Xiaoyu, the flashing blade mantis, used space jump, rushed to the side of the ice turtle, and cut off the connection between the ice turtle and the skeleton lancer by slashing the ice turtle's head. At this time, the barrage was extremely active. Xiaoyu, what is the ice turtle? Xiaoyu is so alert. Xiaoyu, you almost flipped over. Wang Xiaoyu patted her chest, her pretty face slightly red. Luckily she didn't say that word. Bang, bang, bang. A series of exploding ice fruits fell into the quicksand vortex. Although the ice turtle hid in the thick turtle shell, the powerful explosion still made him dizzy through the shell. In midair, The earth elf clenched his little hand, and boundless wild sand rushed into the vortex, burying the ice turtle directly underground. This is the true power of quicksand burial. Guanshan, the ice turtle, has been pressed into the ground, and it looks like he should be eliminated. As expected, the referee Yang palm glowed with silver light, and a black hole suddenly appeared beside the ring, and the ice turtle rolled out of the black hole, and fell to the ground with a bang. Ice turtle is out! The loud voice of referee Yang echoed throughout the venue. It was only a dozen seconds before the start of the fight, and many viewers hadn't reacted yet, but they saw the ice turtle being eliminated. At this time, the barrage completely exploded. Oh my god, I haven't even watched it yet. How come one is eliminated? This is the #1 seed of Southeast University, so rubbish. Geneva, return the money. You said return the money? You watched the live broadcast and got a penny back? Brothers, look. There are honest people here. Frost Turtle was eliminated. Jiangyan felt very heavy in his heart. He knew that his league journey would end here. But he finally stood on the stage of the National League. He would not talk about the game lightly. Giving up, it would be the greatest disrespect to his hard work in the past 4 years. Roar. The mad fire lion opened its mouth, and a ball of blazing flame spurted out of its mouth, shooting at the frost tree demon in front. The skeleton spearman held his spear tightly, and the gray-white mist wrapped around the spear. The combination of the lion and the skeleton was like a brave and warlike cavalry, and they charged forward towards the enemy. Bang! A thick earth wall blocked the frost tree demon, and the flames burned on the earth wall, making a sizzling sound. The flashing knife mantis jumped behind the skeleton spearman, and chopped at the back of his head with a volley slash. The skeleton spearman fired a backhanded shot, and the gray-white mist collided with the volley of light, annihilating each other, and stirring up waves in the air. The mad fire lion broke through the earth wall, and the blazing flame spewed out of his mouth again, rushing towards the frost tree demon. The frost tree demon retreated 2 steps, and the trunk and branches suddenly condensed into thick ice armor, and the appearance looked like a giant tree made of ice. The flames rushed in his face, and the outer ice armor melted quickly. But the body of the frost tree demon was not hurt. At the same time, he began to counterattack. 2 thick branches stretched out, wrapping around the legs of the wildfire lion. The skeleton spearman saw this, and quickly waved his spear, slapping all the branches away. But just as he was dealing with the frost tree demon, the flashing blade mantis appeared behind the wildfire lion again. This time, his target was the wildfire lion's hind legs. Puff! A lightning-fast knife cut off the wildfire lion's hind legs. The wildfire lion fell to the ground, and the skeleton spearman on his back also fell off. Without the protection of the skeleton spearman, the frost tree demon's branches entangled again, and this time, he successfully entangled the wildfire lion's legs, and then a stream of extremely cold air flowed along the branches to the wildfire lion's body. The wildfire lion roared, and the blazing flames burned on his body, dispelling the cold air. But the exploding ice fruit fell rapidly from the air. The fire lion was seriously injured in the leg, and could not dodge, so he could only resist this move. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions sounded, facing an immovable fixed target. The frost tree demon poured out his firepower wantonly. The skeleton lancer tried to rescue him, but was trapped by the flashing blade mantis, and could not escape. The earth elf floated in the air, and clenched his little hand. The land under the feet of the mad fire lion quickly turned into sand, turning into a small quicksand vortex. Roar! The mad fire lion tried to activate flame acceleration in panic to escape the vortex, but the frost tree demon used ice branch entanglement to constantly interfere with its actions. Soon, the mad fire lion was sucked into the quicksand vortex, and there was no sound. Judge Yang said loudly, "The mad fire lion is eliminated." Puff! The mad fire lion flipped out of the black hole, covered in mud and sand, looking very embarrassed. Guanshan explained, "The mad fire lion has been eliminated, so there is only one skeleton lancer left on the field. I hope it can bring us a surprise." As soon as the words fell, the flashing blade mantis used space jump and ice branch entanglement to bind, and cut off the skull in one go. Yang promptly transferred the skeleton spearman to the bottom of the ring. After treatment, he announced, "In this battle, Long Jingu won." There was a fierce applause at the scene, although the battle did not last long. The release and coordination of various skills in the middle opened the eyes of ordinary audiences. At this time, the army of bullet screens also attacked quickly. Guanshan's words come true, and he can immediately surprise you. I give up. I used to believe in science, But now I only believe in management. Jiangyan is so unlucky. Guanchen seemed to have caught him today, and he was directly beaten to death. Jiangyan walked down the ring silently, took back the war beast, and looked towards the commentary desk with gritted teeth. Cursing in his heart, Guanchen, you are so good at me without any grudges. Just wait. I will blackmail you to death on the internet. The scene of Jiangyan glaring at the commentary desk was also photographed by the media. And they even thought of the title. Jiangyan, the first person to be punished by God. Shocked. The players of the National League were treated like this. The first victim of the league. Guanchen's road to becoming a god. Chapter 351 John Lao's Special Training. Teacher Guan, it seems that Jiangyan seems to have some opinions about you. Wang Xiaoyu said with a smile. Guanchen said seriously, we commentators make predictions based on our professional ability, but the battle situation changes rapidly, and anything can happen. Dear audience, players must not be misled by some rumors on the internet. The army of barrages almost buried the live broadcast screen. Guanchen actually said that the rumors on the internet. Brothers, can our disciples of Guan sect agree to this? Guanchen, please bless Xia Hongfei. Please bless him to win the next game. All the students of Jinyan University thank you. Guanchen, please bless my family to be destroyed. I will give you gifts. Guanchen, I have been your fan for 10 years. Please bless me to be single for life. Xiao Yao looked at the live broadcast, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Both of them have the surname Guan. Both are the gods of poisonous milk. Could it be that? Guan. Does the surname really have such a magical power? You must not wish the people of the country good health and world peace. Okay, we see that the contestant of the next game has come on stage. The next few games went on steadily. Although Guanchen occasionally performed badly, it must be said that his professionalism was absolutely online. He had a thorough understanding of the information and skills of each player's war beast, and could explain the fighting methods and tactics to ordinary audiences in easy-to-understand words. From 10 am to 3 p.m., with some song performances in between, all 14 groups of competitions were over. Among them, Zhao Feilu defeated his opponent Yi Shuping and advanced to the top 16, but Song Yu was unlucky and met an opponent who just restrained him and fell in the top 32. But in general, Kyoto University's performance was quite impressive, for of the top 16 were students of Kyoto University, and one school occupied a quarter of the quota. In addition, Shuemu University entered 3, and Magic City Military University entered 2. These 3 strong schools account for more than half of the quota, which also makes many summoners who are preparing for the college entrance examination yearn for it. After the game, most of the hot searches were about the league. Among them, the players with outstanding looks and strong strength became the focus of the media, such as Shanghai University's #1 seed Yuing Xue, who gained 600,000 fans in just half a day with her sweet looks and strong strength. After the game, several players from Kyoto University sat in the conference room and analyzed the most threatening opponents with their instructors. The instructor is Fong Yuding, a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance, and also a diamond-level expert. At present, excluding Xiao Yao and Tan Xiaoyi, these are your biggest competitors in the next round. Teacher Fong retrieved the relevant information he had sorted out. The first seed of Magic City Military University is Chong Minglei. The second seed of Magic City Military University is Guo Zhihao. The second seed of Shuemu University is Yin Maowen. The third seed of Shuemu University is Zhang Mujia. The #1 seed of Southwest Military University is Fei Peng. The #1 seed of Shancheng University is Lu Chingching. Several people looked at the list above and nodded in approval. They all watched all the games today. These players are indeed stronger than others. If they meet in the next round, it will be a tough battle. Next, let's discuss the characteristics of these players, the battle beast system, and how each of you should deal with it if you meet it. Xiao Yao, you don't have to participate in the next round. Just give us more suggestions. Xiao Yao nodded and said, no problem. Then let's start with Chong Minglei. His war beast is. Teacher Fong played the battle videos of these people, analyzed their weaknesses one by one, and their countermeasures. Everyone listened very carefully. Teacher Fong's high-level insights and flexible and diverse countermeasures seemed to open a door for everyone, raising everyone's tactical vision to a new level. In a few hours, they have a clear understanding of the strength of these competitors, and their hearts have also increased a bit of confidence. Let's stop here today. Everyone go back and rest early. There are still 3 days before the quarterfinals. During these 3 days, you should work hard on your tactical coordination. I believe everyone will be fine. Teacher Fong smiled. Thank you, Teacher Fong. Several people bowed together. This guidance benefited everyone a lot. Even Xiao Yao was no exception. Although these people did not pose a threat to him, but from Teacher Fong's explanation, he learned how to use the existing opponent information to formulate the corresponding tactical play in the best and fastest way. And I also have a new understanding of the use of each skill. It's like solving a math problem. You can actually do it yourself, but after being guided by a famous teacher, you will feel a sense of sudden enlightenment. When you encounter the same or similar types of questions, you will be more comfortable with them. Xiao Yao has had a very fulfilling life these 2 days. Mr. Zhang officially entered the role and formulated a strict training plan for him. The first is physical training. As a silver-level summoner, his physical fitness is already quite good, at least better than Captain America in the movie. In addition, due to Xiaoku and Lao Niu's absolute advantages in strength and speed, he is also the top among the silver-level summoners after the war beasts feeding. But in Zhang Lao's opinion, his physical fitness still has a lot of room for improvement. So Zhang Lao used the gravity room to develop a training plan for him that he had never dared to think of before. The intensity was so high that he almost doubted his life. At the end of the training, he couldn't even lift his fingers. However, Zhang Lao also prepared a medicinal bath for him after the training. By nourishing his body in the medicinal bath, he felt that his physical fitness had changed significantly. He made progress after only one training session, which made him happy and grateful to Mr. Zhang. He could see that many precious materials were used in the medicinal bath, but they were all paid for by Mr. Zhang. He originally offered to pay for part of it, but was rejected by Mr. Zhang. In addition to physical training, Mr. Zhang also tested his fighting ability. In the test, he tried every means, including the beast's mouth, firm will, ambush, poison, and the tiger cannon fist learned in the fighting class. The test results were satisfactory to Zhang Lao. The only weakness was that his fighting instinct was not good enough, which meant that he had not formed a conditioned reflex for various responses, and was still a little slow. But this was also related to his own training plan. At present, he put most of his energy into training his war beasts. Although he would exchange fighting techniques with his classmates, they usually stopped at a certain point, which also made his fighting ability not improve. In view of this, Zhang Lao's plan was very simple, that is, to fight continuously. If there was no opponent for him in the school, then Zhang Lao would fight himself. After a fight training, his body was covered with bruises, and only his handsome face was left unscathed. However, his progress was obvious. He believed that with more training, his fighting ability would improve by leaps and bounds. After 3 days of special training, the top 16 of the National League officially started. Chapter 352. They won't be grouped together. Hello, audience friends. Welcome to the National League Top 16. I am Guanshin, the commentator. I am Wang Xiaoyu, the commentator. Under the attention of the crowd, the two commentators walked to the center of the ring. Guanshin smiled and said, after the fierce competition in the last round, our top 16 players are officially confirmed. They are Peng from Southwest Military University. The big screen once again showed the players' makeup photos. From Xinghai University, Yu Yingxue. Wow! As soon as Yu Yingxue's photo appeared, the scene immediately became lively. After a few days of fermentation, Yu Yingxue is currently one of the most popular players, and is loved by men, women, young and old. Modu Military University, Chong Minglei, Shuemu University, Zhang Mujia, Kyoto University, Zhao Feilu, and 2 players who are playing for the first time, the second seed from Shuemu University, Yin Maowen. Yin Maowen's cold and indifferent image appeared on the big screen, making the atmosphere at the scene stagnate slightly. The second seed from Beijing University is Lei Kuang. When Lei Kuang's masculine and sturdy image appeared, the whole scene became lively again. Wang Xiaoyu. First, we are going to conduct the draw ceremony for the top 16. The same as the rules of the last round. After the duel list is determined, the first group of players will have 1 hour to prepare. Wang Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Guanshin. Teacher Guan, in this round of duels, are there any players you are looking forward to? Guanshin, personally, I am looking forward to the performance of Yin Maowen and Lei Kuang. As the second seeds of Kyoto University and Mizuki University, their strength is unquestionable, and the war beasts of both players are quite unique. Wang Xiaoyu, after Teacher Guan said this, I believe the interest of the audience must have been aroused. Okay, Then let's start the draw. The first group. The big screen is divided into two parts. And the photos scroll quickly. After a few seconds, the photo freezes. Group 1, Repaying vs Yuingxue. Repaying, who was wearing a military uniform, and Yuingxue, who had a sweet smile, were standing on both sides of the big screen, giving people a strong sense of contrast. The camera turned, and the expressions of the two contestants at the moment appeared on the big screen. Repaying was looking up at the big screen, and when he saw himself appear on the big screen, his expression froze for a moment, and a very far-fetched smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This smile brought a sense of inexplicable cuteness to this iron-blooded boy, causing the audience to laugh. The camera turned again, and Yuingxue's lovely face appeared. At this moment, she waved slightly to the camera, but everyone could see the caution and helplessness in her eyes. Obviously, she didn't want to meet an opponent like Repaying. The second group. The big screen switched again. Xiao Fu versus Lu Yuan. When Xiao Yao saw Xiao Fu's opponent, he nodded. Lu Yuan is the number 1 seed of Haicheng University. His strength is relatively weak among the top 16 players. He should be able to win this game steadily. Group 3. Long Jingu versus Guozhihao. Long Jingu opponent is the 2nd seed of Magic City University, who is very strong. The duel between these two will surely be quite exciting. Group 4. Chong Mingl versus Zhang Mujia. This group is the duel between the 1st seed of Magic City Military University and the 3rd seed of Duimu University. From the perspective of paper strength, Chong Mingl is better. The first 4 groups have been confirmed, but the names of Lei Kuang and Yen Maoan are still missing, which makes the atmosphere on the scene become a little subtle. At this time, Guanshan had already sat on the commentary platform and said in a joking tone, "You won't put Lei Kuang and Yen Maoan in the same group, will you? That would be interesting." 5th group, Lei Kuang versus Yen Maoan. When the photos of Lei Kuang and Yen Maoan appeared on the big screen, Guanshan's expression froze, and he said in surprise, "It's really Lei Kuang and Yen Maoan." At this time, the barrage of comments completely exploded. Ha ha ha. Guanshan is still Guanshan, and his words are followed by his words. You are worthy of it. Guanshan! The poisonous milk has arrived. The camera turned to Lei Kuang and Yen Maoan. Both of them looked somewhat helpless. Both knew that their opponent was the strongest of the 16 people, no matter how confident they were, but no one wanted to meet such a strong enemy so early. But now that things have come to this, what else can be said? Guanshan, asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this time, the coaching teams of both Kyoto University and Mizuki University were all upset. Originally, there was only one person who was the most threatening among the remaining few people, but who would have thought that they would just be the most difficult one? Damn, this commentary is too disgusting. Fuck, this guy is really a god. Liu's mouth twitched. Xiao Yao laughed and said, Lei Kuang will be hard to beat in this battle. He has seen Yen Maoan's battle video. He is a summoner with very distinctive characteristics. But overall, Yen Maoan should not be a match for Lei Kuang, after all. Before he appeared, Lei Kuang was the first in the True Dragon ranking of Kyoto University, the strongest contender for the league championship. Yen Maoan is only the 2nd seed of Shueima University, and his strength is still inferior to Lei Kuang. Ahem. Guanshan coughed twice, and said, the 2nd seeds of Kyoto University and Mizuki University are grouped together. This is something no one expected, but it also means that there will be a super high-level duel today. Let's look forward to the performance of these two. Okay. Next group. Soon, all the battle lists were officially confirmed, and then it was time for the players to prepare and perform songs. In the backstage preparation area of Kyoto University, Lei Kuang, Xiao Fu, Long Jingu were concentrating on looking at the opponent's information. In comparison, Xiao Fu's expression was much more relaxed. Her opponent Lu Yuan was one of the weaker players in the top 16, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to win this match. However, Long Jingu and Lei Kuang opponents were more difficult, including the 2nd seed Guozhihao from Magic City University and the 2nd seed Yen Maoan from Shueima University. Both of them were very strong. Fortunately, in the past few days, they had simulated the tactics against these strong enemies several times in their minds, so they were confident that they could win this match. Teacher Fong stood aside and did not raise any opinions. All that should be said had been said, and it was time for the students to perform. If you think about it carefully, this draw result is not a bad thing for Kyoto University. The strongest Yen Maoan will be dealt with by the strongest Lei Kuang in the team. With Lei Kuang's strength, he has a great chance of winning. And the remaining 2 groups are also more likely to win. If things go well, there will be 4 players from Kyoto University in the top 8, which will greatly enhance the reputation of Kyoto University and gain more preference in the allocation of educational resources. Kids, keep going. An hour later, all the performances were over, and the first group of contestants stepped onto the stage. Fei Peng vs Yuingxue. There was no suspense in this match. Compared with Fei Peng, Yuingxue had a gap in hard power, and was completely defeated in just 3 minutes. After the first group, Xiao Feilu officially appeared on the stage. Chapter 353 Kyoto Shuemu No. 2 Seed Battle. Xiao Feilu vs Lu Yuan. This battle was just as expected. Xiao Feilu won quite easily, especially the necromancer shined, and the Rogue of Immortal left a deep impression on all the audience. After Xiao Feilu, Long Jingyu also successfully defeated his opponent. Kyoto University No. 3 and No. 4 seeds entered the quarterfinals at the same time, which made the audience's expectations full. Everyone wanted to see if Kyoto University's No. 2 seed could continue the winning streak and enter the quarterfinals with his teammates. Next group, Lei Kuang vs Yin Maowen. Come on. Lei Kuang. Long Jingyu smiled. Come on. Xiao Feilu waved his fist to encourage. Lei Kuang looked at these 2 former opponents, smiled confidently, and stepped onto the ring with his head held high. When Lei Kuang and Yin Maowen walked onto the ring together, the most enthusiastic cheers rang out at the scene. Kyoto University and Mizuki University have always been considered the top universities in Longwu, but which of the 2 is more powerful has not yet been determined. So whenever these 2 schools collide, everyone is always particularly excited. The 2 stood on both sides of a yang. Lei Kuang was aggressive, while Yin Maowen was cold and silent. These 2 people with completely different styles stood together, giving the audience a strange feeling. Yi Yang asked, "You 2, tell me what kind of game you prefer." Lei Kuang, team fight. Yin Maowen, team fight. The 2 people made the same choice. And Yi Yang nodded, okay. Then step back and prepare. The 2 of them retreated together and summoned their war beasts to wait for the referee's instructions. Guanshan, dear audience members, let me introduce the war beasts of the 2 players. Contestant Lei Kuang. His war beasts are Silver Level 5 Thunder Spirit Troll, Silver Level 5 Ghost Nightmare Knight, Silver Level 400 Illusion Eyes. Contestant Yin Maowen. His war beasts are Silver Level 5 Nether White Tiger, Silver Level 5 Black Iron Behemoth, Silver Level 4 Vampire Demon Bat. From the perspective of the war beast level, the 2 are at the same level. Wang Xiaoyu, Teacher Guan. From your perspective, which player do you think has a better chance of winning? Guanshan, based on the data. I think. Before he finished speaking, Guanshan felt 2 powerful auras pressing down on him, which made his back instantly cold, and he swallowed back what he was about to say. Let's not speculate. Let's just watch the performance of the 2 players, Guanshan said seriously. In the player area, the instructors of Kyoto University and Mizuki University relaxed their auras and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, the commentator didn't make the prediction. As diamond-level warriors, they had even seen curses and voodoo. Who would have believed in the poison milk before? However, Guanshan's performance was too weird, so they had to be wary of this mysterious power. At this time, Xiao Yao looked directly at the ring, and the information about Yin Maowen's war beast appeared in his eyes. Name of War Beast Netherworld White Tiger Level of War Beast Silver Level 5 Skills of War Beast Tiger Destruction Palm, Ghost Demon Pupil Light, Death Grip. Name of War Beast Black Iron Behemoth Level of War Beast Silver Level 5 Skills of War Beast Steel Bones, Rip, Frenzy. Name of War Beast Vampire Demon Bat Level of War Beast Silver Level 4 Skills of War Beast Sonic Cannon, Bat Shadows. Yin Maowen's War Beast level is the same as Lei Kuang. Both are Silver Level 5 and Silver Level 4, but Lei Kuang advantage is that 100 Illusion Eyes has 3 skills, while the Vampire Demon Bat has only 2 skills. With 1 more skill, the combat power is at least 1 level higher. At this time, the audience was also shocked by the images of the war beasts of both sides. The images of the 3 war beasts of Lei Kuang were already very strange. The Ghost Nightmare Knight with black hair all over his body, the Thunder Spirit Troll with blue skin and knotted muscles, and the huge floating big eye. Compared with the most common war beasts of the Mad Beast system, these 3 war beasts are indeed rare. But in comparison, Yin Maowen's war beast is more memorable. The Netherworld White Tiger with black and white stripes, and no white in its eyes. the black iron behemoth with light black hair and 4 arms, and the vampire Fu with a wingspan of 2 meters and scarlet eyes. The 3 war beasts standing together immediately gave people a gloomy feeling, and coupled with Yen Maowen's indifferent and cold expression, everyone felt that this combination was like the Avengers who returned from hell. After both parties were in place, Yi Yang waved his hand. Begin. Wu. The vampire Fu opened his mouth wide, and the air immediately began to ripple with visible waves. Sonic cannons is easy. The Thunder Spirit Troll put on the thunder armor, and stood in front of the 100 illusion eyes. At the same time, the Ghost Nightmare Knight's body became ethereal, and the sonic cannon passed through his chest. Boom! A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground behind them, and the dirt splashed. Shwa! 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 The 100 illusion eyes rose into the air, and the energy beam shot at the opponent recklessly. At the same time as it took action, the Ghost Nightmare Knight and the Thunder Spirit Troll also charged at the opponent. Da-da-da. The Nightmare Horse stepped on the flames, and the Nether White Tiger on the opposite side was not to be outdone, and the black air was everywhere, and it suddenly accelerated. Roar! The Netherworld White Tiger roared, stretched out its tiger paw, and the majestic black air condensed into a huge hand in the air, grabbing towards the Ghost Nightmare Knight. Death gripped the Ghost Nightmare Knight, rushed towards the giant hand without hesitation, and his body turned into an illusion again while moving. The giant hand slapped the air, and the Ghost Nightmare Knight came on fire, and the long spear in his hand clanged and stabbed forward. Destructive strike green pupils shot out from the eyes of the Netherworld White Tiger, and shot directly at the Ghost Nightmare Knight, and at the same time, the tiger's paw suddenly expanded, and slapped the oncoming long spear. Ghost Demon Eye Light. Tiger destroying palm. At this time, a purple ray suddenly descended from the air, colliding with the green light in the air, annihilating each other, while the huge tiger palm and the sharp spear collided firmly with each other. Bang! The air surged, causing ripples. The spear suddenly emitted a dark green ghost fire, like a tarsal bone sticking to the hair of the Nether White Tiger. Roar! The Nether White Tiger felt a sharp pain in his soul, and pounced madly on the Ghost Nightmare Knight. On the other side, the Thunder Troll and the Black Iron Behemoth were fighting fiercely. Bang! 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 The two giants were punching each other, and the battle was extremely cruel. However, even ordinary viewers could see that the Thunder Troll had the upper hand. The Black Iron Behemoth's claws were very sharp, and could even tear steel. But in front of the solid thunder armor, these claws were not good enough. At the same time, each of the Thunder Troll's attacks was accompanied by a strong electric current stimulation. Even if the Black Iron Behemoth was in a frenzy, the paralysis effect of the electric current would inevitably affect his actions. Easy. A 1-meter diameter electric ball quickly condensed on the fist of the Thunder Spirit Troll. A punch was thrown out and hit the chest of the Black Iron Behemoth. The Black Iron Behemoth, which was in a frenzy, was fearless. It tore its claws forward and rushed forward. Bang! The fists and claws collided, and the electric current danced wildly in all directions. The Black Iron Behemoth retreated several steps, with blood dripping on his hands, and his hair exploded, looking like a large hedgehog. Guanshin, the Black Iron Behemoth has already shown a decline in the fight. Next, it's time to test their cooperation. Sure enough, as soon as Guanshin finished speaking, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Chapter 354. Advancing to the top 8. Roar! The Nether White Tiger, who was fighting fiercely with the Ghost Nightmare Knight, roared angrily. The huge black palm that was originally slapping the Ghost Nightmare Knight suddenly turned, directly grabbed the feet of the Thunder Spirit Troll, and pulled it back. This unexpected attack made the Thunder Spirit Troll lose its balance immediately, and its body fell backwards. And the Black Iron Behemoth obviously would not let go of the opportunity created by his teammates with great difficulty. The muscles exploded, and the speed suddenly increased and turned into a black shadow, and the sharp claws fiercely stabbed at the Thunder Spirit Troll's eyes. The blood-sucking demon bats in the air split into a group of bats that covered the sky and blocked all the attacks of the 100 illusion eyes that tried to support them. At the same time, his main body also fired a beam of sonic cannons at the fallen Thunder Spirit Troll. Yin Maowen's 3 war beasts immediately formed a combined force and caught the Thunder Spirit Troll off guard. This was also the tactic he formulated before the game. Kyoto University will study the players of other schools, and Shuemu University will naturally not fall behind. Yin Maowen's tactic is very simple. That is to find the right opportunity to eliminate the Thunder Spirit Troll first. Compared to the Ghostly Knight, who can be transformed into a virtual form and the 100 illusion eyes that float in the air. The Thunder Spirit Troll is the only breakthrough point. If the Thunder Spirit Troll is eliminated, the next battle will be a sure win. At this time, the eyes of the students of Beijing University who were watching the live broadcast widened, and their hearts suddenly lifted. This is easy at this time. The Thunder Spirit Troll suddenly burst into electric light with 10 times the intensity of the previous one, making his entire body covered with blazing white electric light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Snap! The Thunder Troll grabbed the wrist of the black iron behemoth with both hands, and its sharp claws were only an inch away from his eye sockets, but this inch seemed to be so far away that it could never be approached. The black iron behemoth roared, and the other 2 sharp claws stabbed at the Thunder Troll's eyes. He had 4 arms, and the Thunder Troll could defend against 1 pair, but not the second pair. The Thunder Troll's eyes were filled with chill, and the thunder armor blocked all the damage from the sonic cannon, and he raised his feet and pressed them against the black iron behemoth's chest, and the violent electric current rushed into the black iron behemoth's body, and he was shaking violently. You think you can poke my eyes out? The Thunder Troll's eyes flashed with lightning, and the intensity of the lightning increased again. Since his eyes were blinded twice by Xiao Fu and Tu Chi, the Thunder Troll paid special attention to protecting his eyes in the subsequent battles. He swore that he would never let his eyes be hurt again. At the edge of the ring, Yin Maowen's originally indifferent expression showed a solemn and anxious look. He found that although his plan was implemented in place, the opponent's strength was stronger than he had imagined. When Lei Kuang looked at the trembling black iron behemoth, who was electrocuted by the Thunder Spirit Troll, and a smile appeared on his lips. The most powerful thing about black iron behemoth is his super strength. General War beasts are far from being his opponents. But the Thunder Spirit Troll has passed the lightning body tempering, and his strength is not inferior to that of black iron behemoth, and even his speed and reaction are better. With no advantage in all aspects, and no elemental ability, what can black iron behemoth compare with the Thunder Spirit Troll? The only tricky one was the nether white tiger. How the spear whistled down, the huge force attached to the ghost fire made the nether white tiger a little overwhelmed. After he dodged the spear, his eyes shot out 2 pupils of light towards the Thunder Spirit Troll. This attack was to rescue his teammates, to relieve the pressure of the black iron behemoth, but when he was distracted, the Ghost Nightmare Knight seized the opportunity and stabbed the nether white tiger with his spear, making a huge bloody hole. Roar! The nether white tiger screamed in pain and slapped out with the tiger-destroying palm, forcing the Ghost Nightmare Knight to retreat. Bang! The pupil light shot at the wrist of the Thunder Spirit Troll. Although it did not penetrate the crazy thunder armor, it also made the Thunder Spirit Troll's wrist numb and loosened his hands. Black Iron Behemoth took this opportunity to retreat quickly. However, his paralyzed body seemed to be unable to obey his orders, and his steps were staggering, which greatly affected his retreat speed. Easy. The Thunder Spirit Troll's feet flashed with lightning, and he rushed in front of Black Iron Behemoth. At this time, a brown ray in the sky passed through the group of bats and accurately hit Black Iron Behemoth's back. Smooth stones appeared on his back, and Black Iron Behemoth felt his body stiffen, and instantly lost control. At this time, a huge ball of electric light condensed on the Thunder Spirit Troll's iron fist. As he punched out, Black Iron Behemoth flew more than 10 meters away like a rag bag, and fell to the ground with a bang. Black Iron Behemoth lay on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. The hair on his chest had been burned. His eyes were white, and he had obviously lost consciousness. Black Iron Behemoth is out. Yi Yang moved the Black Iron Behemoth out of the ring, and announced loudly, Guanshan, under the control of the petrifying light of the 100 illusion eyes. The Black Iron Behemoth endured the Thunder Light Fist, the strongest attack of the Thunder Spirit Troll. This move made the Black Iron Behemoth completely lose its combat effectiveness. The Black Iron Behemoth is eliminated, so the Thunder Maniac has almost secured the victory. After getting rid of the Black Iron Behemoth, the Thunder Spirit Troll went straight to the Nether White Tiger. The Nether White Tiger was already at a disadvantage, and his attacks could hardly cause damage to the Ghost Nightmare Knight. But the Ghost Nightmare Knight could take the initiative to attack, and use Ghost Fire Erosion Spirit to gradually wear down his mental power. Now the Thunder Spirit Troll attacked from the side again, which caused the barely maintained situation to collapse instantly. The Thunder Light Fist blasted out again, and the Ghost Nightmare Knight cooperated, and the Thunder Spirit Troll attacked from the left and right. The retreat of the Nether White Tiger was blocked, and he could only accept it helplessly. The electric current and the death energy collided with each other, and the violent air waves raged around. And the Ghost Nightmare Knight's spear moved forward, and the powerful offensive of the destructive blow broke through all obstacles, and directly penetrated the body of the Nether White Tiger. Roar! The Nether White Tiger howled in pain. The Nightmare Knight shook his wrist, and the spear penetrated deep into the opponent's flesh and blood. The attached ghost fire burned the soul, causing the Nether White Tiger to almost lose its mind in pain. Bang! The big foot with electric light kicked the tiger's head, and there was only a click, and the sound of the broken bones made people's scalp numb. The Thunder Spirit Troll turned over, and suddenly turned into a tiger fighting hero, hitting the head of the Nether White Tiger with iron fists one after another. Bang! 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 The dull sound was like a drumbeat, hitting the hearts of all the audience. Damn! If you fight like this, your brain must be a mess. That tiger is too pitiful. Its teammates are not good enough to be eliminated. And it got beaten so badly. I feel sorry for the Nether White Tiger. I feel sorry +1. I feel sorry +10,086. As the heavy punches fell one after another. And at the same time Ghost Fire Erosion Spirit continued to increase the damage to the soul. The Nether White Tiger did not last long and completely fainted. The Nether White Tiger is out. At this time, there was only one war beast left on the field. The Vampire Bat. Although he used Bat Shadow to hide his body in the group of bats, his clones were blown up one by one under the machine gun-like firepower of the 100 Illusion Eyes. Finally, the 100 Illusion Eyes used a large range of petrifying light to freeze all the vampire bats on the field, and finished with energy rays, severely injuring the Vampire Fu. In this battle, Lei Kuang won. After treating the vampire bats, Yi Yang announced loudly, "Wow!" in front of the screen. The students of Kyoto University cheered loudly and excitedly, celebrating Lei Kuang's victory together. After this battle, 4 of the top 8 were students of Kyoto University. This is the best result achieved by Kyoto University in recent years, coupled with Xiao Yao, who is so powerful that he can almost win the league championship. Kyoto University students can finally stand up and say, "Our Kyoto University is the best university in Dragon Country." Chapter 355. Where did Xiao Yao go? Yin Maowen took back the war beast and walked down the stage in silence. Although there was no emotion on his face, he still felt bitter in his heart. The second seed of Shuemu University was defeated in the top 16, which was a shame for him and Shuemu University. "Maowen, it's okay." The instructor of Shuemu University patted his shoulder and comforted him. "The National League is just a small stage in your life. You still have a long way to go, and there are many stages waiting for you. And your opponent was the first in the True Dragon ranking of Kyoto University last month. It is not shameful to lose to such an opponent." Yin Maowen nodded silently, without saying anything. The instructor sighed inwardly when he saw him like this. Yin Maowen's original family shaped his cold and competitive personality. Children with this kind of personality can easily become extreme due to certain stimuli. I hope he will not go astray in the future. Great. In the preparation area, Long Jingyu and Zhao Feilu gave a thumbs up to Lei Kuangbi at the same time. Lei Kuang smiled and said, "Let's do our best next time. Come on! Come on!" The battle between Lei Kuang and Yin Maowen ended. The next 2 battles seemed a bit dull. Finally, the list of the top 8 was officially released. Southwest Military University Fei Peng Kyoto University Zhao Feilu Kyoto University Long Jingyu Magic City Military University Chongming Lei Kyoto University Lei Kuang Shancheng University Lu Chingching Shuemu University Tan Chao Kyoto University Xiao Yao. These 8 will compete for the top 4 places in the quarterfinals 3 days later. After the list of the top 8 was released, it caused quite a stir on the internet, especially when people saw that half of the top 8 were students from Kyoto University. Kyoto University's reputation directly overshadowed Mizuki University, and was commented by countless people as the #1 university in the Dragon Country. In addition to Kyoto University's fame, the social media and resumes of the 8 contestants were also dug out by the almighty netizens. Among them, the experiences of the first few contestants were relatively normal, and at most, they were called other people's children by netizens. But when Xiao Yao growth history was exposed, it completely set off the entire media. Netizens were surprised to find that Xiao Yao, the #1 seed of Kyoto University, was actually a freshman. Then, Xiao Yao's growth trajectory was fully presented on the internet. He was ranked first in the grade for 3 years in high school, and became a bronze-level summoner within half a year of awakening. Later, he participated in the joint entrance examination of Kyoto University and Mizuki University. Among the hundreds of the best students in the country, he was admitted to Kyoto University as the first. After entering Kyoto University, he grew extremely fast. In just 1 year, he became a silver level 5 summoner, surpassing the senior students of Kyoto University and becoming the most dominant #1 seed in the history of Kyoto University. At the same time, when Xiao Yao photo was widely circulated on the internet, the hundreds of survivors he rescued in Kuroki City also stood up to speak out, thanking Xiao Yao for saving his life and his contribution to Kuroki City. All these factors combined made Xiao Yao fame far surpass all the top 8 players. And his growth experience was even called a legendary road by netizens. But the subsequent explosive news added a layer of legendary color to Xiao Yao. According to relevant personnel, it turned out that the original composer of all the songs in the album Meeting by the top singer Louis was Xiao Yao. When this news was announced on the internet, most people sneered. After all, no one could connect the top summoner genius of Dragon Country with the entertainment industry. But later, the whistleblower claimed that this news came from Louis Company, and it was absolutely true. This kind of credible words also made many people begin to doubt. Is this news true? Seeing that the matter was getting more and more heated, the news was getting more and more outrageous. And Louis Company also officially announced the news. Ms. Louis album Meeting was indeed originally created by Mr. Xiao Yao. Our company has purchased all the copyrights. And Mr. Xiao Yao also customized 24 original songs for Miss Louis. Our company plans to release them in the second half of the year. Fans, please look forward to it. Finally, I wish Mr. Xiao Yao win the championship and create a legend. The admission of the person concerned not only excited Louis fans, but also shocked countless netizens. Dragon Country's top summoner genius plus genius composer. What kind of combination is this? After Louis issued a statement, many people from music companies almost blew up Xiao Yao phone. Which music company doesn't want high-level songs? Especially when the song is composed by Xiao Yao, who is currently the most popular. As long as they can buy 1 or 2 songs and sell them directly at this time, then the sales and popularity of the songs will definitely reach a height that they dare not even think of. However, they found that Xiao Yao mobile phone has been turned off in the past few days. Many people have asked the insiders of Kyoto University through their connections, but no one knows where Xiao Yao is gone. For a while, the topic of where is Xiao Yao became a hot search. Everyone wanted to know where this legendary genius boy went before the quarterfinals. Captain Xiao, do you know where Xiao Yao went? The Yincheng law enforcement team, the law enforcement team member surrounded Xiao Li and asked curiously. Xiao Li spread his hands. I don't know where he went. Captain Xiao, you don't even know where your son went. The law enforcement team members looked unconvinced. Xiao Li said, I really don't know where he went. I usually don't ask when he is in school. But why are you asking this? Captain Xiao, you don't know? A female law enforcement officer said excitedly. I told my friends that Xiao Yao is our Captain Xiao's son. He used to go on missions with us and usually called me Sister Na. But my friends didn't believe it. They heard the rumor from somewhere and thought Xiao Yao was a descendant of a master family. They also thought I was talking nonsense to gain popularity. This made me angry. So I wanted to contact Xiao Yao to prove what I said. Xiao Li laughed. The descendant of a master family. If they knew that Xiao Yao's father was only a platinum summoner, they would probably be disappointed. Captain Xiao, what are you talking about? If Xiao Yao hadn't inherited your excellent genes, he wouldn't have grown to this level. Damn it. Old Wang, you're stealing my lines. Xiao Li said with a smile. I really don't know where Xiao Yao is gone. But when I can contact him, I will ask him to write a letter to everyone to thank everyone for their support. Captain Xiao, it doesn't matter whether he replies or not. The main thing is that everyone wants to see Xiao Yao win the league championship. He is a super genius from our Yincheng law enforcement team. It will be very face-saving to tell others. That's Captain Xiao. We all believe that. Xiao Yao will definitely win the championship. Thank you all. Xiao Li couldn't stop smiling. Seeing his son getting better and better, this made him happier than his promotion to platinum level. But he was also thinking, the quarterfinals were approaching. Where did his son go? Chapter 356, The Troubles of Fame. Fuck. What's going on? Xiao Yao turned on his phone and saw hundreds of missed calls. Is my number sold to a scam? He began to flip through the pages and found that in addition to many unfamiliar calls, there were also many calls from acquaintances. What's going on? What's wrong? Mr. Zhang came from behind him and asked. Xiao Yao pointed the phone screen at Mr. Zhang. Teacher, I turned off my phone for the past 2 days. When I turned it back on, I found that there were hundreds of missed calls. Zhang Lao also showed a surprised expression. Hundreds of missed calls? Xiao Yao said in wonder, it's really strange. What happened in the past 2 days? The day before yesterday, Zhang Lao took him to a secret training base. Except for eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time training. War beast training, physical training, and fighting training. These 3 trainings were carried out in turn, making him feel like he was back in high school. However, the intensity of Zhang Lao training was much more cruel than that of high school. Even Xiaoku and Laonyo, who were extremely strong war beasts, almost fainted from exhaustion during training. It was tiring. But the training results in the past few days were also very significant. Both Xiaoku Sanzhou and himself had made significant improvements. During the training, Zhang Lao taught him a concept, which was to constantly challenge the limit. Normally, he would not train too hard, and basically, he would train to the set goal. But Zhang Lao's devil plan was completely different. He would squeeze out every bit of strength in the summoner and the war beast until they were on the verge of collapse. And then he would stop. After being exhausted, through specific means, the body functions can be quickly restored and break through to a new height. This is also the reason why he feels that he has made significant progress in the past few days. Mr. Zhang, let me ask Xiao Xiao, see what's going on. Xiao Yao quickly dialed Xiao Xiao's phone. Xiao Yao, you're out. Bai Ling Xiao's surprised voice came from the phone. You're talking as if I just got out of the police station. Xiao Xiao, what happened between the two? Why do I have hundreds of missed calls as soon as I come out? Well, you can find out by looking at the hot searches. Hot searches? Am I on the hot searches? After Xiao Yao hung up the phone, he quickly opened the hot search list and found that his name was at the top of the list. Where did Xiao Yao go? I was stunned. Who is so boring? Why do you care where I went? He kept looking through the hot searches and found that there were several items on the hot search list that were about himself. Xiao Yao is suspected to be a descendant of the master's family. How come I didn't know there was a master summoner in my family? The secret that Xiao Yao and Louis can't tell. What the hell? Oh, it turned out to be the name of a new song. The more he looked at these hot searches, the more outrageous they seemed. Damn, which unscrupulous media outlet posted his life story online and made up so many unreliable news. At this time, he found that his account had gained more than 2 million followers out of thin air. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Yao showed a puzzled expression. He had never posted anything on this account, only one dynamic message automatically sent by the system when registering the account, and his account name was not Xiao Yao but Hidden Werewolf. How did these people find my account? He called up his account homepage and found that his account had been officially certified. Not only was the account marked with AV, but there was also a line of small words under the account name, National League Quarterfinalist, Kyoto University #1 seed. He remembered that he had already verified his real name when registering the account, and used his own mobile phone number. I wouldn't have done real name authentication earlier. He shook his head speechlessly. But since it's already like this, he simply changed his account name to his own name. Xiao Yao. He opened the only update on his homepage, and there were already more than 100,000 comments below, and several of the top comments made him laugh. I have a daughter. High price for essence. Give me a chance to become a mother. Single for 40 years, just waiting for brother Xiao Yao to marry me. This group of netizens is really too funny. Xiao Yao took back his phone, and found that Mr. Zhang was also staring at his phone, with a very strange expression. He walked over to take a look, and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The man behind Louis Xiao Yao. Ahem. Mr. Zhang took back his phone calmly, and said, I am old, and I occasionally read some news, otherwise I am out of touch with the times. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Teacher, as a diamond-level expert, do you still pay attention to entertainment news? Well, it's okay to watch it occasionally. Zhang Lao patted his shoulder. Let's go. Tomorrow is your turn. Have a good rest tonight. And play with the style of our Beijing University tomorrow. After returning to school, Xiao Yao first thing was to apply for another phone card. There was no other way. After he changed his Weibo name, many people noticed this, and his phone was almost blown up. Faced with this situation, he could only turn off his phone, take out the phone card, and apply for a new one. Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, can we take a photo together? Xiao Yao. I'm your fan. Walking on the street, he felt like a star recognized by fans. Everyone who saw him would greet him enthusiastically, or ask for a photo together, which made him shudder. Oh my god, this was still at Kyoto University, where students were still quite reserved. If someone recognized him outside the school, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated? During the card application process, the staff looked at him strangely. After getting the new phone card, Xiao Yao quickly replaced it and ran back to the dormitory. Wow, you are finally back, Liu said with a smile. How was the special training? Su Xingliang asked. Xiao Yao sat down on the sofa, gulped down a few big mouthfuls of fat house water, and complained, the special training went well. But I felt bad as soon as I came out. You don't know? As soon as I came out, I found that my phone was almost blown up. Hundreds of missed calls. Normal, Su Xingliang said. Normal? I get more than a dozen calls every day, all from you, Su Xingliang said helplessly. Oh my god. Xiao Yao shook his head. I've already applied for a new phone card, and I won't use the previous number for now. You guys save my number first. After Liu and Su Xingliang saved their new phone numbers, he sent messages to his closest friends, telling them that he had changed his number. He plans to use this new number as a private number. Except for the few closest people, he will not tell anyone else this number. As for the previous number, he will not give it up either. He will just wait until the heat is over before using it again. Now he finally understands what the troubles of being famous are. I really don't know how those stars live. Chapter 357 Kyoto University Civil War. Dear audience, welcome to the National League Quarterfinals. Commentators Guanxin and Wang Xiaoyu walked onto the stage and said with a smile, today's round of competition, I believe all the audience has been looking forward to it for a long time. Before the opening, let me introduce these 8 players again. They are Southwest Military University No. 1 seed Fei Peng, Kyoto University No. 4 seed Xiao Feilu, Kyoto University No. 3 seed Longjingyu, Magic City Military University No. 1 seed Chong Mingl, Kyoto University No. 2 seed Lei Kuang, Yamashiro University No. 1 seed Lu Chingching, Shuimi University No. 1 seed Tanchaui, and, at this point, Guanxin paused, and then shouted in a passionate tone, No. 1 seed of Kyoto University, Xiao Yao. Woohoo! The scene suddenly rang out like a tsunami. Wang Xiaoyu, let's not talk too much. Let's get straight to the point. First, we have to conduct the draw ceremony for this round. Please look at the big screen. On the big screen, the photos on both sides kept flowing. At this time, the director divided the screen again and presented the player's current appearance on the screen. It can be seen that many contestants looked a little nervous, as if they were praying not to meet a certain contestant. The photo freezes. Group 1, Xiao Feilu vs Longjingyu. Wow! The audience exclaimed. No one expected that the first match of the quarterfinals would be a Kyoto University Civil War. The camera turned to the 2 contestants, who happened to be standing together. They looked at each other, touched each other lightly with their arms, and seemed to have a tacit understanding. At this time, comments from netizens also floated on the barrage. Wow, they look like a perfect couple. I can guarantee that. These 2 are definitely having an affair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they are alumni. It's against the will of heaven that they should not be together. No, Goddess Feilu is mine. Long Jingyu and Xiao Feilu looked very calm. After all, 4 of the top 8 were students of Kyoto University. The probability of a civil war was quite high, and everyone was prepared for a civil war. For the teachers of Kyoto University, they were very happy to see this result of the draw. After all, a civil war means that one player will be guaranteed to enter the semifinals. In addition, Xiao Yao is bound to enter the semifinals. If Lei Kuang is lucky and does not draw Tanchaui, he will definitely enter the semifinals with his strength. By then, there will be 3 Kyoto University students among the semifinalists. If this is true, Kyoto University will completely secure its position as the No. 1 university in Longhua. Soon, the results of the second group draw were officially announced. Second group, Lei Kuang vs Lu Chingching. Sure. The teachers of Kyoto University clenched their fists excitedly. Lu Chingching is the weakest among all the top 8 players. Lei Kuang is almost certain to win against her. The 2 groups of players are officially confirmed at this time. Fei Peng, Chong Ming and Tan Chaui all showed a little nervousness on their faces. Don't draw him. The third group, Fei Peng vs Tan Chaui. At this moment, both Fei Peng and Tan Chaui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not that person. Alas, Chong Ming showed a bitterness at the corner of his mouth. 7 people picked him to face that pervert. This luck is really amazing. Guanshan. Okay, all 8 contestants have been assigned. The first group of contestants will have 1 hour to prepare. Next, let us invite singer Tian Yu to perform the song Youth for us. In the contestant preparation area, the 4 contestants from Kyoto University are very relaxed. As old rivals, Xiao Feilu and Long Jingyu know each other well. There is nothing to prepare. However, Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang have absolute confidence in themselves. Therefore, everyone did not race against time to study their opponents like in the previous rounds, but chatted casually. This Tian Yu is already in his 40s, but he still looks quite young. He sings well, as if he were once a top singer. By the way, Xiao Yao, when will you sing a song for everyone? We didn't know you could write songs. Long Jingyu said with a smile. That's right. It turns out that you wrote Louis' new album. I love this album so much. How did you meet? Zhao Feilu's eyes lit up, and her gossip spirit burned. Xiao Yao said, actually, Louis is my girlfriend's cousin. We went to her concert together at that time, and I sold the song to her by chance. Is it true that there are 24 more songs? Zhao Feilu asked. It's true. Is it better than this album? It should be better than this album. Teacher Fong stood aside, watching the relaxed demeanor of several students, and nodded with a smile. The National League has been going on till now, and almost all the players have been thoroughly studied, so instead of making nervous preparations for the game, it is better to relax and enjoy the fun of the game. Soon, all the performances were over, and then it was Long Jingyu and Zhao Feilu's turn to play. Long Jingyu, be careful, I won't give up easily. Zhao Feilu turned to look at Long Jingyu and said. Long Jingyu smiled and said, I won't hold back either. That's the best. The two walked onto the ring side by side, and there was a fierce cheer. Zhao Feilu and Long Jingyu have already stepped onto the ring. What will be the outcome of this civil war at Kyoto University? Let's wait and see. In terms of the choice of battle form, Zhao Feilu chose the ring battle, while Long Jingyu chose the team battle. The opinions were inconsistent, and the system randomly determined it to be a team battle. When she saw that the match was a team fight, Zhao Feilu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. If it was a ring fight, she could still try to win by the order of the beasts. But if it was a team fight, it would be really hard to win. At the beginning of the fight, Long Jingyu used his signature ice smoothie tactics. Zhao Feilu was also prepared for this. At the moment the referee announced the start, she let the gluttonous bear run forward to escape from the control of the quicksand burial. But Long Jingyu's response was more clever. He directly let the earth spirit raise 4 earth walls to isolate the gluttonous bear. Although the thick earth walls were finally broken by the gluttonous bear, it also slowed down his speed and prevented his teammates from rescuing him. The bulky gluttonous bear was sucked into the quicksand vortex. Under the bombardment of explosive ice fruits one after another, the gluttonous bear could not escape at all, and was finally buried underground and eliminated. After the gluttonous bear was eliminated, it was the time for the flashing blade mantis to perform. With only 2 space jumps, he cut off the wings of the silver stinger bee, causing serious injuries. Finally, with the combined efforts of the 3 war beasts, the undead warrior exhausted the undead energy and was judged as the loser by the referee. This wonderful match opened the eyes of all the audience. After watching Zhao Feilu's several games, many people believed that the undead warrior with immortal body was invincible, and no one could defeat him. But in this match, Long Jingyu vividly demonstrated how to use teamwork to deal with such a difficult opponent. After the first group ended, Lei Kuang and Lu Chingching from the second group also officially stepped onto the stage. Chapter 358 Xiao Yao appears. Lei Kuang vs. Lu Chingching. One is the second seed of Kyoto University, who was once the first on the True Dragon ranking, and the other is the first seed of Yamashiro University. There is no suspense in this battle. Lei Kuang won with a crushing advantage and advanced to the semifinals. As the loser, Lu Chingching did not look too disappointed. Being able to enter the quarterfinals of the league is a very good result for both herself and Yamashiro University. The next step is the third group, Repaying vs. Tanchaui. As the first seed of Southwest Military University, Repaying has attracted a lot of attention since the start of the game. The audience likes this boy with a strong temperament. As the number 1 seed of Shueima University, Tanchaui was considered the strongest contender for the championship before the game. Therefore, the duel in this group was particularly exciting. After going on stage, both players chose the form of team battle. and the battle officially started soon. Fei Peng was very strong. His 3 war beasts were Silver Level 5 Thunder Peng, Silver Level 5 Blood Moon Demon Wolf, and Silver Level 4 6-Wing Frost Centipede. The 3 war beasts had a high degree of tacit understanding, and their fighting style was as neat and tidy as an army. At the beginning, it did cause a lot of trouble for Tan Chaoyi. However, Tan Chaoyi soon showed his strength as the #1 seed of Xiao University by changing tactics and using the mental attack ability of the war beasts. The 3 war beasts unexpectedly eliminated the 6-Wing Frost Centipede first. After the 6-Wing Frost Centipede was eliminated, the following battle was one-sided. In the end, Tan Chaoyi defeated Fei Peng and successfully advanced to the top 4, which also saved the honor for Xiao University. After the third group ended, the next was the much-anticipated duel, Xiao Yao versus Chong Mingl. When the two walked onto the stage, the cheers from the audience shook the entire venue slightly. Guanchen introduced in a passionate tone, "Dear audience, before this match begins, let me introduce the 2 players again. The first player is Chong Mingl, the #1 seed of Magic City Military University, a Silver Level 5 summoner. In the previous rounds of the qualifiers, he defeated many strong opponents and advanced to the quarterfinals. Next." At this point, Guanchen's voice rose 2 degrees again. "He is an outstanding creator in the music world. He is the #1 seed of Kyoto University. He is the youngest Silver Level summoner in the history of Dragon Country. He is Xiao Yao." Woohoo! The scene once again rang with thunderous cheers. Countless audiences waved their cheering sticks and shouted loudly with red faces. Every national league is a moment to witness the rise of genius. Most of the league champions can eventually become top players, and even 2 of the 4 great masters are former league champions. And now Xiao Yao's appearance has made everyone look forward to it. Will this super genius who broke the history of Dragon Country be the next master? Yi Yang looked at the 2 people beside him and asked, "You 2 choose the form of battle." "Team battle," Chong Mingl said first. "Xiao Yao's 3 war beasts are too strong. There is no hope of winning the ring battle. Only through team battle cooperation can we find a glimmer of hope." Seeing Chong Mingl choose a team fight, Xiao Yao said, "Team fight. Okay, both sides step back, summon the war beasts and get ready." The 2 people stepped back according to the referee's instructions, and summoned the war beasts. "Awu! Moo! Uh-huh." After the 3 beasts of Xiaoku appeared, the atmosphere of the whole scene exploded again. The handsome and domineering black wolf, the powerful purple cow, and the mouse holding a crossbow. All the audience opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was so special about this super genius war beast. At this time, Chong Mingl also summoned his war beasts. The information of the 3 war beasts appeared in front of Xiao Yao. War beast name Red Flame Tiger, War beast level Silver Level 5, War beast skills Flame Possession, Explosive Breath, Flame Acceleration. War beast name Swamp Iron Crocodile, War beast level Silver Level 5, War beast skills Swamp Whirlpool, Iron Tail Slam Giant. War beast name White-Headed Griffin, War beast level Silver Level 4, War beast skills Wind Attack, Rainy Arrow King Xiaoyu. Dear audience, before the battle begins, let me introduce the war beasts of both players. Chong Mingl 3 war beasts are Silver Level 5 Red Flame Tiger, Silver Level 5 Swamp Iron Crocodile, Silver Level 4 White-Headed Griffin. The camera turned to the 3 war beasts. The audience could clearly see the flames on the Red Flame Tiger, the 2 rows of sharp teeth of the Swamp Iron Crocodile, and the agile eyes of the White-Headed Griffin. Xiao Yao war beasts are Silver Level 5 Plague Demon Rat, Silver Level 3 Rage Blood Demon Wolf, and Silver Level 3 Purple Prison Demon Bull. Huh? After Wang Xiaoyu finished the introduction, the audience was shocked and puzzled. They were shocked that Xiao Yao's 2 war beasts were only Silver Level 3. You know, except for Xiao Yao. The war beasts of all the players who made it to the quarterfinals were 2 Silver Level 5 and 1 Silver Level 4. Compared with him, Xiao Yao was 3 levels lower in terms of war beast level. They were puzzled because Xiao Yao war beast was obviously of a lower level. So why did he become the #1 seed of Kyoto University? Could it be that Kyoto University is forcing him to the quarterfinals in order to promote this genius? If so, then this super genius is not so amazing. Guanchen, I believe that many audience friends will have some doubts in their hearts at this moment. Can Xiao Yao's strength match the #1 seed of Kyoto University? Let's wait and see. Doubts? Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. Touch. My opening game depends on you, he said in his heart. Okay. Okay, Tucci grinned, and the sinister laughter echoed in Xiao Yao's mind. Both sides get ready. The voice of referee Yang rang out in the stadium, and all the audience immediately held their breath and focused, and stared at the ring. Start. As soon as the voice fell, the white-headed griffin immediately rushed into the sky, and hundreds of illusory feathers shot towards the opposite side, like a torrential rain. Random feather arrow. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was like a whistle, and many audience members couldn't help but cover their ears. Moo! The old cow leaned forward, protecting Tikki and Xiao Fu behind him. Puff puff puff. Countless arrows fell on the old cow, making a dull sound. The audience looked closely, and were extremely shocked. The arrows that could pierce the ground couldn't even break the skin of the purple prison demon bull. What a terrifying defense. Oh! Ho! Ho! Tikki hid behind the old cow, licked the corner of his mouth, condensed a dark light on his hand, aimed the crossbow at the white-headed griffin in the air, and quickly pulled the trigger. Swoosh! The black poison arrow shot out at lightning speed. The moment he saw the black arrow, the white-headed griffin immediately flapped his wings to try to dodge, but the next second he felt a sharp pain in his body, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness instantly. Bang! The white-headed griffin fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise. Yang moved him out of the ring, treated him casually, and announced loudly, "White-headed griffin is out." At this time, the venue was silent. Chapter 359 Record-breaking. At this moment, the stadium seemed to have been muted, and no sound could be heard. Everyone's eyes showed incredible shock. Chong Ming's body was stiff, and his expression was frozen. He himself had not expected that the white-headed griffin would be eliminated so quickly. At this time, Guanshan's excited commentary broke the silence at the scene. My God, what did I see? Just 7 seconds into the game, the plague demon rat directly eliminated the white-headed griffin, which created the fastest elimination record since this league. If nothing unexpected happens, this should also be the fastest elimination record since the National League was held. Boom! With Guanshan's excited tone, the whole scene and the barrage went crazy. Oh my God! So fast! The opponent is the #1 seed of Magic City Military University. This Xiao Yao is too scary. I threw a grenade. I didn't see anything clearly. So how could I eliminate one? Is this the legendary genius? He is simply invincible. Under the stage, the other contestants saw this scene, and their pupils almost shrank into a needle. Has he become stronger again? Long Jingu asked Lei Kuang beside him in a low voice. Lei Kuang said in a deep voice, I think he must have concealed his strength before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to improve to this level in such a short time. Xiao Feilu smacked his lips. Fortunately, I was not put in the same group with Xiao Yao. Otherwise, I would have become the background board. Chi. When you fight him, you must be careful of this plague rat. The teacher of Shuemu University said seriously. Tan Chaoyi frowned, looking at Tikki with a serious look. How did he do it? The white-headed griffin was at least a silver level 4 war beast. Even if the plague rat was a silver level 5. But it was too unreasonable to kill it in one move. The eliminated Fei Peng and Lu Chingching opened their mouths wide. And they suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, they were not Xiao Yao's opponent. Otherwise, their confidence would be destroyed in this one battle. Chong Mingl pursed his dry lips, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. We lost a war beast right at the start. How should we fight next? Moo. Xiao Fu and Lan Yo growled, and entered the bloodthirsty werewolf and violent bull demon states. Tucci had already dealt with his opponent, so it was their turn next. It was not easy to have a fight, so we must cherish this opportunity. Guanshan, we saw the angry blood wolf and the purple prison bull enter a humanoid state. I believe that in this state, the abilities of the two war beasts will definitely be improved. Seeing his opponent rushing over, Chong Mingl became determined. I was going to lose anyway, but at least I had to use all my strength. Bang! The whole body of the red flame tiger suddenly burst into flames, like the god of fire descending to the earth, opening its mouth wide, and blazing flames sprayed forward. Explosive breath. The old cow did not change his expression, and rushed forward with the flames, while Xiao Fu kicked the ground with all 4 limbs, accompanied by a lonely wolf howl, and his whole body suddenly turned into a black shadow, and pounced on the swamp iron crocodile at an extremely fast speed. Endless binding. The swamp iron crocodile just activated the swamp whirlpool to block the way forward for the old cow, and suddenly he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and instantly lost consciousness. The tearing sound came through the loudspeaker, making all the audience's scalps numb. A few seconds later, the face of the swamp iron crocodile was scratched beyond recognition, and several hideous wounds stretched from above its eyes to the corners of its mouth, and the blood and flesh rolled up in a terrifying manner. Moo! The swamp whirlpool blocked in front of him, and the old cow kicked his foot, and his body burst out at an astonishing speed. Wild charged the purple shadow crossed the swamp, and crashed into the red flame tiger with unmatched force. Bang! The red flame tiger flew backwards for more than 10 meters, and the flames on its body were extinguished instantly. The audience looked at the scene in front of them, and their mouths opened unconsciously, and they were speechless with surprise. They were beaten like this after just one encounter. The difference in strength was too big. The swamp iron crocodile woke up, and the pain on his face made him fall into a frenzy. Roar! He roared, and his body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant beast more than 3 meters tall, and at the same time, the crocodile tail like a steel whip swung toward Xiao Fu, making a harsh sound. Iron tail swing paw! Xiao Fu dodged this move deftly. The iron tail hit the ground, directly creating a half-meter deep pit. The swamp iron crocodile swung its iron tail again, and activated the skill swamp whirlpool. Xiao Fu jumped lightly, avoiding the attack of the iron tail again, but at this time, the ground under his feet had turned into a black swamp whirlpool. If he fell into it, he would definitely be swallowed by the swamp. The audience also noticed this, clenched their fists one by one, and dared not blink. Just as Xiao Fu was about to fall, a black chain flew from the side. Xiao Fu grabbed the chain and, with great force, flew towards the red flame tiger. Guanshan, my god! The purple-held demon bull used his own chain to not only resolve the crisis of the angry blood demon wolf, but also sent the angry blood demon wolf to the red flame tiger. Roar! The red flame tiger looked at the rapidly approaching Xiao Fu, tilted his head, and the exploding flame spewed out of his mouth again. Just as the flames were about to come, Xiao Fu put his arms in front of his eyes, and a yellow light shone on his body. Boom! The blazing flames engulfed Xiao Fu, and outsiders could only see the vaguely visible black shadow in the fireball. He was not going to be eliminated. Why didn't the plague rat take action? Many spectators were nervous and confused. A wood at this time. The domineering wolf howl once again attracted their attention to the ring. Xiao Fu flew out of the flames, and some of his hair was still burning with flames. However, these flames did not make him look embarrassed, but made him look majestic. When Xiao Fu heard the wolf howl, his eyes were filled with extreme fear, and he turned around to leave. Xiao Fu poked his claws into the back of his neck, and with a light flick of his claws, he broke his spine. Plop! Xiao Fu fell to the ground uncontrollably, with deep fear and pain in his eyes. Xiao Fu is out. Yi Yang promptly transferred Xiao Fu to the stage, and announced after treatment. Wow! Before countless audiences could react, they heard the news that Xiao Fu was eliminated. What is this? I didn't even see it clearly? No way. Another one is eliminated. This speed is too fast. Can anyone tell me why it is so easy for Silver 3 to beat Silver 5? Just as the audience was discussing, Lao Nio rushed to the side of the swamp iron crocodile with a combo of wild charge plus earth smash, and shook its body up. Then he grabbed the iron crocodile's tail with both hands, twisted his waist and abdomen, and his muscles bulged. With a loud shout, under the shocked eyes of the spectators, the already huge swamp iron crocodile was thrown away by Lao Nio. Boom! The swamp iron crocodile fell under the ring, and the whole ground trembled. In this battle, Xiao Yao won. Boom! When the referee announced the result, the whole venue went crazy. Chapter 360: The Decision of the Friends. Fuck, this is too fast. 1 minute, the number 1 seed of Magic City Military University was killed in 1 minute. This is not a human. Don't you think that the scene just now was just like in the animation? Such a big crocodile was thrown away. The power of this purple prison demon bull is too terrifying. The most frightening thing is that the plague demon rat was watching just now. What the hell is this? Just give him the championship. The stadium, the barrage of comments completely exploded. All the audience, who followed the National League, were all shocked by the previous match. Is this really just a silver level 3 war beast? It's too exaggerated. In the Shuemu University player area, the instructor said solemnly, Chowie, if you play against him, you must be careful of these control skills. Tan Chowie nodded, his eyes were fixed on the ring. Angry blood wolf, purple prison demon bull, plague demon rat. Who can be the breakthrough point? Lost just like that? Chong Minglei stood on the stage in a daze. Seemingly he had not yet recovered from the defeat. He had watched Xiao Yao battle video before the battle, and at that time he had already prepared for failure. From the video, it can be seen that Xiao Yao 3 war beasts all have at least 4 skills, and although the war beasts are not of high level, the speed, recovery, strength, defense of the angry blood wolf, and the attack power and toxicity of the purple prison demon bull have all reached the peak of the silver level, and even have a tendency to surpass the silver level. Facing such an opponent with no weaknesses at all, he didn't know how to win. But even if he was going to lose, he never thought he would lose so quickly, so thoroughly. After today, I should be the strongest background board, Chong Minglei said bitterly to himself. Xiao Yao took back the war beast, turned around and saw Chong Minglei's lost look. He pursed his lips and walked straight off the stage. Well done. Long Jingyu gave a thumbs up. Xiao Yao, you should have set the fastest elimination record in the league just now, Zhao Feilu said. Teacher Fong also said, if nothing unexpected happens, 1 minute and 17 seconds should be the fastest record. 1 minute and 17 seconds, not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. In fact, his speed can be faster. If Tikki had taken action just now, he would have been sure to defeat his opponent within a minute. However, in the arena, the 3 war beasts usually defeat their own opponents, so after the white-headed griffin was eliminated, Tikki was too lazy to steal the monster. Teacher Fong said, the next round is the semifinals, everyone. Come on! Long Jingyu, Lei Kuang, Xiao Yao looked at each other, and smiled at the same time. Come on! Minlei, don't be so depressed. The teacher of Magic City Military University patted Chong Minglei on the shoulder, and comforted him. Your opponent is the current #1 genius in Dragon Country. It's not shameful to lose to such a monster. You have also seen his battle video. How much better is Lei Kuang from Kyoto University than you? Chong Minglei smiled bitterly and said, but teacher, I lost so badly in front of the whole nation. How can it be the same? The teacher comforted him. Maybe the next one will be even worse than you. Have I fallen to the point where I have to compete with others? Chong Minglei shook his head helplessly. Dear audience, the quarterfinals have officially ended, and 4 of the contestants have successfully advanced to the next round. They are Long Jingyu from Kyoto University, Lei Kuang from Kyoto University, Tan Chaoyi from Shuimu University, Xiao Yao from Kyoto University. Wow! Wow! The scene erupted with cheers, like a tsunami again. Okay, audience friends, this round of competition is officially over. Let's see you in 5 days. After the quarterfinals, several players became famous. To be able to enter the semifinals in the National League, this means that they are already the top talents. If nothing unexpected happens, they are very likely to become diamond-level powerhouses in the future. So as soon as the quarterfinals ended, countless media flocked to interview these players. However, Kyoto University and Mizuki University have adopted strict access control measures. Students who are not from the school cannot enter at all. This also caused many media reporters to block the gates of the 2 schools. Among them, the gate of Kyoto University was the most popular. 3 of the top 4 were students of Kyoto University. And there was also a very popular player, Xiao Yao. All media were eager to get first-hand interview materials of Xiao Yao. Wait a minute. Classmate. The reporter of Wanhai Evening News stopped a student who was about to enter the campus and asked, Classmate, do you know Xiao Yao? The student looked at him with a speechless expression. How can I not know Xiao Yao when you ask this question? The reporter was not angry either, and asked enthusiastically, then do you know what kind of person Xiao Yao is? I do know that. The student said, Xiao Yao is a very low-key person. Modest, without the arrogance of a genius, and is very caring to his friends and classmates. By the way, he doesn't like to be overly noticed. So I think it is actually difficult for you to interview him. The reporter asked in confusion, Student, you seem to know Xiao Yao very well. The student showed his 8 bright teeth. Because I am Xiao Yao roommate. My name is Liu. What? When the reporter heard that he was Xiao Yao roommate, he was stunned. Could it be such a coincidence that he could find Xiao Yao roommate just by picking up someone? Hey, student, don't leave. When they heard that this person was Xiao Yao roommate, countless media gathered around. But the clever Liu was already prepared. He ran into the school as soon as he finished speaking, leaving a handsome back view for many reporters. The reporter slapped his thigh regretfully. I should have gotten straight to the point earlier. Does he have an affair with Liu Yi? Xiao Yao, what is your relationship with Liu Yi? The female reporter from Kyoto TV asked with a smile. The corners of Xiao Yao's mouth twitched slightly. When did the official media ask this kind of question? Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang on the side smiled, as if they were watching a play. If other media asked this kind of question, Xiao Yao really didn't want to answer, but after all, this was the official media, so he still had to give it some face. Louis is my girlfriend's cousin. I just met her at a concert a few months ago. After saying this, Xiao Yao couldn't help asking, will this kind of thing be reported? The female reporter smiled and said, No. I'm a fan of Louis. This is just my personal problem. Oh. Okay. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. If this kind of thing was reported in the official news, it would be too embarrassing. Xiao Yao, do you have the confidence to win the National League Championship? With Lei Kuang and Long Jingyu present at the same time, the female reporter asked another sharp question. Xiao Yao said frankly, my purpose of participating in the National League is to win the championship. The female reporter turned to Long Jingyu and Lei Kuang and asked, are you too confident? Long Jingyu said first, I have achieved my goal of entering the semifinals. As for the championship, he shrugged, with a certain pervert here. I don't expect to win the championship. Lei Kuang. What do you think? Lei Kuang said calmly, it's enough to show my strongest strength. Is that so? The reporter nodded. Okay, then this interview is over. Thank you 3 students for your cooperation. After the female reporter left, Xiao Yao looked at Teacher Fong and asked, Teacher Fong, there won't be any other interviews. Right? Teacher Fong smiled and said, I don't know about that. The principal also agreed to let Kyoto TV in. As for whether there will be other media later, I really don't know. Okay. Everyone can understand the intention of the principal's move. After all, Kyoto University has been in the limelight in this league, and its reputation is booming. If it is properly promoted, its reputation will definitely be taken to the next level. Reputation is related to the source of students for the school. If Kyoto University's reputation can always be higher than Mizuki University, then the best summoners, who are about to take the college entrance examination, will choose Kyoto University as their first choice. After a few years, Kyoto University will completely open up the gap with Mizuki University and become the well-deserved first university. Okay, everyone go back and rest. Good luck in the semifinals. Teacher Fong was in a very good mood. 3 of the top 4 were his students, which has created the best results for Kyoto University in decades. As a mentor, he naturally has a share of the honor. Okay. Teacher Fong. The day after the interview, the special interview about the 3 contestants from Kyoto University was posted online. From the interview, the audience learned a lot of interesting things about the contestants during their preparation. From the interview of dozens of minutes, they can see the personalities of the 3 contestants, the gentle and jade-like Long Jingyu, the rough and domineering Lei Kuang, and the humble and confident Xiao Yao. As the focus of attention, everyone can see Xiao Yao's confidence in winning the league championship. At the end of the interview, a small tidbit once again set off the entire media. Xiao Yao, what is your relationship with Louis? Louis is my girlfriend's cousin. I just met her at a concert a few months ago. Will this kind of thing be reported? No. I am a fan of Louis. This is just my personal question. Oh, okay. People are always very interested in this kind of gossip. For a while, this clip quickly became a hot topic. Haha, it turns out that geniuses can be fooled by reporters. This reporter has no moral principles. I just want to say that it's a great job. Xiao Yao, it's over. It's over. Now everyone in the country knows that I was deceived. Shouldn't you focus on Xiao Yao's girlfriend? Mom, I'm heartbroken. Ah, who stole my brother Xiao Yao? I'm going to fight her. An insider said, Xiao Yao's girlfriend's father is a diamond-level warrior. Ahem, what a pair of fairy lovers, blessings and blessings. I can guarantee that. Xiao Yao's girlfriend is definitely not as pretty as me picture. The above, don't post your disfigured face. No one in our village wants you with your looks. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and the public was discussing this gossip. In real life, Xiao Yao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fuck you. What kind of reporters are these? Haha. You can be fooled. Li Yu laughed. Su Xingliang also laughed. This reporter is too much. He said he would not spread it, but he posted it on the internet. Xiao Yao was so angry that his teeth itched. Well, now people all over the country know that he was fooled by reporters. As expected, Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Xiao, what are you looking at? Xiao Yao saw Bai Ling Xiao holding a mobile phone. His hand kept sliding. Bai Ling Xiao said without raising his head, I'm looking at what these girls who are prettier than me look like. Xiao Yao mouth twitched. What's going on? Don't think about it. It's already like this. It's not a big deal. Let's eat. Liu patted Xiao Yao's shoulder and said. Forget it. Let's eat. Xiao Yao took a bite of food and said while eating, how is your progress recently? Do you feel any signs of breakthrough? Liu said, I feel a little bit here. I'm going to find an opportunity to go out and hone my skills. How about we wait until Xiao Yao goes to King Kong Forest? And then we can do the mission together. Sure. Tao Yao nodded. Xiao. What do you think? Bai Ling Xiao put down his phone and nodded. No problem. I have also shown some signs of breakthrough. And I really need an opportunity. Then it's settled. I keep an eye out for suitable missions recently. Liu clapped his hands and said. Su Xingliang said, I think we can do the Black Pine Forest cleaning mission. I remember it will be our turn at Kyoto University next month. Sure. Xiao Yao, what do you think? Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yao nodded at the same time. No problem. They had done the Black Pine Forest cleaning task last semester, and they were familiar with the situation there. Plus, there would be a teacher to protect them. It was indeed a good place for the trial. By the way, Xiao Yao, how long do you plan to stay in the King Kong Forest? Xiao Yao said, not sure, probably 10 days. He had 2 tasks in the King Kong Forest this time. One was to help Lan Yo collect the King Kong fruits needed for the King Kong Giant Spirit, and the other was to break through the gold level. Currently, Tikki experience value has exceeded half, and he is only 1 step away from breaking through the gold level. Xiaoke and Lan Yo are both close to silver level 4. If the opportunity is right, he plans to let all the war beasts break through the gold level in the King Kong Forest. 12 days. Not bad. I hope we can gain something when you come back. Well, let's work hard together. Xiao Yao's eyes showed a hint of expectation. If Liu, Xiao and Liang all break through the silver level, then their team will have 3 more heroes. Biodemon Zack, Nine-tailed Demon Fox Ari, and Void Reaver Kha'Zix. The appearance of these 3 war beasts will bring a qualitative lead to the friends, especially allowing them to quickly improve and keep up with his pace. He hopes that after he reaches the diamond level and the master level, these friends can at least reach the platinum level or even the diamond level. By then, their team will be truly invincible. Friends, come on, surprises are waiting for you.